Chapter 1 Chapter 1 Zombie Puppet. On a desolate street, a zombie was wandering unconsciously. He grinned slightly, a trace of saliva hanging on his lips, a pair of reddish eyes showing blazing cold creepiness. Not too far in the distance, there was a small abandoned supermarket. The glass door spattered with brownish blood. Through the open glass doors one can vaguely see the crooked shelves, as well as scattered food. Behind the supermarket's door, there was also a middle-aged male zombie moving slowly. Judging by his clothing, he should be one of supermarket's staff. This zombie slowly approached the supermarket. After passing the middle-aged male zombie, he suddenly pulled out a chop bone knife, and he turned and forcefully cut off his neck. Blood splattered, the headless zombie fell to the ground immediately. And this strange zombie immediately grabbed a bag from behind the counter, and began to rapidly gather food. Exhausted. In a dark residence home, the sweating Ling Mo was looking at his hands of a bag full of food and a variety of household items with satisfaction. And in front of him, there sat the zombie from the small supermarket. But the way this zombie looked at Ling Mo was without any trace of malice, just emptiness. Looks like I improved a lot from a few days ago. Now I'm finally able to manipulate with flexibility. Ling Mo turned his gaze to this zombie, mouth revealing a hint of smile. 2 weeks ago, the emergence of a new virus turned the entire world into a slaughterhouse. Countless humans turned into zombies. To be more accurate, after the virus infection led to loss of self-consciousness, and then turned them into crazy killing monsters. The survivors could only hide inside cities' corners like mice. However, Ling Mo, who was once only a normal person, discovered his ability to control zombies after the arrival of the end of the world. He could feel a hint of connection between himself and the zombies. Empty-headed zombies are like thoughtless puppets, and he could inject his own thoughts into them, thereby manipulating zombies' actions. The start of experiments was very tough. Zombies often escaped from his manipulation midway, and even endangered him in life-threatening situations several times. With the increasing number of attempts, Ling Mo finally acquired some techniques. This helped him to control zombies consistently, manipulate them to walk around, and help him to collect necessities. But the distance could never be too far apart, which made Ling Mo somewhat annoyed. He felt like he is a zombie puppeteer, but the lines in his hands were not long enough, and he was also not skilled enough. However, to be able to survive on a much safer level, Ling Mo was very satisfied with his zombie controlling techniques. He called the zombie he controls as Zombie Puppet. In the process of controlling zombie puppets, Ling Mo glimpsed that when he was controlling them, a violent feeling was also affecting him. During these days, Ling Mo had gotten a better understanding of zombies' habits. Unlike general zombies, these zombies are not the living dead, but living people affected by virus. Even though the bodies are still alive, but the mind has turned completely into a monster. They attack uninfected survivors, tear these people's flesh with strength much stronger than an average person. The virus has completely destroyed their senses, dominated their thoughts, and turned them into executioners driven by their killing instincts. In Ling Mo's view, these kind of zombies are much more terrifying than the ones he saw in games and movies, because they retain their 5 senses. Whether it is sound or smell, it will all attract their attention. The sun is going down, we will call it a day. This residence home is not safe. It's a temporary place for Ling Mo to say when controlling the zombie puppets. After putting the food he gathered today into his backpack, Ling Mo shook his head, which was hurting a bit, and he commanded the zombies to stand up. Up close, with the zombie puppet standing right in front of him, Ling Mo still felt a sense of strangeness. Although unlike the ones in the movies that exudes a rotting stench, this zombie still have a strong smell of blood. Virus infection made his face pale with glowing red eyes. Through the slightly open mouth, one can see stained pork on the teeth. No need to think much, it must be the leftovers from eating human. The zombie had good looks, about 17 or 18-year-old teenager, but now his looks made him look like an evil spirit. Go. Ling Mo pressed down strong feeling of nausea, controlled the zombie to walk down the stairs. Even though he has the zombie puppet to open the road, it does not mean he is safe. Ling Mo holds a sharp bone knife, carefully walked behind the zombie puppet. From here to his temporary home, they needed to cross a street. When they came here in the morning, Ling Mo found some firecrackers. First he made some noise on the opposite direction and attracted most of the zombies from this street over there. However, there were still some zombies wandering on the street. After they safely reached the intersection, Ling Mo saw, trouble is here. Two zombies blocked the intersection, who knew where they came from. Their bodies are full of fresh splattered blood. One of them even carried half-human arm and was busy eating it. In this provincial city that have millions of people, every day there are survivors killed during their attempts to find food, so dead people are not rare. But the sight of that arm wreckage made Ling Mo felt sad for the loss of his own kind. It was only because of his abilities that gave him a better chance to survive, so he can't be careless or he can still easily become these monsters' meals. Ling Mo walked closer while carefully manipulated the zombie puppet. He raised the chopped bone knife as he approached one of them. While the other zombie were attracted by the sound, Ling Mo held the knife, rushed behind him and stabbed in his head. The two zombies died almost simultaneously. After pulling the knife out with force, Ling Mo kicked over the body in front of him. Ling Mo would not miss any opportunity if given the chance, even though it's proven useful to manipulate zombies, but he must have the fighting ability to protect himself as well. And Ling Mo faintly felt that when he beheaded zombies, some kind of violent cause in his body is affecting him. He even felt a moment of pleasure when he pulled the knife out. Virus is not going to be transmitted through spiritual contact, right? If it can be contagious that way, I would have been infected ages ago. If it's not because of the virus, then what exactly is this feeling? Ling Mo was very concerned about this slight change, but he had no clues yet. However, the ability to cleanly behead zombies and the fact that it's getting better is a good thing for Ling Mo. Before the end of the world, he was just an ordinary man. When he killed zombies for the first time, it was a scary exploration. Even after the killing, he felt terrified and could not think straight for a while. But in order to survive, it is necessary to enhance combat skill. And in Ling Mo's mind, he is always thinking about one person. To quickly master zombie controlling techniques, collect as many supplies as possible, and it's all because he wants to cross this district and find her. Chapter 2. Chapter 2, Crossing the Danger Zone. When the last hint of light at the horizon disappeared, Ling Mo has returned to the residence. This was a seemingly insignificant small building. In addition to the solid iron door, one was also able to jump from the roof to the building next door, and there were enough open space at the front and back of the building. Plus, this place belonged to the suburbs. In terms of survivors and zombies, their numbers are much less than the ones in the city, which make this place much safer. Most importantly, this was originally the warehouse of a small furniture factory, filled with low-quality paints and wood flavor, which was able to fully cover Ling Mo's scent. Through virus infection, those monsters not only did not lose 5 senses, but was further enhanced in which they have perfect night vision, incomparable hearing, and smelling to those of ordinary people. Before going to sleep, Ling Mo fed the zombie puppet a piece of rancid meat, kept him outside the iron door, locked the iron door firmly and then went to rest. Even during his sleep, Ling Mo did not cut his spiritual connection with the zombie. It may be tiring, but on one hand he could train himself, and on the other hand it's a way of staying alert for himself. To allow one to get enough rest but also keep the connection with the zombie puppet, it was easier said than done. In fact, is actually very difficult. Ling Mo also tried numerous times before grasping the right balance. Now when sleeping, he has always been in a light sleep state, and he could even hear the subtle movement in the surroundings. But today Ling Mo has yet been able to sleep. A figure kept appearing in his head from time to time. After his parents died, the one person he missed the most in this world is her, his crush, but also his childhood friend next door, Yilian. When the disaster broke out, he received the last phone call from her. "Big brother Lin, run." After those 4 short words, there came the burst of beep of the busy tone. In fact, Ling Mo knew clearly that Yi Lian is probably dead. During the outbreak of the disaster, she was walking toward his residence, looking to make him a decent meal and to help him improve his living condition. Because of this, there is always a knot in Ling Mo's mind, whether live or dead. He felt he should find Yi Lian. Tomorrow, I will go find her. After preparing for so long, Ling Mo felt that with the ability to control zombie puppet should allow him to cross the city district. He had already sketched out the place where she might appear in his mind, not too far away from here, but separated by two residential areas in the middle which were regarded as the most dangerous region. However, in order to cross as safely as possible, Ling Mo has done enough preparation, everything, and now he just had to wait until tomorrow. Early in the morning, Ling Mo opened his eyes, jumped down from a semi-soft bed. Once again, after finishing packing his backpack, Ling Mo took a deep breath, walked downstairs. The zombie puppet under his control had been well behaved by blocking the door. Clothes are wet due to the cold air. His look does not show a single trace of tiredness though. Due to unknown reasons, that sudden outbreak of virus not only turned most living people into monsters, but also enhanced their bodies to be very powerful. However, Ling Mo also noted that because they need to maintain a high-intensity physical consumption, they just kept eating instinctively, and food sources are the uninfected survivors. Clenched the bone knife tightly, Ling Mo opened the iron gate, manipulated the zombie puppet and walked towards the planned route. Once entered in a residential area, there was an increasing number of wandering zombies. Attracting them through sound would not work, since the environment is too complex, and it would easily endanger himself. The only way is to pick a route with fewer zombies, and go as quietly as possible. An average person would face enormous difficulty trying to move in this kind of environment. Luckily Ling Mo had a zombie puppet. With cooperation of the puppet, Ling Mo continuously killed a dozen zombies and got through. He now arrived on a street that was once prosperous. This place is like the transition zone between suburbs and city. In Ling Mo's prediction, Yi Lian was at one of the corner when she made the phone call. Abandoned cars were everywhere, shops were all open along the way, but they were all pitch black. Other than the bloodstains everywhere, the only things left were the zombies. Even though Ling Mo killed numerous zombies these days, but it was his first time to see such large number of zombies gathered in one place. Looking through, there are at least dozens in his vision, let alone those hidden in the dark. Ling Mo intended to observe at a higher place. Just as he was walking towards a residential building, there came a scream not far from here. Help! Ah! I did not expect that there are still survivors. Ling Mo quickly controlled the zombie puppet, and carefully moving toward the sound direction. Behind the door are two frightened teenagers. On one hand, they were trying to hold the door tightly, and on the other hand, they were desperately screaming for help. Idiots! Ling Mo frowned, nervously looked around him. Screaming like this would only lead to more zombies. Originally Ling Mo wanted to lend them a hand in the best of his ability, but now it seems hastily shot would only harm himself. Soon enough, some zombies were attracted. They continuously hit the security door, issued a bang-bang sound, and the connection walls began to come to loose. The two young men looked ashen, let go of much more piercing screams of fear. Dang! With a bang, security doors finally got knocked down, and the two young men's screams quickly drowned in the waves of zombies. However, this was an opportunity for Ling Mo, taking advantage of how all zombies got attracted to over there so he could cross this district. After successfully passing through this dense population of zombies area, Ling Mo did not have time to cheer before he realized that the intersection before him were blocked by one bus and a few cars. During disaster outbreak, there were enough vehicle accidents, not to mention this kind of bus full of passengers. Whether or not the passengers mutated, or frightened by the situation, terrible things could happen. Looking at the situation, the bus collapsed with the death-defying fleeing cars and incurred a chain of collision, in which its entire shape were deformed. He just had no idea what happened to the passengers inside, perhaps trapped and died, or probably all turned into zombies. Ling Mo wanted to go around, but he suddenly thought of something after staring at the bus. Yi Lian seemed to have always taken the bus whenever she comes. As soon as the thought came out, Ling Mo seized the bus differently. He felt a sudden strong beating of his heart. Both looked forward to, but also with some fear. There are great possibilities that Yi Lian was on this bus. If she did not get out in time, she should still be on there. Although he felt well prepared, but Ling Mo still a little panicking when it's time to really face it. Should it be decomposed body, or left with nothing, or? After letting out a long breath, Ling Mo controlled the zombie puppet and climbed on the deformed bus head. The feeling is wonderful when it comes to controlling the zombie puppet. It was like having his own shadow clone. Through the spiritual connection between the puppet, not only could he control the movements, but also receive feedback from the puppet's facial expressions. But in between Ling Mo and the zombie puppet, he could feel that there was still a layer or barrier which enabled him to fully control the puppet. From Ling Mo's perspective, the ultimate state of mastering the control of zombie puppets would be like fusing with the puppet. Although it feels weird, Ling Mo is still looking forward to that kind of state. Chapter 3. Chapter 3, Encounter with Childhood Sweetheart. Through the zombie puppet's vision, Ling Mo glimpsed the inside of vehicle. Dark inside, there were many obscure figures, and all were at rest. After bypassing the front, you could see the front and rear doors cannot be opened because of impact extrusion. Quite a few windows were cracked, but not enough to allow one to climb out. Ling Mo controlled the puppet, broke one of the windows and climbed in. The smell was very strong in the car. Although he felt it through the zombie puppet, Ling Mo couldn't help but frown. The scent of blood and rotting mixed together make people feel nauseated. As soon as the puppet jumped into the car, he stepped on a dead body. After glanced down, Ling Mo was immediately startled. Even though the corpse became rotten, but on its swollen face, a pair of red eyes are clearly visible. It's obvious before he died, he became a zombie. No one escaped, and no one entered. Did the zombies die of starvation? Ling Mo quickly controls the puppet to continue walk toward the end of the bus, but he soon realized that something was wrong. The compartment is full of large bloodstains and clothing fragments. Apparently someone started a slaughter after mutation. But the ones lie here are all mutated zombies, and Ling Mo noticed that the back of their heads were cut open. Who did it? Ling Mo felt a sudden horror, and while he was dumbfounded, a shadow suddenly jumped out from one of the seat, as nimble as a cheetah, jumped onto the back of his zombie puppet. The shadow moved silently and was extremely agile, although it had little power, but by the time when Ling Mo felt it, this shadow has already poked his hand to puppet's back head. Stunned, Ling Mo instinctively controlled the puppet to fall back, forcefully bringing the shadow on the ground. But at the same time, zombie puppet's brain has been scratched, blood instantly gushing out. Holy crap! This hand is like a knife. It was tough to groom this young zombie puppet. Ling Mo felt distressed, but also became extremely wary of this shadow. He used elbow to clutch the shadow's neck while controlling the puppet, and used the other hand clutch his wrist, while leveraging to climb up. However, as soon as he rose, the shadow used his other hand to poke into puppet's soft abdomen. Although the zombie puppet feels no pain, but Ling Mo's face still became extremely complex. To be exact, at the moment when the shadow was preparing to strike, Ling Mo, who already prepared to fight back, instantly stopped when he saw the shadow's appearance. Yi Lian. Lying below, the shadow whose one hand poked into the belly of the puppet, is the one whom he's trying to find, Yi Lian. After mutation, Yi Lian's beautiful big eyes turned bloody red, but her looks are not twisted like normal zombies, but very normal, very cool. For a moment, Ling Mo hesitated, but when Yi Lian took out her hand full with puppet's gut, Ling Mo was suddenly awake. Yi Lian's small hands looked no different than before, but the nail hardness was unusual. The fingers were powerful enough to pierce the flesh. This clearly showcased her difference with normal zombies. And normal zombies would not attack a fellow zombie puppet. Think back to the car full of zombie corpses. Look at Yi Lian again. Ling Mo suddenly understood something. After normal people were eaten, driven by hunger, the remaining zombies became cannibals, and the last zombie survivor Yi Lian developed some bizarre mutation. While Ling Mo was dumbfounded, his zombie puppet's intestines had been pulled out, blood pouring out, splashing on her body. Stimulated by the smell of the fresh blood, her eyes seemed to get bloodier, and her strength seemed to increase as well. She grabbed the puppet's arm and flipped him to one side. As soon as the zombie puppet landed on the ground, Yilian rushed up and placed her hands directly on the puppet's neck. Her movement is much more flexible than the average zombies. Ling Mo could not even react and was countered by Yilian. With the feeling of suffocation, zombie puppet's natural instinct was activated, and Ling Mo felt waves of emptiness in his head. When this feelings emerges, it means that the puppet is about to get out of his control. And Ling Mo finally recovered from the shock after reuniting with Yilian. Yilian turned into this, to some extent it is also my own responsibility. When trying his best to control his zombie puppet, Ling Mo suddenly had a bold idea. Since zombies are just humans infected by the virus, and judging by Yilian's look, her virus probably mutated or something. In that case, there might be a way to cure her. Even if this hope was very slim, but as long as there is a chance, Ling Mo wanted to give it a try. As soon as the idea came up, Ling Mo immediately controlled the puppet to tightly stare into Yilian's eyes. With the concentration of Ling Mo's spirits in his eyes, Yilian's head soon turned into a ball of light. However, the color of this light bulb is different than the average zombies. Infected by virus, zombies lost their mind, acting purely on instincts, therefore the spiritual light that represents their inner mind are really fuzzy. But Yilian's spiritual light was obviously much brighter, and has faint traces of red. What is that all about? But the current situation does not allow Ling Mo to think more. He tried to focus his attention on the light of Yilian, and tries to go deeper. And indeed it was different than normal zombies. Ling Mo felt resistance here where he did not felt in other zombies. Although weak, Ling Mo feel his heartbeat suddenly stopped a bit. Is it possible that Yilian regained some conscious? But judging by her look, seems not quiet. When Ling Mo finally managed to control Yilian, his body was already covered in cold sweats, and zombie puppet was completely choked to death during the process. But when Ling Mo was carefully controlling Yilian to stand up, he suddenly felt a longing. This desire comes from Yilian's spiritual world, and the target is something is the puppet's brain. During his prior experience with puppets, Ling Mo never felt any emotion from them, because besides their instincts, the zombie puppets had no other desire. But at this time he felt from something from Yilian. This makes Ling Mo confused and surprised. If mutation can produce desire, then if it continues, maybe she can regain her emotions. Thinking of this, Ling Mo used Yilian to poke through the head of zombie puppet. Under the guidance of this desire, Yilian quickly pulled out a small piece of gel-like object from the head. It is like a part of the brain tissue after infection, a little red, like an elastic rubber when held in hand. After Ling Mo toss and turn the object for a while, endure nausea, he pushed it into Yilian's mouth. A heat wave immediately raised from the stomach, quickly circulated through the whole body, and Yilian's once weak body seemed to have received some physical supplement. Never thought this disgusting gel could have this effect. Perhaps Yilian's mutation is caused by eating this gel. Manipulating Yilian to jump out of the car, and walked into his hiding place, Ling Mo finally see Yilian face to face. Watching Yilian's bloodstained body, pale cheek, and that pair of red, almost eerie eyes, Ling Mo was moved by a mixture of feelings. Even though Yilian now gives the impression of danger as if there was a chilly atmosphere forming beside her body, but her familiar face still left Ling Mo a little dazed. He could not help but stretched out his hand, wiped Yilian's bloodstains from her face. Don't worry, Big Brother will for sure to find a way for you to recover. Chapter 4. Chapter 4, Help Her Undress. In the moment of trance, Yilian's eyes immediately flashed with a touch of cold light. At the same time, Ling Mo also felt pain in his head. Luckily, Ling Mo returned to his consciousness, and controlled Yilian again. Just a little distracted and Yilian almost got out of his control, that made Ling Mo felt frightened. Normal zombie puppet could not stand before Yilian, and Ling Mo himself was struggling too. Besides, he did not want to hurt Yilian, and was not willing to be killed by her. Since he found Yilian, he cannot die, he must find a way to let Yi Lian return to normal. It's not safe to stay here, Ling Mo quickly commanded Yi Lian to walk toward his home. In such a densely populated place, it is inevitable to run into zombies even after being extremely cautious. However, unlike previous battles, with the help of Yi Lian, zombies all went down almost without resistance. In terms of speed, or power, Yi Lian was far more powerful than average zombies. Before, Ling Mo was worried that Yi Lian would get hurt in battles and did not want her in action, but when zombies appeared, Yi Lian transmitted strong desire of hostility that even made Ling Mo feel a burst of heat. The violence he felt in previous battles with Yi Lian was magnified to 10 times stronger than the previous battles. The instant when Yi Lian rushed out, Ling Mo clearly felt that he is now half controlling Yi Lian. When she is battling, her instincts are maximized. At Ling Mo's level of controlling zombies, he could only maintain his connection with her, but not the way she battles. Never thought she is this strong. Ling Mo suddenly felt a sense of danger. If he does not upgrade his strength, perhaps it won't be long before that Yi Lian get out of his control. Not to mention how to help her recover, maybe he will die by her hands. Even if narrowly escaped, it will be like a needle in a haystack to try to find her again in such a big city. Thinking of this, Ling Mo clenched his teeth, tightened his boning knife and rushed beside Yi Lian. Now around Yi Lian, there were at least 4 zombies, and she was tearing one of theirs head off. These zombies would not attack Yi Lian instinctively, but when Ling Mo appeared, the other 3 all threw themselves at him. First time dealing with these many zombies, Ling Mo felt very nervous. Somehow, when he held up the boning knife, the fury he felt from Yi Lian enabled a strong desire to fight. After letting out a growl, Ling Mo rushed to the middle of the 3 zombies at the same time. Zombies have great power, and they aren't stiff like they are portrayed in the movies, but since they are monsters that rely on instincts, their attack patterns are quite simple. When one of the zombies tried to grab Ling Mo with its hand, Ling Mo slammed sideways. While escaping the attack from this zombie, his boning knife also stabbed into the other zombie's stomach. Poof! Sounded the tip of the knife into the meat, but Ling Mo did not have time to look twice, and lifted his leg to kick the 3rd zombie. This zombie was kicked directly to Yi Lian, and before he could get up, Yi Lian emptied its head. At this time, the zombie dodged by Ling Mo was once again up against him, and Ling Mo, who just stabilized himself, was in real danger again. Haven't pulled out the knife completely out of the other zombie, this one was already right before him with his hand full of blood. If he was caught, the chance to break out is 0. Under the threat of death, Ling Mo did not panic. He grabbed the boning knife that was inside the other zombie's stomach and slashed towards the attacking one, and the zombie that was bearing the knife also got dragged forward with the knife. The 2 zombies crashed into each other. Ling Mo's boning knife had already broke free after cutting across one's stomach, and without hesitation it was forced into the other zombie's head with a hard twist. This all happened like lightning. When Ling Mo woke up from the fury, there were only zombies' corpses left. Only now Ling Mo realized, he had not only proved calmness, but also high synchronization between his mental processing and physical reactions. Though this may be caused by his mental and physical fitness improvement, but that feeling of rage must also made an impact. Most importantly, looking down at the corpses below his foot, holding the bloody boning knife, Ling Mo's body couldn't help but tremble slightly. This is not caused by fear, but excitement. At this moment Yi Lian has already swallowed the gels from the zombies, and her eyes became brighter and seemed more intelligent. If it weren't for the eerie redness, she looked no different from the average survivors. Somehow, when Yi Lian experienced changes, Ling Mo also felt a bit of change in the body. Although very subtle, but Ling Mo did felt that his power got stronger than before. He also recovered some of the consumed strength, and most importantly, he now acquired a stronger connection with Yi Lian. Could it be that because he is connected with Yi Lian, that when she continues to mutate, it also affect himself? Besides this, Ling Mo could not find a better explanation. Prior to this, Ling Mo was unable to determine whether these changes were good or bad, but now after experiencing these variations, it made Ling Mo excited. No effect on consciousness, but he was able to grow stronger with Yi Lian. Ling Mo started to look forward with further mutation. But he knew very well in his heart, rushing the process won't be good. It would be very regrettable if it brought Yi Lian any danger. On the way home, Ling Mo found a clean dress and a pair of sandals in one of the clothing store. He planned to change Yi Lian's blood-stained cloth. It was endurable to see the zombie puppet's disgusting appearance, but Yi Lian is the cutest and cleanest. Even after turning into a zombie, I should not let her wear something dirty like that. But once back at home, watching the quiet Yi Lian sitting in front of him, Ling Mo did not know where to start. Whether it was to manipulate Yi Lian to undress herself, or do it himself, it would be hard to avoid seeing the body he had dreamed many times. Previously, because of insufficient qualifications, Ling Mo secretly loved Yi Lian very much, but never confessed and never even thought of how their relationship would change. After all, he is only a nerd that stays home all day, low income, and Yi Lian is the prettiest girl from X university with a lot of good suitors around. But now, in order to change her clothes, he had to see her body. Even though the current Yi Lian does not have any consciousness, Ling Mo felt very nervous that even his mouth dried up. At a glance of the basin by the foot, then at dirty Yi Lian, after long hesitation, Ling Mo finally reached out his hand slowly. With one buttons after one undone, Yi Lian's pale skin was slowly revealed in front of Ling Mo. Calm down, it will be inhuman if I take advantage of her right now. Facing his sweetheart, it would be lying to say that he had no urges, but looking at Yi Lian's pair of emotionless eyes, Ling Mo felt a pinch in his heart. When could I make Yi Lian regain her consciousness? Chapter 5. Chapter 5, Viral Evolution. Around morning, a sudden trace of throbbing instantly woke up Ling Mo. As soon as he opened his eyes, he saw Yi Lian sitting in the corner. Yi Lian, with a clean body and clean clothes, looked no different from the past. The only difference is that pair of eerie red eyes. The abnormal sensation Ling Mo felt before came from Yi Lian's instinctive desire. If Yi Lian could speak now, then her first sentence would be, "I am hungry." And the food she needs is those special kinds of gels from the head of zombies. From Yi Lian's performance, that special gel could trigger a new kind of mutation of the virus in her body, and it's very effective. Since she has the desire, of course I have to satisfy it. When thinking about it, Ling Mo had mixed feelings. Average survivors tries to dodge zombies at all cost, and I need to take initiative to find them. Most importantly, a mutated zombie now follows me. After bringing some food with them, Ling Mo pulled out a brand new knife from the bag. That boning knife has been worn out, it would affect me in the battle and cannot be used anymore. He tried to feed a slice of ham to Yi Lian, but noticed that she took no interest in it at all. The food she only needs seemed to be that special gel. Come on, let's go find you some food. Pulled up Yi Lian, Ling Mo took her downstairs. The city is now completely dead, short on everything, except for zombies. But the places where zombies gather together are still too dangerous for Ling Mo. He could only take Yi Lian to the ones that were singled out. Still have the ability to stay alive. So will these zombies be like Yi Lian, under the condition where they cannot find food? Would they start to kill each other? Maybe in some places, there are already mutated zombies existing like Yi Lian. For survivors, this is no doubt adding another layer of frost to the snow. After strengthening spiritual connection, Ling Mo was able to control Yi Lian much more easily than yesterday, and after a night of studying, he also mastered the technique of controlling Yi Lian. Different from average zombies, Yi Lian not only have instincts, but she also have a strong desire to attack, and she was able to communicate her needs to Ling Mo, plus she has powerful strength. Fully controlling her will only limit her abilities and lead her to resistance. Therefore Ling Mo only maintained spiritual connection between him and her to make sure that he never becomes her target, and did not restrict her freedom. Because of the existing spiritual connection between two sides, even though Yi Lian could move by herself, but she did not leave from Ling Mo's sight and even closely followed him. Fortunately, this is the suburb, population is not very dense, and Ling Mo soon found some wandering zombies at the intersection. As soon as she saw these zombies, Yi Lian could not wait to rush forward, displaying her nimble movements and brisk attack. After being shocked a little, Ling Mo also quickly carried his knife and rushed up. Just 1 minute later, these zombies were taken out, and Yi Lian's eyes became even more agile after devouring the gel. At the same time, Ling Mo also felt his spiritual power strengthened, physical power enhanced. Even though this change is not obvious, but for Ling Mo, it was a gratifying progress. When Yi Lian was fighting, he felt an evident increase of violence. After bringing Yi Lian hunting in the nearby for the morning, they killed at least a dozen zombies that finally satisfied her needs. But something surprised Ling Mo. After eating a dozens of zombie brain gel, Yi Lian started to show signs of fatigue and her mood has also become very unstable. If during this process, Ling Mo and Yi Lian didn't have such a tight spiritual connection, Yi Lian might have run off already. Seeing the situation not going well, Ling Mo quickly found a residential building and brought Yi Lian into one of the uninhabited house. At this point Yi Lian has already become irritated with clenched fists, yet the body seemed to have lost strength, with the whole body completely limped down. Ling Mo carried her to the bed, felt her body burning high with a frightening fever. Is it because of eating too much at once that the virus has become unstable? Just when Ling Mo was worrying about Yi Lian, an instant sense of fury and violence swept through his mind. Everything before him seemed to be covered by a layer of blood. Obviously, when the virus mutated inside Yi Lian's body, it also affected him through spiritual connection. So painful. If I disconnect the spiritual connection now, I can be freed from this disgusting feeling, but Yi Lian, who will be out of control and might attack, Ling Mo can only bite down on his teeth and remain patient. His body felt more and more hot, head full of cold sweat, whole body felt like it's about to explode. Especially that wave of bulging feeling came from the head, it felt like something is about to crawl out. If it wasn't controlling zombie puppets these days enabled Ling Mo to have a strong will, he might have fainted by now. And Yi Lian is gasping for air rapidly, the pale cheeks were taken over by a layer of abnormal reddish, the eerie redness of the eyes become much brighter. In the eyes of Ling Mo, she finally closed her eyes, became silent, and fell on bed. Ling Mo was surprised at first, and then he quickly calmed down. For this particular virus, he would not have any knowledge, let alone a mutated virus. Although worried, there was not much he could do. At least through their spiritual connection Ling Mo could feel Yi Lian's normal body vital sign. But because her body was simmering a kind of forceful power, she could not take it temporarily, so the body started a self-protection mechanism that let her fainted temporarily. While waiting for Yi Lian to wake up, Ling Mo was also enduring physical torment. Until a few hours later, Ling Mo finally felt a sense of heat circulating the whole body. Even though it calmed down, the remaining power seemingly saturated with each cell and refreshed his whole body. Ling Mo shook his fists, felt a surge of power. As for other changes, I guess he would have to see in battles. At this time Yi Lian also slowly opened her eyes, but the moment they were open, Ling Mo was shocked. After this mutation, Yi Lian's eyes restored to normal appearance. To be exact, they turned from that eerie redness to translucent black, not only more profound, but they made her whole appearance look icier. But that kind of dangerous atmosphere is now hidden, for people who did not know her strength would probably think her as a normal surviving girl instead of a mutated zombie. The virus mutation that happened on her body is more like a viral evolution. The evolution that relied on swallowing the same kind. Chapter 6. After the shock, Ling Mo was overjoyed. Since her eyes were able to restore to normal appearance, this means that his guess might likely be a reality. With the evolution of the virus, maybe Yi Lian will gradually restore sanity. However, after her eyes turned normal, Yi Lian's virus evolutionary speed has evidently decreased. After 3 full days, hunting hundreds of zombies only made Yi Lian's power slightly stronger. The mental change mutation expected by Ling Mo did not appear at all. For the good news, Ling Mo experienced some changes himself. As his spiritual power became increasingly stronger, under the premise of semi-controlling Yi Lian, then controlling other zombies at the same time, he actually succeeded after several failures. And the more he practices, the more skilled Ling Mo become at controlling zombie puppets. Not only that, his own fighting ability was also growing, even though he's not as nimble as Yi Lian, but under his rationality, he was able to make much more flexible movements than Yi Lian. Now he has confidence to protect himself in the case when Yi Lian is out of control. But at this time, Ling Mo realized something dumbfounded. His food reserves ran out. Prior by using zombie puppet entirely to battle and collect food necessities, Ling Mo did not have a high energy consumption himself. But as he himself involved in battles, energy consumption increased significantly, which caused him to eat more. This is originally the suburb. During the disaster outbreak, the majority of the food storage had already been looted, and the remaining quantity is extremely limited. After being repeatedly searched by survivors, there are now very little food left. After continuously searching in the little supermarket for 2 hours, Ling Mo finally decided to take Yi Lian to the city center. Comparing to this area mixed with suburb and city, city center has far more supplies. But because of the large population, there should also be an appalling number of zombies. If Yi Lian was not here, Ling Mo had another choice, and that is to evacuate to the countryside or mountain areas. If that's the case, Yi Lian might starve to death. A city full of zombies would be the best place for Yi Lian and Ling Mo to evolve. However, to reach the city center, they still have to make full preparation. Suitable means of transportation, easy to carry food supplies and weapons. There are already food and means of transportation. Ling Mo already prepared a bicycle. But weapon arrangement is giving Ling Mo some headache. Common household knives were always soon notched or blunt, very difficult to use. A suitable knife is clearly necessary. Right, didn't Wang Rin's household make knives? Wang Rin is the girl who lived on the same building as Ling Mo, pretty face, and the few occasional times when he saw her he always wanted to take a few more look at her. But after the disaster outbreak, he never saw that little girl again. Now thinking back, he felt bad. A weak girl like her, even if she did not mutate, and somehow survived, she is probably having a tough life. Early in the morning, Ling Mo sorted out the luggage, brought Yi Lian to walk toward Wang Rin's homemade hand tool shop. Even though Ling Mo deliberately picked a safer road, along the way they still killed dozens zombies and finally arrived at the completely deserted shop. Blood spattered on the glass windows, broken glass door, and pitch-black interior of the store made it all look terrifying. However, at the end of the world, this is the most common sight. In this case, naturally the plan is to make Yi Lian go in first, even though she will attack zombies, but zombies will not attack her first. But the store did not have any zombies. Yi Lian and Ling Mo did not meet any trouble and walked in. The store has a lot of knives, but most are used as collection with no sharp edges. However, Ling Mo had been entrusted by a friend and purchased once at this shop, and knew that the store have open-edged knives. TL, it means sharpened to kill, just did not put it on the shelf. I remembered that the workshop should be in the back. Ling Mo went around and arrived at a security door behind the counter. After twisting the doorknob, he noticed something strange. Usually this kind of door would be pulled open, but when Ling Mo twisted the knob, he realized the door is locked. Did the store staff at that time escaped into the workshop room? If so, then there might be people alive. Maybe Wang Rin is still alive in there. Thinking about it, Ling Mo suddenly became excited. He quickly knocked on the door, and shouted in a low voice, "Is anyone in there?" Bang! After a moment of silence, suddenly came a muffled cry, sounded like something been knocked over. There are actually people in here. Ling Mo was surprised for a little, and then once again firmly knocked on the door, but there is only the bang-dang sound, and the door did not seem to open. Ling Mo's power alone would not be enough to kick the security door open, but with the help of Yi Lian, it wasn't a difficult task. With the sound of a muffled bang, the door was forced to open a gap, but a hand immediately stretched from the inside when Ling Mo did not even completely open the door. Seeing the hand at first glance, Ling Mo's pupil could not help but shrink a bit. At first glance it seems nothing unusual, but faint reddish nails, the crunch sound emitted when clasped the metal security door looks apparently exactly the same as Yi Lian. Is there another mutated zombie inside? Although he had already predicted, but seeing another mutated zombie beside Yi Lian made Ling Mo feel very surprised. And looking at the size of the hand, it should belong to a man. This probably meant that Wang Rin might be gone. The thought of the hand's master might have tear Wang Rin into pieces. In the stomach, Ling Mo felt a surge of anger upwelling. He wielded the knife in his hands. Dang directly slashed down at that hand, as half of a palm hit the floor, blood splattered around, and the security door also completely broke down in the force of the slash. After the fall of the door, an extremely bloody scene appeared in Ling Mo's eyes. Inside the small-sized workshop, whether it is the wall or the floor, it was almost covered with bloodstains, fragments of clothing and scattered human bones. There are also 2 complete corpses, all face down, exposing the empty hole of the back head. The only one alive is a young man knocked to the ground by the door. As soon as he landed, he jumped up in a lightning speed, turned into a shadow and rushed directly toward Ling Mo. This is the first time where Ling Mo is facing an attack from a mutated zombie, super fast speed not allowing one to react. If it was the old Ling Mo, he would have been thrown under and killed. But with enhanced abilities, the current Ling Mo is exceptionally calm. Although the mutated zombie moved very fast, Ling Mo did not have a slow reaction speed either. Almost in an instant, Ling Mo moved when the mutated zombie moved. Backed for a half step, slightly twisted the body to the side, he held the boning knife and slashed forcibly in the direction of the mutated zombie. Poof! A big bottle of blood burst at the moment when the two alternated, and Ling Mo turned 90 degrees at the same time, cut through the zombie's abdomen firmly, then slashed downward forcibly. If it were normal zombies, they would have been directly slashed under Ling Mo's uninterrupted attack, but mutated zombies are really fast. After Ling Mo just turned around, he not only avoided the direct cut, but also unswervingly crashed into Ling Mo, reaching out for his chest. If caught by the powerful hands of mutated zombie, it won't just be skin trauma, and in this angle, Yi Lian could not come over to help either. Court death. Implying he is digging his own grave. In the situation of life and death, Ling Mo's inner surge of fury had been drawn out. He not only did not dodge, but turned wrist and cut down again. He also suddenly swarmed up his knee to directly hit the chin of the mutated zombie, forced his action to become stagnant for a moment. Even if there is only 0.1 seconds of opening, it will bring fatal consequences. It was in this instance when Ling Mo forced the sharp boning knife into the zombie's back neck. Ka! A quiet sound came. The mutated zombie's action suddenly came to a halt, while Ling Mo clenched his teeth to force the knife in a hard twist. Pa! Snapped. With this crispy sound, the sharp boning knife broke directly, and the part that stayed inside the body of mutated zombie completely ended his life. Holding the half-broken knife, Ling Mo now felt his whole power been drained out. He could not help but to breath in gasps. Chapter 7. Chapter 7: The Girl Behind the Window. After watching the mutated zombie fell, Yi Lian immediately jumped over and dug the gel out from his head. Under Yi Lian's present speed, she could take out the gel without getting a single drop of bloodstain on her. And only after she let go of her hand, the big hole behind the mutated zombie's head began to slowly flow out of red and white mixtures. To Ling Mo's surprise, mutated zombies' gel is totally different than average zombies. Average zombies' brain gel are only slightly reddish, but this piece of gel is completely covered in red threads. At first glacé looked like a magnificent rosy red block gem. After giving Yi Lian a command to wait, Ling Mo took the gel from her hand and examined it closely in front of his eyes. Before Ling Mo had speculated that this gel should be a viral infection of the lesions, an existence similar to stones in vivo, but a little softer. Probably because of the presence of the lesions in the brain, people were infected, lost sanity and became zombies. And swallowing lesions will allow the virus in Yi Lian's body to become purer and allow her to be more affected by the virus. This might be a way to attack fire with fire. Putting it under the nose to smell, a very light, but pungent smell immediately jumped in, which made Ling Mo frown and almost shocked to faint. However, this thing that could not be endured by normal people are of supreme delicacy in Yi Lian's eyes. From gel's appearance, which contained much higher virus purity than the average zombie's gel, taking account of the previous situation, Ling Mo decided to wait to find a suitable place to let Yi Lian swallow this gel. Otherwise, even though it's alright if she fainted on the spot, but Ling Mo will lose the ability to react. By that time any ordinary zombies could kill him. After crossing the body of the mutated zombie, Ling Mo frowned and entered into the slaughterhouse-like workshop, and Yi Lian was kept outside to prevent zombies that might be attracted over by the blood. The floor looked like a layer of flesh, it felt very weird when stepped up, and a thick rancid smell is also choking the human brain. The thought that Wang Rin might be part of these flesh and bones made Ling Mo want to drag out the body of that mutated zombie and slay him again. Opened the box, and in there lied several dagger and knife. These knives all exhibit complete coldness after pulling them out. Open-edged knives look very sharp, and the quality is quite good, much better than those bulky choppers, and they are also easy to carry. After carefully tried the handle, Ling Mo selected a short knife to hang to his waist, and picked up a handy dagger. With these two things, he should be able to visit the main city district with much more convenience. Although Yi Lian is strong, but the deeper they head into the main city, the greater the number of zombies to encounter, it would not be feasible to rely on Yi Lian alone. And because of the desire to be with Yi Lian, Ling Mo always had a little subtle idea. He wants to be stronger than Yi Lian, rather than lingering on her, so when the day comes for Yi Lian to regain her senses, he can stand up straight like a man when facing her. After establishing spiritual contact with Yi Lian, this gives Ling Mo a reason to become stronger and advance together with her. But evolving together will not be enough. As a mutated zombie, Yi Lian has a much stronger physical strength, and Ling Mo's advantage lays in his ability in continuously learning and exploring fighting skills. During the day's fighting with Yi Lian, Ling Mo did learn a lot from actual battles. This can be seen from his previous battle with the mutated zombie. But this is not enough. Ling Mo walked out of the workroom, watched Yi Lian's back with intricacy. It is confirmed there exist mutated zombies like Yi Lian, and looking from Yi Lian's amazing growth rate, they will soon encounter stronger beings than the mutated zombies. Especially in the dense urban zombie areas, there are probably a greater number of mutated zombies. Looks like I am not growing fast enough. Let's go. Not able to find any other things in the store, Ling Mo left with Yi Lian. Although to Yi Lian, she is completely under spiritual instruction from Ling Mo, but in Ling Mo's eyes, she is still that pretty girl who likes to be spoiled, and he could not help but to talk to her. But Ling Mo did not know, after they left, in the two-story building across the shop, a pair of thin white hands suddenly opened the heavy curtains, a pair of clear eyes watched Ling Mo and Yi Lian disappeared at the intersection through that thin gap between the curtains. Wang Rin, what's wrong? A man's voice came from the inside, asked in a puzzled tone. The girl whom called Wang Rin immediately put down the curtain. She turned around to see the dusky room. A fine chiseled face without expression looked even more sick under insufficient light. Said, that mutated zombie was killed, the knife was also taken away, that best one. The man who spoke walked out from the shadow, asked surprisingly, impossible. How did they do it? Direct confrontation. Wang Rin's face looked a bit complicated, considering that was originally a family relative. We planned to find the right method to kill him. I did not think that it was possible for someone to confront head-on with mutated zombies. I noticed them since the beginning, a powerless girl, the other one looked a bit familiar, but cannot remember who, looked nothing special either. Then suddenly out of dissatisfaction, Wang Rin gave a grunt. The key is that knife. I had personally designed it, can't believe he took it. If it wasn't for that knife, I would not have specifically run back. Give it up since it's already been taken. After being surprised for a moment, the man said with some frustration. Wang Rin's eyes suddenly flashed with a trace of anger. No way. I spent over 6 months on it, why does it have to be taken by him? We should go together and chase after them right now. Do not bother anymore. You are so timid. Fine, don't let me see him again, or else I won't forgive him. He dared taking my thing, robber. Yes, you are right. Man echoed with headache. then suddenly asked carefully, "The knife is gone, what should we do now?" "We can only go to your cousin's house, right? To also check to see if some of their family members survived. I would love to see that they all died." Wang Rin's face flashed with a touch of disgust, muttered loudly with dissatisfaction. But after a moment of silence, she nodded reluctantly, without options. "That family also mastered grandfather's technique, not bad in making knives, let's go and take a look. If it wasn't for that knives are the only tools I know how to use, I would be too lazy to go." On the other hand, the man earlier grew more and more familiar. "In this tiny place, we will always bump into them, it would not be rare to see them. Forget about it for now, let's prepare early and then head over to your cousin's place." Compared to Wang Rin's unfriendliness, the man is exceptionally excited, and looking at man's response, Wang Rin just gave a grunt. "I really hope that they are all dead. Especially that one, he dared to take my knife. I wish for you early demise and get sent to afterlife." And Ling Mo, who was heading towards a temporary safe house, suddenly felt a sense of numbness from the scalp. A wave of chill abruptly traveled from feet up. He quickly turned around, and all he saw was a few zombies he just killed. What happened? Was it imagination? Ling Mo suspiciously looked around, finally reluctantly shook his head, then turned around, looked at Yi Lian and hurried away. Chapter 8. Chapter 8 Change. The temporary safe house chose by Ling Mo is a small family hotel. The rooms are clean, scent of blood is not too strong, and the location is good most importantly. He deliberately found bottles of disinfection and poured them before the door, so that almost no zombies would notice this place. However, this method could only work in places with smaller number of zombies. If it were in the dense city areas with full of zombies, they will be attracted instead. After eating something, and carefully checked over windows and doors, Ling Mo finally sat in front of Yi Lian, and took out that piece of gel. Don't know if it was exposed in the air far too long. Originally that light pungent smell became even denser. The moment he took it out, it stimulated Yi Lian's eyes to turn red. If Ling Mo and Yi Lian did not already have a strong spiritual connection, she probably would want to resist. But this smell is a torture for Ling Mo. He did not immediately stuff it into Yi Lian's mouth as because he felt that the color of this gel is simply too bizarre. It looked like real blood clots, and appeared to be very fresh. Never thought that virus can be preserved. At this time, Yi Lian now has a strong instinctive desire. Ling Mo no longer continued to stimulate her, but handed the gel to her mouth. Yi Lian's lip was cold. When she opened her mouth to swallow the gel, that warm tongue gently swept Ling Mo's finger, and it made his heart suddenly jump. Watching Yi Lian, whose eyes gradually calmed down, Ling Mo even had the urge to kiss her directly. But just when Ling Mo slowly lifted up her face, emotionless Yi Lian suddenly closed her eyes, her brow slightly wrinkled up even more. This startled Ling Mo. This is his first time seeing this kind of face expression on Yi Lian's face. Although Yi Lian firmly closed her eyes, but because her body exudes a dangerous atmosphere, it allowed Ling Mo to feel a decrease in temperature in his surroundings. At the same time, an alternating hot and cold feeling swept Ling Mo's body. He was covered in trembling, then felt a wave of painful sensation across every pore in the body. His head also felt like it's going to burst. Ah! Could not help but to let out a snort of pain. Ling Mo immediately curled down, and Yi Lian, who was let go, also fell down, paralyzed in bed. Indescribable pain conveyed through Ling Mo's each cell. He felt his body is being torn apart little by little, and recombined together slowly. He was only affected by spiritual connection, and able to make himself extremely painful, not to mention Yi Lian, who bear the pain directly. Ling Mo kneeled on the bed with bloodshot eyes. The body involuntarily trembled, but his eyes were fixated on Yi Lian. If Yi Lian could tolerate it, how could a big man like Ling Mo not take it? After a full half an hour, the pain finally eased down slowly, but Ling Mo felt it was 3 days and 3 nights. Fortunately, there came a sense of freshness, which greatly eased the pain caused by complications. He could feel the subtle changes he accumulated has received a throes of sublimation through the extreme pain, as if the whole person went through rebirth. With strength hidden inside his muscle, as well as unprecedented clear mind, it made Ling Mo very excited. Like mutated zombies, he also received some form of evolution, even though it's not showing from appearance, but Ling Mo felt it completely. Maybe it is his illusion, Ling Mo felt, because he was able to endure the pain with a clear mind, he received a much higher spiritual evolution than the body. Whether there was truly an enhancement to himself, Ling Mo could only find out in his battle. And Yilian stayed unawakened for the whole night, while in a coma, she always frowned slightly, from time to time shake a little. Ling Mo stood by her side, his heart filled with both pity and expectation. How much will Yilian grow after absorbing the gel from mutated zombie? Oh my, I actually fell asleep accidentally. The extreme fatigue on the body allowed Ling Mo to fall asleep after a night of guarding. But the special skills and instinct he developed during the disaster outbreak let Ling Mo woke up after a few minutes. This type of special sleeping skill is probably obtained by all survivors during the disaster outbreak. An almost instinctive sense of strong wariness, it is even maintained during his sleep, and a few minutes of deep sleep is enough to ease frayed nerves. But Ling Mo, as a controller of zombie puppets, due to his needs to maintain spiritual connection with the puppet, rarely falls into deep sleep state. This is the first time. After he nervously opened his eyes, he found something horrible happened. Yilian disappeared. Did Yilian went out of his control in that few minutes? But after calming down, Ling Mo suddenly find things were not so. After evolution, Ling Mo acquired stronger spiritual abilities, from deliberately control to arbitrary control. The improvement was really significant. At that time, although Yilian was not before his eyes, but Ling Mo could clearly feel that he was still connected with her spiritually. Ever since controlled by him, in addition to battles and going out, Yilian almost never act on her own. Why suddenly today? Thought about that, the puzzled Ling Mo quickly converted field of view to Yilian's angle. Fortunately, Yilian is still inside the hotel, but her action is a little strange. If it was during normal days, besides attacking and eating, Yilian would never make much self-awareness movements, but now she was wandering around in the hotel. And from time to time, she would stop at some places and quietly blank out for a while. What is going on? Ling Mo quickly ran out the door, and soon found Yilian in the hallway downstairs. Seeing Yilian at first sight, Ling Mo almost exclaimed aloud. The morning sun shone through the windows while Yilian, who was standing under the sunlight, turned and looked at him. Her face had a trace of vacant look. But it was that little bit of emotion expression that made Ling Mo shaking all over, excited. Yilian! Ling Mo quickly rushed before Yilian, hands grabbed her shoulder, cried thrillingly. Did not expect so soon for her to regain her consciousness. No, something was not right. After shaking Yilian a few times, Ling Mo suddenly felt a bucket of cold water pouring on his head. It's an idiom that means that he got his hopes up, but it was soon shattered. Within Yilian's eyes, he only saw occasional flash of lost, and the usual emotional indifference. Perhaps the viral evolution let loose a little bit of Yilian's detained sanity, but it was still far from reaching the level of recovery. It was also possible that the viral evolution enabled the creation of new senses in the current blank-minded Yilian. Yilian? Agitated, after shouting a few more times, Ling Mo finally accepted the fact that Yilian did not regain full recovery. But at least Yilian was showing a trace of emotional expression, and started to act on her own. Whether this is a precursor to her recovery, or a new viral evolution, this all means that it's still possible to achieve Ling Mo's expectation. Chapter 9. Chapter 9: Encountering Survivors. But when Ling Mo led Yilian to go towards the direction of the main city, he found that Yilian not only showed changes in self-awareness, but more on amplification of instincts. When facing normal zombies, Yilian's attitude became like confronting inferior organisms, and her way of killing also became cleanlier, with her eyes looked like trampling on lowly insects. And her attack speed is a lot faster. If she was simply like cheetah before, then now she is entirely a humanoid cheetah. Although the viral evolution had made Yilian to appear closer to ordinary human, but her behavior is much closer to the real beasts, especially during weaker creatures hunting. Probably to Yilian, normal zombies are all just weak scums. Ling Mo could not help but think, how will Yi Lian act when facing humans? But under his control, preventing Yi Lian's random attack is still completely doable. He rode a bicycle with Yi Lian through the streets. If it wasn't for all the zombies around them, Ling Mo would have enjoyed more of the ride. But not for long. As soon as they stepped into the main city, Ling Mo found that trouble came to the door. To be precisely, he confronted head-on with two survivors surrounded by zombies. The two survivors, one man and one woman, don't look much older. It was not hard to tell from their backpacks that they came out to scavenge for food. And the place they were fighting at was outside the gate of a supermarket. Using the door of the supermarket as cover, those two barely withstood zombies' ferocious attack, but the appearance of more zombies began to incur frequent crisis for them. These zombies all attack rapidly with strong power. The door of the supermarket were soon smashed into pieces. These two had to recede inside, using shelves and counters and other obstacles to slow down the zombies. And Ling Mo looked at them afar, originally wanted to detour to leave, but was attracted by that girl. That girl is holding a long knife, always smiling, and with each occurrence of the crisis, her sudden swift slashes are always able to kill all the zombies that rushed forward. Her speed at moments is even on par with Yi Lian. If not seen with his own eyes, Ling Mo would not even believe that such extraordinary skilled little girl exists among the ordinary people. The key is her smile. Usually, girls in these kinds of situations would be scared to death, or they would at least be ashen and trembling. But from her expression, she seemed to enjoy this very course of fighting, even in the case of obvious disadvantage. No matter how strong she is, facing with more and more zombies, her strength would sooner or later be depleted. Even Ling Mo can see that. Her instant acceleration kind of attack not only posed great challenge to the physical body, but also challenge for the mind's concentration. But even in this situation, she still remained calm. Ling Mo even incurred a hint of doubt at this moment. Does this girl also have some kind of special abilities like myself? As soon as the idea came out, Ling Mo suddenly had a great curiosity toward this girl, but looked at Yi Lian sitting in the back seat. He decided that it's better to mind his own business. It would be no problem if the person is an ordinary survivor. If she really have special ability, she might be able to see through Yi Lian's true identity, then they will be in trouble. Just when he intended to ride to bypass, but a cry came from the supermarket's direction, "Bro, please help out." Hearing the sound of shouting instantly made Ling Mo's head felt a burst of pain. Besides, the sound of bro made Ling Mo annoyed, not to mention the sound of shouting alone is enough to bring greater trouble. Zombies' hearing are much more sensitive than average person. After the boy shouted, several zombies immediately came out from nearby alley or stores. And as soon as they appeared, they instantly noticed Ling Mo and rushed directly towards them. What a troll, ah! Ling Mo cursed loudly in his heart, pulled out knife from the waist and jumped off the bike. Because he was suspicious of the girl's identity, Ling Mo had to let Yi Lian stay behind him, not letting her attack in order to prevent revealing her true identity. But dealing with nearly 10 zombies by himself is really his first time. Just relying on his own attack ability is probably far from sufficient to cope with that many zombies. Fortunately, Ling Mo still had the ability to control puppets, and right now is the perfect time to verify the result. When raising the knife towards the first zombie that rushed forward, Ling Mo's eyes had already turned to the second zombie. In the instant of making eye contact, his tyrannical spiritual power had immediately controlled this zombie by force. While he killed the first zombie, at the same time the second zombie who was controlled to jump on Ling Mo's sword. That was only the beginning. Seeing several zombies rushed forward towards myself, Ling Mo kicked the corpse off his sword as he was shocked, but the mind was never this clear before. He had already tried controlling 2 zombies at once. What about 3 zombies at one time? Controlling 3 zombies at once is a new challenge for Ling Mo, but at that critical moment, he had no time to think. He only allowed this idea to float into his head for one moment and then immediately put to practice. One swift movement of cutting the zombie at the front, at the same time controlling the 2 zombies that followed up. When their movements showed short-term stagnation, Ling Mo's knife at the same time have also promptly cut through their throats. This type of control only affected zombies' actions in a very short time. Even Ling Mo did not expect its extreme effectiveness when applying it into combat. Under the law he concocted, TL, implying he's repeating the method, Ling Mo rushed into the zombie crowd appearing relaxed, and directly killed nearly a dozen of zombies with an incredible fast attack. Almost in the blink of an eye, zombies' corpses surrounded Ling Mo. Spattered with blood, Ling Mo now looked like the killing god, suddenly blindsiding the woman and man in the supermarket. OS asterisk asterisk asterisk. Shauna, did you see that? What did that person do, so cruel? That boy stared directly, could not help but shout shockingly, and he did not realize that a zombie squeezed through the cracks of the counter and reached out to him. Poof! A slash of coldness went before his eyes, then that hand fell beside his feet, and he was covered in cold sweat watching the girl that stood beside him. Shauna eyed him coldly, at the same time she thrusted the long knife into the zombie's belly, then forced it out. How's that my business? We are saved. Come on, let's break out. Even though Shauna reacted indifferently, but the boy is exceptionally excited. After all, it's a turning point. Regardless whether Ling Mo was willing to save them, this boy immediately jumped out of the counter, and Shauna also followed to rush up after frowning her brow. From a distance, watching the two people breaking through towards his direction, Ling Mo knew that temporarily it would not be possible to shake them off. So, instead of watching them attracting over another group of zombies, why not help them get away? Chapter 10. Chapter 10 Misunderstood by the Girl. With Ling Mo's help, those two soon broke through the zombie siege. At this time there already gathered dozens of zombies before the supermarket, so they cannot stay for more than 1 second. Brother, come with me. The boy smiled at Ling Mo gratefully, then turned to run toward an alley. And Ling Mo looked back to the street full of zombies. He had to take Yi Lian and followed them. As for the girl, she walked last calmly, from time to time cut down zombies that followed too tightly. Watching the girl attack from a close distance, Ling Mo did not only care about her super fast attack speed, but also the long knife she is holding. The knife is very sharp and heavy, don't know how her thin arm can swing it so quickly yet relaxingly. Most importantly is her facial expression and eyes when she beheaded zombies. They were too calm to the point it makes people feel a little scared. The boy led Ling Mo and Yi Lian in and out of alleys for more than 10 minutes, then headed into a small building, which finally got rid of the big wave of zombies. When the boy stopped to take a breath, Ling Mo already noticed that this small building has been cleaned up a bit. Most likely, this is their base. Brother, it's all thanks to you. After death-defying fleeing for more than 10 minutes, the boy's face was completely flushed, even his hair was dripping sweat. He tapped Ling Mo lightly on the shoulder, while intermittently said, "Really, thanks." His expression was actually very sincere, so Mo just accepted the appreciation and nodded. You are so good. The boy finally caught up his breath and immediately said admiringly, and your girlfriend too, didn't even blush or change breathing rhythm after running for this long. You can't be a born athlete, right? By the looks of it there aren't really any muscles. Seems to be on the par with our Shauna. Lu Yuhao, why are you so annoying? Shauna, who had been silent, suddenly frowned and interrupted him, and she looked a bit unhappy. Who is your Shauna? Don't be like this, we were classmates after all. Lu Yuhao laughed and said, then he turned to Ling Mo and smiled, today is all thanks to you, how about you come and sit upstairs for a bit? While he said, he patted the backpack behind him, we got beer. Ling Mo looked back at Yi Lian and thought thankfully that her evolution made her appearance no different than ordinary people. Looking at Shauna and Lu Yuhao's reaction, it seemed like they did not see any flaws. However, for Yi Lian's consideration, he felt it would be best to minimize contact with the survivors. Therefore, after considering for a second, Ling Mo decisively shook his head. It's all right, we still have business to attend. Ah? What kind of business? Come, let's sit together. Lu Yuhao was suddenly shocked. From his viewpoint, meeting other survivors at the end of the world is clearly something to be happy about. Even if not surviving together, it would be good to exchange experiences. Not to mention a powerful figure like Ling Mo must have a lot of information that might be beneficial to them. If they can stay, they will no doubt be a huge help to them. As for business, besides trying to survive in the end of the world, what else could there be? Shauna said somewhat impatiently, if they don't want to, don't push them, huh? She stopped her words halfway, suddenly surprised eyeing Ling Mo's hand knife. After a moment of pause, she suddenly extended her hand to Ling Mo's waist in lightning speed, simply not giving people a chance to react. Ling Mo did not expect her to act that way suddenly, but just when her fingers touched the hand of the knife, Ling Mo reacted rapidly. He just slightly turned sideways, and with a subtle angle Shauna's action ended in failure. This made Shauna surprised instead, and Lu Yuhao's mouth also fell open in horror. Shauna, what are you doing? Action's failure made Shauna to look at Ling Mo with a glimmer of change, but her tone turned a little unfriendly. Where did you get this knife? It's not your business. After her sudden act and rough questioning, Ling Mo could not help but to frown slightly and replied bluntly. Although not voluntary, but I at least saved them, there should be a limit of not knowing your manners. Look at Lu Yuhao's careful attitude to her. He knew that she must used to being arrogant with her own superior fighting ability, but Ling Mo was not going to let her have her way. You! Shauna stared at Ling Mo with somewhat angry look, but from time to time her eyes flickered towards the knife, which means that she is obviously concerned about this. After a few seconds of silence, she adjusted her tone slightly, then asked, where did you get this knife, could you tell me? This kind of girl rarely put down her attitude so quickly. It's obvious from Lu Yuhao's surprised reaction to Shauna's sudden change of tone. There was nothing to hide originally. Ling Mo then explained briefly of how he went over to the sword store in search of weapons, only he only altered the story slightly in terms of the mutated zombie, such as that piece of red gel from that zombie. Hearing about the existence of mutated zombies, these two did not look startled, and this also allows Ling Mo to confirm his guess. Sure enough, in the urban areas, there is a good number of mutated zombies. The shop you went to, it's the Wang family's shop, right? Shauna asked suddenly. How did you know? Although the knife is a finished product, but the knife itself and the scabbard are without lettering, how could this girl tell? Then think again. Wang's handmade swords are quite famous in X City, it would not be difficult to guess. Shauna looked at the knife in mixed emotions. In other words, all the people in that store have died. Never mind, it's nothing. Since there's nothing else, can you not stare at my... Since Shauna has been staring intensely at Ling Mo's lower body where that knife was hanging, Ling Mo always had a very strange feeling. He could not help but bite the bullet and said. Shauna is at first surprised for a moment, then chuckled out uncaringly, don't be afraid, your girlfriend did not mind it at all, didn't she? Then, she pointed at Yi Lian who was standing behind Ling Mo, right? Mississippi. I do mind. Ling Mo at the moment did not know what to say. This Shauna looked at most 17 or 18 years old. How could she speak this sharply? But hearing she tried to talk to Yi Lian, Ling Mo quickly said, well, excuse me, she cannot speak. Ah. Such a pretty lady, is actually a mute? I am sorry, please do not mind me, sister. Lu Yuhao first exclaimed loudly, and then quickly smiled with embarrassment. Ling Mo also does not know how to explain, he could only smile wryly and nodded. Something he did not expect it of, Shauna looked deeply at Yi Lian, suddenly grabbed her wrist. If Ling Mo did not immediately stop Yi Lian's impulse attack, probably at this moment, Shauna would have been teared into pieces by Yi Lian. From her expression, clearly Shauna did not realize how much danger she put herself in. Sis, come to our home to rest for a moment, I see that you are probably tired. Her tone implied a hint of sympathy, but after speaking, she looked at Ling Mo much softly. You're good too, come upstairs for a moment, I will treat you to beer. Ling Mo was about to refuse. Shauna is already dragging Yi Lian to walk upstairs, and Lu Yuhao also went behind Ling Mo, pushed his back and urged, come on, we rarely see living people. Chapter 11. Chapter 11 Reward you with a slap in the face. A dozen of men and women turned to look at the door at the same time. A quick scan, all of them are young people who are no more than 20 years old. One of the girls wearing junior high school uniforms excitingly came over as soon as she heard the door opened. "Big sister, you guys are back." You guys brought back 2 other people?" The female junior high student looked across Shauna to Yi Lian and Ling Mo and she casually asked, then she turned the attention to Liu Yuhao's backpack. "How's the loot for today?" "It's alright. Just looted that big supermarket by the South Street. There are still a lot of things I did not take back, but I already hid them. We can go get them once we are out again." Liu Yuhao somewhat smiled proudly, but simply did not mention how they were in the life and death situation. "Nearly died. By the way, I will introduce 2 people to you. This is, sorry brother, I forgot to ask you your name." Liu Yuhao just opened his mouth passionately, and then suddenly stopped embarrassingly. "Ling Mo. This is my girlfriend, Yi Lian." After sighing secretly, Ling Mo introduced himself. "Ah ha ha ha, it's Big Brother Ling." Liu Yuhao shortly resumed his passionate tone, wrapped his arm around Ling Mo's shoulder, pushed him to the middle of the living room. "Everyone pay attention, this is the one who greatly helped us today, so we decided to invite him to eat and drink." This group of young men and women were all either sitting on the sofa in the living room or on the floor, and they did not particularly care about the appearance of Ling Mo and Yi Lian. But right after hearing the words of Liu Yuhao, they all looked surprised to see Ling Mo. One of the men who was lying on the sofa directly sat up straight, looked up and down at Ling Mo suspiciously, said, "How is it possible? There is Shauna. What are the chances for him to help?" "That's right, with big sister Shauna here, how could an outsider help?" Another person also echoed in agreement, and especially emphasized on the word outsiders. Then the middle school girl from before walked over, waved and said, "Anyways, it's just a meal, you guys don't have to be like this. Freeloading is freeloading, no need for excuses. Liu Yuhao, you are too good of a person, we never had any more food to spare originally." The man who questioned earliest gave another grunt and said. Liu Yuhao's expression became embarrassed again. He stole a look from Ling Mo, but realized the criticism did not trigger much reaction from Ling Mo. "Everything I said is true, how could you guys know? Shauna gets carried away whenever she fights, so she forgets to pay attention to the surroundings at all." Liu Yuhao clearly does not know how to cope with this kind of situation, even though he tried hard to explain, but this group of young men and women still have that skeptical expression on their face. At this time Shauna also walked over with Yi Lian, but she did not seem willing to help to explain at all, instead looked at Ling Mo with a trace of quizzical smile, eyes clearly signaled, "Let's see how you handle this situation." Holding a grudge from earlier. She is such a vengeful girl. Obviously, although she put down her attitude before, but she did not forget how she was taken back by Ling Mo's sentence before. But she was obviously wrong. For these who only know to reap profits, and a group of clique moths, Ling Mo does not even have the slightest interest to argue with them. He only sneered and turned to pull Yi Lian's hand, and wanted to leave. "Excuse me, I never had the intention to be a freeloader." "You enjoy your meal." "Yo! He's cocky too." Shauna and Liu Yuhao were all stunned, and the young man who just opened his mouth also showed off a sudden ugly expression because he felt that Ling Mo's reaction putted him in an embarrassing position, so he cynically said, "This kind of man even brings a woman, can you even feed her? You are lucky that you will be given food, how dare you to act almighty? This is really unbearable. It was going to be okay for you of acting all creepy for the thought of me being a freeloader and be afraid that their food supply will become less. I was ready to leave but they still tried to embarrass me. You really think that I am made of tofu?" Ling Mo's pupil suddenly shrunk, almost in the blink of an eye he dashed before the young man, and in this process, Shauna was the first one to realize Ling Mo's attempt. But the moment when she reached out to block, Ling Mo has already swept past her, although her speed is fast, but her neural response is far behind of this seemingly ordinary man. At the same time when she reached out her hand to grab him from the back, Ling Mo seemed to have seen through her actions, avoided her with the high-speed movements, not only went past her, but also appeared in front of the young man without stagnation. The young man only felt a flash of blackness before his eyes, then felt his collar grabbed by someone, with both feet off the ground. You mother F. Pa. A sonorous slap in the face stunned all people at the scene. This is called rewarding you with a slap. If you dare to speak another sentence that offends me, I will reward you more. Ling Mo's cold eyes made the young man whose face became instantly swollen afraid to cry out. Humiliation, resentment, and even too afraid to struggle. In Ling Mo's eyes, he can clearly feel undisguised coldness, and with Ling Mo's skill, he knew Ling Mo was not bluffing. Shauna! The young man shouted with a stutter, although he held his face sullenly, not trying to show off his fear to Ling Mo, but the panic in his eyes have already betrayed him. Ling Mo's ruthless move surprised everyone, including Shauna. But when heard the youth cry out, although her eyes flashed a hint of disgust, but still stepped forward and spoke, Ling Mo, let go of him. Apologize. But Ling Mo said coldly. Shauna frowned, you have already hit. Two different things, apologize. Why should I? As soon as the young man opened his mouth, there comes a sound of pa, his face suffered another slap. Shauna looked at Ling Mo sophistically, then turned to look at the young man whose both cheeks are swollen, said, Luxian, apologize, it's your fault that your mouth stinks. He expected Shauna to stand up for him, but did not expect to provoke another slap in the face. The whole house people are now looking at him, each of their looks are like needles stinging on his body. Luxian's face showed as if he swallowed a fly and his heart was also full of anger. I stood up because I wanted everyone to eat a little more. How dare you say my mouth stinks, and no one stood up for me seeing me take the beating. But under Ling Mo's watch, Luxian could only swallow these sentences back to his stomach. Through his teeth he squeezed out 3 words, I am sorry. As soon as the word came out his mouth, he felt his face burning, almost like been slapped by Ling Mo consecutively 10 times. Ling Mo let out a disdained grunt, threw Luxian on the ground, then grabbed Yi Lian to walk towards outside without hesitation. Wait! Lu Yuhao finally reacted, quickly caught up, took out 2 tins of beer and a few packs of chocolate from the backpack and stuffed them into Ling Mo's hands. His face was full of regret. I am sorry, really sorry. What kind of people are those? Just depend on you and Shauna to find food? Even though Lu Yuhao tricked him once, but Ling Mo held no grudge towards him, and could not help but asked. All classmates. We all came from the same boarding school. Lu Yuhao reluctantly shook his head, that Luxian, he came from a very wealthy family, usually very arrogant, don't mind him. Besides, even if we let them to go out to find food, it will just give us trouble. You saw it, Shauna is the most powerful one among us. Originally I also hoped that you could join us. I don't keep people that leech, no excess energy. Ling Mo directly interrupted Lu Yuhao's words. I see. Anyways, thank you for today. Lu Yuhao did not finish his sentence, and Shauna followed over. She looked at Ling Mo deeply, then turned to look at Yi Lian sympathetically, eventually spoke in a low voice, it will be dark soon, come and spend the night. Even if you can hold it, big sister cannot take it. Don't mind that Luxian, he would not dare to offend you again. Shauna spoke sincerely, but Ling Mo really does not intend to stay with this group of people. No, I can always find a place in the city. Don't go. Just when Ling Mo turned around, he felt someone dragged his sleeve. He turned back, and it's Shauna. Seeing Ling Mo casting a questionable look, Shauna actually showed a hint of tweaking expression, until Ling Mo seemed to have become somewhat impatient. Then she finally spoke with a lot of determination. I see that you are very powerful, and not scared of zombies. I would like to ask for your help. Chapter 12. Chapter 12 Trade. Oh. I refuse. Ling Mo decisively shook his head. Saving them was originally out of frustration, not to mention of experiencing some unpleasantness a moment ago. Right now, he just wanted to leave quickly with Yi Lian, or else it would be impossible to leave when it gets dark. How could you be like this? I didn't say anything yet. Shauna bit her lip depressingly, clutched to Ling Mo's shirt and did not seem to want to let go at all. Although her face appeared stubborn, but observing closely, Ling Mo realized that she actually has a baby face that looked much younger than her actual age. Before, he only noticed her ice-cold side when cutting zombies, and he was completely unaware that she is actually a cute little girl. Maybe it's because she had to bear the responsibility of taking care of these many people, or because she experienced too much battle. Shauna gives off a much more mature feeling than her appearance. Hey, do not stare at me. Noting Ling Mo's eyes had been locked to her face, Shauna suddenly raised her eyebrows and threw off his arm. We are all survivors, and you do have some tricks at your sleeves. Why aren't you willing to help? If really so powerful, why do you still need my help? Hearing Shauna's tone, she is obviously reluctant to admit that she is not better than Ling Mo, Ling Mo thought. Let's put it this way, if it's related to those leechers, I will not help. Ling Mo really does not have much feeling toward those who sit and reap the profits, and ever since Shauna and the boy came back, these people never even cared about their safety. Instead, they only cared about their own profits and how to exclude outsiders. Slapping Liu Xian's face to a certain extent was also a hit to these worms' faces indirectly. But that is, after all, Shauna and Liu Yuhao's own choice, so Ling Mo did not intend to say anymore. But to ask him to do something related to these people, it would be impossible. But after listening to his words, Shauna actually showed a hint of enigmatic smile. Does this mean you are willing to help as long as it's not related to them? That's good, because this business really has nothing to do with them. I did not say that. I just heard that Liu Yuhao told you. We are students from the 3rd high school from X City. You know about this school, right? I know. Prestigious boarding school, right? In X City, the 3rd high school is very famous, but for Ling Mo, whose grades was only mediocre, he had only heard about the school but he had never actually been there. Rather, Yilian graduated from 3rd high school the year before, and she was admitted to X City University. But he would have never guessed that the retarded Liu Xian, who appeared to be asking for punches, is actually part of the 3rd city high school. At this time, Liu Yuhao added promptly that Liu Xian was admitted through money. You are so annoying. Shauna glared at him, then continued, when we escaped from there, some of the students were left at school. We were going to pick them up after settling down, but when we went back there once, it was impossible to go near. You only need to help me to enter the school, how about it? To be honest, Ling Mo does not have this self-sacrificing spirit, and will not force his own standards onto others. He looked at Shauna somewhat meaningfully, suddenly extended his hand. What about payment? What? You did not think that I am a free labor, right? Ling Mo rightly asked. Liu Yuhao's eyes suddenly jumped, instantly asked witlessly, who told me that after the outbreak of the disaster, everyone will help to benefit each other? Big brother Ling, I suddenly feel that the world is very dark. It also depends on what kind of disaster. Do you still think there is still order and morality? Ling Mo gave a cold grunt, said. Indeed, there are full of zombies out there. The living ones hide like mice, surviving in between the cracks. The order of the entire world has completely collapsed. A week ago, maybe they still counted on being saved, but now they have completely understood that in this situation, besides saving ourselves, there is no other option. During the disaster outbreak, everyone may become zombies in an instant, and no one could even explain exactly through which channel did the virus spread. But in such a large massive outbreak and how it swept across the world in a single day, the virus was probably spread through air. And when these mutated zombies encounter living people, they will only immediately tear and swallow them, not giving them a chance to mutate at all. Shauna looks stunned for a while as she stares at Ling, then a hint of smile suddenly surfaced. That's reasonable, but didn't you already got your payment? Shauna's hand pointed at Ling Mo's waist knife. This is made by my relative. You and Wang Rin are relative? Ling Mo was shocked. The world is a bit too small. But this actually explained why this little girl have such sharp long knife. This tool is already out of the scope of the common control in the capital. It can completely be called a lethal weapon that's illegal to carry. But when Ling Mo looked to her long knife, he found that the lettering on the handle is slightly different. The letters inscribed is not the name of Wang. Probably saw Ling Mo's doubts, Shauna touched the exposed knife handle using her backhand, coldly grunted and said, "You don't have to look anymore, I made this myself. By the way, the one you have is made by Wang Rin." Wang Rin? This really stunned Ling Mo. He did not expect that Wang Rin, who appeared so weak and sick, can actually create handmade swords, and crafted it so well. But then he thought, Wang's shop is a family business, it would not be strange for her to inherit the craftsman's skill. However, at this young age, and with such good craftsman skill, but to be killed at such early age without leaving behind a complete corpse. Ling Mo could not help but to clench the handle, and his expression had also become somewhat gloomy in an instant. Shauna did not notice the subtle changes in Ling Mo's eyes, but continued to speak, "Even though she did not make it as good as me, but this knife still worth quite a bit? You are considered to have received an advance payment, so shall we start? If you are worried about the safety of the big sister, TL, referring to Yi Lian, she can wait for us here, my classmates will take care of her." "No thanks." Ling Mo directly interrupted Shauna's seemingly light-hearted proposal. "No kidding, Yi Lian is actually a mutated zombie, once out of his control, probably all they will see later is a pile of bones and meat scraps when they come back. Although you are quite annoying as a person, but you are good at this aspect. Even though Big Sister cannot talk, and seems quiet introverted, but she is beautiful, you should continue to cherish her." Shauna raised her eyebrows, suddenly patted Ling Mo's shoulders, looked seriously and said, "Actually, little sister, you really misunderstood." But knowing that Shauna and Wang Rin are relatives, Ling Mo's heart also loosened up about not wanting to help her out. In a place like densely populated school campus, there are naturally more zombies. The people who stayed in there most likely had the odds against them. Although Shauna may have thought about this result already, she still did not give up. Should we really say that she is persistent, or just stupid? Only to the door. Ling Mo carefully considered for a moment. It would be no problem to break through until the front door. In case if there are any unforeseen circumstances, he still has Yi Lian besides him. Great. Big brother Ling, it's rare to see that you are willing to stay and help. We must drink tonight. Ha ha ha. Liu Hao secretly gave Shauna a thumb up, then put his arm around Ling Mo's shoulders, and laughed. "Since it's a trade, then I will not say thank you." Shauna smiled slightly, and then pulled Yi Lian. Looks like she took a liking to this beautiful sister who cannot speak at all and carries no expression. Chapter 13. Chapter 13. A dragger should behave like a dragger. In terms of the situation where Ling Mo and Yi Lian were staying, with Lu Xian as the previous example, other people did not dare to complain again. But from how most people are deliberately avoiding eye contacts, Ling Mo could see that they were really afraid of him. Even though Shauna is strong, but she never acted against Ling Mo. Maybe they finally realized at the moment when Ling Mo grabbed Lu Xian, it would be better to stay put in front of him. And just like the effect Ling Mo wanted to achieve, although his only slapped on Lu Xian's face, but in reality the rest of the disgruntled people also felt that burning pain on their face. As for Lu Xian, as soon as he heard that Ling Mo was actually staying, he immediately fled into the room, afraid to show his face again. Ling Mo did not think he overreacted. This is actually a world without order. Since he has the strength, then he will not allow others to insult him. Everyone remember those teachers and students who stayed back at the school? Liu Hao arranged Ling Mo to sit on the sofa, then excitingly said to those people, "Big brother Ling already agreed to help Shauna and I to find them." Everyone all froze for a moment, instantly looked at Ling Mo with mixed feelings. The female junior high school student from before hesitantly spoke, "There are a lot of zombies over there." The implication, obviously, is that the success rate of this operation is extremely low. And in other people's eyes, you could see skepticism. "I have already told you guys before, I must go back to find them. If it wasn't for them, you guys would have already be turned into leftovers inside Zombie's stomach." Compared to Liu Hao, Shauna is not only more direct, but also blunt. If it wasn't for that she looked like a clingy little sister because of how she was holding Yi Lian's hand, she really behaved like a boss. But at this time, a man in glasses who sat on the left of Ling Mo suddenly spoke. If so, then let's all go together. Shauna is right, they are probably still alive and waiting for us to pick them up. It would be too selfish for us to just walk away like this. How about it, can you take us? As soon as his voice fell, everyone's face became somewhat unpleasant, but strangely no one objected. No way. Not waiting for Shauna and Lu Yuhao to speak, Ling Mo said promptly. The man in glasses did not seem to be angry when his proposal was rejected. He only turned to Ling Mo and asked, why? You all do not have the ability to fight, and we will be too big of a target if the whole group goes. Getting blackmailed and extorted by Shauna is alright after all, but being a babysitter for these group of people, Ling Mo was not nice enough to do something like that. Although the man in glasses worded everything nicely, but Ling Mo felt that they wanted to follow them just because of their lack of sense of security, and it can be seen from their reaction. The third high school is quite far from here, it would be no problem if all those people were killed. But if there are survivors, then it would take a few days for Shauna and the boy to come back. After all, going through those crowded zombie areas is not a simple matter. Of course, these people do not have any pressure, they just need to play their role as a good liability. But there is not enough food to eat. The man who previously echoed an agreement with Lu Xian suddenly opened his mouth and bitterly said, and it is equivalent to confirming Ling Mo's previous speculation. That's right, we never thought to meet Big Brother Ling today, so we did not prepare enough food for him in advance. Lu Yuhao patted his own head, then turned to look at Ling Mo pleadingly. Well, you do not have to take care of their life and death, you just need to help us in times of crisis, would it be alright then? Shauna thought for a little, suddenly said to Ling Mo. As soon as she said, everyone's face became somewhat subtle. They probably all knew about their own position, but it was probably the first time been clearly pointed out in the public, which is inevitable embarrassing. In fact, it's because they know that they are a burden, so they would be dissatisfied with Ling Mo's appearance. Regardless if Ling Mo is the same as them in terms of being a burden, or with some ability, for these people who likes to form cliquey, Ling Mo and Yilian are all foreign invaders. As for Shauna and Lu Yuhao, the two are like hosts in these people's eyes. They might take full advantage of those two and make sure they are the only benefactor. But leeches should consciously behave like leeches. Once the host makes a statement, they could only endure even if they are dissatisfied in their hearts. Since Shauna already said it, no one else said anything and Ling Mo just nodded in agreement. Okay. Great, Shauna, you don't have to worry, just give us weapons and we will try to protect ourselves. Glasses Man showed a hint of smile of joy and said. But from the other people's completed expression, that would probably not be the case. Everyone then discussed the details for another moment, and then Lu Yuhao took out the food from the backpack, ate a simple meal while sitting together with the group. The food they looted from the city could barely fill people's hunger, rather, Ling Mo's food in his backpack were a lot better regardless of it being in terms of taste or calories. It's pretty normal. There are a lot of more zombies in the urban area and a lot more survivors, so all kinds of supermarket probably have been through several rummages. But Ling Mo does not intend to take it out and share. Big sister, you will not eat? Shauna handed Yilian half a pack of instant noodles, but found Yilian completely unresponsive. Big sister, are you in a bad mood? Although Shauna did not seem to notice, but Lu Yuhao felt a sense of coldness from Yilian's eyes, he could not help but to ask tentatively. No, she just does not interact much with strangers. Ling Mo suddenly felt a headache because of all sorts of things that could go wrong if this conversation continues, so they quickly interrupted their questioning. Big sister, let's sleep together tonight. Shauna suddenly proposed. Ling Mo, you sleep together with Lu Yuhao. Boys live there, and we girls lives on the opposite. She pointed to the opposite direction as she said. Even though Ling Mo wanted to refuse, but when his eyes swept through Shauna and several other girls, he could not help but nodded for some mysterious reason. Alright. It's not far anyways, Yilian won't be out of control. Ever since his mental strength increased, there is a significant growth in terms of distance. Ha! Ling Mo's quick response surprised Shauna, but this changed her views about Ling Mo slightly. After the outbreak of the disaster, all recreational activities are basically gone. After dinner, although the sky just became dark, everyone all returned to their rooms silently to rest. Shauna also took Yilian and went to the opposite room with several other girls. While Ling Mo maintains the spiritual contact with Yilian, he would be sleeping alone on a single bed under Liu Yuhao's arrangement. This is like special treatment. After all, he will help Shauna and these people towards the third high school, and with his fighting ability, even though he chooses to help selectively, it would have special significance to Shauna and her people. But no one expected that when Ling Mo slept on the single bed and closed his eyes to rest, his perspective had already switched over to Yilian's body. Leaving Yilian be with you guys alone, I cannot but help to worry, must pay attention. TL, pervert alert. Ling Mo said secretly in his heart. Chapter 14. Chapter 14. The Shameful Game Inside Girls' Dormitory. Ever since encountering the zombie Yilian, Ling Mo was constantly undergoing a process of pain and happiness. The body that once existed only in fantasies could now be touched at any time and become naked by his hands again and again, although it was only for the purpose of changing cloth. Seeing Yilian's emotionless eyes, he could only push down the strong desire to push her down onto a bed. But this compassion will only appear before Yilian. So when Shauna brought Yilian down in the corner of a mattress, she did not know at all that at this time, a strange smile emerged on Ling Mo's face in the opposite room. Big sis, just sleep with me. There is no way to add another bed for now. Shauna frowned her eyebrows, glanced the surrounding and said apologetically. This girl who acts so arrogantly is surprisingly gentle towards Yilian, which makes Ling Mo could not help but sigh in the heart. If she knew about Yilian's true identity, who knows what kind of face she will make. As a zombie, it's not like Yilian does not need to rest, but unlike the average people who need longer time to sleep. After being affected by the virus and turning into a zombie, in the case where the body is controlled completely by instincts, these zombies instead understand how to make efficient use of their own body energy. Those zombies who wandered on the streets seemingly to have lazy movements, but once they spot a prey, they will instantly burst out tyrannical power and speed, and immediately transformed into horrifying monsters. With no feeling of pain or thought to retreat, then coupled with flexible movements, once these zombies start to attack, they will not stop until the target disappears. However, in the absence of a prey, their movement will immediately slow down to minimize physical activities. Compared to the amount of sleep needed by average people, zombies only needed this level of rest. But in front of Shauna and these girls, I cannot let Yilian act strangely, so Ling Mo commanded Yilian to nod her head, then just laid down on the side of the mattress against the wall. Big sis, are you not going to undress? Shauna asked questionably, and then extended her hand to take off Yilian's jacket. You will catch a cold if you sleep with clothes on. Come on, I will help you. What do you want to do, little sister? Ling Mo's eyebrow hopped and he shouted in his mind. He agreed to let Yilian to sleep with Shauna, only wanted to experience the pleasure of sleeping among the flowers, TL, implying beautiful girls, but I did not intend to play this shameful game. But since you offered, you cannot blame me. After controlling Yilian to sit up, Ling Mo, using Yilian's slender and pale hand suddenly grabbed Shauna's collar, and pulled her towards Yilian. Shauna was stunned for a moment. With Yilian's power and speed, coupled with no defense, she did not even have the time to react and was already dragged before Yilian. With Yilian's finger flexibly picked open the first button of the neckline, a touch of white skin immediately appeared. Ah! Shauna called out in a low voice, but did not push away Yilian, apparently totally stunned. Right now the distance between her and Yilian is less than 10 centimeters. The air ejected by her breathing could even blow up Yilian's hair. But she did not notice that Yilian's respiratory rate is surprisingly low, almost imperceptible to people. But when Yilian untied the third buttons and can even get a glimpse of a corner of the small rabbit, implying the two things on the chest, Shauna finally came back to her senses. Big sis, you are pretty bad. Shana Pucci laughed out, directly pushed Jillian down on the mattress, and twisted together with her. I will help you to undress, ha ha ha. The rest of the girls also looked over with a smile, and even that female junior high student from earlier joined in. And Ling Mo, who's currently lying down by himself, is having a twitched eye. A place like girls' dormitory is really shameful. After being naughty for a whole 10 minutes, Shana, who was stripped to only in underwear, finally got into bed and laid down beside Zilian, who was also stripped with only underwear. Ever since the beginning where the female junior high student joined, the rest of the girls also rushed over. The Yilian, who has a pretty face but does not speak a word, stimulated great interest among these young girls. For a few times Ling Mo felt that Yilian's chest was attacked. Wow, so big. Ah, big sis, what is the size of your cup? Such skinny waist, slippery skin. From the moment where the girls touched Yilian, the Yilian controlled by Ling Mo was in a completely abandoned state. After all, this is a group of undressed girls around him. Things like constantly creating a physical contact were never experienced or even imagined by Ling Mo. Most importantly, even though the one they attacked was Yilian, but Ling Mo was the one who suffered. Until the moment where Shana got into bed, Ling Mo suddenly woke up. Big sis, your body feels cold. Shana touched Yilian with her warm foot, rolled over to Yilian and whispered, let's return the favor. Ling Mo let Yilian's hand to touch Shana, but the moment she tried to act, her elbow hit Shana's chest. Ha, let's stop playing. Suddenly attacked by the chest, Shana is not angry, just laughed in a low voice. Never thought that big sis is actually quite cheerful. It would be much better if you could smile more, you are so beautiful, and laughing will make you look very good. But that Ling does not look good enough for you. I thought in the beginning that he forced you. Give me a break, little sister, big brother here has a bottom line. Ling Mo secretly rolled his eyes, and manipulated Yilian to shook her head. Ha, I know, that I saw that your body is clean, and heard how he talk about you, then I knew that he is not that kind of scum. Shana leaned toward Yiliana a little more, almost sticking with Yilian's body. Go to sleep, we still have to go to the 3rd high school tomorrow. Anyways, thank you guys in advance. This girl has totally 2 different personalities in front of Ling Mo and Yilian. Probably because of performing too much physical activities during the day. After she finished speaking, she soon let out long even breathing and seemed to have already fallen asleep. And Ling Mo actually looked through Yilian's perspective and stared at her for a moment. After falling asleep, not only the arrogance disappeared from Shana's face, but it also revealed a little softness. Letting such small girl in charge of this many people's hope for survival, it really makes life difficult for her. Ordinary people responsible for their own survival already has tremendous pressure, and imagine what kind of extremely heavy burdens is there on Shana's not so strong shoulders. Although she entirely made it herself. After touching Shana's cheek, Ling Mo, who was lying on the single bed, quickly fell asleep after taking a long deep breath. Like Shana said, there is still tomorrow. In order to ensure adequate strength, it's better to have a good rest. Chapter 15. Chapter 15, The True Intention. Early next morning, this little building, which appears ordinary from the outside, immediately began to get busy. Liu Hao averaged the food stocks in terms of head count, distributed to the hands of everyone. Even Ling Mo and Yi Lian were no exception. Of course, for Ling Mo, who has a full backpack of food, nearly 2 bottles of mineral water and a few packs of snacks to him were simply useless, which were even more useless to Yi Lian, who was completely not interested in ordinary people's food. But when other people took over this meager amount of food, and then saw Ling Mo's uncaring expression, they all looked a little uncomfortable. Lu Xian, whose cheeks were still swollen, even complained in a low voice to people around him, "He doesn't even care about us, and took our things." "Shut up, you want to get another beating?" The man in glasses said something back, frowning. "It's all because you guys are too pussy to fight back with me." Lu Xian's face immediately flushed. After cursing in a low voice, he suddenly shut his mouth. Even though Ling Mo did not even look at him directly, but when Lu Xian sees Ling Mo walked in, he still took control of that piece of foul mouth and stopped speaking. "What kind of weapons do you guys have?" Ling Mo did not even care about people like Lu Xian. He walked directly up to Lu Yuhao and asked. Lu Yuhao is currently trying to rummage in several large backpacks. Hearing Ling Mo, he looked up and pulled out a kitchen knife embarrassingly. This is like the best. In fact, with ordinary people's arm strength, using the kitchen knife to cut off zombies' head in one shot is extremely difficult. To cause fatal injuries and to prevent zombie movements would probably not be easy at all. And for close-ranged fights, even if you hold the weapon in your hands, willpower and neural response would be another great challenge for ordinary people. If it wasn't for the help of zombie puppets, it would even be hard for Ling Mo to advance relying on battles. But that's still better than nothing. Kitchen knives are overall much better than bare hands. It's better to give one to each person. A single zombie is only slightly stronger than an average person. With a little courage, everyone should have some ability to resist. After all, zombies win in quantity. Ling Mo said with a somewhat carefree tone. A normal person encountered by a single zombie does have the strength to fight back. Because of this, Ling Mo looked down on this room, which is filled by leechers that all have hands and legs, who are healthy, energetic, yet chose to rely on a little girl. It's simple for you to say. Even though someone muttered in dissatisfaction, but everyone still suddenly went around Lu Yuhao to pick up weapons. From Ling Mo's attitude, he won't give them a hand even if they are in danger, and if Shana and Lu Yuhao have no time to attend to them, guess they will have no choice but to die on the spot. Soon, food and weapons were distributed, and Shana came back carrying the long knife covered in blood. She went out early, cleaned up those wandering zombies nearby and at least cleared the road. Let's go. We must arrive at the third high school before afternoon. Shana stood by the door, her arrogant face showing a hint of firmness. When Shana spoke, these people all looked at each other, and followed Lu Yuhao closely to downstairs. Ling Mo and Yi Lian walked at the rear. As soon as the door is opened, two lying zombie corpses at outside immediately appear before the eyes. A few girls instantly screamed out. Shut up! You will lead the zombies to here, Shana said while frowning. Those girls immediately covered their mouth, although the other boys did not make a sound, but they also don't look good. And Ling Mo, who saw this, secretly shook his head, being leechers for too long, and they are now even worse than those ordinary survivors. Up to this time, most likely not many survivors would still scream at the sight of corpses. The third high school is this way. We have to go through 3 residential areas and 2 main streets, as well as a hospital. There are going to be a lot of zombies. You only need to help me out when I can't deal with all of them. Shana turned and said to Ling Mo. Ling Mo nodded casually, grabbed Yi Lian's hand without attracting attention. There are a lot of factors that caused Ling Mo to agree with Shana's request. While worried and admired the girl at the same time, Ling Mo also wanted to do something for Wang Rin. After all, the knife she made is very useful. But Wang Rin is dead, he could only help her relative. On the other hand, this is also an opportunity for Ling Mo, not only able to take a look at the situation in the city, but also to hone his zombie puppet controlling ability, to enhance the experience of fighting. In fact, while coordinating with Yi Lian during normal days, along with trying out to control several zombies at the same time, Ling Mo vividly noticed that his zombie puppet controlling technique was becoming more and more skilled, but he always felt a barrier in between him and his puppets. This should be the situation of reaching a bottleneck in the common sense. Who knows that after breaking through this bottleneck layer, what kind of state will be achieved? The faster of increasing the strength, the quicker I could help Yi Lian to evolve, probably also enabled her to regain her consciousness soon. Ever since swallowing the gel from mutated zombies, and emerged a tiny sign of consciousness, Yi Lian became no longer interested in the ordinary zombies' gel, and the effect is not great as well after ingestion. This means that he must take Yi Lian to find even more mutated zombies. According to the 2 previous experiences of encountering zombies, as well as his own analysis, Ling Mo felt that mutated zombies are most likely to occur in places that are relatively enclosed, but also with at least a certain size of crowd. And in hospitals or schools, especially in a boarding school, it's highly likely to have mutated zombies. The moment when he agreed to Shauna's request, Ling Mo had decided that as soon as they reached the school gate, he would move separately from Shauna and her people. They are going to rescue, and he would be taking Yi Lian to find mutated zombies in campus. Going with a large group of leechers, Shauna and others did not move at a fast speed. But looking at Shauna killing zombies with such a relaxed expression, these people also alleviated a lot of fear. And although Lu Yuhao's fighting ability is not as good as Shauna, he was able to coordinate with Shauna's movements. Whenever Shauna pushed back several zombies, he would always find a gap and perform some surprise attacks to get rid of one or two, then immediately retreating to behind Shauna after succeeding. On the other hand, other people did not even dare to attack with weapons at hand. After passing the first residential building with partial success, the first victim finally appeared. While passing a shop, a hand suddenly reached from a collapsed shelf and got a hold of one of the boy. This boy only had the chance to utter a scream, then with the sound bang, he was directly dragged among the shelves. When Ling Mo, who was the closest to him, kicked away the shelves, the boy was already bitten at the throat by a 7 or 8-year-old little zombie, eyes wide open and blood pouring out from the mouth making a cuckoo sound, unable to speak. In just one short second, his neck was torn a big hole and even the trachea was dragged out. And the little zombie looked up with a mouthful of blood. Through the dirty hair, that pair of red eyes stared at Ling Mo as if looking at a dead person, then he suddenly jumped over. Dealing with single zombies is easy for Ling Mo, especially after he knew how to use the zombie puppet ability to deliver instant effects. In the instant of meeting the eyes of the little zombie, Ling Mo has already turned it into his puppet. Even when the little shit jumped toward him, it was actually under Ling Mo's control. As the little zombie was about to reach Ling Mo's body, the person behind started screaming out of fear as Ling Mo just calmly swung the knife in his hand with an emotionless expression. Poof! A surge of blood flows to the wall when Ling Mo swung, and the little zombie was bisected in the air and fell to his feet. It's dead, Ling Mo briefly said. He did not take one more look at the zombie's corpse, then went over to check the boy among a pool of blood. All at once, the group of people fell silent. After a few seconds, a girl suddenly cried out, but in fear of the zombies, she immediately covered her mouth when she made the sound, swallowed her scream, then made weird choking sounds. The rest of the other girls also looked terrified at that body, which was still twitching slightly, eyes almost all red. The boys were not much better either. Chapter 16. Chapter 16 Hero Saving the Beauty. Damn this plot. Shauna walked in front of the body with a depressed expression, eyes flashed a hint of sadness. But soon she looked away, turned and whispered, "Let's go." But one of the girl looked at Shauna hesitantly, but ultimately did not say anything. This unexpected event immediately changed the atmosphere to become a little heavy, but it also made these people to become even more nervous and careful. They realized that, even though they have Shauna and Lu Yuhao to open the road in front and Ling Mo guarding the rear, no one can guarantee that a situation like that won't happen again. After all, their purpose is to reach the destination, not sweeping mines. Besides the zombies that rush up voluntarily, Shauna and those people will not deliberately pay attention and to search the surrounding shops. The way of how Shauna treated the dead teammate enabled Ling Mo to grasp a further understanding of her personality. She is indeed raising leechers and she can also be stupidly stubborn sometimes, but she did not lose her decisiveness. This is probably the reason of how she could survive even with a big group of borers who could only extend their hands for food and drinks. Wang Chang, it's all your fault to suggest that we follow them. Otherwise, how could people die? Lu Xian turned back to look at Ling Mo, but he couldn't help but show a hint of disgust seeing how calm Ling Mo is. But since he already learned a lesson from earlier and got thoroughly embarrassed, he could only walk beside the man in glasses and fiercely curse it in a whisper. Wang Cheng pushed his glasses and replied in a low voice, "How could you guys survive without Shauna and Lu Yuhao? And you have already seen that Ling Mo is looking down at us. What if he moves Shauna with his words to abandon us? Most importantly, if those people did not die, can Shauna and Lu Yuhao feed these many people?" This. Lu Xian looked surprised at Wang Chang, then frowned to ask, then what's the use of us following them? If it was before, why would I need to act so carefully around that chick, not to mention that low-class Ling Mo? He dared to hit me. Behind the lenses, Wang Chang's eyes flashed a hint of coldness. He interrupted Lu Xian's curse. Why to tag along? Don't you think the disappearance of more people is better for us? Treat Shauna with care, now she is your food supply. If I were you, I will hide that little trick of yours. You didn't get her to be your girlfriend before, and it's impossible to get her now too. For that Ling Mo, if I were you, I will forget about what happened. He is not someone you can mess around with. Lu Xian was stunned for a moment. When he raised his head to look at Wang Chang, he even felt chill down his spine. Who knew that Wang Chang, who appeared to be nice and gentle, is actually having such insidious ideas? However, in the moment when he was surprised, Wang Chang already held up his kitchen knife and followed behind Shauna's back, acting like he is going to fight with them. But the recovered Lu Xian has already gritted his teeth and cursed F***K. If this had not happened, Shauna would have been so obedient if I had just randomly gifted her something. As for that low-class guy, he would not even have the privilege to lick my shoes. Dramatic role changes before and after the end of the world all created the imbalance in Lu Xian's heart. Humiliated by Ling Mo, looked down by Wang Chang, Lu Xian's eyes even became bloodshot. But what is the use of feeling imbalanced? Like Wang Chang said, he could not even touch Shauna's clothes. And Ling Mo could abuse him any time. F********. F*******. After cursing 3 times all at once, Lu Xian felt that his inner sense of frustrations reduced a little. However, he is right. Took a look around at the surrounding classmates. Lu Xian started to plan secretly at his heart, who can be sacrificed. During the next part of the journey, people became more alert because of the victims, and went through without a single casualty. The occasionally zombies that appeared were all taken care by Ling Mo, not even needing any help from Yi Lian. But not for long, the group arrived near a hospital. Shauna did not need to remind these people, and they knew it will be very dangerous around here. Here originally belonged to the most popular part of the street, and in a place where it's highly populated like hospital and medical staff, just imagining the number of zombies that may appear is enough to make people's legs shiver. Some people were already thinking about backing off, but all lost this thought after Shauna's firm stares. Sure enough, the moment where they turned to the corner on the street, the scene that appeared before everyone's eyes make people's scalp tingling, body shivering. Countless discarded or crashed cars piled densely on the street, and within these wreckages, there were at least hundreds of zombies wandering around unconsciously. At the nearest distance inside a high-end sports car, a man's twisted half-face was glued to the front windows, then the other half of the body snatched out by the zombies from the cracks. He disappeared without a trace, with only blood spattered across half of the car. How to get past? The group is already becoming pale, even Wang Chang's head was covered in sweat. He quietly leaned toward Shauna. Instead of timidly hiding behind the whole group, the closer to Shauna the safer zone, although it could be a little frightening. However, in this case, even Shauna felt troubled. On the contrary, Ling Mo still looked calm, even though there were a lot of zombies on the road, but it's not impossible to get past. Shauna's concerns was all due to these draggers after all. I will think of a way to distract their attention. Ling Mo, you take them. Shauna clenched the knife handle tightly and spoke decisively. I will attract the attention of these zombies. Ling Mo suddenly spoke, surprised everyone, even Shauna looked unbelievable. You? She does not doubt that Ling Mo will not be capable, but just felt that Ling Mo voluntarily suggested to help them out, is hard to be accepted by everyone. Pass this district with force will be even more dangerous. You guys first find a place to hide. As soon as the zombies started to gather in my direction, you will pass immediately. It's actually not hard to attract zombies' attention, but the person who is acting as the bait will be in grave danger, unless there is a time bomb. Even if he had this kind of equipment, how could one explosion hold the zombies' attention for long? And Ling Mo for sure does not have these kinds of firepower, but he has a much safer, smarter method. Are you sure you will be alright? Shauna asked hesitantly. Let me do it. Just go. Ling Mo smiled and said. On the other hand, Liu Hao looked at Ling Mo admiringly. He patted his shoulder. Big bro Ling, you are the man. I thank you on behalf of everyone. You easily accepted my proposal to let me take the risk. Ling Mo secretly rolled his eyes. He is not doing it for these people, but he just could not watch a girl take it all on herself. Anybody could see that, if Shauna really went over, there will be a slim chance for her to survive. On the other hand, he does not want to stay behind to babysit these people. After all, Ling Mo is just a normal man, even if he has a selfish side, but within his capabilities, it's inevitably for him to emerge a hint of a hero saving the beauty complex. What's more is that it's not only about helping Shauna, but also to return the flavor. After following behind them all this time, Ling Mo did not waste any strength to get here, so it's time to act. But, I am really destined to be a poor guy, never learned to stay still, to be a dragger without feeling guilty. Even when forced by reality and had to bow down his head in many situations, but the heart still insisted on some silly bottom line that cannot be given up. Such as this stupid hero saving the beauty complex. Fortunately this time, he is not digging his own graves. After all, he is confident. Wang Chang and the rest of people's eyes lit up. The moment when they were going to mouth some appreciative words out of formality, they immediately heard Shauna gritting her teeth and saying, "Then we will go hide first." "Alright, I can only give you guys 5 minutes. Ling Mo waved and said. After 5 minutes, the place he was at will be full of zombies. Chapter 17. My girlfriend is a zombie. Chapter 17. Chapter 17, 7 wooden sticks as waving gay tricks. Do it! Do it! Do it! Do it! The fact that Yi Lian also was staying, although made Shauna doubtful, but one has to say that when they were evacuating, the calmness expression on Ling Mo's face still stunned Shauna's heart very much. As for other people's thoughts, they were all different. But after all, the fact that Ling Mo was risking his life to help voluntarily still touched a lot of people. A few people were even feeling guilty, and regretted to have fought Ling Mo as an outcast. But the Ling Mo who was stayed while others ran, he never had those thoughts. To him, whatever others think about him, especially these useless people's thoughts about him, they can totally be ignored. The most important thing is to do what he wanted to do, with no regret. And of course the important thing is this a life-threatening situation for Ling Mo? The answer is of course a no. Ling Mo would not do something such as jumping off the cliff when there's a tiger down there. No matter how much that hero complex develops, he will not go die in vain impulsively. Until Shauna and her people all disappeared, Ling Mo finally touched his nose, and moved into a mobile shop next door like a normal day of shopping. When he just arrived here, a few zombies inside rushed out upon hearing movements, but they were soon cut down, with the corpses lying across in front of the door. Ling Mo kept Yi Lian outside, and he crossed over the bodies and stepped inside. Since the outbreak until now, all public facilities have lost their functions, and communication is no exception. But Ling Mo is not looking for a normal cell phones, but a powerful, portable audio phone. Fortunately, this mobile shop is not a franchise brand, it sells a wide range of brands of cell phones. Ling Mo found a couple of fully charged cell phones through the messy counter, then walked out with satisfaction. Now he acquired audio equipment. If he just throws these onto the ground, some zombies will be attracted over, but it will not be enough to attract the entire street of zombies. And by doing so, it will be dangerous for himself. Imagine, as soon as the sound explodes, zombies from all around will be gathering over. Yi Lian will be fine when standing among the zombie crowd, but where can I run to? Moreover, since I have already taken the initiative for the task, then I must do my best, otherwise it would be a waste for the ability I have. Indeed, for an average person, a task like this probably has a failure rate of over 90%, but for Ling Mo, it is quite easy. At first he carefully walked toward the street, used his zombie puppet controlling ability and controlled 3 zombies. However, since he did not know where Shauna and those people were hidden, Ling Mo specifically chose a dead corner to prevent Shauna and the others from seeing his power in action, and then he commanded those 3 zombies to walk to his side. Come on, one for each person. Ling Mo smiled strangely, and distributed the cell phones to these zombies. He specially selected strong young zombies, so they will be able to move faster later on. After he took a look at the situation on the street, Ling Mo then controlled these zombies to hold the cell phones and go back onto the street. And he and Yi Lian went hidden at that dead corner, calculating the distance between himself and the zombie puppets. Controlling 3 zombies all at once, presumably the distance will reduce, but after evolution, Ling Mo's spiritual force has been quite different. 30 meters. 50 meters. 100 meters. 150, 300. Frowning, with a pale face, Ling Mo wiped cold sweat from his forehead. The limit is 300 meters, and it's in a state of almost out of control, but it is enough. Ling Mo then turned his look towards the hospital not far away and immediately planned something in his mind. The linear distance between him and the hospital is at most 100 meters. Start. Ling Mo controlled the 2 zombies trying to walk as far as possible to the other end of the street, and only stopped when his head was about to burst. The moment when one of the zombies pressed down the playing button, Ling Mo felt he almost fainted. In the knockoff cell phones these days, there must be a song with a volume loud enough and a voice light enough. After pressing the play button, there was a brief gap, then immediately a deafening sound burst out. 7 wooden sticks is waving gay tricks. Do it! Do it! Do it! Do it! With the music sounds, this zombie immediately dashed like an arrow straight to the hospital door. The zombies that were wandering on the street almost immediately turned attention to these walking speakers, and soon their throats let out meaningless roaring sound, rushed up. As Ling Mo have predicted, there were way too many zombies on the street. The zombie puppet did not even go through half of the road, it was already knocked down and the music quickly disappeared. But it doesn't matter, Ling Mo has already given up the control on this zombie, and the moment when the music disappeared, the second cell phone rang immediately. The same music, same movements, but attracted even more zombies from a distance, and also brought those distant zombies over. And now at about 100 meters before Ling Mo, the road became almost packed with full of zombies. When the third cell phone rings, the direction of the sound did not came from among these zombies, but at the hospital door. While controlling those 2 zombies, Ling Mo has already controlled the third zombie to walk in front of the hospital door, and pressed down the play button when the second cell phone was destroyed. A big wave of zombies rushed to the hospital. This sight of spectacular scenes made Ling Mo, who was observing through the perspective of the third zombie, shivered for a moment. These zombies are not like the ones in the movie, they are fast and fierce, and it gives off a very shocking and stunning feeling when the wave rushed over. But as soon as the zombie crowd moved, Ling Mo immediately controlled the third zombie to run to the hospital. And there was a large number of zombies inside the hospital, even though the third zombie was jumping right and left under Ling Mo's control, but was finally completely stopped at the outpatient hall. Living people would hardly have the experience of being chased by hundreds of people, and would not know the feeling when countless hands stretched towards themselves, let alone the feeling of watching himself being ripped off. But in order to delay as much as possible, Ling Mo must endure this kind of feeling inside that zombie's consciousness. Zombies feel no pain, this is really fortunate in the midst of sadness. And through the process, the cell phone was nearly knocked down to the ground for countless times, but Ling Mo at this time fully mobilized his spiritual power, relying on constantly changing the manipulating target, and really dragged it out for several full minutes. A few minutes are very short, but when among hundreds of zombies, a few minutes is enough to rip apart hundreds of people in an instant. For Ling Mo, this is a great challenge for both the mental strength and the reaction speed. As for Shauna and those people, they are immediately shocked as soon as the music went on. This is like digging his own grave. Shauna gritted her teeth, feeling extremely angry. She carried the long knife and dashed out from the temporary little house, and the others had no time to stop her at all. But when she saw the scene on the street from a distance, she was immediately shocked. The scene where hundreds of zombies running towards one direction, besides seeing it at the start of the outbreak of the disaster, was rarely encountered. And it is impossible to think it was caused by human. For a time, Shauna is feeling both surprised and happy, but at the same also feeling worried. But this is not the time to feel worried. Backhanded slashed a few zombies behind the back that was attracted by the sound. Shauna immediately ran upstairs. It's good, let's go. This fast? We can really pass? Shut up, he put his life on the line to clear out the roads for us, let's hurry up. It's not that there are no more zombies on the road, but instead there are some zombies attracted over that was hidden in the dark. So the street is not entirely safe, but it's just much easier to get past. As soon as Shauna and these group of people rushed onto the street, they did not see Ling Mo and they only paid attention to the fact that most zombies ran into the hospital. Did Ling Mo and Yi Lian went into the hospital? Isn't that suicidal? Shauna became very anxious, stomping on her foot, but she cannot just leave the people behind her on their own. While being stressed out, she saw Ling Mo, who was covered in sweat, ran out with the emotionless Yi Lian. Quick! Hurry! I'm at my limit. As soon as Ling Mo finished his sentence, then heard a big sound from the hospital. Numerous glass debris fell through the second floor with dozens of zombies at the same time. At the same time, the hospital door was completely crushed. A few zombies immediately noticed Shauna and began charging right at them. Go! Shauna also did not have time to ask. In this situation, even if she did not shout, these people will run for their lives. Once pinned down, they will fell into the death situation surrounded by hundreds of zombies. Chapter 18. Chapter 18: Life and Death Battle inside the revolving door. If they were in a complex terrain environment, it would not be difficult to lose nearly 20 zombies, but for this area, in addition to the wide street, there are only high-rise buildings on the sides. In the situation where one is not familiar with the routes, you might die faster if you rush carelessly into the alleys. And it is also not realistic to run with these group of zombies. Ling Mo, Yi Lian and Shauna all have very good physical abilities, but Liu Yuhao already began taking deep breaths, and others had the look that they were going to fall at any time. If it wasn't a life or death situation, they might have already burned out. Most importantly, more and more zombies were following over, and getting closer as well. After all, during the escape, a lot of zombies had already appeared in the front. As soon as they delayed a little bit, their distance would be pulled up close. If this continued, then it won't be for long until they get sandwiched in between. This way. Use the covers to kill them. Ling Mo saw it was impossible to get rid of them, so he turned to look around, and pointed to a commercial building and said. Seemed like he pointed randomly, but in fact in this neighborhood, that commercial building is indeed the most appropriate cover place. Only one revolving door, and the door is still relatively narrow. Even if there are other entrances, it would not matter, because they only needed to get rid of these zombies and then they could leave immediately. After saying that, Ling Mo took Yi Lian and rushed directly toward that building, and Shauna also quickly waved, ran over with the rest of the group. As soon as everyone squeezed through the revolving door, the zombies had already rushed to the front. Distorted faces, pairs of emotionless and bloodthirsty red eyes, as well as a very strong blood odor. Even on the other side of the revolving door, when facing that many zombies up close, it was still scary enough for the group to cringe. These zombies were way too fast, resulting in Ling Mo and the rest of the people immediately turning against them when they just entered the revolving door. But the angle advantage manufactured by the Carmen-style door did give them a much easier time. At least they don't have to deal with 20 zombies at one time. Each time only a maximum of 3 and 4 can squeeze in, and they were easily killed by Ling Mo, Shauna, and Liu Yuhao immediately after. They extended their head. In this situation it would be a lot faster if Yi Lian attacked, after all she uses her hand directly to kill, which is much faster than Ling Mo and the rest of them who have to swing weapons. But Ling Mo is probably the only one who is used to her kind of bloody killing methods. If it was seen by Shauna and these people, who knows what kind of reaction will they have? But just as Ling Mo and these people were guarding the door and fighting intensely, they did not notice that behind front counter of the commercial building, two zombies in business skirts and high heels suddenly jumped out. Their previous identities might be white-collars workers in this high-end commercial building, but now has only become zombies who only knew how to predate on others. But stepping on 10 centimeters high heels, even zombies cannot run too fast and stay quiet, thus getting immediately discovered by someone. Ah! With a scream, the closest girl was directly pushed down by the zombie. She screamed like crazy, but could not struggle away under that female zombie. And at the moment when she was pushed down, this zombie has already bit down on her carotid artery. Waves of blood immediately splattered out, and at this time the other female zombie was already on her way to push down the next scared boy. But his reaction was much faster than that girl. He backed off right away, but just as he took 2 steps back, he bumped into the glasses man Wang Chang. Acted out of instinct, Wang Chang just pushed him out into the zombies. But at that chaotic moment, no one noticed this detail. Help! Ah! This boy had been panicking at the start. After being pushed, he immediately lost his balance. While being pressed down by the female zombie, he was still issuing screaming noises. But the next second, his voice was blocked at throat. Right now is the best opportunity to fight back, but everyone was all stunned by the bloody scene in front of them. Classmates bitten by the throat, chest, and abdomen torn apart and screams issued while still alive, all greatly challenging their nerves. But zombies would not give up on attacking potential prey just because there was food in front of them. After killing these 2 students, they immediately pounced on the nearest survivors. And one of the female zombies began targeting another female student that was not far away from Yi Lian. At this time, the zombies outside the revolving door are attacking fiercely. Despite hearing the screams behind the back, no one can extend a hand to help out. If just relax a little, the main entrance will be immediately broken. At that time they will be sandwiched in between, more people will die. This female student had been completely scared to death. She could not even move her finger. Her head was of course completely blank. Just as she was about to be ripped apart by the throat in that instant, Yi Lian, who had never fought, suddenly flashed right next to her, grabbed the fruit knife from that student's hand, and in the instant when the female zombie rushed forward, Yi Lian acted like a lightning bolt. A chill flashed through, and the fruit knife went directly into the female zombie's neck from the side. With a twist of the wrist, blood suddenly surged out and directly sprayed over the face of the female student. Scarlet warm blood finally awakened the consciousness of the female student. She frantically screamed, her legs gave a shiver, a surge of hot fluid flew down the legs. But Yi Lian simply did not look at her anymore, and did not care about the female zombie's situations, then directly rushed toward the back of another female zombie. That female zombie just pressed down a male student on the floor, just opened her foul mouth, and a knife tip went through her back head and went out through the mouth. From the moment those female zombies appeared until they were all killed by Yi Lian, it all happened within 1 minute. In 1 short minute, 2 students died. And that male student is also scared to the point where his eyes went out of focus and he could not even stand up or push the female zombie's corpse off of his body. And Yi Lian, who attacked in a rapid speed, was immediately surrounded by these group of people. These people who were just scared half to death does not have the extra thoughts to think, why a beauty like her who does not appear any special have such brutal killing skills? In short, she was the protection umbrella. In fact, Ling Mo, who was still killing zombies before the revolving door, is the one who controlled Yi Lian to act. And in order to keep the identity a secret, he especially made her to use a weapon. However, while the remaining survivors were trembling in fear, Ling Mo, through Yi Lian's vision, discovered that among this group of people, 2 people were missing. They must have run upstairs due to fear. But rushing to escape is entirely stupid. Without the protection, they will just die faster. There are zombies in the lobby, how could there not be less zombies upstairs? Sure enough, after a while, several more screams passed down from upstairs, which caused the group to shiver again. After a few minutes of mad killing, the zombies that were outside of the revolving door were finally cleared out. Shana and Liu Yuhao were sweating profusely, especially Shana, who attacked with her life. The arm that was holding the knife was even shaking slightly. Although Ling Mo was slightly having an easier time, his face does not look good. He felt some pain at his temples, which is caused by spending too much on spiritual energy. Turning back to look at this bloody scene, Shana's expression became complicated, some pain and some remorse. And Ling Mo, who noticed that expression, walked over and patted on her shoulder, and then he said in a low voice, "It's not your fault. If you went to protect them, the situation probably would have a worse than now." Shana whispered back, then smiled faintly at Yi Lian, "Thank you." Even if she did not see how Yi Lian attacked, but Yi Lian's fighting ability to kill 2 zombies far exceeded her expectations. Chapter 19. Chapter 19. You shouldn't open doors indiscriminately. One close combat, 4 people died. Such tragic reality caused endless horror to the people at present. The ones that survived all regretted their decisions. If they stayed back, even if they were going to starve to death, it would be much better than the current situation. Likely to die at any time, and to die slowly in a safe environment are 2 completely different concepts. One of the boy angrily turned his head toward Glasses Man Wang Chang, grabbed him by the collar with his shivering hand. "It's all you. All your fault. I will kill you." As he said, he suddenly clenched tightly the knife in his hand, and is rushing to stab toward Wang Chang. Under the psychological effect of fear and resentment, this boy's eyes were reddening, his face full of murderous attempt, and there wasn't the slightest hesitation in his action. Obviously, he was scared to death. A person in this state is extremely dangerous and can do almost anything under the impulse. Dang! Although this scene came suddenly, but Shana still reacted at the first moment, wrist flipped, directly used the long knife to triumph the knife in boy's hand. Liu Yuhao was also completely shocked, finally gained his attention with the hearing of the metal clashing. He rushed up and grabbed that boy, then immediately hit him with a punch. "Are you crazy?" At this time, Wang Chang was already pale, whole body trembled involuntarily. After finally breathed evenly, Wang Chang looked at that boy with extremely pernicious eyes. The boy who was overthrown was also stunned. He finally stood up after a while, looked extremely out of his mind. After this impulse, he immediately went into the state of chaotic mind. It's no wonder average people suddenly experience the feeling of death up close, will inevitably show off a short state of psychological breakdown. But people's capacity is actually quite strong. After the breakdown, facing the reality that must be accepted, this kind of people will still return back to normal quickly. Ling Mo, who has been watching with cold eyes, right now have noticed Wang Chang's eyes, and his heart could not help but to jump a little. This kind of eyes appeared in a seemingly modest student body. It could not help but to give people spine chills. Well, let's get out of here. In such a short time, 5 students have been sacrificed. Shana just wasn't in a good mood, and now seeing them fighting among group, her tone suddenly becomes cold. Wang Chang suddenly woke up, looked at Shana a little nervously, and then revealed a hint of faint smile. "Let's go." Had just been almost killed, and be able to smile in the blink of an eye. This person's deep heart is not proportional to the age, Ling Mo secretly said in his heart, turned to grab Yi Lian and left quickly with Shana and the rest from this commercial building. Temporarily leaving this densely zombie-populated area, the rest of the route is relative much safer. They even found a supermarket to rest for a bit, searching some food on the way. If possible, it's best to find some food to reserve for dinner. Judging by the look, the supermarket within the city limits has gone through several lootings already. Normally, the most common weapons like knives, as well as the most important products food have all been looted. Even though there are some left behind, they are often lying beneath the collapsed shelves, or covered in disgusting blood, sometimes among the bones. But the surviving situations in the end of the world is originally cruel. It's already lucky enough to find food, therefore right after they entered the supermarket, these survivors immediately started searching. Ling Mo saw Shana guarding the door, heart relaxed, then took Yi Lian to walk around in this fairly large-scale supermarket. But even if you can find it, this group of people still cannot just set up fire and cook. After the increase of spiritual energy, Ling Mo felt that his own acuity has also gotten a lot higher. For example, under the same condition of vision, using the same observing technique, he was able to notice a lot of details that he would have missed before. To be more exact, even though he still does not care about these little details, but he could immediately remember these details as soon as they enter into his vision. This is why Ling Mo noticed Wang Cheng's eyes. Originally he did not really pay attention to this seemingly ordinary survivor, and only casually glanced at him before. And at this time, while casually walking around the supermarket and did not find anything, Ling Mo vividly felt that something is wrong here. As if he has been secretly observed by someone. But looking around, how can there be anyone else? Ling Mo frowned, carefully observed the environment inside the supermarket. While entering the supermarket, Shana and Luyu had already scouted once and all the zombies had been taken care of. Logically there should be no one else here besides them. But there are just way too many shelves. Ling Mo has limited vision, it is difficult to get a real look at all aspects of the supermarket. But just as he brought Yi Lian and walked to one of the shelves, suddenly the whole body went stiff for a bit, then immediately exposed a glimmer of ecstasy. From Yi Lian's instincts, there emerged a trace of strong desire of hostility. This means that within this supermarket, there must be a mutated zombie. But why feel it just now? Ling Mo's heart suddenly swarmed with a strong bad feeling. Ah! Help ah! Sure enough, a miserable howl of cry rang immediately, and Ling Mo at this time rushed toward the direction of the sound with Yi Lian. Of course he was not going there to save the people, but to see the mutated zombie. After passing through several successive rows of shelves, an extremely bloody scene suddenly appeared before Ling Mo's eyes. In front of a half-opened warehouse door, an arm snapped, intestines pulled out, but still twitching with eyes wide open survivor, and a guy that is madly running toward Ling Mo. It was Lu Xian. Help! Help! No matter how much he resented Ling Mo during usual times, but at this moment, the terrified Lu Xian still rushed toward Ling Mo to look for help. Though Ling Mo contracted his pupil, did not take another look at Lu Xian, then directly outflanked past him while controlling Yi Lian. It slapped with his large hands that is like palm tree, then Lu Xian screamed, who was sent flying by the slap at least a few meters away. OS******. A large living person is directly slapped away right in front of his eyes. For Ling Mo it is still quite shocking. But such fast actions and tyrannical power, no wonder he could disarticulate the living in the blink of an eye. The situation is very clear at a glance. It's obvious that Lu Xian and that survivor who was on the verge of death carelessly opened the closed warehouse door, result in releasing the mutated zombie that was trapped inside. Opening the door indiscriminately in the end of the world, you are simply seeking death. Chapter 20. Chapter 20 pierced that thin layer of film. But this is not the time to account for responsibilities, let alone that Ling Mo would like to thank these two idiots. These 2 days, Yi Lian has already been hungry and thirsty, and Ling Mo happened to reach the bottleneck. Maybe after Yi Lian evolves, he will also break through this level and become even stronger. Therefore this terrifying zombie in the eyes of Ling Mo is not only not scary, but very friendly. But while the eyes are shining with light, Ling Mo vividly felt that this mutated zombie seems to be a little different than the ones he encountered before, seems to have a much stronger power. It doesn't matter if it's stronger, the key is to get rid of it as soon as possible. Lu Xian's screams simply rang through the entire supermarket. Soon Shana and Lu Yuhao will rush over, and thought by the time he killed the mutated zombie, it will not be possible to pull out the gel from the brain in front of everyone. Wouldn't it be all for nothing? And the mutated zombies saw the sudden appearance of Ling Mo and Yi Lian, also did not hesitate and rushed up. But what let Ling Mo's heart been stunned is that the attacking target is not him, but Yi Lian. Sure enough, compared to average zombies, mutated zombies target primarily their own kind, rather than ordinary people. How dare you attack Yi Lian, you are looking for your own death. Looking at the mutated zombie rushing directly toward Yi Lian, Ling Mo simply emerged in strong fury. He simply reduced the limit on Yi Lian to minimum and allowed Yi Lian to have freedom to act. And he on the other hand pulled out a short knife, walking sideways near the mutated zombie. As soon as he has been liberated, the terrifying atmosphere from Yi Lian's body immediately surged. That pair of black eyes are full of undisguised fury and vigor. Affected by the connection spiritually, Ling Mo also felt the blood flow in his whole body speed up, with only that mutated zombie in his eye. Compared to the tyrannical power of this mutant, Yi Lian is lacking slightly in terms of power, but she wins in her compact, lightweight body and agility over small-scale maneuvers, and also has a slightly faster attacking speed than this mutated zombie. But the environment here is not very favorable. It is by the wall, and the other side is a shelf. This big fat mutated zombie only needed to wave one hand to cover almost completely the attack range that included Yi Lian and Ling Mo. This made Ling Mo, who carries a short knife, almost impossible to implement close combat options. For a while, even though Yi Lian is not in danger, but also does not have the upper hand, there is almost a faint trend where she's on the downside. This is because of the impact of Ling Mo's spiritual connection that made Yi Lian's attacking pattern not deathly like the mutated zombie, and mutated zombies are completely ruled by instincts. As long as he have a breath in, it will be impossible for him to stop attacking, and will never have the thought of defense exist. Although his body has already been cut on several places, he was not affected at all. After all, it's all thanks to this body of fat. One knife down will not even hurt the bones. And at this time he can already hear the sound of Shauna and the rest of them rushing over. Must speed up. Under the emergency circumstances, Ling Mo's heart also broke out a wave of vicious energy. He gave up the strategy of attacking on the side, but directly rushed to the front of the mutated zombie. As a result, even if the mutated zombie totally does not care of him, but have to attack him. But just as that mutated zombie's terrifying big hand is grabbing toward him, at the same time Ling Mo's eyes has become calm in an instant. At this instant, at this life and death moment, Ling Mo relied on the willpower he had cultivated during this time, abruptly restrained his inner fear, and focused his full attention over the mutated zombie's spiritual light ball. OM. An extremely uncomfortable feeling immediately swarmed Ling Mo's heart. His chest has become extremely uneasy, as if been stuffed with a mouthful of blood, while his head is also receiving wave of faint feelings. Controlling two mutated zombies at once is naturally a brand new challenge, because mutated zombies are completely differently than average zombies. They have much stronger instincts. To control them will also compromise Ling Mo's own spirit. Especially it is during the process of attacking two mutated zombies. It's either I die or you die. With the surge of vicious energy, Ling Mo really did hold up. Within this short period of milliseconds, Ling Mo felt as if a day has passed. Even though, after feeling that he has completely controlled the body of mutated zombies, Ling Mo still wanted to laugh out loud. He did not expect that under this kind of situation, he would succeed. The growth of the spiritual strength really did allow the rapid growth of his own physical strength. But excitement is just excitement. Just as the mutated zombie been controlled, Yi Lian, who was already circled behind his back, already removing the gel inside his brain with lightning speed. With this monster-like corpse crashing down, Ling Mo has already took the gel from Yi Lian's hand, excitedly putting it inside his arms. As soon as the fighting is over, Ling Mo suddenly felt an empty head. A trace of warm fluid immediately flew out from his nose. At this time, Shauna and Lu Yuhao, who just rushed, just saw the scene of the body fell down. Ling Mo's nose is bursting with blood. Are you all right? Shauna anxiously asked, and Lu Yuhao was watching this scene looking shocked. It's all right. Nosebleed, this kind of small thing is nothing. Able to successfully control two zombies, this result to Ling Mo is a breakthrough. He could clearly feel that even though his own fighting ability did not evolve at the same time, but spiritual strength has broke through that thin layer of film. Not relying on Yi Lian to evolve, but obtained by using his own hard work and risking his own life. How could this achievement not make Ling Mo happy? Seeing Ling Mo is really without any serious injuries, Shauna turned her eyes to the two people on the ground. That person who was directly been disjointed is naturally dead, but unexpectedly Liu Xian was fortunate enough. He had a huge and terrifying slash wound on the back, but did not damage the internal organs. And when Liu Yuhao turned him over, he is actually conscious. Ah! Liu Xian uttered a sound of pain, but not many people are paying attention to him. No mind was paid of that scary-looking zombie corpse on the ground, or the guy who was still choking. All is much more worthy paying attention to. Only Liu Yuhao quickly pulled out bandages and hemostatic agent, started to treat Liu Xian's wound, but while he was uttering painful noises, Liu Xian's pair of resentful eyes all secretly locked on Ling Mo. Why? Why not save him? Ling Mo could have more than saved him at that moment. Liu Xian's heart is filled with deep-seated hatred, but this mutated zombie's death however clearly tells Liu Xian that no matter how much hate he has, he does not dare to provoke Ling Mo. He is dying. Shauna walked beside the fellow who was mutilated, whispered. But he is still choking, breathing. Even that pair of darkened eyes revealed a hint of praying look. Even at this time, no one is willing to die like this. It's not difficult to tell from his look that he still wanted to live, still does not want to die. Even in such a painful situation. But with the sudden flash of the blade across the eyes, that trace of light quickly dimmed down. Within the widened eyes still have the afterimage of the shadow where Shauna swung the knife. Ah! One of the girl immediately covered her mouth and screamed, and Ling Mo showed a hint of an approving look. Chapter 21. Chapter 21 Time Bomb. Faced with the crowd's doubts, Shauna with sad eyes slowly withdrew the long knife. She whispered, "The longer we linger, the more we suffer." It's not difficult to be determined, but to act with toughness is not something an ordinary person can do. This is obviously a mutated zombie, you can actually get rid of it so quickly. Shauna then turned her looks to Ling Mo, said with a complicated expression. Ling Mo twitched his mouth, spoke as he wiped his nosebleed, "Don't look at me like that, I am also wounded." Is he okay? Shauna looked deeply at Ling Mo, then walked toward Liu Yuhao and Liu Xian and asked. At this time Liu Yuhao is coming close to the end of the treatment. From his skilled movements it is not difficult to see that he is skillful at his job. But from another perspective, he is simply a versatile nanny. Seeing that Ling Mo also come near, Liu Xian bit his mouth, lowering his head to not let Ling Mo seeing the vicious look in his eyes. The blood has been stopped, although saying the words Liu Xian's face obviously does not look ideal, it's just that it's not easy to speak some words directly right before Liu Xian. Shauna, come over for a bit. After Liu Yuhao packed up first aid items, and helped Liu Xian to the wall to sit down, they walked to Shauna and whispered. And Ling Mo who was at the side also heard it clearly, not for him to speak. Shauna pulled him, "You come too." Although the movement is small, it is the equivalent of approving Ling Mo's dominant position in this small community, and recognizing his strength. Most likely, from the moment she sees the corpse of the mutated zombie, this little girl also attained a thorough understanding of Ling Mo. Liu Yuhao brought them around to a rear shelf, then whispered in a lower voice, "Most likely Liu Xian will not make it." "I know." Shauna bit her lips and answered. And Ling Mo raised his eyebrow, unconsciously looked at Yi Lian that is beside him. The virus is contagious. The outbreak before may be caused by large-scale airborne transmission, but since the outbreak, there were no mutating survivors. But this is not difficult to understand as viruses can evolve. This point is reflected most vividly from Yi Lian's changes. The current virus is most likely to be transmitted through the blood. And very few people could drag their injured body to escape after a zombie attack, therefore there were almost no zombies produced. Even if there are, no one will know. So right now Liu Yuhao and the rest of them are facing a dilemma. Will Liu Xian mutate? Should we put him down now, or decide after a period of observation? If it were the limbs that were injured, it is still possible to get back the life after amputating it, but the wound is in the back. That mutated zombie's hand were also covered with blood plasma. There are probably viruses inside the nails. It is too late to deal with it. Of course, according to Ling Mo, it would be much easier to just cut it off. They still have to rush the third high school, they don't have any spare energy to take care of a wounded. They still need to expend energy to guard him. This is not only a nuisance, but also a time bomb. But this will have to be decided by Shana and Liu Yuhao, but Ling Mo is already planning in his heart secretly, if they decided to keep Liu Xian, he himself will definitely not continuing the trip with them. The place right now is not very far from the third high school, he will probably reach the destination much faster with Yi Lian, and by the time they can search for more mutated zombies to enable a faster process to allow Yi Lian regain her sanity. After all, even though he established some friendship with Shana and Liu Yuhao, but it's not deep enough to affect his judgment. Even his act of coming forward before was also in the case where Ling Mo is absolutely sure. Probably seeing Ling Mo's eyes not appearing friendly, Liu Yuhao lowered his lips softly, tentatively asking, if we take him. Don't be stupid, how could we take him? Don't you see that no one is willing to come close to him? Even though Shana is a girl, but she does have enough decisiveness, she bitterly smiled and said. Indeed, a moment before Liu Xian was constantly whining ouch ouch, but besides Liu Yuhao who bandaged his wound, the rest of the people did not approach, but rather stood far away, for fear of contacting with him. Then what should we do? We can't kill him now, right? Right now he is still a conscious living person, Give him some food, make him stay here, if he is still alive when we return, and not mutated, then we will take him. Shana quickly made a decision, and this is indeed a compromise. Sigh. Ling Mo secretly sighed in his heart, you went through the trouble, the other one might not appreciate it, and have to lose food. But this is much better than to bring the burden, therefore when Shana looked at himself, Ling Mo nodded without arguing. Sure enough, when Shana and Liu Yuhao told Liu Xian of this decision, his face turned extremely ugly in an instant. In addition to deep despair, his eyes also reflected extreme resentment. Liu Xian, who originally wanted to struggle, but after a look through the expression on the surrounding people, he instantly felt the cold from head to toe. No one disputes that, and no one care about his life and death. Well, you are all good. After squeezing the words from his throats, Liu Xian took the food with a cold sneer, then stopped talking and closed his mouth. Even though his body is still constantly shaking, and lips tremble incessantly. Fear, hatred made Liu Xian's eyes look very complicated, almost everyone does not dare to look at his eyes. I will take you to the office over there, don't worry, we will come back for you. Liu Yuhao said somewhat apologetically. At least leaving him at the office will not let those zombies who are attracted over by blood to be eaten, this is as humane as possible. Liu Xian just nodded indifferently. After Liu Yuhao helped him settle down, and walked out after the closing door, everyone are still having silent looks. Compared to helping serious wounded to be relieved, this kind of abandoning friends is probably even more devastating, though only temporarily. But to be honest, Ling Mo does not have this kind of tangle in his heart. On one hand he originally disliked Liu Xian, on the other hand, he didn't feel that Shana and the rest of them did anything wrong. On the contrary, Liu Xian is the one who wished everyone to sacrifice for himself. This is the real selfish attitude. But somehow, Ling Mo was vividly expecting something. After being attacked by a zombie, especially wounded by a mutated zombie, will Liu Xian mutate? Fortunately Wang Chang also found some food. Even though Liu Yuhao has spared some food to Liu Xian, it will be enough to last for today. The most important reason is that, right now besides Ling Mo and Yi Lian, and the temporarily abandoned Liu Xian, they only have 5 people left. One girl, classes guy Wang Chang, that boy who almost killed Wang Chang, Shana, and Liu Yuhao. For some reason, Ling Mo always felt that with numerous companions dead, Wang Chang's eyes looked very relaxed, even though his expression shows grief, but it just seemed contrived. Anyways, it's none of my business. These people do not have the courage, no combat skills, yet still value their lives more than anyone else, full of curved stomach intestines, implying they are always thinking about tricks, head full of calculations. Chapter 22. Chapter 22 Begin the hunting. But with one less person, their speed of going forward really declined. No need to deliberately take care of these people, they will naturally learn from Wang Chang to follow closely with Shana and Liu Yuhao. This way, besides the increase in speed, there is also a greater increase in safety. Until seeing the buildings of the third high school, there has not been a single casualty. There is the third high school in front. Shauna cut down the zombie in front of her as she turned her head. Even though they have gone through a lot today, but as they finally reached here, she also seemed a bit excited. But Ling Mo frowned slightly. From Yi Lian's strong conveyed message, it's not hard to guess that this school, within his expectation, really may have the potential of mutated zombies, maybe even more than one. In order to survive in this kind of environment, the difficulty can be imagined. Most likely Shauna and her people will come back empty-handed. But to Ling Mo's surprise, the gate is not packed with zombies like he thought, but shockingly empty. In addition to a few zombies that wandered over from elsewhere, there are no other threats. Seeing Ling Mo showing a puzzled expression, Liu Hao said in a whispered voice, when the pandemic struck, a lot of people tried to flee to outside, but people like us stayed until that chaos went away, then we distributed a portion of people to go out to find a place to stay. There are quite a few zombies inside the school, but if we are careful enough, it should be no problem. After hearing him speak, Ling Mo immediately revealed a clear understanding look. Since a lot of people tried to flee to outside towards the zombies at the gate, they must have been attracted over. But like this boarding school, it is inevitable that there is a large internal zombie horde, which is obvious without Liu Hao's analysis. As for why those zombies were not willing to leave the school, in reality, in the absence of prey, zombies lingered in a wandering state, trapped in the school, with only one door to the outside, and numerous buildings present therein. Unless survivors appear and aggroed these zombies, otherwise they would have wandered down there always. But what if they are hungry? Kill each other. This is why Ling Mo is sure that there must be mutated zombies inside the school. Maybe there aren't any when Liu Hao and his people left, but many days have passed, and coupled with Yi Lian's reaction, it is enough for Ling Mo to confirm his guess. Wait. Just as they arrived at the gate, Ling Mo stopped Shauna and the others. Our promise is getting to the front gate, so now let's separate. Shauna's expression immediately became somewhat complicated, and Liu Hao's eyes also expressed some dismay. Although time did not pass much, but Ling Mo did not only save them, but also fought alongside with them. It is inevitable that right now they don't want to part ways. Thank you guys very much. Shauna gently bit her lip and said. Ling Mo looked at her, nodded his head. But maybe we will bump into each other, because I have some business to take care of in this school. This made Shauna and Liu Hao somewhat surprised, but since Ling Mo did not seem to have the intention to elaborate, they did not really want to ask. When it came time to part ways, Liu Hao took some of the remaining food from the pack and handed it to Ling Mo. You guys take it, you guys had it tough on the way here. If it wasn't for the help by Ling Mo and Yi Lian, their group might be destroyed. At least that part of road to past the hospital would have been extremely difficult. But Ling Mo did not take the food, but smiled and shook his head, indicating that he does not need it. Liu Hao still wanted to push the food into him, but Wang Chen quietly stopped him, smiled and said, Big brother Ling is this skilled, how could he need our food, right? Since he does not need it, then it will be fine. Seeing Ling Mo's strong attitude, Liu Hao could only give up. After both parties separated, Ling Mo immediately took Yi Lian running forward to the educational building not far from the gate. With Shauna's skill, she should be fine to protect themselves in this familiar surrounding, therefore Ling Mo was not worried, not to mention from their personalities, it is impossible for them to survive together. It's not difficult to hide Yi Lian's identity in a short time, but over time it will be exposed for sure. As soon as they entered the educational building, they see the closed elevator doors, making Ling Mo immediately feel great joy. If it's this kind of closed state, there must be mutated zombies upstairs. Staircases, which are safe pathways, is not difficult to find, all it takes is to open the door not far away. But just as they arrived by the door, Ling Mo could felt Yi Lian's violent instincts, and at the same time, a dull sound also passed out from behind the door. Ling Mo's eyes immediately lit up. It seems that behind the door, there is a mutated zombie. Although mutated zombies have rapid attacks, they don't have intelligence after all, and do not know how to unscrew the door handle, and although this door and the wall that's connected together appear to have many gaps, but to instantly break it open still poses some difficulties. Ling Mo looked inside through the gaps, vaguely spotting that the mutated zombie is a middle-aged man, and besides him, there are no other mutated zombies. Only one is fine. Ling Mo's mouth revealed a hint of nasty grinning, grabbed the door handle at once, at the same time also raised the short knife in his hand, and Yilian also stood sideways to the door. Click sound, the door has just been opened, a super strong strength immediately hit up. Fortunately Ling Mo was well prepared to directly dodge to the side. That mutated zombie rushed out instantly, but just as it showed its head, Ling Mo slashed down with his dagger. But this mutated zombie's reaction speed is amazingly fast. It actually grabbed Ling Mo's blade and thrust it towards itself. Ling Mo instantly lost his balance, and just as his steps are imbalanced, the mutated zombie's other hand also went to grab his chest. But at this critical moment, Ling Mo will not go down without a fight. He almost instantly controlled this mutated zombie. Although he soon reached the limit, he used this brief moment to snatch back his knife, and also used his powerful strength to poke the mutated zombie. At the same time, Yilian also extended her hand towards the arm of the mutated zombie, using to ring it down. However, this mutated zombie is indeed different, not only being faster at reaction but resistant against control. During this life and death battle, it's impossible for Ling Mo to try a second attempt, but seeing the mutated zombie's one arm is being ringed down, and his own short knife is stabbing him, presumably the fighting will be over. However, to Ling Mo's complete surprise, the moment while this mutated zombie's arm was ringed down, he still shows resistance. He did not have the intention to dodge, but directly rushed over towards Ling Mo. At a distance this close, just hearing the sound of the knife cut into the flesh, while the mutated zombie was wounded by the critical point, he also approached Ling Mo. That hand which is sharp like knife, hard as iron also went to grasp Ling Mo's neck. At this critical moment, Ling Mo's expression still did not show panic, and Yilian acted instantly, grabbed this hand, then once again the sound of click dot. Fortunately while the blood splattered out, Ling Mo has already pulled out the short knife and dodged to the side, or else he would have been sprayed to his entire face. Almost. Ling Mo now felt somewhat strength loosening. This mutated zombie like the one previous in the supermarket all have a higher combat ability. This is not hard to understand either. There are a lot more people within the urban district, presumably more zombies trapped with them. The more brain gel they get to eat, the higher the evolution process mutated zombies will experience, and also the stronger combat ability. Chapter 23. Chapter 23 That Touch of Deep Gully. After Yilian extracted the brain gel from this mutated zombie, Ling Mo immediately took it, and compared it with the previous gel. These two gels all came from mutated zombies, but the color is different from the ones before. Much more bloody red, with a more pungent odor. This shows that the brain gels in these mutated zombies are much pure. The condensation out of the focus has changed along with it. It's obviously right to come to the main city center. Only in the densely populated zombie areas will have much stronger mutated zombies. After tucking away the gels, Ling Mo took Yilian to walk upstairs through the staircase. A closed building like this, there is definitely more than just one mutated zombies. And even though there is danger in hunting mutated zombies, but compared to the harvest, the risk is nothing. In the end of the world, people who did not dare to fight will for sure not live good days. This point, Ling Mo sees particularly clear. When Yilian was evolving, for sure there are other mutated zombies evolving as well, and nobody knows the final stage of these mutated zombies' evolution. But one thing is certain, the higher the degree of evolution, the more dangerous the mutated zombie's strength. If we don't improve, and only seek stability, it will not only make us more vulnerable, but also drag down Yilian. You know, mutated zombies' priority targets are their own kind. And right now Yilian is under my control. Regardless of when she regains her consciousness, I must think for her sake. What does adventure count? Before meeting even stronger mutated zombies, we have to as much as possible to increase myself and Yilian's strength, which is the first priority. Factual evidence shows that Ling Mo's guesses are right. Several classrooms inside the science building were closed at the time of escape, and the zombies who were trapped inside only had the choice of killing each other. But to Ling Mo's surprise, in one of the classrooms on the second floor, there are no mutated zombies produced, but are clean dead. This is indeed an unexpected discovery, but after he carefully observed for a while, then find out why. It's not because there wasn't, but because that mutated zombie escaped through the broken windows. For a time Ling Mo could not help but to worry about Shauna. In this situation, it means that at least more than one mutated zombie is wandering around the campus. It's highly possible they might encounter each other. With that chick's skill, it should be no problem, right? Ling Mo glanced outside the window. Through this window he could see the avenue after the playground and the tall educational building not far away, and also could see several buildings that look like dormitories. The third high school has taken a lot of ground, but right now looked desolate, dilapidated, with blood everywhere, and everywhere you can see slow wandering zombies. But Shauna and Liu Yuhao are nowhere in sight. Shaking his head, Ling Mo then turned his attention back to the hunting. For nearly an hour, Ling Mo worked in the science building and the laboratory building in the back, killed 6 different mutated zombies. Right now within his chest, there are now several gels. In addition to the 2 gels with darker color, the other 5 looked very polished. This assembly of such virus would shun normal people, but Ling Mo is holding these gels, and delighted at heart. With these gels, for sure we are able to evolve again. By that time maybe my body strength will also subsequently upgraded to a new level. Right now Ling Mo's spiritual power has been evolved. He could even control 2 mutated zombies at once. Not to mention ordinary zombies, it will be no problem to control 4 at once. Most importantly, he could feel that while he was controlling Yi Lian, there was not more sense of that kind of estrangement, but felt as if Yi Lian is part of his body. As a result, the 2 coordinated much more naturally. But the drawback is that, even though Ling Mo's spiritual power was able to evolve, his physical strength did not get the same breakthrough. After a whole morning battle, even though he was not exhausted, he still felt somewhat powerless. If the body could also experience evolution, it would not be this bad. In fact, Ling Mo's physical strength is much more stronger than that of an average adult, but looking at Yi Lian who was still breathing evenly, he still felt grouchy. Grabbing Yi Lian using one hand, and on the other hand also took some deep breaths for a while, Ling Mo finally felt that he regained some strength. But just as he got up, he took a closer glimpse of Yi Lian's neckline. Yi Lian is wearing a collared shirt in which he randomly found from one of the store, probably because the movement is too big during the battle. The buttons on the shirt has collapsed, revealing a hit of deep ravine. The motion in which Ling Mo raised his head, his nose just stopped before the gully, suddenly feel dizzy by that shaking fair skin, abdomen instantly raised a flame. Staring at that deep gully for a long time, and he could not help but to go much closer, Ling Mo finally came back to his consciousness. Restraint. Restraint. Usually helping Yi Lian to dress and bath is something unavoidable, but to take advantage in this situation, Ling Mo does not want to do this to the girl he loves. Not to mention one look is considered fortunate enough. Helped Yi Lian with the buttons, Ling Mo then took Yi Lian to continue to the next destination. Since it took so much effort to come to this school, it's naturally that he will need to hunt more mutated zombies, to acquire their brain gels. But Ling Mo did not notice is that, shortly after he walked away, a figure covered with blood suddenly appeared before the avenue. A pair of pernicious, but looked fully congested like eyes, stared strongly at the other end of the avenue, to those heavy piles of buildings. This man's upper body is heavily bandaged, but to one's dismay is that whenever the exposed skin were torn into pieces and bits. And through his nails, it's full of blood and flesh-mixed mud. The most horrifying thing is that face, it's been scratched pliable, mouth open slightly, revealing scarlet gums. A pair of bloodshot eyes could not be stared by people. Although completely changed appearance, almost out of human shape, but it's not hard to tell that this person is Liu Xian who was left out at the supermarket by Shauna and those people. Giggle. After squeezing out a pole sneer hoarse sound from the throat, Liu Xian suddenly jumped forward, soon crossed the avenue and rushed into the building complex. At this time, Ling Mo has just brought Yi Lian into that nearest educational building, but he doesn't know that just as soon as he stepped onto the second floors, less than 50 meters away from him, Lu Xian is just rushing by. What? Ling Mo suddenly felt a hint of longing from Yi Lian, but right after he showed a hint of smile, this building really has mutated zombies. Chapter 24. Chapter 24, Shauna's Resolve. While Ling Mo and Yi Lian is carefully searching for more mutated zombies inside the dormitory of the school, Shauna and the rest are also fighting one mutated zombie. And this mutated zombie is very tall, plus its face is not distorted like ordinary zombies, therefore even though its face is bloody and mauled, but one still could see that it was a good-looking young woman. But as it gave a muted muffled roar, its sense of beauty was completely lost as it forced Shauna and the rest back. Shauna somewhat resisted the female mutated zombie's madness attack. From her movements, her arm was apparently strained and right now completely relying on her own willpower, struggling to fight back. And not far behind her, there lies another mutated zombie's corpse. As for Liu Yuhao, he is looking dispirited, although he is still beside Shauna, and from time to time helping her with some pressure, but it's obvious that he is almost at his limit. And among the three of them, there are only two people left. One of them is Wang Chang, the other one is the boy who almost killed Wang Chang. But from their expression, they all seem to be in great shock. In fact, they really did encounter a huge psychological impact. After they part ways with Ling Mo, they went straight to this dormitory building. Before they left, the rest of the teachers and students stayed in this dormitory, and before Shauna and Liu Yuhao left, they moved all the food from the school supermarket to here. These rations will not last very long, but a large group of people staying here is not a long-term plan either, so a portion of people leaving to find other ways is necessary. The best results would of course be finding rescue personnel, such as military. The worst result would be finding a safe house, avoiding starving themselves to death. However, those willing to follow Shauna all did not have true heart in contributing to this group, but simply thought that it would be much safer by following Shauna. To put it more bluntly, they didn't believe that Shauna will come back. In fact, Shauna actually did not fully comply with the agreement. Last time she returned a few days later than the promised time. This is although without choice. In order to break out, many students who could fight were all dead, the rest are cumbersome. To rely on Shauna and Liu Yuhao alone to hold off the zombie is impossible to immediately rush back, let alone safely pick up the rest of those people. Even so, Shauna did not give up, so when she did find out that Ling Mo is indeed very powerful, and took her home's good, she could not help but ask for help. But as Ling Mo expected, from the moment when they stepped into the school, Shauna had been well prepared. Maybe those people are already dead. The things that she never even thought of appeared right before her is that kind of horrible scene. Originally a dorm with 20 people, besides 7 or 8 living people, the rest of them all been grazed into bone shelves. Shauna did not see much more bloody scene than this, but this scene of cannibalism really let her feel disgusting deep from her heart, and also with deep coldness, along with deep chill. And Liu Yuhao and the rest of them, all were completely shocked. The two of them even threw up on the scene. Zombies eat people, we can still call them monsters, but the people right before all are ordinary conscious thinking humans. They would rather kill their comrades, eat their flesh instead to venture out in search of food. The most disgusting thing is that, when seeing the appearance of Shauna and her people, they even happily rushed up. When the closest middle-aged teacher rushed up to Shauna with a smile, she almost unconsciously swung the long knife in her hand. Cuckoo, blood splattered from the middle-aged teacher's neck, and he covered his neck, eyes revealing the unbelievable look, stared at Shauna's pale face and slowly fell down. The others went dull for a moment, and Shauna did not hesitate to turn back and leave here. The moment when she turned her head back, she suddenly remembered the word said by Ling Mo, moth. Before she had figured Ling Mo as somewhat a cold-blooded ruthless person, but right at this moment, she suddenly also emerged a strong sense of revulsion to these moths. Strength of the weak, the need for protection, this is not a sin. But complacency, and even adapting this kind of behavior as a matter of course, these kind of people is not less harmful compared to those zombies. The only way to deal with these scum is to let them fend for themselves. The moment when Shauna left, Liu Hao and the rest of the people, although were still in the moment of shock, also emerged deep sense of disgust and fear to these cannibalistic madmen. They all turned around at the same time to keep up with Shauna. But Shauna only wanted to put down the cannibals, but did not know that after killing one, the rest went mad. That be asterisk asterisk asterisk. We waited so long for her, she actually. Kill her, kill her. Strong resentment swept through the mind of these people, an impulse as contagious like the virus, and made them completely lose their last vestiges of reasons. They frantically rushed on Shauna. What happened next in the dormitory corridor is a brutal massacre. From the moment when they rushed over, Shauna's psychological defense also completely collapsed. She is almost unconsciously engaged in resistance and slashing. Even she did not notice herself that when she showed off unmatched strength, a number of people who woke up immediately turned around to run away, but she did not let them escape, but rushed forward with a strange smile on her face, and surgically one by one cut them down by the sword. At that time in Shauna's mind, there is only one thought, and that is, these people deserve to die. These kinds of people do not deserve to live in this world. Until the sudden appearance of two mutated zombies, drawn to the chaos, finally pulled Shauna back from this tranquil fury. Obviously, these two mutated zombies were attracted over by the strong smell of blood, and with Shauna's dwindling strength, it is impossible to deal with two mutated zombies at once. Shauna finally managed to cut down one of the mutated zombie using the environmental hazards, yet the other mutated zombie rushed over. And right now within this dormitory building, in addition to the 7 or 8 fresh corpses, only Shauna and her group remained alive. That female student zombie already was torn to pieces when the mutated zombies appeared. Right now its corpse is not even complete. If Shauna had not promptly regained her senses, it is most likely that Liu Yuhao and the rest of them will also suffer. With Liu Yuhao's battle strengths, he could only protect these people to not be harmed by those crazy people, but to fight against mutated zombies is still impossible. Killing the first mutated zombie has already consumed too much of Shauna's physical strength, plus having encountered that turn of events, result in making Shauna's mind very tired. Therefore, while she is battling this female mutated zombie, she is completely at a disadvantage. This female mutated zombie is also not biting its teeth on Shauna entirely. Once the opportunity arises, she will also attack others. And within this process, Wang Chang and the other boy will fall into danger from time to time. But they just not dared to leave too far, fear of being attacked by other zombies. Looking at that mutated female zombie, Wang Chang's eyes shimmering, finally at the moment when Shauna was driven back, he quietly lifted up his leg, and gave a quick kick on a dead cannibal boy's body. Ah! At the same time when the scream came, the corpse was also pushed between Shauna and that mutated female zombie. Poof! The female mutated zombie's hand poked directly through the boy's abdomen, and Shauna also seized this gap, used her knife and dug into the heart of the mutated zombie. Chapter 25. Chapter 25 Dark Plot. With the sigh of relief at the same time, Wang Chang's eyes also flashed with a hint of vicious color. Looking at that belly with an extra big hole, eyes wide open but not the slightest alive boy, Wang Chang felt a deep pleasure of revenge. But at the same time, he suddenly felt tingling against his scalp. As he looked up, Shauna is looking at him indifferently. And with the contact of Shauna's eyes, Wang Chang's heart immediately jumped. Shut up. Shauna waved, interrupted him. Although she was driven back from the moment before, she had seen clearly that this boy would not have rushed forward voluntarily, but if it wasn't for him, it was most likely the rest of the three of them would die here. Although Wang Cheng's move is selfish and vicious, she just does not want to say anything about it. Perhaps in some ways, he has done nothing wrong. If Ling Mo is here, maybe he will even appreciate this move, right? But even if he is really here, he would have likely finished off these two mutated zombies without using the boy. Shauna felt chaotic thoughts stirring in her mind as she joined Liu Yuhao and Wang Chang and walked slowly downstairs, but in the absence of awareness, she did not notice a human figure staring at her intently from the dark corner. That Ling is not here, where did he go? But oh well, first I will get rid of you guys, then it will not be late to. The instant when Shauna stepped down the stairs, that dark shadow rushed out. Shauna only felt an enormous force came from the back, her whole body was blown flying in an instant from the corner, and collapsed at the bottom of the stairs. She felt as if her body is breaking apart, but only her hardened combat endurance was enough to stop her from blacking out. As she struggled to get up, a bloody silhouette appeared in front of her. Shauna, you did not expect to see me this soon, right? Lu Xian sneered wickedly as he grit his teeth in attack, landing a devastating blow on the back of Shauna's head, knocking her out for good. Triumphant, he hauled the unconscious Shauna over his shoulder. Lu Xian. Lu Yuhao, who was still standing above the stairs, was horrified by the scene before him, but the moment when Shauna was hit, he jumped to action and frantically rushed over to help. But even though Lu Xian is carrying a person, he is still far more agile than an exhausted Lu Yuhao. After escaping from Lu Yuhao, he pointed his middle finger at him with disdain, and taunted, I am at the boys' dormitory, call Ling Mo for me or else I will kill Shauna. Lu Xian, you son of a b********. Lu Yuhao loudly cursed at Lu Xian, who was nonchalantly hauling Shauna's unconscious body away, but with his speed, he could only watch him exit. But just as he got up to chase after him, Wang Chang rushed over and grabbed his arm. Don't go over there, you were looking for certain death, didn't you? See Lu Xian's appearance? He must have mutated, no longer a human being. Mother ****************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** breath, but reluctantly stopped chasing. He knew in his heart that Wang Chang is right. From Liu Xian's demonstration of strength and speed, he is absolutely no longer a human being. Even if he is not yet a zombie, he is rapidly mutating towards becoming one. Even if Liu Xian will not kill Shana before Ling Mo shows up, when he loses his sanity after the mutation completes, Shana will be dead for sure. But with only him and Wang Chang, how could they beat the current Liu Xian? Big brother Lin, where is Ling Mo? Liu Hao anxiously looked around the surroundings. Inside the empty campus, in addition to the zombie corpses beheaded by Shana, there are no other people. Instead, a few zombies appeared not far away as they were attracted over by the noise and smell of blood. The moment when the zombies saw him and Wang Chang, they immediately rushed towards the survivors. Damn! In this situation, the only option is to run, and while running, Liu Hao was also yelling Ling Mo's name in his heart. After separating, Ling Mo did say that he still had some business to take care of at this school, but Liu Hao does not know if he has already left. If Ling Mo really has left, most likely he could only risk his life to go save Shana. Right now in Liu Hao's heart there are 1,000,000 thoughts rushing past. Should have just killed Liu Xian earlier. How could he let Shana be in danger? That treacherous worm. But no matter how much he cursed will not bring back Shana. Liu Hao brought Wang Chang and dived into the educational building, and finally escaped from those few zombies. These two hid inside one of the classrooms, not even daring to breathe. Whole body is thoroughly soaked by sweat. Finally, after the surroundings quieted down, Liu Hao carefully extended his head to look out, and seeing that the corridor is empty, waved at Wang Chang to come out from the classroom. What to do now? Even though Wang Chang desperately kept up with Liu Hao, he is still in shock, voice is trembling. Liu Hao bit his tongue and answered, "What else to do? Find Ling Mo. Must save Shana at all cost." Wang Chang clearly does not want to continue to follow with Liu Hao on this hopeless quest, but right now Liu Hao is his only teammate, therefore he began to wonder how to convince Liu Hao out of it. But unexpected of both him and Liu Hao is that, when they carefully climbed the staircase, they unexpectedly encountered Ling Mo and Yi Lian walking downstairs. What? The sudden appearance of two people. Ling Mo at first was surprised, then relaxed, then surprised again and barked, "Why are you guys here? There are nobody else besides zombies in this building, and is not a suitable house as a safe place. The people which Shana are looking for are definitely not here." Therefore, how could he encounter Liu Hao and Wang Chang? But not waiting for Liu Hao to answer, Ling Mo immediately noticed something is amiss. From these two's expression, they have clearly emerged from fierce fighting, and appear to be removed from the others, or else should have seen Shauna with the two. Where is Shauna? Ling Mo said with a sinking feeling of dread in his heart. Lu Yuhao was still stunned at meeting Ling Mo so quickly, but hearing his question, he reacted immediately, anxiously replying, "Please save Shauna, she was taken by Lu Xian." He rushed up 3 steps before Ling Mo grabbed his arm, eyes filled with panic and fear, staring intensely at him. Taken? By Lu Xian? The news came too sudden. Ling Mo is having a hard time digesting the information. Yes. Lu Xian mutated, but not completely turned into a zombie, but far too powerful for me to fight against him. Shauna has been caught and kidnapped. He said to ask you to find him, or else he will kill Shauna. Big brother Ling, I beg you. Lu Yuhao was at the verge of tears at this point, his words incoherent, but still managing to express the meaning. During the process, he has been clinging tightly to Ling Mo's arm, in fear that Ling Mo would refuse. Chapter 26. Chapter 26. The gradually decaying body. Ling Mo was not surprised that Lu Xian appeared to be mutated, but he was unexpectedly still sane, having taken Shauna as hostage while taunting the survivors. Ling Mo suddenly became engrossed at Lu Xian's consciousness, as his greatest wish is to let Yi Lian be able to regain sanity as soon as possible. But aside from the last evolution, after Yi Lian has showed little signs of self-consciousness, there was no further signs of progression down that line. Ling Mo was obviously frustrated, as this is not a problem to be solved overnight, but he still immediately embarked on hunting mutated zombies, hoping to accelerate the evolution process in order to enable her to regain sanity sooner. But the strangeness from Lu Xian's body let Ling Mo think that he could probably find some new clues from this Lu Xian. Even if there is little possibility of success, Ling Mo still wants to find and confront Lu Xian, not to mention that he still has Shauna, and to top it all off, this idiot even threatened him by his own name. To Ling Mo, one mutated zombie does not pose great threat. Lu Xian thought that he has turned from a mouse into a sick cat will allow him to take revenge on Ling Mo. He is really naive. Big brother Ling. I beg you, Shauna and I accumulated some friendship along fighting side by side. I beg you, Lu Yuhao repeatedly pleaded, looking increasingly anxious. Where are they? Ling Mo made up his mind, then asked. Lu Yuhao was suddenly overjoyed, and immediately dragged Ling Mo to run downstairs. They are in the boys' dormitory. Hurry, I am afraid that Lu Xian will lose his sanity immediately. By that time Shauna will really be dead. Indeed. Let's do it. Ling Mo felt his scalp tighten at his resolve, picking up his feet to move out. And Yi Lian, who was still under his control, followed up. Lu Yuhao was eager to save these people. Despite his exhaustion, he was still keeping up with Ling Mo and Yi Lian, who ran just ahead. On the other hand, Wang Cheng is already panting like a dog on a hot summer day. If it wasn't for trying to save himself, most likely he would already be on the ground. Too bad that the others in front of him have no intention to stop and wait. Therefore, when Wang Cheng looked to the back of those 3 people's shadows, his eyes betrayed his frustration, but soon he covered this emotion. On the road leading to the dorm there also appeared several zombies, all attracted over by the fresh corpses on the floor. Ling Mo observed that while these were indeed ordinary, non-mutant zombies who do not attack their own kind, they still will eat other zombie corpses. These few zombies that appeared before the boys' dormitory are currently having a feast on the few zombie corpses on the floor, whose blood-red eyes all but confirmed that they once belonged to zombies, not humans. Ling Mo could not dare to believe that he is seeing such a scene unfolding in front of him. This is why, but in this case, won't there be more mutated zombies? Even the whole zombie population will slowly evolve and become even stronger as time passes. Although their speed of evolution is far slower than mutated zombies who emerge through killing each other, the overall slow evolutionary advantage within the ordinary zombies will gradually be reflected. FML. Ling Mo secretly swore in his heart, at the same time waving his blade and charging against the few zombies that noticed him. Relying on the zombie puppet control ability and his own battle-hardened combat skills, these few zombies stood no match against himself and Yi Lian. It's certain that these fresh zombie corpses will also attract even more zombies to be eaten, but as a survivor himself, he does not have the time and energy to cleanly dispose of the corpses. The whole zombie evolutionary process is simply unstoppable. Who knew that zombies also eat zombies? Ling Mo frowned while looking up again at the picked clean corpses. Lu Yuhao looked up at Ling Mo with some doubt, and quietly replied, "Of course they eat, big brother Ling, you didn't know?" Ling Mo reluctantly held his mouth shut. Lu Yuhao and his people had been living closely with ordinary zombies, so they obviously were aware of this, but Ling Mo lived far away from zombies, and controlled zombie puppets while searching for food. Even if they killed zombies, he will not run back to purposefully check up on the bodies. There was no way Ling Mo could have known. But this again proved his conjecture is right. The only way to challenge increasingly difficult foes would be to keep training his own strength. After killing these few zombies, Ling Mo and others finally entered the boys' dormitory. The narrow dormitory corridor is nothing short of hellish, with dark brown blood plastered all over the walls and floor. And some of the dormitory doors were held ajar, heightening the anxiety felt by the group, as if a zombie would burst out from the door like in a horror movie. This dormitory has 5 floors. A rough estimate by Ling Mo suggests hundreds of suites. Presumably trying to find Lu Xian and Shana will not be an easy task. But Ling Mo is not worried about searching every room, because he immediately turned his head towards a trail of blood on the floor. He extended his hand and lightly touched the blood and asked, "Lu Xian's wounds has opened, or is Shana wounded?" It was also there on the steps. "I saw fresh blood on the road, but because there are zombies' corpses close by, so I am not too sure about where it came from. But there is nothing else that could have recently bled around here. This blood must have been left by one of them." "It's Lu Xian." Lu Yuhao hurriedly replied, "When I last saw him he was covered with blood, but I don't know why." "As long as it's not Shana's." Ling Mo nodded thoughtfully, looking down the direction of the bloodstains. These blood spots were very faint and almost indistinguishable from the brown bloody ground. It would be difficult to discover by ordinary people. If it wasn't for Ling Mo's sharp observation, he would have not noticed it neither. But most likely Lu Xian did not intend to hide his traces. Just as Ling Mo brought Lu Yuhao and others walked on the 3rd floor along the bloodstains, they saw Lu Xian in the corridor. But they were not expecting to see him like this. In a time frame of no less than 2 hours, Lu Xian's appearance became utterly unbearable to look at. Before, his appearance was somewhat repulsive, but right now he was downright horrifying. The skin on his body has not only been scratched to a pulpy mush, it has already begun to fester, the turbid pus and blood dripping down his stained trousers. The thought that he just used his hand to touch blood dropping from something like that, Ling Mo immediately wanted to wash his hand. But that pair of bloodshot eyes reveals the same look as before, arrogant and disgusting. "Lu Xian. Where is Shana?" As soon as Lu Yuhao looked at Lu Xian, he became agitated. If it wasn't for Ling Mo holding him back, he would have already rushed up to fight this menace. But Ling Mo felt that Lu Xian's current appearance is frighteningly abnormal. He does not seem to be turning into zombie, but more like little by little, rotting. Yes, rotting it is. His eyes, his change of power all seemed like zombie, but his body was somehow not changing like a zombie. Could it be because it was overloaded with mutated zombies' virus and not be able to take it? Compared to ordinary zombies, the virus emitted by mutated zombies are much purer. Of course the toxicity is much stronger. Lu Xian's change all but proves that ordinary people infected by zombie virus, and did not die immediately, will turn into zombies. But if a survivor was directly infected by mutated zombies and suddenly exposed to a high-purity virus, the body is literally unable to keep itself together. Chapter 27. Chapter 27 Infected. Have you seen enough? Don't you think my appearance is too repulsive for you? Lu Xian gazed at Ling Mo and the others viciously, and madly snarled, "Ling Mo, look at what you've done. If you didn't abandon me for dead, I would not have turned into this." With a look of malice in his eyes, He reached to grasp the skin on his face. A patch of skin and rotten flesh immediately fell down and made a sickening plop on the floor, sending shivers down the spines of all the survivors. See? This is all your fault, traitor. At that time you could have saved me first, but you were too selfish. Do you really think that all 4 ocean are your mother? Meaning you really thought that everyone is your mother? I did not bother save you because you were a lost cause. Right now I am here for Shauna. Where is she? Ling Yamo gave a cold gaze and asked sharply. Lu Xian cackled in response. Shauna, you want to see her so badly? Fine. Give me your hand which you used to slap me, and that is the hand you will cut off. Hearing this, Ling Yamo suddenly could not help but to roll his eyes in contempt. This Lu Xian is really an idiot. First of all, not to mention that his relationship with Shauna is not deep enough to cut a hand for her, but just his remarks is laughable. This kid must have seen too much movies. He really thought that with his little strength now, he can challenge the heavens themselves. However, overwhelmed by the chaos, Liu Hao immediately looked at Ling Yamo with a frightened look, then turned to Lu Xian and shouted, Lu Xian, how could you do this? If it wasn't for Big Brother Ling we would have been all dead. I don't give a rat's about your business. Lu Xian fiercely spit out a mouthful of bloody spit. If it wasn't for you and Shauna that is looking for trouble at this accursed school, and let this Ling joining us, and even finding these people by going back to school, how could things turn out to be like this? Don't think that I don't hate you people, it was you guys that left me there. Lu Yuhao is mortified, but he clenched his teeth, then actually raised the kitchen knife in his hand. How about cutting mine? He said as he brandished his knife, but was stopped by Ling Yamo, who was rushing at lightning speed towards Lu Xian. Both parties now faced each other no more than 10 meters apart. With Ling Mo's speed, this close distance is a distance of less than 1 breath. He directly rushed at Lu Xian. Lu Xian only saw a dark shadow brush past himself, then felt a flash of cold steel before his eyes. Lu Xian's mutant reflexes were fast enough for him to actually turn his head to the side to see that his right shoulder was directly slashed open. His entire body suddenly felt like it was being crushed by an enormous pressure that made his knees go soft, almost directly collapsing on the ground. Ling Yamo slashed directly on Lu Xian's shoulder, but did not have the intention to stop. Instead he smoothly cross-cut the knife straight up, directly going for Lu Xian's throat. A strong shadow of death instantly enveloped Lu Xian, but driven by instincts, he still backed up a step, barely escaping this fatal blow. But the tip of the blade has already pierced an artery, blood gushing out from the wound. Lu Xian's eyes become even redder. He screamed after reacting to his wound. Refusing to fall and die, he rushed directly towards Ling Yamo in a desperate counterattack. But after all, he is still an ordinary human being. How could he compare to Ling Yamo, who has eviscerated several mutant zombies, each far more powerful than the rotting living corpse of Lu Xian? Capitalizing on his still-standing posture, Ling Yamo thrust the knife forward the instant Lu Xian started to charge, piercing his bloated abdomen and forcing him down into the ground. The sharp blade opened a big wound on Lu Xian's belly. Just as Lu Xian was pinned into the ground, Ling Yamo stomped on his chest, staring down at the abomination, and taunted, looks like you don't feel pain anymore? Lu Xian's body was on the verge of falling apart at the seams. The skin on his whole body is all peeling off, revealing the grotesque layers of putrid muscle and fat underneath, coupled with the 2 deep gashes inflicted by Ling Yamo. Nonetheless, Lu Xian still does not show off any painful expression. He obviously was not some hardcore guy before his mutation. The only explanation is that he no longer feels any pain. Lu Xian looked at Ling Yamo biting his teeth. Even though he cannot feel the pain of his intestines flowing out of his open abdomen, Lu Xian knew that he did not have much longer to live. Kidnapping Shauna and daring to threaten her right in front of me? You should know your own strength. Ling Yamo spitefully spat out those words. Oh, you think I am stupid? Lu Xian's eyes suddenly become clouded, and started to laugh madly. You really think I am stupid? I knew that I was a dead man long before you showed up, but I will not let you guys off easily. Even though I did not get to kill you, I will still triumph in the end. Ha 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 ha, didn't you guys abandon me and let me suffer? I will let you vermin have a taste of your own medicine. What kind of expression would you guys have? Ha ha ha. At the same while he was laughing hysterically, his mouth was still ejecting blood, coupled with the froth emerging from his lips. He has lost all semblance of his dwindling humanity. But Ling Mo has had enough of this madman's ravings. He chopped down Lu Xian's neck in one swing and one final splattering of blood, ending his strident laughter. Lu Xian's head rolled several times on the floor before coming to a final halt, his face still contorted in that demented composure. Ling Mo looked back at the doors in the dormitory hall. Shauna should be in one of the dorms, but for some reason, Ling Mo's heart started to get a little uneasy, Lu Xian's final words still ominously ringing in his ears. Liu Yuhao did not think that much of his words. Seeing that Ling Mo terminated Lu Xian using 2 or 3 swings, he immediately rushed into the hall, and madly started to search within the dormitory for Shauna. And Wang Chang followed over frowning. After glancing at Lu Xian's headless corpse with a calamitous expression, he also started to search following Liu Yuhao. But this survivor also has some little tricks under his sleeves. He seemed to care a lot for Shauna's safety, but in fact he is following tightly after Liu Yuhao and does not even go near those dormitory doors. Under the emergency circumstances, most people will not notice his little movements. Ling Mo also started to search along the corridor with Yi Lian, but the dorms he passed by are almost all completely empty, without a trace of anyone. But not soon after Liu Yuhao's anxious voice came from one of the dorm. She is here. Shauna is in here. Ling Mo's heart tightened up, hurriedly rushed over. As soon as he reached the door, he saw that Shauna's limbs has been tied to the bedposts by what seemed like a clothing rope, and her head was lowered, still appearing human. But thinking back to what Lu Xian said, Ling Mo knew that something must have happened to Shauna's body. Shauna, are you alright? As Liu Yuhao gingerly released Shauna's restrictions, Ling Mo instantly saw her palm, suddenly feeling his heart become cold. He immediately grabbed Shauna's left palm, and Liu Yuhao also turned his puzzled look over. Wang Chang, who was beside them, also saw what has happened. Not a single word was traded between any of the survivors, but aside from the emotionless Yi Lian, absolute horror and disgust were plastered all over each of their faces. Ling Mo was first to break the silence. Looking at the pale-faced Shauna, he cursed in a low voice and biting his teeth, Lu Xian, you are really not a human being. On Shauna's left hand, a fresh deep wound is the first thing they saw. But the putrid blood and flesh surrounding the wound all but confirmed that after Lu Xian cut open Shauna's left hand, he grasped the gash in order to infect her with the mutant zombie virus. And among everyone's horrified look, Shauna slowly raised her head. In that pair of usually determined and energetic eyes, right now is full of despair. It's too late. Chapter 28. Chapter 28 Mutations start. The long silence presses people breathless. Shauna's words, and her lifeless eyes all made Ling Mo's heart suddenly sank to the bottom, along with his mood becoming very heavy. I'd rather die than become a zombie, Shauna whispered with some trance, as she slowly stood up leaning on the bed. And Liu Yuhao was just staring at her, apparently also caught in extreme shock. When she was unconscious, Shauna's long knife had been left in place, but soon she turned to Liu Yuhao, eyes suddenly flashed a determined color, suddenly reached out to Liu Yuhao's hands to seize the kitchen knife. She would rather end it herself than suffer through the agony of turning into a zombie. But as soon as she moved, Ling Mo also suddenly came back to his senses, immediately grabbed back the kitchen knife with lightning speed. Shauna at this time is also very exhausted, simply could not withstand Ling Mo. I don't want to turn into a zombie. I do not want to become that kind of monster. Shauna's eyes become lax again as she rambled on and on. She jostled Ling Mo like crazy, and tried to reach out again to grab the knife from Ling Mo's hands. But Ling Mo has already thrown the knife to the ground viciously. One hand caught Shauna's shoulder and said fiercely, "Do not do anything stupid. You still have not changed, right? There must be a way. Ah! Give me the knife, give me the knife." However, Shauna could not listen to any of Ling Mo's words, instead cried hysterically. Ling Mo was without a choice but to extend his hand and pat it on Shauna's head, then caught her limp body into the arms. Infected, Shauna. At this time Lu Yuhao stood up trembling, looked incredulously at Shauna who was collapsed in the arms of Ling Mo, could not even say a full sentence. Even Wang Cheng is looking pastel-colored. Without Shauna, the possibility for him to go back to his moth life is almost impossible. Will Shauna become something like that Lu Xin? Lu Yuhao suddenly turned to Ling Mo, asked in a low and worried voice. Indeed, Lu Xin's appearance is even more horrifying than zombies. If anyone really becomes like that, not to mention Shauna, even Ling Mo could not accept it. Looking at Lu Yuhao's eyes that is on the verge of collapse, Ling Mo sighed in his heart, and slowly said, "Calm down, Shauna is the one who is suffering the most. Don't you want to think of a solution for her?" Solution? After hearing Ling Mo saying this, Lu Yuhao suddenly woke up a bit, but the tears are streaming down involuntarily. What kind of solutions? According to Lu Xin's situation, coupled with the time between our separation, we can roughly estimate that the time from being infected to onset of symptoms is about half an hour. Therefore we should find some solutions within this half an hour. Trying is better than sit and wait for death. Compared to Lu Yuhao who was on the verge of a nervous breakdown, Ling Mo is much more calm. The most important reason is that because right next to Ling Mo, there is a mutated zombie, Yilian. Therefore from Ling Mo's opinion, there is still hope if turning into a zombie, but if the body is rotting like Lu Xin, then there really is no way. How about, cut her hand? Lu Yuhao's eyes suddenly flashed with a hard color, and proposed. Ling Mo shook his head, useless, it has been far too long since she's been infected. Then what else can we do? Lu Yuhao's face grew dark again. But Ling Mo's mind has immediately began to wonder again. Lu Xin was infected directly by a mutated zombie, under the circumstance where the body could not withstand the intensity of the virus that led to it falling apart. Shauna here should be a case of secondary infection. The infected virus should have been diluted through Lu Xin's body. But even so, it should still have a much higher concentration than the virus in ordinary zombies. With Shauna's physical strength, is her body able to withstand it and hold itself together? The answer is unknown. Ling Mo looked down to Shauna who was in his arms. His heart also could not bear the thought of her turning into another Lu Xin. He knew that the words he just said were merely for comfort. In fact, he also does not know how to prevent Shauna's mutation. In reality, he knows that it's guaranteed that Shauna will for sure mutate. The only outcome still in the air is whether she will turn into a normal zombie or an abomination like Lu Xin. While Ling Mo is still debating back and forth, Shauna has slowly woken up, but in the semi-conscious state between human and zombie, seemed to be deeply drawn by something and leaped into Ling Mo's arms. Ling Mo's heart jumped and quickly looked down at Shauna, and saw that he still underestimated the extent of the virus infection. Shauna's eyes is half open, a touch of carnage is clearly visible. She has begun the mutation. Most likely only about 20 minutes has passed since Lu Xin used his own blood to infect her to the appearance of the mutation symptoms. Lu Yuhao also realized Shauna's abnormality. He immediately reached out to pull her arm. "Shauna, how are you?" But Shauna did not respond to him, and was still tightly affixed to Ling Mo's chest. The other hand is even directly going to grab something. Ling Mo's scalp suddenly feels numb. He immediately pushed away Shauna, but his shirt has already been torn a hole. And Shauna, who was pushed away, has completely her eyes, now an upsetting red color, again rushed over, her mouth vaguely forming the words "give me." Ling Mo had no idea what Shauna had wanted him to give her, and can only hold her in place as he tried to piece together what she meant. And it was in this short 10 seconds, Ling Mo realized what she really wants. Brain gel. Shauna wants the brain gel hidden in his chest. Shauna. Lu Yuhao was stunned by Shauna's movements, and Ling Mo quickly grabbed Shauna's arm, pressed her to the side of the bed and put himself between her and Lu Yuhao and Wang Cheng's eyes. He quickly took out one gel that is of the lowest purity into Shauna's mouth. Woo woo. Different from Yilian, the current Shauna still has some sanity, it's just that under the domination of instincts there emerged a mad desire for the gel. Now that she has swallowed the gel, she has immediately calmed down, spread her arms lying in bed, a pair of glowing red eyes looking at Ling Mo. In a daze. How is she? Lu Yuhao nervously came around, but saw Shauna's pair of inhuman eyes. Suddenly his heart thumped and could not even stand properly. And Ling Mo is also nervously watching Shauna, paying attention to her reaction. He knew what he has just done was a reckless, and perhaps even harmful action. If it wasn't for that Shauna had a strong desire for the gel, Ling Mo could not even have thought about this. Fight fire with fire? What if it accelerates Shauna's mutation process? This kind of thing is not absolutely certain, he would have never dared to try on his own. But since Shauna was full of desire to the gel, and this deep desire came from her own instinct, this means that the gel must be good to her. Maybe it might be able to neutralize toxins in the body, and return her to normal? As soon as the idea appeared, Ling Mo's mood immediately became excited. Chapter 29. Chapter 29 I want. After anxiously waiting for what seemed like an eternity, Shauna still just stared blankly at Ling Mo, without any response. Fortunately, excluding her blood-red eyes, Shauna did not appear zombie-like, nor did her body start rotting like Lu Xian, which makes Ling Mo finally feeling a little relieved. There is nothing else we can do for her, let's get out of here first. Ling Mo gave a helpless sigh, and went to pull Shauna up. Of course, before moving her, Ling Mo first tried to restrain her in order to test if she still kept her sanity. A strong shove from her direction gave Ling Mo some headaches, at the same time also made him feel a hint of joy. As long as there is consciousness, it means that she has not yet fully become a zombie. After all, the difference between ordinary humans and zombies in terms of mental aspect is obviously very large. Normal people have the ability to think independently and have changing emotions, but zombies are like machines dominated by instinct, completely without independent thought. And although Ling Mo has better spiritual power than other humans, he still could not suppress thoughts of another human. The only way Ling Mo can completely mentally control Shauna would be for her to lose all of her self-consciousness, and be driven entirely by zombie instincts. Even though Shauna does not seem to be mentally active right now, she is still wholly aware of her surroundings. If he were to manipulate her in this condition, there is no possibility. For the sake of safety, Ling Mo commanded Yi Lian and along with himself, where each of them clutched each of Shauna's two arms, and picked her up. As a result, even if she went berserk halfway, with Yi Lian and himself striking at the same time, they will be able to prevent her from hurting anyone. Big brother Ling, where are you taking Shauna? Lu Yuhao is now completely out of ideas, asked awkwardly. Ling Mo turned around to look at him, and said, "It's far too dangerous here, the smell of blood will attract zombies within the school. If something happened to Shauna again, how are we going to deal with it? First we need to go somewhere safer." Yes, you are right, Lu Yuhao was at first lost in thought, then hurriedly nodded his head, then he added sincerely, "Big brother Ling, as well as big sister Yi Lian, thank you." This thank you contained a lot of things. Ling Mo smiled but did not say anything. As for Yi Lian, she is originally a mutated zombie, even though you cannot tell from her appearance, but naturally she will not have any reaction to Lu Yuhao's words. Fortunately Lu Yuhao does not mind, most likely among his impression, Yi Lian is a shy pretty big sister. After passing by one of the dormitory, Lu Yuhao suddenly asked Ling Mo to wait for a bit, and he ran inside the building, then quickly took Shauna's long knife and rushed out breathlessly. This knife was handmade by Shauna, very good quality, it would be a pity to lose it, she would also feel very bad. For the purposes of traveling under the radar, a blade is a superior companion. Not only are firearms and ammunition extremely rare, even a skilled crackshot would quickly become overwhelmed by the hordes drawn towards the sound of gunfire and the smell of blood. But good sharp weapons are equally scarce. Slashing zombies is not like chopping pork, it is very easy to cause dullness, cracks are likely to happen if overexerted. A short knife like the one Ling Mo has, not only is very light-weighted, sharp-bladed, the quality is also very good. Shauna and Wang's handmade knives belong to the same maker, well maintained and sharp. That long knife does looks very extraordinary, and you can see that she always gives it serious maintenance. Really cherish this long knife. Lu Yuhao always showed deep feelings for Shauna. It's natural that he went to recover this knife for her, even though who knows how Shauna will become what. You treat Shauna well, very humane. Ling Yamo somewhat said it emotionally. How is he not like that to Yi Lian, even though she has already become a zombie, even a mutated zombie, but he still did not give up hope. But Lu Yuhao is showing a hint of strange look. Big brother Ling, you may have misunderstood. I am not in that kind of relationship with Shauna. Shauna, she does not feel that to me. That's why, in the process of getting along, Ling Mo has already seen that Lu Yuhao has a special feeling for Shauna, but Shauna on the other hand is relatively unreceptive towards him. I did not do it because I like Shauna. Lu Yuhao hurriedly explained. I know. Ling Mo nodded understandably. Most likely among Lu Yuhao's feelings to Shauna, there are more gratitude and admiration for the majority. After all, in their old team, they basically relied on the support of Shauna. No matter how much Lu Yuhao worked, he was still merely a young teenager whose combat ability is not comparable to Shauna's. Ling Mo decided to bring the knife with them, letting Yi Lian hold on to the weapon. Seeing that Lu Yuhao is so attached to this blade, Ling Mo was suddenly somewhat touched. As for Wang Chang, even though he is also tired as a dead pig, he is much smarter than Lu Xian. He is persistent while biting his teeth, not saying a word but followed tightly besides Ling Mo. The survivors soon left the campus, and entered a high-end apartment complex on the opposite side. Although these buildings provided more than adequate shelter from the wilderness, Ling Mo was concerned about the zombie population inside the complex. This kind of place is not a suitable place to stay, but now they are with Shauna, have no choice but to hold out for now. Looked around, Ling Mo brought his people and got into an apartment that has multiple easy pathways to escape through the staircases. Because they would only stay for one night, Ling Mo did not bother to scan the whole apartment for zombies. They chose to make camp into one of the suites on the second floor. This residential room has the door opened. The inside is already a mess, but fortunately no zombies have stayed in here. After ensuring the suite was clear of threats, Ling Mo then put Shauna within one of the bedrooms. At this time Shauna's emotion is still relatively stable, even feels like she is venting a little bit of thinking. If it wasn't for that pair of eyes keeps on getting redder, Ling Mo could have thought that she has completely returned to normal. But just as Ling Mo carried her to the bed, she is frantically struggling again, eyes staring at Ling Mo's chest hard. I want. Still? Ling Mo's heart skipped a beat, but Shauna's hand has already reached over. Ling Mo could only take out another gel that is of lower purity. As soon as the gel appeared before Shauna, she could not wait and snatched it over and down the thing whole. Then her eyes suddenly widened, and all of a sudden become limp, and slowly closed her eyes. Ling Mo panicked, thinking that he just killed Shauna. He quickly directly put his ear to Shauna's chest. Fortunately, there is still heartbeat. Then that reaction, could it be like Yi Lian, about to evolve soon? But she has not even become a zombie yet. What is going on? Ling Mo looked at Shauna with a complicated and flabbergasted look, heart filled with doubt. But right now Shauna is unconscious, and nobody knows how long it will take for her to wake up. But there was no way they could wait long enough in the apartment for her to wake up again. Chapter 30. Chapter 30. To relieve, or to abandon. For safety's sake, Ling Mo left Yi Lian inside to stay and care for Shauna. This way, even if Shauna suddenly mutated into a zombie, he could immediately restrain her through Yi Lian. On the contrary, Ling Mo knows that he needs to rest, instead of guarding Shauna. Yi Lian is a zombie. She is much more stronger and sensitive to her own kind. As soon as Shauna turns into a zombie, Yi Lian will immediately alert him. As soon as he walked out of the door, Lu Yuhao jumped straight at him anxiously. Big brother Ling, how is Shauna? Right now is uncertain. Ling Mo was completely honest. Shauna's situation is just way too mysterious. Not even a zombie master like himself could predict Shauna's prognosis. Seeing Lu Yuhao full of concern, Ling Mo was moved. If Shana mutated, what will you do? Ah! Lu Yuhao was suddenly stunned. But on the way to here, he was thinking this problem in his mind. If Shana started to mutate, should he kill her to put her out of her misery, or to leave her to die, like what happened to Lu Xin? But until Ling Mo asked this question, Lu Yuhao painfully discovered that he still does not know what to do. It's alright, don't think about it, let's talk when she awakes. Ling Mo, seeing that Lu Yuhao with such concern, whole person is going into a daze, could not help but to sigh secretly, reached out and patted on his shoulder. But as he brushed past him, Ling Mo lightly added another phrase, if it was me, even if the girl I like has turned into a zombie, I will not give up on her. Lu Yuhao is immediately shaken up. Even if Shana would turn into zombie, he would still not give up. Even though this was only a lightly spoken phase, Lu Yuhao stood there for a while, letting that idea ferment in his head. In his mind, besides the thought of killing Shana, there is only the thought of abandoning her, but he never thought about to work hard for her. Indeed, among his knowledge, turning into a zombie is a one-way road, explaining the devastating effects of this outbreak on humanity. But without hope is one thing, he did not have the thought of working hard for her. This to Lu Yuhao is most terrifying. For a time, Lu Yuhao could not help but raise his hand, and gave himself 2 hard slaps. But the pain is on the face, his heavy mood did not become more relaxed because of this. At this time Ling Mo has already walked to the balcony, through the windows and looking outside. From far away he could see numerous zombies wandering inside the campus of 3rd High School, most likely attracted by those fresh corpses. There are also some zombies inside the district, but the numbers are small. Even though there are not that many zombies within his vision, but Ling Mo is sure that as soon he or his group makes any unnecessary movements, there will be at least hundreds of zombies flowing out of the school into the apartment. Just within this apartment, it is unknown of how many zombies there are, maybe there are even mutated zombies. As far as Ling Mo is concerned, this is really living inside the nest of zombies. Touching the gels in his chest, Ling Mo had to suppress his to immediately evolve. Right now Shana's situation is unknown, and he and Yi Lian must stay alert at all times, conserve strength. If they faint at this time, who knew what would happen during that time period? But Shana is showing strong desire for those gels. This fact really puzzled Ling Mo. She obviously still has some of her senses, and did not completely become zombie, more like in the process of mutating, but why is she so interested in the gels? It was known that Ling Mo, who was a normal person, almost fainted when he only smelled the gel a little, not to mention swallowing this kind of thing into the stomach. Even for Yi Lian, who was a mutated zombie evolved several times, would not be able to swallow 2 gels in such a short period of time. Even swallowing 1 gel will take a long time to digest. Of course, with the growth of strength, the time in which Yi Lian's need for the next gel is also shortening. But compared to Shana's case of swallowing 2 gels less than half an hour, still has a big difference. On Shana's body, just what is happening that people don't know about? Through Yi Lian's perspective, even if he is at the living room, he could observe Shana's current condition, but just like when he left, Shana seemed to be in deep sleep, without a single movement. This kind of situation is making Ling Mo somewhat depressed. He feels that hours have passed when it has only been 30 minutes. Seeing Ling Mo and Wang Chang all holding their own thoughts, but all quiet, Wang Chang, who was beside them, is like sleeping on a bed of nails. He is also restless, not just for Shana, but for himself, who does not know the future. Even though he predicted that Lu Xian would eventually become insane and try something like infect Shana, he still felt like he wanted to slap himself for what he has done to his greatest friend. Ingratiate himself to Ling Mo? It's not difficult to tell from Ling Mo's practical and sometimes callous attitude that it is almost impossible to seek food from his hands. Wang Cheng right now knows that he is completely out of options. He knew that with his own lack of fighting ability, it's best to not to anger Ling Mo and stick with the group for the immediate future. Deciding to help out the group somewhat, he started to clean up the suite voluntarily. Although there was no evidence of any humans nor zombies, there definitely has been a struggle, as shown by all the overturned furniture as well as several dried bloodstains. even though it's not possible to completely clean it up, but he could still try to make the environment better. Wang Cheng's charity did not go unreturned. When the sun started to go down, Ling Mo threw him a bag of cookies and a water bottle. This is much more useful than scavenging for scraps. After Wang Cheng took the food, he immediately revealed a hint of joy, but then he looked deeply at Ling Mo. No wonder Ling Mo did not care about the food given by Lu Yuhao, he has his own food supply. Looking at that bag's size and fullness, the food in there could at least last for a week. Wang Cheng knew that Ling Mo did not just scavenge all those supplies on his own. No wonder that in the end of the world, strength is first, and not just to fight off zombies. Lu Yuhao originally wanted to say that he does not have any appetite, but Ling Mo looked at him with disdain, and said, "Tonight we will be taking turns to stay on guard. If you don't eat and sleep, what if something happened during your shift guarding?" Lu Yuhao suddenly could not argue back. After being silent for a while, he grabbed the food from Ling Mo's hand. "I am sorry, I will eat." The way he eats is that he chews very detailed, slow speed. This movement is the same as Wang Cheng. In fact, before mastering the zombie puppet techniques, Ling Mo also ate like this. Eating slowly is the only way to feel as full as possible through the small amount of food. By the way, is Big Sister Yilian not going to eat? Even though Lu Yuhao's mood is twisting, but did not forget his character as a babysitter, after just taking a few bites, he turned to Ling Mo and asked. "The food that Yilian wants to eat, besides the gels, most likely is the meat off your own back." Ling Mo twitched his mouth, stood up and walked to that bedroom. "I will go check on Shauna's situation, and to see if there is a corpse to feed to Yilian." Chapter 31. Chapter 31 Awaiting. In the bedroom, Shauna is still unconscious, but Yilian is sitting on the bed, her pair of unusually bright eyes virtually riveted on Shauna. Yilian obviously could not eat food for normal humans, but Ling Mo wasn't intending on feeding her. But since he said that he is to deliver the meal, he would have to disappear for a while. By using this time, Ling Mo again walked over to Shauna, carefully observing her for any changes to her vitals. For a person who has consecutively swallowed 2 virus gels, Shauna's reaction is way too calm. She is breathing calmly, her face not discolored, and does not have any trace of painful expression. But one thing is for sure is that, under the disguise of the calmness, there must be a virus storm raging inside Shauna's body. But nobody knows, what will the aftermath of the storm leave Shauna? After carefully observing Shauna for more than 10 minutes, Ling Mo returned to the living room. At this time the sky has gradually darkened. For safety, Ling Mo pulled down the curtain from the balcony completely, and also used furniture to block the door. This way, even if something starts attacking, there's at least somewhat of a barricade. Wang Cheng and Lu Yuhao also started to become tense. To stay in this completely unfamiliar environment to stay for a night, for them is still a bit too much. Who knows when the zombies will pass by the door? Don't make too much noise. Ling Mo's expression is almost stoic, as he whispered under his breath. Then how will the watch be arranged tonight? Lu Yuhao is clearly treating Ling Mo as the leader. Ling Mo gave a little thought, then said, "Each person takes turns for 3 hours. Shauna will be guarded by Yilian at all times, but I will also go check on them both when it's my turn." "No, just me and Wang Cheng rotate. Big brother Ling, you and big sister Yilian guard Shauna." But Lu Yuhao slowly shook his head, and said, "You have to defend, but also guarding Shauna, this is way too exhausting for you. Me and Wang Cheng have nothing to do right now, the only thing we could do is this." Wang Cheng also nodded on the side, indicating that he has no objection. Seeing them insist, Ling Mo could only reluctantly agree. In fact, to be on watch duty is not an easy task. Not for the things you can fight off, but for the gradual drain on your sanity. As soon as the night comes, inside the supposedly abandoned building, you start hearing sounds, most of which you don't know if it's coming from your own head. To make matters worse, no lighting in the hallway means that a passing shadow could be anything from a scampering rat to a mutant zombie, ready to attack. Occasionally there would be a slightly louder voice which would send the person on duty to jump up like a frightened bird, then nervously stare out into the hallway, looking for any danger, further fueling their paranoia. But Wang Cheng still felt that even if he had to stay in the living room afraid and paranoid, it would be better than staying with the current Shana. Therefore he not only offered to be on duty on the first shift, he even took a stool to sit at the doorway, intently gazing outwards. After all, if there is trouble, he will most likely be the first one to die among this group regardless. And although Liu Yuhao was full of anxious thoughts, he was simply overworked from the day's stresses, and was physically exhausted. He almost instantly fell into a deep sleep on the couch. And Ling Yimou moved a sofa chair into the bedroom, sat down on the farmost corner, closing his eyes to meditate. This day Ling Yimou was also exhausted. He could not be compared to zombies. If he doesn't seize the time to rest, his physical strength will not be recovered by tomorrow. Facing a few zombies is no challenge for an awake Ling Yimou, but if he encountered another horde, his speed and physical strength would quickly be sapped. Through constant exertion using zombie puppet control, Ling Mo's exceptional mental fortitude allows him even get the most out of his sleeping time. By alternating between very deep sleep and being completely awake over a matter of minutes, he is both able to keep watch of his surroundings and sleep better than ordinary survivors. This kind of sleeping mode is most likely mastered by all survivors, but Ling Yimou is exceptionally proficient at it. The so-called spiritual power, from Ling Mo's perspective, is most likely a general name for concentration, observation, and other mental capacities. He has the ability to control zombie puppets. It is to separate his own spiritual power to use to control zombies who are without senses and can only rely on instincts. To use one heart in two places is not a simple task, especially applying it into battle. Life and death battle, the emphasis is on speed of response of nerves and flesh. If one cannot concentrate, how could he keep up with the zombie's action? Therefore in the beginning, Ling Yimou is only using the controlled zombie puppets to combat, while he is hiding behind the scenes, safe from harm, and later used the cover by zombie puppets he would rush out to battle to claim brain gels. When he began to manipulate a mutated Yi Lian, Ling Yimou then started to master fighting along with zombie puppets. In this process, Ling Mo's spiritual power has already received enough practices. Therefore when Yi Lian evolved, Ling Yimou underwent an explosion in spiritual power, and evolving as he controlled two mutated zombies at once. The evolution of spiritual ability is a relatively vague concept. Only Ling Yimou could understand that kind of feeling. In simple terms, before when he controlled Yi Lian, especially controlling her to battle, he always has to be concentrated, or else Yi Lian will tend to easily get out of his control. And even though Ling Mo's reaction time is very fast, but when he delivers his command to Yi Lian, he always feels as if he is lagging behind by a fraction of a second. If Ling Yimou likened commands as transmission center, then his spiritual power is like a connection hub, and in the process of data transmission. If this connection hub is not strong enough, there will always be delays, like a poor internet connection. But after evolution, this connection hub is instantly leveled a notch as well, and the transmission of commands had therefore become even more stable and effectively instantaneous. For example, like right now, Yi Lian in Ling Mo's feeling is like a shadow clone of himself of which he could manipulate without hindrance. Of course, Ling Yimou did not really meant to treat her as his primary weapon. In fact, during the combat, Ling Yimou has been consciously training his own strength, and not to completely rely on Yi Lian. In most situations, he is the main one, and Yi Lian is the support. Even though ordinary people and zombies have huge differences, Ling Yimou still tries his hardest to defeat them single-handedly, coming on top as a result. The reason that zombies can strike fear in people is that as soon as they discovered their prey, they will madly and relentlessly attack until they are literally ripped apart at the seams. Ordinary survivors tend to fear zombies, and when one comes around to attack, they are so concerned about not being injured and subsequently infected that they hold back in attacking, an oftentimes fatal mistake. But to Ling Yimou, who has been dealing with zombies, and even living together with one, zombies are not that scary. Put aside the fact that zombies usually charge in hordes. In the case of encountering a single zombie, even an unarmed survivor has the advantage. Zombies only know how to attack, and while that may appear to be frightening, it is also their downfall against a level-headed opponent who knows how to defend and counterattack. But Ling Yamo also knew that most people still need to hold on to a group to be able to barely survive, because most of them were civilians before the apocalypse, never harming anything larger than an insect in their whole lives. Not only that, in this kind of urban city, there is just such a large number of zombies. One madman is not terrible, but what about a group of mad people? Millions of bloodthirsty mad undead wandering in the city, what kind of terrible sight is that? Even for Ling Yamo himself, even if he relies on the zombie puppet ability, and with a mutated zombie like Yi Lian next to him, the combat couple stands no chance against a group of chargers. Reflecting back at the revolving door in the commercial building, even if they used the advantage of environment to wipe out that group of zombies, causality still occurred among the group. And Ling Yamo thought to himself, in that situation, if there were only himself and Yi Lian, they would have perished that day. If it wasn't for the crazy fighting Shauna. Only instinct could provide an explanation as to why Ling Yamo bolted out of bed, threw aside his blanket, and dashed towards Shauna. Just this moment, Shauna, who was under the watch of Yi Lian, suddenly opened her eyes. Chapter 32. Chapter 32 Bipolar. It was midnight in the pitch-black room when Shauna opened her eyes after being almost vegetative. Also at a distance, Ling Yamo could already see Shauna's pair of nearly glowing red eyes. More concerning to him, however, was the observation that Yi Lian appeared almost restless. Ling Yamo learned to trust the instincts from a mutated zombie such as herself as a warning signal. Was Shauna fully mutated? Ling Yamo carefully approached, waiting with bated breath to observe more carefully at Shauna's reaction. But just as he walked to the bed, Shauna suddenly stood up, in the almost pitch darkness, instantly rushed over and effortlessly dashed towards Ling Yamo. If it were normal people standing against such a charge, they would have only felt a rustling in the air before they would be sliced into ribbons. In the dark, zombies are much stronger than average people, and in terms of vision, they hold absolute advantage. Ling Yamo naturally could not clearly visualize Shauna's movements in the pitch-black room, but he could feel Yi Lian's actions and thoughts, and by proxy, have his eye trained on Shauna, enabling him to predict Shauna's move. Ling Yamo immediately rolled sideways as Shauna leaped, and Yi Lian, who was quietly sitting on the bed, also suddenly jumped out from behind and grabbed Shauna's arm from behind. Although Shauna's reaction is super fast, and immediately turned to attack Yi Lian, Ling Yamo has already recovered from his evasive dodge, and picked up Shauna to hurl her under the bed. This is zombies' weakness, it is lack of judgment, they only know how to attack with instincts, and very easy to be diverted of attention. It was only after restraining Shauna that Ling Yamo realized as his heart skipped a beat that Shauna was fully mutated. Ling Yamo was thankful that Yi Lian had grabbed her arm to distract her so he could recover from his roll, otherwise he would have been pulverized on the spot. Ling Yamo reached under Shauna's bed and yanked her arms out. But just as Ling Yamo turned her over, and ready to manipulate her, Shauna suddenly spoke out in a somewhat confused, but wholly human voice, whispered, "What are you doing?" Ling Yamo leaped back in shock. If he has not just seen Shauna's super strong attacking power, Ling Yamo could have thought that Shauna is still a normal person. Under the shock, Ling Yamo somewhat confused and looked at Shauna's pair of eyes, and found out that that pair of eyes that were bloody red a moment ago right now returned to the normal state. Even in the darkness, Ling Yamo could still make up a vague impression of her face. Ling Yamo felt thunderstruck at seeing Shauna's drastic reversion into what is seemingly a human face after believing that he had lost her to the zombies. Ling Yamo has seen this sudden gaze of clarity and consciousness prior to the cusp of evolution of Yi Lian. It both seemed like regaining a faint trace of consciousness, and also almost like a budding of thinking, a trait far distinct from a zombie who was trained to only kill. Even though that look soon disappeared from Yi Lian's eyes and was lost till this day, it has stubbornly carved itself into Ling Mo's memories. This means to Ling Mo, it's kind of a hope that he looks forward that Yi Lian will be able to completely regain her consciousness someday. But right now, he even saw the same expression in Shauna's eyes, and different from Yi Lian at that moment is that she still knows how to talk. "Shauna?" Shauna? Ling Mo took quite a while to start talking again, and quickly grabbed the shoulders of Shauna and rattled a few times, whispered rapidly. The movements inside the bedroom has also alerted Wang Chung, who was on duty in the living room, even awakened Lu Yuhao. Big brother Ling. Did something happen to Shauna? Lu Yuhao anxiously asked repeatedly outside the door. Ling Mo said without turning his head back, "Do not come in." Not even Ling Mo knew what happened to Shauna, who was exhibiting the clarity of a human, but still possessing the aggressiveness of a mutated zombie. Letting these two inexperienced survivors in is sure to cause even more unnecessary chaos. Shauna gathered herself and began to rouse herself, apparently being roused by Ling Mo's shaking, but she did not answer Ling Mo. Instead, she began to frantically struggle to stand up. Her eyes has once again become bloody red. That sense of fierce rage that belonged to zombies once again occupied her mind. Ling Mo needed to act fast before she started to attack again. He quickly let Yi Lian firmly grasp Shauna, and he is using the zombie puppet ability trying to control Shauna. She must not be allowed to continue to mutate like this. It will eventually be lose-lose. It is necessary to stop her from attacking anyone. As Ling Mo began to merge his consciousness with Shauna's, he saw something that was astounding. Shauna's consciousness seemed to be rapidly switching between the rage-fueled zombie state, as well as a free-thinking human state. Right now, it's obvious that the violent component is having the upper advantage, and Shauna has become extremely violent because of this. Even her consciousness was violently resisting Ling Mo's attempts at controlling it, reacting with unprecedented pressure. Fortunately, Ling Mo's spirit of power has evolved several times, although very difficult, but when Ling Mo was almost at the point of collapse, he finally suppressed Shauna's instinct and seized control of Shauna's body. But because Shauna is still behaving with some sanity, Ling Mo did not decide to forcibly and completely control her, but just like he controlled Yi Lian before, he only maintained a spiritual connection with her. This way, he would be able to rapidly mentally restrain Shauna if she ever reverts to this mutated zombie state. Finally, Shauna quieted down. Ling Mo looked down at himself and saw his whole body has been soaked by the sweat after this workout. Ling Mo slowly removed himself from the bed while rubbing his temples, eyes looking at Shauna perplexedly. Shauna's current situation, where she suddenly is a zombie, and suddenly showing a trace of rational ways, allowed Ling Mo unconsciously thought of a word: schizophrenia. The 2 brain gels she swallowed obviously had something to do with her current state. As Shauna started to mutate and structurally deform under the load of the virus, the gels stopped her body from falling apart like the late Liu Xin. Instead, the virus must have been redirected into her brain, causing degeneration of consciousness and sanity. A truly bittersweet outcome. Ling Mo, still extremely cautious, decided to forcibly control Shauna's body movements for the moment. Controlled by Ling Mo, and her desire to attack being forcibly smothered, Shauna once again calmed down. Even that pair of eyes has slowly returned back to normal. However, her eyes were extremely hazy, almost as if she was in a semi-conscious trance. Even so, to maintain control against her under this condition, Ling Mo still spends a lot of his strength. Of course, under the current situation, it's already good that she could maintain spiritual connection with him, but to control her actions would be difficult. Controlling another mutated zombie, a somewhat schizophrenic zombie, this to Ling Mo is really a huge pressure. Lu Yuhao could not wait another second, being overwhelmed by temptation, and rushed in. His jaw dropped at the sight of the bedroom. His eyes glazed over the damaged bed, and stared at Shauna, who was apparently peacefully sitting in bed. Lu Yuhao suddenly exclaimed with surprise, "Shauna did not become a zombie, she actually did not become a zombie. Ha ha ha, Shauna." As he said, he rushed before Shauna, excited, trying to reach out and embrace her. "Don't touch her." But Ling Mo was still a step late. As Lu Yuhao's hand brushed by Shauna's arm, Shauna, who was previously unconscious, suddenly turned violent again, her eyes glowing a bright crimson. If she wasn't tightly restrained by Ling Mo, she would have most likely started to attack Lu Yuhao. Lu Yuhao was horrified and stepped a few steps backwards, then looked at Ling Mo with a terrified look. his heart beating in his throat. What is going on? Ling Mo cannot tell him that he is currently mind-controlling Shana, otherwise he would fear that Lu Yuhao will go insane as well. Fortunately, he quickly thought of another answer. I guess she is still in the aftermath of infection, and is very mentally unstable. You better not mess with her, otherwise she would lose her sanity for good. Like a hangover? Lu Yuhao widened his eyes, but did not have slightest doubt for Ling Mo's words. Indeed, there is no better explanation that could better explain Shana's current situation. And right now Shana's eyes revealed bloodthirsty breath, and appeared no different from an ordinary bloodthirsty and savage zombie. But Ling Mo did not feel any desire to leap out and strike, suggesting to him that Shana was consciously suppressing the urge to attack. Chapter 33. Chapter 33 Survivor Group. All through the night, Shana was alternating between sane and mad, interspersed with a few spells of deep stupor. Finally, in the morning, she appeared to be somewhat more stable. But just as Ling Mo feared, the current Shana did become a zombie, but at the same time still have a trace of reason. The current Shana is only a line away from zombies, but the strength is already much stronger than the ordinary zombies. Thanks to Lu Yuhao's foolish actions last night, Ling Mo realized that there was indeed a pattern to Shana's current bipolar situation. Normally, Shana would exist in a seemingly human form, being able to reason and mumble out a few words, albeit at a much lower mental capacity. But when she has encountered something stressful or physically threatening, she will immediately lose those shreds of reason, and transform into a vicious and murderous zombie. But under Ling Mo's manipulation, her mood gradually stabilized, and does not hold strong hostility towards Lu Yuhao and Wang Chang. But because of the special spiritual connection between her and Ling Mo, it seems that the people closest to Shana is Ling Mo. For example, right now, Shana is staring blankly at Ling Mo, one hand tightly pulling him. Shana, do you recognize me? After crying out her name hundreds of times, Shana did maintain impression to her own name. She will react as long as someone calls. But that was as far as she could respond to someone talking. Ask her a question, and you would get nothing but a stupefied expression. But Shana has demonstrated strong interest to her own long knife. Whenever seeing Shana holding the long knife, somewhat sluggish and in the state of confusion, then suddenly grabbed at the scabbard of the sword, that sense of momentum is even stronger than the prior Shana. But then she refused to put down her long knife, and Ling Mo always felt that Shana is the same as Yi Lian. They should all have the opportunity to completely regain sanity, therefore he did not force her to give up the long knife. As long as there is obsession, it's much better than completely reduced to senseless zombies. It can be said that in Shana's current situation, it completely firmed Ling Mo's confidence. Zombies are indeed terrible, but the culprit behind the zombies is, after all, the virus. And from the current situation, Ling Mo already has a mind forming. With the continuous evolution of virus, zombie strength will continue to grow, and at the same time, they will eventually grow into rational monsters. Shana's situation illustrates this point. She absorbed too much virus at one point, and appeared to the current state, and Yi Lian who after. Evolution also shows signs of senses. Therefore different from Lu Yuhao who is in the mood of grief, Ling Mo right now is full of energy. Big brother Ling, Shana's current state right now, Lu Yuhao right now is afraid of getting too close to Shana. He could only sit far on the sidelines, watching every move of Shana. It's not difficult to tell from his expression that he is not only filled with doubts, but also feels sad for Shana. Any normal person would not want to become zombies, even if not so completely. Ling Mo deeply looked at him, said, instead of letting Shana die, or turn into something like Lu Xian, don't you think that the result have been very fortunate? This. Lu Yuhao's face emerged a hint of hesitation, then nodded heavily. Yes, right now at least is better than dead, and at least she is not showing hostility to Big Brother Ling. As he said the last sentence, Lu Yuhao's tone is somewhat bitter. Ling Mo did not tell him about his ability to control zombies. Therefore Lu Yuhao thought that Shana is close to Ling Mo is completely out of her instincts, but happens to not have any memory to this comrade who has been fighting. Side by side, This of course made Liu Yuhao a little heartbroken. Ling Mo rubbed his nose, said, maybe, I am talking that perhaps, Shauna will slowly recover her senses. What? Liu Yuhao is surprised, no longer having a depressed air, suddenly locked his eyes on Ling Mo's face. Ling Mo slowly said, as you have seen, Shauna right now is different than those ordinary zombies. You could not say that she completely still have her senses, but at least not completely controlled by instincts. This situation probably never occurred on any zombies before. But no matter what, as long as her rational ability is not completely erased, then there is hope to restore. But this time frame might be short, or it might be long. What he said were all predictions, but Liu Yuhao's eyes have already become extremely hot. Hope is good. But, right now Shauna only sees you. After the excitement, Liu Yuhao then again become depressed. With Shauna's current situation, he could not even be too close to her, not to mention be the same as before. Just as Ling Mo was going to reply, he suddenly sees Wang Cheng running like a trail of smoke, then stopped at a place that is quiet far away from Shauna, said with a joyous face, there are people on the street. Survivors. Survivors? Following Wang Cheng to the balcony, Ling Mo see through from the window, and of course see the survivors. But after one look, Ling Mo could not help but twitch his eyes. There is not only one survivor down there, but an entire survivor group. There are about 20 young women and men, all carrying different kinds of backpacks and holding all kinds of weapons at hand. They seems like they have been searching for food from early morning, but right now was attacked by dozens of zombies. After watching for a while, Ling Mo realized that even though this group of people are normal people, but there are a few young men with very good combat ability, and they attack much more viciously than others. But what made Ling Mo pay attention is their methods of killing zombies. Those few young men rushed at the very front, the rest of the people is scattered around, using the automobiles as cover and started to deal with zombies. Even though their combat abilities are not very strong, but they become horned into each other, take care of each other, even if they could not confront the zombies like those young men, but they could get rid zombies one by one during the process. Seeing here, Ling Mo could not help but want to call out good, this kind of team in his perspective is the real survivor group. But they are after all does not have enough battle personnel. In a place like zombie dense area, they are soon in the state of danger. Attracted by blood, more and more zombies from all directions drilled out and lunged wildly at them. And after these people persisted for a little bit, they had to stop the battle and retreat. Eventually they actually retreated into this area, and directly toward the building where Ling Mo and his people is staying. Soon, there came the muffled bang sound from downstairs. Obviously these people have already rushed into the safety staircase. But soon after a loud sound immediately came over, it is those zombies crazily hitting the staircase door. Listen to the sound, it seems that not for long, the staircase door will be forced open. At that time a group of zombies will swarm inside, and Ling Mo and his people who are hiding inside the house may also be in danger. At this time the best way is to hide in the house and not making a sound, but with the sound of messy footsteps, Ling Mo suddenly somewhat despondent. These people, they actually came upstairs, and they even rushed into the corridor on the second floor. Chapter 34. Chapter 34 To jump off building or not? In fact, it is not difficult to understand when these survivors fled into this building. Their reason is probably the same when Ling Mo and his people chose here. First of all, this building is the closest to the door, and it also has the best geographical conditions here. One side is the artificial creek, the other side is the fountain square, which has a certain distance between the surrounding houses. This way they will not fall into a zombie horde, and still have several escape routes. Most likely this group of people wanted to go through this building to temporarily break free of the horde, then try to take the opportunity to escape from the other side of it. But as soon as these people stepped on second floor, followed by a loud noise from downstairs, the door was apparently completely broke down. This movement and their footsteps also immediately lured out zombies that were hiding within the building. Then, a cacophony of chaos erupted from the hallway down the floor. Sounds of flesh being stabbed and screaming of survivors being ripped apart by the zombies greeted Ling Mo and the rest of his group. Ling Mo quietly walked to the door, looked out through the cat hole, and saw these people have retreated to a suite diagonally opposite, and quickly locked the door. A large group of zombies is densely packed in the corridor, frantically charging at the door. The sound of tearing and chewing are amongst it. Ling Mo guessed that they must have appeared causalities, and now the corridor should also be full of corpses, zombies and human alike. Retreating into a suite like this will not hold off the zombies forever. Most likely that group of people is planning to jump off the building to escape. That would be a good way to attract the zombies that were chasing into the staircase, then jump out of here, so even if not to completely throw off the zombies, they still acquired enough time to escape. To jump off from the second floor is actually quite dangerous, but Ling Mo knows that it's all grass field outside of this building, as long as you are not particularly unlucky, should not be able to break your leg. Especially in this kind of emergency situation, is not easy to find another foolproof solution. Coming up an apartment meant that you have just cut off your routes to escape to only the stairwells, which has been rendered impossible by all the zombies clamoring about, or out a window. What should we do, Big Brother Ling? Should we help? Hearing the sound from outside, Liu Hao walked to Ling Mo's side with an extremely fearful expression, whispered. Ling Mo looked at him sideways, said, "There are at least 30 zombies outside. As soon as we open the door we will be turned into human hamburgers with extra giblets. How can we possibly help them?" Liu Hao is suddenly speechless, and Ling Mo is secretly shaking his head in his heart. Liu Hao has a heart of gold, and would never let someone suffer in his eyes. But that means that he does not know when to back off, and let people go. Sure, it may make Ling Mo sound like a heartless jerk, but sometimes you have to save yourself first. But hearing more and more zombies outside the door, some zombies even started to bang on the door here, Ling Mo's face suddenly becomes somewhat gloomy. "We cannot stay here, let's go." Zombies hitting the door does not necessarily mean that they found Ling Mo's trail, but in the temporary loss of the target, and stimulated by the smell of blood where they reacted extremely violently. Not only banging on the door at Ling Mo's place, but also the other doors are also being struck. Wang Chang has already been scared to death by the movement outside. At this time he subconsciously asked one thing: from where do we go? Down. But even though saying words like this, Ling Mo will not rashly jump off the building unless it is absolutely their last course of action. If they land and break a leg, they become sitting ducks. Fortunately he has used furniture to block the door last night, at this time even though the doors were knocked with bang bang ringing. The barrier appeared to be too sturdy to break down, but the zombies were piling up at their door, finally realizing that there are survivors within. Time is running out for Ling Mo. Ling Mo quickly dug out a climbing rope from the backpack which was salvaged from breaking down a barrier from a general store. He never imagined it would be useful up until now. He quickly tied it into a knot, then fixed it after. Ling Mo then manipulated Yi Lian and Shana went down first, grabbing the rope. The second floor is not high, and the window air conditioning unit can also be used to break their fall, plus these two zombie sisters' skill is much more flexible than average person. They soon dropped to the ground and immediately started to clear the area of zombies nearby for Ling Mo and his people. Liu Hao's face is white as a sheet, and he insisted to not go first. Ling Mo yanked on the rope twice to check if it's steady, then grabbed the rope to jump on the air conditioning unit, then rappelling down, jumped down, and let go of the rope when he is still 1 meter above the ground. Soon followed by Wang Chang, and at last when Liu Hao is jumping, zombies finally breached the barricade and forced the door open. Several zombies directly rushed to the window and did not hesitate to jump down. But how could zombies know how to use the rope? As soon as they jumped down, they fell flat face first on the floor. More zombies rushed out the window and landed on the crushed zombie corpses, charging to attack. Ling Mo and Yi Lian did not give them the opportunity for them to get far. Shana's eyes immediately turned red as she started to attack, but Ling Mo's scalp went numb, quickly strengthened control over her, and not letting her to continue attack. Go! Now! In the blink of an eye there are soon several more zombie bodies on the ground. It is conceivable that soon the entire horde will divert their attention at them. Thus Ling Mo immediately brought Yi Lian and the rest to bolt away towards the side entrance of the district, which was relatively less populated by zombies. But just as they went along this residential building to the back of the lane, they bumped into that group of survivors. These people jumped from the other side. Their target was also to escape from the side door. As soon as Ling Mo saw this group of people, he realized with a sinking feeling that they must have attracted the horde over. But only a few isolated zombies found them, and the rest of the horde remained at the back of the apartment. One of the young men is running in front, most likely opening the road, therefore immediately seeing Ling Mo and his people, suddenly exclaimed loudly. Most likely they never thought that there are still survivors in this residential building, and much less coincidentally bumping into them. Ling Mo rolled his eyes, taking advantage that these people are left behind at the rear. To quickly escape is a serious matter. Who knows what kind of methods they used? That group of zombies did not appear for a while. When Ling Mo brought Yi Lian and his people running all the way out of the compound, then heard the movement of zombies coming over. Hey! The young man from before still is persistent, panting, and called out to Ling Mo and his people. Been forced to give up their temporary foothold this early in the morning. Ling Mo's expression is not looking very good, and his tone is also unhappy. What? That? The young man was by no means stupid. As soon as he opened his mouth he started to apologize. Sorry, we didn't know that you guys are here, we dragged you down. This is not the place to talk. How about come with us to our camp? Camp? This group of people still has a camp? Ling Mo suddenly showed a hint of surprised looks. Originally he wanted to refuse, but then he glimpsed at Liu Yuhao standing behind him. Of course, he does not want to go to any kind of survivor camp, what with him having a growing posse of zombies behind his every step. Wang Cheng's life and death he also does not care, but Liu Yuhao, this person, gave Ling Mo good impression. But his personality decided that Ling Mo could not keep him by his side. The best result is to let Liu Yuhao find a good place to go, with the survivors. Chapter 35. Chapter 35. Deuce in broad daylight. The young man anxiously looked at Ling Mo, realizing that he would be the leader of the group. Where is your camp? Ling Mo frowned and asked after a long moment of silence. The young man probably did not expect Ling Mo to hesitate so much when being asked to join him. Any ordinary people encountering another survivor group will all rushed up like gummy bear. Editor's note, needs to stick together like glue. The reason of why he invited Ling Mo and his people is that partly because he felt guilty for driving them out of their hiding spot. On the other hand, he is somewhat surprised by the combat ability by Ling Mo and his people. Although on the road to the direction of the side door, there weren't that many zombies, but there is always a few coming out to block the way. Originally the young man thought that they would not stand a chance, and would have to sacrifice a few survivors just to get past those zombies. But to their great surprise is that, the seemingly very weak team of strangers, two strange-looking red-eyed girls, two teenagers, and one young man, are exceptionally strong. These scattered zombies did not even cause the slightest effect on them. A group of people like this one is obviously not a burden, but well worth any food they want. District Ginkgo. How about it, would you like to join us back to the camp? The young man somewhat eagerly asked. District Ginkgo is not very far away from here, just 2 blocks detour to go. But this gang evidently seemed just left camp, why go back so soon? In such matters, Ling Mo did not intend to conceal and opened his mouth to ask. Young man quickly said, You are mistaken, we came out 2 days ago, gathering supplies in this neighborhood. Originally we planned to take the risk and look for something today around this area, but did not think that here is really the tiger and dragon's den, indicating full of zombies. Right now we are set back, we intend to immediately return, to avoid greater injury to persons. That's why, Ling Mo nodded and looked back at Yi Lian and Shana. At the moment Shana is emotionally stable, same as Yi Lian, where one could not tell that she was truly a zombie from appearances, but for safety reasons, Ling Mo quickly manipulated Yi Lian and pulled out a cap to wear on Shana. This little movement did not rouse the attention of the young man, because at the same time, Ling Mo was speaking with him. Well, then we will go back to camp with you. Great! Let's go! Young man showed a hint of joy. To the camp, newcomers generally mean 2 cases. First, one more mouths to feed, second, an extra boost. Ling Mo and his people are clearly the latter. Regardless of the place, these people are welcome anywhere. The people of this team did not object to Ling Mo and his people's joining. Most of the people even nodded at them to show welcome. A closer look at these people allowed Ling Mo having a much more intuitive understanding. There are both men and women in this group. They all seemed very young. The oldest is only in his early 30s, youngest looked about 15 or 16. Although just experienced a life and death battle, but these people do not look frightened, just their forehead is covered with sweat, showing tiredness. The only one that had a heavy expression is a girl in her 20s, her eyes were red, but did not shed tears. In the process of advancing with these people, Ling Mo heard that young man whispered a few words of comfort to that girl. Then he knows that girl's elder brother was one step late in jumping off the building while he was trying to delay the zombies, and was pulled back in front of her eyes to the window. He's probably no more than a skeleton now. Intend to give up the search for supplies, the group then detoured to a small alley from the main street. Ling Mo also had some doubts, but the young man who was leading the way seems to be very familiar with the route. Then he put down some of his doubts. There are not that many zombies within the alley, because this alley is caught in the middle of two buildings, both sides have fences, and except the occasional scrap vehicles, there is little obstacles. After walking through this alley for about 5 minutes, these people then turned on to a narrow street, and more zombies also appeared. The group's organized way of fighting, coupled with Ling Mo from time to time, reduced stress for them. It did not take very long to go through this street. Soon, this group of people arrived at Ginkgo District. Compared to the high-end residential building across the third high, even though Ginkgo District is also a luxury real estate, but was only repaired recently, not many people stayed formally. This also means that a relatively clean environment, and fewer zombies within the district. But at the gate there are still a small amount of zombies. This is entirely determined by the location. What can we do when there is a busy commercial street near it? The young man said that their camp is situated in an elevator apartment within the district. This apartment's gate was constructed well, can also play a protective role, although it will be useless if facing a large horde, but it is no problem to withstand a small amount of zombies. And there are people guarding right behind the gate. Seeing the young man brought back a few strangers, they only looked at Ling Mo and his people with a few judging looks, and did not say anything else. Our people here have to take turns on duty, and there are also people upstairs to watch. If the situation is going south, they will organize us to evacuate or conceal. The young men, seeing that Ling Mo seemed to be curious, he explained voluntarily. Walked the second floor along the backup staircase. These people then entered a residential site. To Ling Mo's surprise, there are no one living here. Only a bespectacled woman helped these people to take down the bag, took out a notebook, making detailed records while counting the inventory brought back by these people. You guys wait for a bit. After the young man accounted Ling Mo for one sentence, then he took off his own backpack. Ling Mo stood by the door for a bit, and found out that these people did brought back quite a lot of things. In addition to a variety of goods, there are a mess of drugs, clothes, and even some female products. After that woman finished indexing the goods, he let the young man sign, then indicated that they could leave. And those supplies were all categorized by her, and moved inside the room. Ling Mo looked from a distance, realized that bedroom has been converted into a warehouse. Glimpsing between the opening and closing of the doors, he could see that the supplies deposited in there is not small. Young man came out with a smile. You see, I did not have the time to tell you that. In fact, I am not qualified to permit you guys to join. We had to ask the big boss. But don't worry, our boss is a good person. Right now I will take you guys to him. Ling Mo nodded indifferently, eyes suddenly flash. He asked tentatively, what you guys just did was? Oh, nothing but registration. Our people here are divided into 3 teams. Each squad turns out to search for materials. It is necessary to register storage when back here, then signed by the captain. By the way, my name is Li Yu, the captain of Team 2. Li Yu's eyes flashed a hint of proudness. When other people came out from the storage, they all returned to the other residence room, and Li Yu took Ling Mo to the 3rd floor. For this so-called leader, Ling Mo was still interested. After all, to establish such survivor camp within a short time, this means the boss can be considered quite the leader. It's not easy to arrange for such a rigorous style of leadership in such a chaotic time, and Ling Mo was indeed impressed that these group of survivors were able to pull it off. Before meeting this boss, Ling Mo's mind made a lot of assumptions, but he did not think that when the door at third floor opened, appeared before his eyes turned to be a little girl that looks a little sick. But this is not the focus. What really let Ling Mo stared is and instantly transfixed is that, this girl, he actually know her. That neighborhood girl, whom he thought died in Wang's handmade sword shop, is Wang Rin. And when Wang Rin looked at him, Ling Mo almost unconsciously blurted out, "Oh hell no." Chapter 36. Chapter 36 Return my first time. When Ling Mo last saw Wang Rin, he thought that he had left her for dead with the mutated zombies. His last thoughts of her was the delicate beautiful girl being turned into a pile of bones as her flesh was being ripped apart by the horde. He could not have expected that he would actually see Wang Rin alive, much less here at the same camp. And Wang Rin also blandly looked up, about to give the standard introductory talks to yet another group of survivors. But after seeing the group of people standing by the door, she immediately widened her eyes, her whole body tang jumped up from the chair, a slender arm lifted up, pointing them. She tightly intensely said, You. Hey, you guys know Big Sister Wang Rin? Li Yu surprisingly asked, having no idea of their past relationships. Big Sister? This girl who looked at most 17 or 18 years old, you big man is calling her Big Sister? Ling Mo still did not completely recover, then went into a shock. His eyes looked to Liu also suddenly become somewhat incredulous. Liu blushed after looking at Ling Mo. He whispered, Big Sister Rin is very strong, sometimes even the boss could not control her, last time she even took the boss back to home. Before he was finished, Wang Rin has took a deep breath, strangely returned to calmness. She walked slowly in front of Ling Mo and his people, with some strange eyes, one by one looked at them. Just as Ling Mo was still trying to think of a way to open the conversation, Wang Rin has already spoken with a slight tone of disdain. Yo, Shauna, you are still not dead, ah? Ling Mo's heart suddenly made a thump sound. He was too much in shock the moment before, he forgot that this chick is Shauna's relative. But listen to Wang Rin's cold tone, it seems like she have some faint hostility towards Shauna? But think about her expression a moment ago, it was obviously very excited, but when she spoke, it has turned to be very cold. This Wang Rin must really hate her guts. Hearing someone shouting her name, Shauna actually gave little reaction. Her dazed eyes turned toward Wang Rin. After glancing back, she actually silently looked away. This is not because of her haughty attitude, but the after effects after been infected and become a zombie. But Wang Rin knew nothing. Seeing Shauna giving this reaction, suddenly emerged a hint of anger. Being an ice queen? Sure, people like you will never die, but seeing I am still alive, don't you feel very disappointed? Obviously Shauna will not answer, and Ling Mo was suddenly showing a hint of a strange look. But listening to Wang Rin's tone, it's not only sour, but still seemed a bit aggravated? Was it because that Shauna's reaction is too calm after seeing her? But if it's Yi Lian, Ling Mo could still manipulate her to suggest some reaction, such as nodding and shaking her head, but Shauna, be able to suppress her and not attack randomly is already good, he could only make her follow him by forcibly controlling her movements. Even though she is not a mutated zombie, but the difficulty of manipulation is not any lower than mutated zombies, but even more complicated. Had Ling Mo's spiritual power not gone through evolution, he really could not be able to control both Yi Lian and Shauna at the same time, much less continue it non-stop. Shauna is not speaking. Wang Rin gave another heavy cold sneer, looking at Ling Mo and his people. Her expression has become even more bitter. Who the F*** are you guys? Ling Mo suddenly froze for a moment, but then he showed a hint of smile. He indeed remembered this chick, even felt a bit sad for her supposed death, but never thought this chick completely did not know himself. He was glad that she did not go Lu Xian's route and try to exact vengeance on him. It's no wonder, no matter from which point of view, Ling Mo is the most normal person, thrown into the crowd and no one would take another look. Even though this chick met with him face to face a few times, but it's normal to not remember. Since he is just a nondescript ordinary person? On the contrary, Lu Yuhao suddenly said with a little surprise, Rin, seems like Shana has a cousin named Wang Rin. Humph. Wang Rin gave an unhappy cold cry, looked at Shana sideways, seeing that Shana is still not showing any reactions, her eyes suddenly expressing fire. But just she was about to get angry, she suddenly caught the short knife by Ling Mo's waist. This time her attention immediately shifted away from Shana to Ling Mo. From the start when Ling Mo walked in, Wang Rin did not see him properly, but right now is locking her eyes on Ling Mo's body. Hey, you are the one that stole my short knife. How could you be with Shana? Steal? What is stealing? In the end of the world, a completely abandoned shop, anyone could walk in. Or else you want to say that mutated zombie is the owner? But Wang Rin seemed to be indicating something else. Could it be that on the day when he went into the Wang's handmade sword shop, this chick is hiding somewhere and peeping? Ling Mo was still thinking. When he looked towards Wang Rin's eyes, it seemed to reveal this kind of meaning. See what? Right, give me back my knife. I made it, how dare you taunt me by holding it right in front of my eyes? Wang Rin stared at Ling Mo once, then barked very bluntly. Return back the knife? At first Ling Mo was stunned, then his shocking expression slowly faded away, replaced by a little touch of indifference, and some gloomy. Indeed, Wang Rin initially made this cold knife, but it was Ling Mo who took the risk and pried it out of a mutated zombie's cold claws. For it. Right now this chick is standing before him with a breeze, extending her hand to ask him to return back the knife. Where could you find something this cheap? Moreover, for this knife, Ling Mo had already paid a certain price, and that is helping Shana and her people break into the third high. Reasonable in the circumstances, he does not owe Wang Rin anything. Looking at Wang Rin with an impatient look, Ling Mo somewhat coldly asked, why should I return it to you? Wang Rin was suddenly stunned, and Li Yu on the side is looking at Ling Mo with a somewhat baffled look, secretly tugged Ling Mo's sleeve. This is big sister Wang Rin's treasured blade, you dare to keep it? Return it to her at once. His expression right now is filled with regret. If he knew that the people he brought back would get into conflict with Wang Rin at first meeting, he would not have bothered. But Ling Mo only gave a grunt, and did not answer. But his expression is clearly indicating his resolve. This short knife, he will not take it out. What do you mean by why? After Wang Rin returned to her senses, she immediately said with a raging tone, this knife is originally made by me, and it is the first finished product that I am satisfied. You went into my family's shop, took the knife I made, how could it be any different than a thief? Right now the owner is asking you to return it, and you dare to ask why? Wang Rin's cold tone is making Ling Mo feeling very uncomfortable. A deep sense of superiority, and there was that high above the momentum all showing that this seemingly sick chick exudes sheer style in her command. Not to mention Ling Mo, even Lu Yuhao's eyes looked to Wang Rin have become somewhat unhappy. His is secretly thinking in his heart that even thought they are cousins, but Wang Rin is much less compared to Shana. As for Wang Chang, he is somewhat looking at Wang Rin warily, and quietly went back a step or two. He did not want to be involved in this dispute. Wang Rin seemed to have some status in this survivor camp, but Ling Mo's strength also left Wang Cheng a deep impression these 2 days. He even had the feeling that though Wang Rin spoke very bluntly, her look also seemed vicious, but Ling Mo will not buy it. But at this time, the inside door suddenly opened, and a man about 30 walked out. He was clearly alarmed by Wang Rin's brawl. As soon as he walked out he asked depressingly, Wang Rin, who are you with in an argument again? Seeing Ling Mo and his people, this man suddenly froze for a moment, especially when he saw Shana. His expression becomes somewhat wonderful. The same as when Ling Mo saw Wang Rin, this man's eyes looked towards Shana also seemed like seeing a ghost. This, Wang Rin's cousin, a few days when we went to her house, weren't there no more living people? The man blurted out, without noticing that Wang Rin's ugly face stared at him. Ling Mo's brows raised. He thought in his heart that maybe this girl is really cold outside but warm inside towards Shana. But this does not mean that Ling Mo will be impressed. No matter what, something he took risk to acquire, he will not return it back to Wang Rin. You are also here. The man quickly turned to Ling Mo, and spoke to him as if he already knew Ling Mo. That day when you killed that mutated zombie, I also seen that. You are very powerful. Did not think that you would be coming to our camp with Wang Rin's cousin. This beauty is the one that were with you that day, right? Then Liu also timely interrupted. This is our big boss song. Boss, these people are the ones we met at the 3rd High District. What boss? Just call me Song Tian. Song Tian smiled. Ling Mo deliberately ignored Wang Rin, who was glaring at his eyes, also smiled and said, I am Ling Mo, with Shana, and Wang Rin's cousin is. Speaking to here, Ling Mo himself is somewhat tangled. Right now Shana is a bona fide zombie. If Ling Mo slips up for a second, she will be a monster. But with Shana's strength, and his heart some faint trace of bearing, Ling Mo does not want to give up on Shana. Therefore Shana's relationship and him should temporarily be friends. I am Shana's friend. And these two boys are Shana's classmates. Ling Mo said. It really is fate. Song Tian literally clapped his hands, and his face emerged a hint of embarrassed look. Wang Rin, you still miss your knife? Of course. Wang Rin's brow rose, said with a natural course, it's Ling Mo, right? Hurry up and return me my knife. No. Ling Mo also answered firmly, this knife is made by you, but it was me who took the risk and got it out. You say you want it now. This is really gangster logic? Hearing Ling Mo rejected her directly, Wang Rin's face immediately turned very ugly. But Song Tian laughed, spoke with some rounds. Wang Rin, knock it out. We will talk about the knife case later. You finally see your cousin, why don't we ask them to stay first? What do you say, Mr. Ling? Chapter 37. Chapter 37. To trade a person with the knife. Song Tian has a plain and ordinary face, but his body is very tall and burly, his stance vaguely showing off his military experience. Although Wang Rin appears to be cold and arrogant, she seemed to listen to Song Tian's words, therefore right now she only gave a cold sneer, then turned away and shut her mouth. But her eyes still occasionally looked back at Ling Mo with derision, sometimes also stared at Shana impatiently. Unfortunately, neither Ling Mo nor Shana responded to her disapproving looks. After asking Liu about the situation, Song Tian then sent him away, then invited Ling Mo and his people into his office. After all, he is the camp leader. His room on the 3rd floor was much more upscale than the rest of the survivors' dorms downstairs. Not only is it renovated and furnished, it seemed that the rooms were well maintained even as the zombie apocalypse rolled through the area. And Song Tian's bedroom is one of the bedrooms that were fully cleaned. The excess furniture were all removed, leaving only bed and desk, and also stood a 4-seater sofa. Wang Rin also followed inside. With a look of unhappy expression, she slouched over on the bed. Sit down, don't worry, it's all been cleaned. Song Tian himself also leaned on the desk, motioning the crowd to sit down on the sofa. But his last sentence gave Liu Yuhao and Wang Cheng a hint of strange look. Song Tian's sentence clearly meant that someone just died on the sofa, or was killed. But after many days fighting and killing in the end of the world, even Wang Cheng had already cultivated a psychological resistance against death during these 2 days. He could sit among the corpses, not to mention a sofa in which someone died on it. Liu also said a moment ago, it was my team's people that dragged you guys down, I am really sorry about it. Hearing Song Tian opened his mouth to apologize, Wang Rin immediately gave a dissatisfied and bitter grunt on the side. Ling Mo originally wanted to say something to make up with the boss, but seeing Wang Rin's reaction, he suddenly gave a sneer remark and said, we were originally living well over there. As soon as your people got there, we were forced to give up the place to the horde. It's not big deal of switching places, but it's regretting that the supplies in which we waste a lot of effort in gathering were all left in there. After listening to Ling Mo's words, Liu Hao and Wang Cheng's expression all became somewhat puzzled. They did leave in a hurry, but besides a climbing rope, Ling Mo should not have lost anything, right? He said this kind of thing at this time. Did he want the other party to compensate? Don't forget, here is their camp, and in the apocalypse, supplies are much more important than lives. Even if Song Tian's attitude seemed to be very gentle, but to ask him to compensate with supplies, then it is somewhat far-fetched. But the things they could thought of, how could Ling Mo not? Since he dared to open his mouth with outrageous remarks, then he must have something to back his words on. First, there is the presence of Shana. If Song Tian wants to do something violent, then Wang Rin will not allow him, therefore they won't have two ugly arguments about it. Second of all is that they have the combat ability as a backup resort. Not to mention Ling Mo himself, just Shana and Yi Lian, these two female zombies, they are enough to deal quite considerable damage to the camp. Even though there are some people among this camp that can hold their own in a fight, but compared to two mutated zombies in Ling Mo, they stand little chance. Most importantly, Ling Mo, despite appearing to be brutal, did not want to rob the place. After he finished, he especially glanced at Wang Rin, and Song Tian immediately and accurately catches this glance. Ling Mo's intention is clear. You guys dragged me down, caused me to lost my supplies, and even asked me for my knife back. Song Tian suddenly feels some headaches. That day, the scene in which Ling Mo killed mutated zombie is still fresh in his mind, therefore he is somewhat afraid of Ling Mo's strength. Because of this, he temporarily stopped Wang Rin and intended to seek a more modest way to ask for the return of the knife. But since Ling Mo has opened his mouth, even if Song Tian has a much thicker skin, he would be too embarrassed to ask. Assume a tough stance to insist? Even though they are at their own camp, but Song Tian worked very hard to build this kind of camp, of course he would not want to see any trouble. Since the camp is only built recently, even though it appears to look orderly, but internally there is still a lot of problems. Forcibly taking a knife from a survivor would set a horrible precedent for the rest of the survivors, as the leader is implying to encourage his followers to steal from one another. In the end of the world, strength is the money to talk, but in the early establishment of the camp, Song Tian knew that he still need to win over the hearts of the people below with trust, not fear. Most critical point is, as soon as Song Tian sees Ling Mo the first time, he hatched an idea, which is to make Ling Mo and his people stay. A strong person that could kill a mutated zombie single without a bead of sweat and joins the camp, it is tantamount to inject a shot in the arm. Editors note, means to get superpowers. I am really sorry about it. Song Tian bit the bullet and ignored the crude shot thrown from Wang Rin, and said, "What do you propose to do, Mr. Ling?" "Just call me Ling Mo." Ling Mo frowned carefully and paused for a moment, and said, "I know that you have a lot of people at your camp, you must also be short on supplies. I'm not going to make you guys compensate, but this short knife." Withstanding Wang Rin's almost killer looks, Song Tian pretended and boldly smiled, "Just a knife, it's a gift to you. One knife to trade a new member whom is with very good skill, it's worth it." As for Wang Rin, no big deal but to eat her rolling eyes for a few days. "Humph, coward." Wang Rin angrily swore and stormed out. Song Tian smiled awkwardly, and spoke again, "Mate, you guys lost the place you live, and lost your supplies. I am really sorry about it. How about it, our camp is in need of hands right now, why don't you guys join us?" Although the camp is small in size, and Song Tian's need for strong survivors is evident, but Ling Mo still somewhat admired him. But to join the camp? Come on, bringing two female zombies together with a large group of survivors day and night, this is the equivalent of dancing on the tip of knives. Moreover, two female zombies, especially Yi Lian, still needs to swallow more gels to achieve evolution. There are too much restriction in joining the camp, and he still needs to hunt mutated zombies. Therefore Ling Mo shook his head without hesitation, and said, "Thanks, but me and these two girls still have some business to complete, we cannot join you right now. But my friend right here does have some fig-thing skill." As he said, he turned to look at Lu Yuhao. This result suddenly made Song Tian very disappointed, but seeing that Ling Mo did not reject in an absolute tone, therefore Song Tian vividly felt that this business still have some hope. After all, Shana is Wang Rin's cousin. Therefore, thinking here, Song Tian's disappointed look became much lighter, and looked along Ling Mo's eyes to Lu Yuhao. You are willing to join? What about that one? His second target is naturally Wang Chang. Hearing this, Wang Chang then glanced at Ling Mo somewhat cramped, then resolutely nodded. I am in. This camp obviously is not a place to keep moths, and whole healthy-bodied teenagers like him will naturally go out to search for supplies. Therefore, Wang Chang's decision can be considered that he put down a lot of determination. Not joining? Ling Mo will not feed him. Most importantly, he knew in his heart that Shana by Ling Mo's side is actually a zombie. Staying with a zombie from day and night, this kind of thrilling thing, Wang Chang felt that his heart will not take it. But with Wang Rin here, he would not dare to expose this secret. Who knows what is Wang Rin's attitude towards Shana, especially Shana's appearance looked the same as ordinary. People, would anyone believe him if he spilled the truth that Shana is a zombie? Under the uncertainty situation and the threat of crossing someone like Ling Mo, this is a death sentence. Chapter 38. Chapter 38 Promise. When it was Lu Yuhao's turn to go, he showed some hesitations. It's not difficult to tell from his expression that he could not let Shana go. Although his heart clearly knew that, the current Shana is impossible to stay with him. As for Ling Mo's relationship with them could not be said as very close. It was clear that the two parties were together for the purpose of mutual survival, but that was as far as their bond went. Keeping such dangerous Shana by the side already made Lu Yuhao extremely grateful to Ling Mo. If it was for someone else, even if not killed Shana, for sure they will immediately leave her behind to die like any other zombie. Of course, this was because that Lu Yuhao did not know that Ling Mo has a special ability, zombie puppet, and did not know that during the process of Shana's mutation, Ling Mo even took out 2 virus gel taken out from the mutated zombie's brain, fed Shana. Nevertheless, in Lu Yuhao's opinion, if Shana wants to continue to live like a person, the only way is to follow Ling Mo. And it's impossible for him to give her back before she turns back into normal. But follow Ling Mo and leave? Lu Yuhao not only once thought about this idea, but Ling Mo's attitude is very clear that he does not need to have draggers around. He seemed pretty stoic about his goal to slaughter and harvest brains from mutated zombies. But is he a burden? Lu Yuhao asked himself this question a lot. He naturally knew about Ling Mo's strength, even though Yi Lian rarely fight, but it can be seen that her strength is not weak, not to mention Shana, after turned into zombie. Her strength is not only not diminished but in a way much more stronger. In contrast, Lu Yuhao is only someone with somewhat greater courage, an ordinary teenage that only knows a little about slashing and dodging. Thinking here, Lu Yuhao looked at Ling Mo with a complicated look. He wanted to receive some tips from Ling Mo. And Ling Mo also became aware of it at once. To Lu Yuhao, Ling Mo does have some good sentiments towards him, especially compared him with his classmates. But he is taking 2 zombies with him, still needs to continually hunt mutated zombies to power up. Bringing Lu Yuhao will certainly be inconvenient. Moreover, Ling Mo still does not want anyone know about his ability of zombie controlling. Therefore, from the moment when he successfully controlled Shana, Ling Mo has already thought that he is ready to find a place to let Lu Yuhao go, hopefully someplace safe. The survivor camp built by Song Tian from Ling Mo's view is a very suitable place. Therefore, when Lu Yuhao turned to look over, Ling Mo looked at him deeply, then casually eyed Shana, then nodded. Lu Yuhao's eyes immediately flashed a hint of disappointment, but it also had a decisive faint taste of resolve. Ah, I will also join. Even though right now is still cumbersome, but someday. Although Ling Mo and the 2 girls refused to join, Song Tian still seemed very happy because he got to keep the 2 healthy youth. A survivor camp like this one that was just established, every day they lose a handful of survivors to the horde from searching for supplies. Bringing suitable survivors back to the camp, this has become a requirement. But besides a handful person like Ling Mo, most people would have joined the camp with overjoy. After all, one person's survivor ability is very limited. Even if not join, but isn't this Miss Xia not Wang Rin's cousin? How about stay for the day? Song Tian's proposal can considered reasonable, but Shana will not answer for this. And Ling Mo always felt that Shana's situation is still not very stable. The longer they stay here, the more dangerous. What Shana decides to go unleashed, wouldn't that be even more terrible? Therefore he smiled and refused. I do want these two to catch up, but we do have some emergency matters. How about it, after we take care of our business, I will bring Shana back. These remarks are purely to fool the leader. Liu Hao and Wang Cheng all knew what is going on, and they all knew, after departing, Ling Mo will not return, and most likely they will never meet again. This is the end of the world. Zombies everywhere there are hidden crises of death. You could say that, the survivors that are living on this world, anyone can die at any time. To make a promise under this situation, it all seemed a bit feeble. Wang Cheng secretly gave a relieved sigh. He is afraid of Ling Mo, but even more afraid Shana, who has turned into a zombie. Who knows what she can possibly do? Liu Yuhao's eyes is somewhat red as he's trying to choke back tears. His eyes kept glued to Shana, but just happened that he does not dare to go near her. Besides Ling Mo, Shana does not recognize anyone. I see, then I could not force you. But before you get going, still let Miss Xia meet with Wang Rin and talk. By the way, she's always that bitter, don't mind it. As Sung Tian sees that he could not invite them to stay, he turned and said, Do not care? That kind of attitude, how could he not care? Before Ling Mo still feels some pity for Wang Rin, but after this encounter, he no longer has any good impression to Wang Rin. But Song Tian is right, after all Shana is her cousin, if not letting them see each other before they go, then is not justified. As Song Tian got up to leave, Liu Hao suddenly pulled Ling Mo. He whispered in a quiet sincerely voice, Big brother Ling, I hope that you can take good care of Shana, even though she is, zombie, but you have seen that she won't hurt you. If you could help her to recover her senses, that is the best, even if not, don't abandon her, I beg you. Tears flowed down his face as he spoke. Looking at Liu Yuhao's looks, Ling Mo is still somewhat touched. He secretly sighed, patted on Liu Yuhao's shoulder, You also live well. Wait. Just when Ling Mo was about to move, Liu Yuhao again pulled him to a stop, but this time, his tone has more firmness. I will also become much stronger than right now. Therefore I think that, one day I will go find you guys. This sentence suddenly surprised Ling Mo, but then he showed a hint of smile, then you keep working. The chance for Liu Yuhao to find them should be very very low. But a person living in the world, they should have some hope, may it will be a good thing. Besides, to bump into someone like Wang Rin again, means that this world is truly smaller than it appears. Song Tian went around the building and searched for a while. He finally took Wang Rin, who still is very unhappy, and walked over. And at this time, Ling Mo and his people already walked to the building gate, ready to leave for good. Not be able to get back the knife, lost face in front of Ling Mo. The expression when Wang Rin looked at Ling Mo is very unfriendly, and her eyes did not look any more hospitable when she looked at Shana. Probably because she is not convinced, Wang Rin directly walked before Ling Mo, and Shana even reached out and gave Ling Mo a heavy punch. Ling Mo could have totally avoided this punch, but little girl's pink fist, how lethal could it be? It would not hurt an itch when hit on the body. That Liu is really scared of Wang Rin, and even said that she is very strong? In addition to momentum, Ling Mo totally did not see where the little girl is strong. Don't think that when the two of you become allies and will be able to bully me. That knife, sooner or later I will have you to spit it out. Mercilessly dropped such a sentence. Wang Rin then turned away to upstairs, but just as she went on 2 steps, she suddenly turned over and said, Don't bully my cousin, or else I will not let you go. Ling Mo was stunned to see that Wang Rin went upstairs. Thump thump thump. This chick, she knows how to throw merciless words, but before she yelled hard, but still sold by Song Tian? As for bullying, Ling Mo turned around and looked at Shana, who was beside him, his mouth suddenly showing a hint of strange smile. What he is doing to her now, would it be considered bullying? Chapter 39. Chapter 39 left a little mark on your body. Watching Ling Mo's trio leave from upstairs, Wang Rin's mouth suddenly revealed a strange trace of a sneer. I've got you in my sights. And behind her, Song Tian patted his head that is somewhat with headache. You did something on his body, right? None of your business. Wang Rin bluntly glared at him, and then blinked slyly. You don't help me, I will do it my own way. Ling Yamo was finally relieved when he has put a large distance between himself and the camp. He rubbed a hand on his forehead, and put in front of his eyes, his palm is full of cold sweat. And Shauna on the side, her eyes glowing a faint hint of bloodlust. To firmly suppress Shauna is too difficult. Shauna, what has he done to you? Ling Yamo looked deeply at Shauna. The moment when she met with Wang Rin, Shauna's mood suddenly appeared very volatile. If Ling Yamo did not forcibly restrain her from acting, most likely she will go berserk and decapitate someone. It now appears that his decision to leave the camp and the others was too hasty, but from the results, it is still with great satisfaction. Settled Lu Yuhao somewhere safe, got rid of the freeloader Wang Chang, right now only his side, Yi Lian and Shauna, leaves 2 female zombies. One is a mutated zombie that is evolving to become stronger, the other one still retains the final point of reason, at the verge of between normal people. And zombie. Ling Yamo already has a lot on his plate without these 2 zombies. But on the other hand, without any other survivors nearby, Ling Mo's mood is more relaxed. With others at the place, he must always keep an effort at suppressing his powers, lest someone see him openly control another person's mind. But the most important business right now is not to immediately chase down mutated zombies, but to scout around his surroundings to secure a safe point. A place like Third High District is absolutely inappropriate. Once Yi Lian has swallowed virus in the brain gel and start to evolve, he will also be strongly impacted, and will probably be turned into a sitting duck. And if he encounters a horde the likes of this morning again, most likely he would be a pile of bones right now. Therefore this foothold must be hidden. Touched the gel in his chest, Ling Mo showed a hint of smile. He jogged briskly with Yi Lian and Shauna, soon turned into a deserted street, taking comfort in the silence without anyone else to impede his work. This neighborhood environment, Ling Mo was not familiar with, but he knew that along this street, he would be able to find a suitable place. After all, it is by the downtown area, shops are on the 2 sides of the street, upstairs is residential building. From time to time they will encounter zombies. But with Yi Lian opening the road at front, zombies were put down to the ground before they had the time to react. But Ling Mo is not daring to wander on the street blatantly. He was very careful to stay hidden in the shadows, slowly sneaking forward. It's not because that there aren't any suitable hiding places here, but it's too close to Ginkgo district, which to Ling Mo is not very safe. For others, a survivor camp like that is the perfect sanctuary, but for Ling Mo, controlling 2 zombies mixing among a large group of people, this is much more dangerous than living in Zombie Central. After going through this street, a square appeared in Ling Mo's eyes. This newly built plaza Ling Mo had been to a few times, surrounded by shops and even a grand hotel. Ling Mo observed from far away for a while, then set his eyes in a small 2-story riverfront residential building. The ground floor is a small building shop, while the second floor is a tea house. What Ling Mo set his eyes on was that the narrow staircase that go through the tea house, and there is an iron gate to completely close it. Plus there are some distances with the building next. The backside is a shallow river. Even if surrounded, there are opportunities to escape. Most importantly, it's at a relatively secluded location. It looks somewhat inconspicuous. After slowly touched downstairs, Ling Mo first let Yi Lian went into the first floor of the shop. Unsurprisingly, there are still 2 zombies left in the shop, but these normal zombies will not attack Yi Lian, and after Ling Mo gave some thoughts, he did not kill them. Leaving the mutated zombies, even if there are survivors passing by, they would not imagine that there are still people living up there. Shauna of course will also not attract these 2 zombies' attention, but rather Ling Mo held his breath, manipulated Yi Lian and threw a rock to attract their attention, then he quickly went upstairs. At this time Shauna has done a thorough search inside the tea house. She found a total of 3 zombies, which she quickly killed 2, while the last remaining one spotted and frantically rushed towards Ling Mo. There are numerous obstacles inside the tea house. he was just blocked by one of the tea table, and Shauna has already caught up from behind, stabbed it down using the long knife. This method of attack, compared to Shauna's tyrannical blade that is self-awareness, is much weaker. But wins in faster and more ferocious force. The knife stabbed in directly stabbed these zombies' necks. Skills are important, but when their strength reached a certain level, it is rather that this kind of straight attack is even more amazing. And Ling Mo vividly felt that this so-called mutation is to make humans completely driven by instincts. Body's potential can therefore become emerged, but defects are also more obvious, and that is they don't understand about tactics, and does not know what is advance and retreat. For example, when Shauna is conscious, Ling Mo might be better at killing zombies than her, but if the two of them fight, most likely Ling Mo will not be stronger than her. Even though he has improved in all aspects, but his combat skills have all been figured out through actual combats, and is not comparable to Shauna's knife skill. And even though Shauna, who's after mutation, feels stronger, but Ling Mo felt, if facing Shauna in this state, even if he could not beat her if they lock blades, but it is easy to dodge the attack. As for evolution is the key in allowing zombies becoming strong. After Yi Lian went through mutation, she appeared to have a hint of awareness, bud. Mutation may only let humans completely become monsters, but evolution will let zombies become sensible monsters. If a bloodthirsty monster has received sanity, what kind of horrible fighting machine would it be? But this idea just flashed across Ling Mo's heart. He did not catch it, because soon his attention was quickly shifted to the current more pressing things. Rummaged a little in the tea house, Ling Mo found a big lock from the inside. It should be used to lock the iron door downstairs. Manipulated Yi Lian to go lock the door downstairs. Ling Mo then let Shauna to throw these zombies one by one out of the window with him, thrown into the river on the back. As for the bloodstains on the floor, they could only pretend not to see it. There are no beds in the tea house, mostly is a two-seater sofa, barely able to lie down. After locked the door, and then used some heavy furniture to block the door, Ling Mo finally showed a hint of smile, took out the viral gel from his chest. But as soon as he took out the gel, Ling Mo's face suddenly becomes a bit strange. What is going on here? Chapter 40. Chapter 40 ability is good, but don't reveal the secrets. Ling Mo has spent an entire day farming zombies for their gels. He gave 2 of the least pure virus gels to Shauna, the rest have been carefully hidden in his body. However, in order to avoid being infected with the virus himself, he carefully packed these gels into a plastic bag. Even touching these gels for a mere second made Ling Mo queasy to the heart, thinking of all the destructive impacts that this virus caused. Using the bag as a shield between his hand and the virus, Ling Mo pulled out the gels to inspect his spoils. When given Shauna to swallow yesterday, the gels' appearances have not changed, but after only one night, the gels has turned out to be like this. Originally there were still a handful of gels, but unknowingly they quietly merged together, could only barely separate them. What's more shocking is that the overall volumes have been reduced more than half than before. Is it possible that between the virus gels, they could actually devour each other? Ling Mo moved the bag before his eyes, and realized that the gels from yesterday even looked far different from a freshly harvested one. More transparent, and more bloody red. Originally those red parts are like blood vessels distributed inside the gel, but now almost completely enveloped the virus gel. What exactly is this virus? Ling Mo is full of doubts. But he does not have the relative knowledge to this part. His understanding to the gel all came from the observation from Yi Lian. But virus gel becoming more pure will be even more useful to Yi Lian. This point is always correct. But Ling Mo did not expect that as soon as he took out the gel from the plastic bag, Shauna's mood immediately appeared a glimmer of volatility. Her eyes quickly become enveloped in a layer of red, both eyes staring intently without blinking at the gels in Ling Mo's hand. Even though she has been infected and mutated into a zombie, but Shauna's situation is still much different than ordinary zombies. Ordinary zombies, their biggest feature is a complete loss of rational thought, but Shauna, under the absence of craziness, occasionally show off a hint of dazed look, as if she was in thought, and to familiar people such as Wang Rin, she even showed some reaction. Not only that, as long as someone calls her name, she will turn her attention to the other side. This is not something that can be done by an ordinary zombie. But on the other hand, Shauna has also completely gained a zombie's characteristics, and that is offensive. Most likely because during the process of mutation, she has swallowed 2 viral gels, even though her strength is not as strong as mutated zombies, but her behavior is completely the same as mutated zombies. Relentless attack to her own kind, and also the desire to the gel. At this point Ling Mo took out these 2 viral gels who have obviously went through an upgrade. Not only Yi Lian immediately conveyed the desire to Ling Mo, even Shauna has started to become restless. But Shauna's speed in devouring gels are just way too fast. She already swallowed 2 mutated gels, not even 48 hours has passed. Ling Mo somewhat hesitantly looked at Shauna, but a slight tingling immediately came out of his mind, and the redness in Shauna's eyes has also become more and more bright. Seems like if she does not get the gel, she will most likely break through by force, and directly pounce to rob it. Ling Mo felt as if her willpower is starting to slip through his mind control ability. Without a choice, Ling Mo could only hand one of the gel to Shauna, and as soon as Shauna took the gel, she immediately stuffed it into her mouth, as if she were a starving human finding food for the first time in weeks. But after devouring this extremely pure viral gel, Shauna immediately grew extremely pale, as if her skin was wrapped with a heavy sheet of cellophane. Ling Mo was very surprised, but just as he extended his hand to hold Shauna, he immediately felt something strange. From the outside, Shauna's body temperature is supposedly to be very high, but just as he touched Shauna's skin, he felt nothing but coldness. And followed, within Shauna's eyes, she appeared to have a hint of struggled look. She even whispered her lips, as if trying to say something. Not only this, Shauna's brain seemed to be actively fighting back Ling Mo's mind control. If it wasn't for Ling Mo who bit his teeth and persistently suppressed her, most likely Shauna would have broken free. But this situation only lasted half a minute. Shauna then crooked her head, and then collapsed. Ling Mo finally exhaled a sigh of relief, and also slumped to the ground. The moment where he just forcibly controlled Shauna already made him felt very difficult. He could not even keep it for 1 minute. Fortunately Shauna finally could not withstand the impact of the virus, completely fainted, and her brain also instantly went from a boiling state to the calm silence. This silence, it is somewhat weird. Even when Yi Lian was just controlled by Ling Mo, it was not completely silent. That time, her instinctive desire is already stronger than average zombies. But average zombies also could not be described by silence. They are rather completely empty, without any feelings of emotions. But Shauna's current emotional state is like as if all movements have stopped, but under that calm surface, maybe there is a tidal wave. Unfortunately Ling Mo's spiritual power is not strong enough to peek into others' mind. Right now he could only feel all the desire that came from Shauna. Resistance all disappeared completely, but just not completely blank like average zombies. After Shauna has swallowed the gel, Ling Mo also felt a hint of subtle change. Most likely because his connection to Shauna is still not very strong, and her current mind is also completely quiet as water. Therefore before she had been transformed by the viral gel, the connection through to Ling Mo is not very deep. But even though Ling Mo could felt that with a trace of emergence of rage from deep within his head, his heartbeat also started to become very strong. At the beginning this feeling made Ling Mo cared somehow, but after waited for a while, there was not further change. Ling Mo thought that maybe the change Shauna brought to him is only this level. This Shauna, what will she become eventually? Looking at Shauna who still tightly holds her long knife, even she fainted, pale face, lips pinched, Ling Mo could not help but to emerge a hint of pity. She used her own ability to survive in the end of the world, and even fed so many of her classmates, but in the end was hurt by one of her own, and ended up turning into this. And Yi Lian, if it wasn't for coming to make dinner for him, she would not have been trapped in the bus, most likely still have the chance to survive, but now is turned into a mutated zombie. Ling Mo secretly sighed, carried Shauna to the sofa, and took the last piece of viral gel and walked to Yi Lian. This piece of viral gel has greater volume, and the color is even more red. Different than Shauna, Yi Lian has been starved for a couple of days. And since the start of encountering Shana and her people, Yi Lian have not eaten any viral gels. Until today, her desire has reached a limit. This is why Ling Yimo is in a hurry of separating from Lu Yuhao and those people. Even though he felt that Lu Yuhao was a good person, but still not enough to trust a lot, not to mention completely ingratiate. No matter of the ability he has grasped, or this method of accelerating the evolution of zombies, he does not want anyone else to know. After this kind of methods, in the eyes of others, is not only strange, but also simply madness and horror. The thought of helping one's enemies become stronger does not sit well with any survivor. Not to mention that among the subjects of his manipulation, there is Shana. Until separation, Liu Hao has thought that because Shana has remnants of vestiges of reason, coupled with being close to Ling Mo, therefore does not have the intention to attack Ling Mo. He could have never thought that a normal person like Ling Mo actually have the ability to control zombies. If he knew, most likely the situation will be very different. And the things that Lu Yuhao could not accept, could Wang Rin accept it? Not to mention these people who have connections with Shana, even for a stranger, they would not completely accept this kind of fearsome ability. Therefore, even though the puppet control ability is good, but if he is not strong enough to a level, he must keep it a secret to all people. Chapter 41. Chapter 41 Zombie Love. Seeing Shana is not going to be awake for a while, Ling Mo handed over a viral gel to Yi Lian. The spiritual connection between him and Yi Lian has been very strong, even though Yi Lian's eyes looked very hot when she looked at the gel, but she did not hide her intention in snatching the gel up. And when faced with Ling Mo, her instinct reaction has also weakened a lot. This is not a surprise. Right now he and Yi Lian is like one mind controlling two bodies. Manipulating Yi Lian is liking controlling a second copy of his own limbs. Naturally there will not be problems like Shana. But while it seemed okay controlling a couple of normal zombies, but to control Yi Lian and Shana at the same time for a long time, not so easy. Ling Mo knew that he still needed to power up in order to maintain full control. Eat? Ling Mo somewhat lovingly touched Yi Lian's cheek, watched her swallow this piece of high-purity gel. With the gel going into the body, a high-purity virus will also spread to Yi Lian's whole body, eventually will most likely gather in the back of her head. Just did not know what exactly is that virus doing inside her brain, or how much it has changed already. But at the same time while staring at Yi Lian, Ling Mo also become very tense in an instant. Different than Shana, once Yi Lian evolved, he will also be greatly affected. The last time when Yi Lian evolved, even though he indirectly received great benefits, but the process was still very painful. And that time, she only swallowed one piece of gel, but this time instead she swallowed an extremely pure viral gel. Even if the contact does not exaggerate to the extent of 1 to 10, but 1 to 5 is certainly there. Indicating that the pain will be maximized at least 5 times. Sure enough, as soon as Yi Lian swallowed this gel, her throat immediately issued strange sound of giggle. Her eyes have already turned black after last evolution, but after just swallowing the gel, the whites of her eyes all of a sudden instantly became bloody red. Even the pupil also seems to cast a red mist in general. Luckily, she did not have any signs of resistance, nor did she faint directly like Shana. The trembling Yi Lian's eyes is full of bloodthirsty atmosphere. If a stranger walks by and notices her demented appearance, the stranger would assume that a dormant beast is about to strike. Before Ling Mo thought that murderous intent thing is simply bluffing, simply did not exist. But look at the current Yi Lian, Ling Mo finally deeply appreciate what is called murderous intent. Although she is not moving while sitting on the chair, but Ling Mo who was standing close right before her did not even dare to move. As if he even slightly budged his little finger, it will lead to her attack. Of course, this is just the feeling of the moment, because the spiritual connection between Ling Mo and Yi Lian was not shaken, it is impossible for her to attack on her own. And then, the impact conveyed through the spiritual connection also suddenly startled Ling Mo, a surge of violent thoughts instantly swept his mind. Different than before, this time Ling Mo did not feel any discomfort on the body, on the contrary, at the same while his eyes reddening, fists clenched, what he felt was a strangely comfortable and almost pleasurable state. Upper and lower body, as if every pore is completely open, the mind clearer than ever, even though his vision has been saturated with red, but that feeling of power filled each of Ling Mo's arms and legs, leaving him feeling very satisfied. But at the same time, his mind was also completely affected by violent murderous intent. Everything that appears before the eyes, he wants to destroy madly. Although the pleasure on the body has already been allowing him feel fantastic, but Ling Mo felt that if he could let go and destroy everything, his inner heart could only be really satisfied, the pleasure will also be doubled. He even felt that at this moment, his way of thinking, the feeling conveyed from his body is exactly the same as the zombies. If it wasn't for that his spiritual strength went through an upgrade, perhaps Ling Mo will completely fall down in this feeling and start wildly attacking, but just as he is gradually slipping to this warm grasp on his body, there came a wave of revolt from Yi Lian and all of a sudden awakened Ling Mo. He just appeared this trend, and Yi Lian almost went out of his control. No wonder zombies lose sanity, and became monsters that only knew how to kill. That feeling of handing over the body to instincts is like pressed down a button that was as addictive as cocaine, and as soon as this gate is opened, most likely will no longer be closed. Ling Mo, who has once again become sober, felt fear on one hand, on the other hand is resisting very hard to keep down this new sensation that's still sweeping through his body. But even if he has extraordinary willpower, in this case he still could not help but involuntarily started having coarse breath, covered in a slight tremble. This is not because of the pain, but because of the waves of pleasure, getting more and more intense. Yi Lian, who was sitting right before him, also has a flushing red face, eyes looked at Ling Mo, seems to have also fallen among that feeling. Ling Mo finally lost control to his urges and suddenly flew onto Yi Lian's body, and clutched her firmly in the arms. Only in this way, he could shift his attention, to allow him be freed from that desire and wanting to destroy everything. However, hold firmly is not enough, he still needs more. Ling Mo suddenly lifted up Yi Lian's cheek, under her bloody red eyes gaze, he is trembling, suddenly kissed her on the lips. That cold lips, and warm tongue finally let Ling Mo's violent heart felt a trace of calmness. He hugged Yi Lian, selflessly draw her sweetness, warm and crazy kisses landed on Yi Lian's cheek, neck like raindrop, his palms also wandered around Yi Lian's waist, caressing her delicate spine, smooth and rounded shoulder, that slightly raised collarbone. Did not know how much time has passed, Ling Mo gradually woken up, and by the time he recovered, he and Yi Lian has already rolled together on the carpet. He has already torn Yi Lian's shirt into pieces, just with that small pieces of underwear alone could not completely obscured her impressive peaks. On her chest, he even left a hickey, which is naturally the masterpiece by the mad Ling Mo. In the case of almost losing the soul, Ling Mo was completely out of instinct, completely woken up the desire to Yi Lian, to resist that kind of violent feeling. It now appears that the effect of distraction is good. However, kissing with a zombie? Press the zombie under the body? He must be the only one that could have done this kind of thing, but whatever, who says zombies cannot be kissed? This taste is also very good. Of course, Yi Lian in his heart is not a bloodthirsty zombie, and not some sort of monster. She may be not a person, but in Ling Mo's eyes, she is still the girl that moves his heart. But after gradually calmed down, Ling Mo suddenly felt as if someone poured a pot of ice water down from the head. Lu Xian and Shauna's current existence all but confirmed that virus can be transmitted through blood. What about saliva? Just a moment ago, under the condition of losing sanity, he took a lot of saliva from Yi Lian's mouth and unnamed orifices. And the most critical problem is that Yi Lian also just swallowed a piece of viral gel. Is this not directly equal to drinking the virus? When a person's head is swimming, they will lose the ability to think, not to mention with the influence of the external forces. It was already good that Ling Mo did not directly lose control of his senses and gone mad on the spot. But taking the time to calm down, Ling Mo suddenly broke into cold sweat. As long as you are a normal person, they would not want to become a zombie, and as soon as he mutates, Shauna and Yi Lian would instantly be unleashed. Most likely Yi Lian will strike and empty his own brain on the spot, then disappear in the horror city that is filled with zombies. What about Shauna? Most likely she will not escape from Yilian either. What to do? Ling Yamo was sitting there coldly, started at Yilian blankly, mouth gradually emerged a hint of a smile. His first kiss turned out to be life-threatening. Chapter 42. Chapter 42. Pushing down a long way down the road. 10 minutes later. Ling Yamo still felt as though his blood was burning up from panic. But strangely he is still very clear. In addition, he didn't feel like he's been infected by the virus. Ling Mo's mind desperately thinks about countermeasures. He did not know whether he will join his girlfriend and Shauna as a zombie, or God forbid, to be something like Liu Xin. Ling Yamo still does not want to give up until the last minute. Right now he also deeply felt Shauna's mood at that time, that kind of desperation feeling slowly floating up to the heart. But Ling Yamo does not regret it. If he had not released his tension to Yilian a moment ago, most likely he would have already become a violent madman. That kind of extreme freshness and desire while scouring and caressing a person's body is very easy to let people become crazy. And right now, even if becoming a zombie, at least in the meantime, he still resolved the problem with first kisses, and it was with Yilian. Should he be like Shauna, first swallow some viral gel? Or a more direct approach, to drink some of those zombie blood? Maybe in the end he will be like Shauna, still have a trace of sanity. Thinking to this point, Ling Yamo then turned his attention to that plastic bag that has been thrown to the side. While the gel has been already fed, there was still some traces of the virus in the corners. But while he is completely sane at the moment, eating this kind of thing, even for Ling Yamo who has been spending time with zombies every day, he still felt an enormous psychological pressure. This was pulled out from the brain of the mutated zombies. Just the small amount of toxicity, most likely is much greater than the virus in an ordinary zombies. But in terms of completely becoming a zombie, or to retain a line between sanity, Ling Mo's heart of balance still gradually favored the latter. He frowned, holding out his hand, slowly picking up plastic bag cautiously, not daring to touch the inside of the bag. Just as he picked the plastic bag before his eyes, an extremely pungent taste formed the inside, drilled out into Ling Mo's brain to make him violently cough. But he is joyful instead of angry, and his heart also became a little relaxed. Since he is still extremely aversive to this viral gel, it means that he has not yet began mutating. This gel has an extremely strong pungent taste, and to eat this thing under the condition of pre-mutation, Ling Mo had no doubt that he will throw up from his stomach as soon as he opened his mouth. Therefore he chose to wait. As soon as there is any sign of mutation, he will eat this residue. A little hope is much better than completely giving up. Bang bang bang. Heartbeat sounds are ringing next to the ears like a percussion ensemble. He also felt that his body was sapped of all strength, as if he had just returned from a college party. 20 minutes, most likely it will be soon. Shauna also started to mutate at this time. Ling Mo sighed in his heart. He nervously clenched the plastic bag in his hand. As soon as there is slightly sign, he will eat it. Rather to fight strong than to die. Even though he had survived this long in the end of the world, but Ling Mo naturally does not want to die, he wanted to live. But once this crisis is on his head, he did not lack the courage to face it. Most importantly, he had spent days and nights with zombies, therefore this zombie thing does not have that kind of deep fear like other humans. Become a zombie is to obliterate a large living intellect and turn into killing monsters. Although this is much more terrible than death, but better to let him die immediately. Ling Mo waited with paranoid air for a whole hour. Delusions about transforming manifested themselves in his head. However, not only did Ling Mo not show any signs of mutation, his heartbeat also slowed down gently, lost strength also came back to the body little by little. What is happening? Could it be that saliva is not contagious? Originally Ling Mo, who was already depressed, after realizing this problem, he instantly became very excited. Not contagious through saliva. Does that mean it will also not be contagious through? Ling Mo's eyes subconsciously looked over at Yilian's body, especially that pair of legs together. Ling Mo jumped to his feet. If not for the fear of disturbing the zombies downstairs, he would have already laughed 3 times. Originally he thought that he is dead for sure, but did not expect that saliva is not contagious. However, in ecstasy, Ling Mo did not notice that in the hour-long wait, he gradually stopped having the resistance expression to the plastic bag. He did not even notice that originally pungent smell is no longer working on him. And once he confirmed that he will not mutate, that plastic bag has also thrown to the ground by him. Just as Ling Mo is silent laughing, Yi Lian's eyes has also returned to normal. When Ling Mo looked at her, she is staring at him firmly with a somewhat dazed eyes. This made Ling Mo's heart suddenly thump sound. He immediately rushed past, grabbed Yi Lian's shoulders, firmly shake it, Yi Lian. Yi Lian looked at Ling Mo, suddenly stretched out a hand, touched on Ling Mo's hand. Then she slightly wrinkled brow, seemed somewhat confused as she looked at her hand. This action is already very human. Ling Mo's heart suddenly light up, stared at Yi Lian, but unable to speak. Usually he only maintains spiritual connection between Yi Lian, did not bother to deliberately control Yi Lian's actions, therefore Yi Lian's movements right now all came from her. Sure enough, as Yi Lian continued to evolve, her sanity will also gradually be restored. But seeing that Yi Lian did not intend to open her mouth to speak, Ling Mo's excitement in his heart also calmed down gradually. He knew in his heart that Yi Lian's recovery is not something to be done by overnight. To reach things to such an extent has already been very good. Sure enough, after some brief confusion, Yi Lian resumed her deadpan look. But the look when she stared at Ling Mo is no longer emotionless like before, but there are subtle hint of dependent. Whether because of both spiritual connection, or because of some other things, right now when Yi Lian is seeing Ling Mo, there has already been some subtle change that take place. But knowing that Yi Lian's saliva will no longer be harmful, Ling Mo could not help but to hold her tightly, and give her lips a fierce peck. I would be the first human to kiss a zombie? Ha 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 ha. The spiritual connection between Yi Lian and Ling Mo is very tight, even though he has made a close move to Yi Lian, but Yi Lian does not show any resistance. Of course she does not have any reactions. Her performance only shows in her look to Ling Mo. As for the rest, Ling Mo is not in a rush anyways. Rice has to be spooned one bite after another. The road is a step by step to come out. At least he could be rest assured to do more intimate contact with Yi Lian. Just be careful not to be stained with blood. Thinking here, Ling Mo suddenly showed a hint of an extremely incomprehensible smile. No blood? Then my wish to push down Yi Lian, how could it be achieved? Yi Lian, she is still a young bird, indicating she is a virgin. Chapter 43. Chapter 43. How about another pinch? After swallowing a piece of fine high-purity virus gel, Yi Lian not only received encouraging progress on her intellect, her body physically also seemed to be showing some changes. Even though her skin still was a morbid shade pale, but among the delicate body seemed to reserve a vast amount of power. It is not possible to unleash full-scale trials in the tea house, but when Ling Mo allowed Yi Lian to try small maneuvers, he only found out that Yi Lian's speed has become extremely rapid. Before Yi Lian could only be said to be like a cheetah, but this time she almost entirely transformed into a shadow, moving around quickly, as if charged by lightning. Amazing! Ling Mo could not help but be somewhat dazed, but soon, he is caught between excitement and eagerness. When he was kissing crazily with Yi Lian, although that continuous sense of freshness was forcibly thrown into the back of the head, but the impact on the body is real. But when Ling Mo clenched his fist, he did not feel the increase in power, which makes him suddenly frown. But soon, he turned his eyes to Yi Lian, who has stopped, then suddenly revealing a hint of understanding look. His evolution is intricately linked with Yi Lian. If Yi Lian's evolution started to lean towards speed and agility, then maybe is the same for him. Thought of this, Ling Mo then walked to one side of the tea house, and then took a deep breath, took off and started to run. To run in an environment where there are numerous obstacles, under the condition in which you do not have the immediate nerve reaction and the corresponding physical reaction rate, there is only one result, and that is fall badly. Although Ling Mo felt that his body indeed achieved some flexibility, and perhaps the speed is also much faster, but has not yet achieved the ability like Yi Lian to fast shuttle through the obstacles. But Ling Mo miscalculated. He did not think that when he run at his best, the speed is that fast. Even though it is still incomparable to Yi Lian, but is still much faster than average folks. And at such a breakneck speed, to rush before the sofa table is only a blink of eye. Most importantly, on that sofa, there is still Shauna, who is lying unconsciously. Oh, can't dodge, impossible to dodge. Ling Mo swore in his heart, but footbrake was too late. Just as he was about to hit that coffee table before the sofa, Ling Mo suddenly twisted his body a bit in this critical moment. To make evasive action while moving at high speed, this is a lot of difficulty, but to not let himself get injured, and to not let Shauna suffer unexpected calamities, Ling Mo bit his teeth and did it. But the temporary action, even if you succeed, but the effect is still greatly reduced. Ling Mo only had the chance to tilt the body, although he escaped the table, but the foot has lost its balance and fell forward directly. Ah! Just as Ling Mo uttered a low scream, his body already soared upward, then fell down. Hurts! Ling Mo landed on his knee. Despite the floor being carpeted, he still suffered a nasty scrape. But fortunately Ling Mo's upper body did not fall, or else he would have definitely blacked out from the impact. A faint scent floated into Ling Mo's nasal cavity, and when Ling Mo tried to stand up with both hands, his left hand seemingly grabbed something soft. Ha! Ling Mo subconsciously looked up, suddenly froze. Although he did his best in avoiding of falling on Shauna, but things did not go planned. His upper body still hit Shauna's body. And right now his right hand is pressed down on Shauna's flat belly, left hand is clutching one of Shauna's breast. Probably instinctively, subconsciously Ling Mo even further tightened fingers, and pinched. Ah, very soft. But then, Ling Mo's face suddenly became redder than a beet. Because when he turned to Shauna's face, he only found out that Shauna has already opened her eyes. That pair of substantially different from ordinary people's eyes is staring at him right now. Ling Mo's heart suddenly dropped into the floor. Although he did not do it intentional, and also knew that after Shauna became a zombie, she should not have any feeling to this violation, but Ling Mo still gave a concealed cough, then slowly released Shauna. But what made him froze instantly was that on Shauna's face, suddenly emerged out of a trace of fury, then spoke two short words using clear voice, pervert. Ah? What did she say? Did I heard it wrong? Ling Mo suddenly jumped to his feet. Before Shauna swallowed the viral gel, then also spoke after woken up, but after that she never opened her mouth. Therefore in Ling Mo's eyes, at that time she was still in the process of mutation, not counted as a zombie completely, thus to speak 1 or 2 inch. Sentence under the state of days is no big deal. But after a day and night of observation, Ling Mo was sure that even though that time when Shauna had not become a complete zombie, but certainly right now she is a zombie without mistake. When he found Yi Lian, she is already a mutated zombie, and has been through an evolution, does not yet know how to speak, even though Shauna's general situation is different than ordinary zombies, but would it because that after eating a high-purity gel, Shauna did not mutate further to become more like a zombie, but more like a human? However, this virus thing, who could make it clear? Ling Mo looked Shauna with somewhat dizzy head, his heart is both excited, and full of doubts. And Shauna also looked at Ling Mo, then turned her look to Yi Lian. After a brief confusion, she frowned and said, I know you guys. Nonsense, of course you know us. After hearing Shauna speaking again, Ling Mo suddenly uttered a scream, hands directly reached to Shauna's shoulders. Are you back to normal? Did not know if he used too much force. Originally Shauna who have returned back to normal, eyes suddenly turned red, even though she did not directly attack Ling Mo, but that dice bloodthirsty breath instantly broke out. This made Ling Mo suddenly surprised, fortunately although he was excited, but the ability to respond is still there. He used force while grabbing Shauna's shoulders, then once again pressed her down on the sofa. After several minutes of struggling, Shauna again calmed down, then slowly returned to normal. But Ling Mo finally has seen through. Shauna at this point has completely become schizophrenic. Under the condition in which no one provoke her, she is half human, with a little judgment, but once someone make a move at her, or made her felt hostile, her zombie instincts will immediately be Stimulated. As for Ling Mo's manipulation, what made Ling Mo depressed was that, before Shauna's spiritual world has appeared that kind of strange change, but after she woke up, even though the connection between them still exists, but he could no longer control her. Not only that, even if he wanted to further enhance control is also temporarily impossible, because as long as Ling Mo enforced this idea slightly, there will come a strong rebound from Shauna's mind. Fortunately, even if just maintaining connection with Shauna, she would not attack Ling Mo. Ling Mo suddenly felt, the current Shauna is much more trouble than the real zombies. Fortunately, the contact can be gradually deepened, perhaps once after his own spiritual connection is enhanced, maybe he will again be able to manipulate her. Thought here, Ling Mo slowly creeped up, overlooked Shauna who was on the sofa, suddenly asked, "Could I pinch one more time?" Shauna looked at Ling Mo slightly dazed for a moment. Her judgment ability is clearly not yet fully recovered, but the violation a moment ago inspired a girl's nature, and right now most likely for self-preservation instinct, she rejected with some poor voice, "No." "How about 2 times?" "I don't know." Chapter 44. Chapter 44 Murder in a Dark and Stormy Night. This night, Ling Mo was in a very good mood. He even opened a can of beer to treat himself. A long unopened gift given to him from Liu Yuhao when they parted for good. And in front of him, there sit Yi Lian and Shauna, these 2 mutated female zombies. In Ling Mo's perspective, Shauna also counted as a mutated zombie, and seemed to be in some sort of evolution process. It's just that her evolution direction compared to Yi Lian's is totally opposite. Yi Lian herself already have great strength among her evolution process, even though her rational recovery clearly very slow, but the strengthening of the flesh can be clearly seen the result after each evolution. It's clear that she's becoming a better and better zombie with every gel she consumes. But Shauna is different. She was originally affected through secondary sources, and did not completely fell down among the mutation process. As the virus continued to absorb from the host, it did not only allow her to become a zombie completely, instead allowed her to slowly be restored to the normal side. As long as she did not feel threatened, or when she was not subjected to danger, Shauna is the same as normal people, except that the brain is somewhat less active. But on the other hand, when her zombie instincts awakened, she would go crazy like zombies to fight madly, without any tiredness. Although the appearance are 2 pretty beauties, but only Ling Mo clearly knows that no matter Yi Lian or Shauna, they are both horrible humanoid killing weapons. And Ling Mo's wish is to let these 2 weapons gradually regain the sanity of human beings. It would be best to be restored back to normal people. Shauna's spilt, Yi Lian's trace of changes all made Ling Mo even more determined that one day his wish can come true. No longer have to face Yi Lian's emotionless eyes. Occasionally Shauna would even speak a few sentences. This result, how could Ling Mo not be happy? Not to mention his own speed also received great improvement, even though the strength was not as great as he would like it to be, but when facing zombies, to have a pair of running legs is also pretty good. While drinking beer at the same time, Ling Mo turned his head and opened the corner of the curtain, looked out to the window. The shadow that appeared on the square from time to time are all zombies. Compared to ordinary people, they have an advantage at night, so nights like this, basically you would not see any survivors on the streets. When those zombies don't attack, they go into a sort of power saver mode. Slow movements, bodies shaking unconsciously, most of the zombies will remain in this state for a very long time without the disturbance from survivors. But zombies also get hungry, even though their physical exertion is much less than the average person, but eventually, they also need a lot of food. This square is an open terrain, no supermarket around to scavenge food, therefore Ling Mo is certain that there haven't any survivors appearing for days. And people like Ling Mo right now who have the courage of hiding in a 2-floor building, quietly watching these zombies are not many either. Ling Mo's relaxation was suddenly pierced by a bumping noise suddenly coming from the shop downstairs. One zombie under the eyes of Ling Mo suddenly rushed out of the shop. With the help of moonlight, Ling Mo vaguely saw her covered with blood. Hey, the other one was eaten by her? This is very likely. That slight movement a moment ago sounds like wild dogs gnawing on a bone. It really is a murder in a dark and stormy night. Hands off during the day, but had to wait during the middle of the night when there is bad light. This is the first time when Ling Mo seeing ordinary zombies attacks their own kind. He only saw them eating the bodies of their own kind, but never seen the first step towards a real mutation, and that is to attack their own kind. Ling Mo is suddenly very interested. His eyes are firmly fixed on that middle-aged female zombie who rushed from the store. He wanted to see what she would do next. After this female zombie got rid of her own kind, she directly rushed to another one of the nearest zombie on the square. That zombie was still catatonic, therefore it did not even struggle and was relieved of its head privileges by the female zombie. And she is eating madly holding that head, too far across. Ling Mo did not know whether or not if she pulled out the brain and eat it. These zombies, to put it bluntly, they are living people who are infected by virus, different than those zombies who were revived after death in the movies. But because they attack living people, and have the kind of eating human habits, most likely no one is treating them like humans. Originally there were not that many zombies on the square, and most of them gathered on the other side, relatively far from the location where Ling Mo was at. But this middle-aged female zombie's actions immediately attracted these zombies. Dozens of agile figures quickly rushed over. If not seen with his own eyes, who would knew that 1 second ago, they were still slowly shaking? These zombies did not come to attack the female middle-aged zombie, but to eat. Their own kind's bodies, to them, are no different than living people. When a large number of zombies moved together toward one direction, inadvertently some other zombies were torn to pieces by the ravenous crowd. Zombies also do not have it easy, Ling Mo suddenly thought. Seeing her own kind rushing to snatch for food, middle-aged female zombies again showed her extremely vicious side. She made a dive for the nearest zombie, but to Ling Mo's surprise, she encountered a revolt. This zombie mostly likely is on the edge of going mad. Originally he could have honestly continued to wander slowly if he were given something to eat, but this female middle-aged zombie was the first one to attack him. Stimulated by blood, strong sense of hunger been provoked within this diminutive zombie, it suddenly became mad. Fight between ordinary zombies is the first time Ling Mo seeing it. He opened his eyes widely, afraid to miss any detail. When the two of them tussled, the other dozen zombies have already eaten clean that corpse. Their speed of eating is really a terror. But obviously, one mere body was not enough to eat, and at this time the two zombies who were battling like beasts all have new wounds on their bodies. When seeing those zombies turned attention to them, even Ling Mo, who was watching at a far distance, is aware that most likely on this square, there is an outbreak of a total brawl. Compared to ordinary people, zombies' speed, stamina, strength, all are much better. Especially their kind of crazy attack. Most likely normal people would be terrified if seen. As long as there is one breath left, these zombies would not back down, and their battles are more like fights between beasts. That middle-aged female zombie is probably the one who got to eat the most, therefore her performance is the craziest. Ling Mo saw with his own eyes that he caught one zombie's arm in the midst of the battle, then she tear it down. This force is too horrible, even one zombie could not do that. This is why zombies usually use their mouth. Compared to the power of their hands, their bite force is much stronger. For a time fleshes are flying on the square, zombies' throats issued muffled roar. The bloody scene would make people vomit. Even though Ling Mo is curious about zombies' mutation, but only stuck for a little, then did not want to see anymore, but when she turned his head, he saw that Shauna stood up unknowingly, and is staring out the window. This scene to Shauna, who still have some sanity remained, what kind of effect will it be on her? Ling Mo somewhat thought with curiosity. Chapter 45. Chapter 45. The most unfortunate zombie in the history. The zombie brawl soon ended, but the sole winner was not the middle-aged female zombie, but a male zombie that looked very thin. It seemed that physical strength is no longer useful after turning into a zombie. Middle-aged female zombie obviously belonged to the brute type, but after she was cornered by a few zombies, her strength also could no longer follow up. Even though she had no intention of withdraw, her attack power was not enough to fight back. On the other hand, that thin male zombie relied on his nimble movements. He eventually had the last laugh. Dozens of mutilated corpses were sprawled over on the wet pavement as the male zombie began to feast. Even though this process is disgusting, but to figure out exactly how zombies evolve, Ling Mo still paid full attention to watch his movements. In the beginning there was nothing special, he was eating flesh like any other zombies, but when he ate that middle-aged female zombie's head, he suddenly frantically started to roll on the ground. What the hell? After all, the lighting at night is very bad, the distance is also far away, even though Ling Mo's mental strength and vision are very advanced, but to be able to clearly see that male zombies' every movement is not very easy. Fortunately, this zombie soon returned to normal, but after standing up, he no longer has interest towards any of the other corpses. Ling Mo stared curiously at this zombie. He'd like to immediately let Shauna or Elaine to capture this zombie and to observe it, but the zombie got up and made a frantic dash back into a building. Ling Mo immediately looked in that direction, even though it was difficult to identify clear, but he did vaguely see some pitch-black shadows. So there are zombies attracted over. Ling Mo suddenly showed a hint of sneer. Night thoroughly belongs to zombies, and in this totally dead city, perhaps things like this happens everywhere. Zombie evolution will happen even if there were no survivors there to see it happen. Taking into account that Shauna's situation is not very stable, therefore Ling Mo manipulated Yilian to go open the door downstairs, then turned around to lock the door, then flew towards the brawl, eager to see firsthand what is happening. Under the night, Yilian's agile figure is like a strange shadow that shot across the square, and stood quietly under the eaves of a shop, looked toward the battlefield not far away. This distance is the limit of Ling Mo's manipulation, but with Yilian's vision that is not limited to light, she could already be able to clearly see where everything happened. That male zombie came back again after the brawling zombies started to die down, and again he did not eat these corpses completely, but only targeting their heads, precisely, it is the back of the brain. Through Yilian's perspective, Ling Mo is watching all while frowning. It seems that normal zombies' back of the brain also have the presence of the virus gel. However, to Yilian's kind of mutated zombie, she is no longer interested in the gel inside normal zombies, she needs mutated zombies' brain. Gel. And Ling Mo could see it clearly, this male zombie did not pull out the gel using his hand, but instead stuffed their brain into the mouth. This scene immediately reminded Ling Mo when he first found Yilian, those zombie corpses inside the bus. He did not look carefully at that time, but thinking now, those zombies' brain were indeed being hollowed out, and not like Yilian's technique in which she only take brain gel. With such thought, Ling Mo's heart suddenly felt a hint of weirdness, but he soon dispelled this feeling. So what of eating human brains? He is going to take Yilian for sure. Besides these zombies, they are no longer people. After pulling out these zombies' brains, this male zombie seemed to feel as if not enough, he even went back and dug out the remaining zombie's brain. Even with zombie appetite, he has more than enough to eat, to continue to eat his stomach will most likely burst. But after eating, he actually turned his head and uttered a quiet, but menacing growl, making Ling Mo's heart suddenly skip a beat. This zombie, is he actually going to mutate? Even though at a relatively far distance, but Ling Mo clearly see that the redness in his eyes is even brighter, and when he gave the low growl, the bones of the body seemed to be crackling. Although this is only a feeling, but Ling Mo feel that he is really seeing. His body suddenly stretched a little, bloodthirsty eyes light up even more hotness. Mutated zombie. Although slightly weaker than the mutated zombies he have seen, but it is really a mutated zombie that born under his eyes. Ling Mo is suddenly very excited, he knew that the smell of blood will soon attract other zombies, therefore while this newborn mutated zombie is still growling, he manipulated Yilian and rushed at the back of this zombie. The mutating zombie stood no chance against Yilian and promptly received a dagger down his neck. When zombies attack, they only focus on dealing as much damage as possible, not on self-preservation. As this zombie was scrunched over and beginning to mutate, he had absolutely no chance to evade the blade. Satisfied with the kill, Ling Mo commanded Yilian to bring the zombie back to him. Yilian appeared to be very relaxed while dragging an adult male zombie with his frail body, no struggling at all. At this point there are no more zombies in the shop downstairs, therefore Ling Mo did not take caution, ran down personally and opened door for Yi Lian, then locked the iron gate. Research zombie After going back upstairs, Ling Mo immediately sit in front of this zombie with excitement, involuntarily rubbed his hands. Chapter 46. Chapter 46 feels good, just a little small. Ling Mo did not know a lick of medicine, and the only piece of information he could remember from science class was that the mitochondria was the powerhouse of the cell. So his research method is very simple and crude: dissection. He ordered Yi Lian to drag this zombie into one of the booths in the tea house, then used Shana to perforate the zombie's abdomen. At this moment, although Shana would not be manipulated by Ling Mo, but she is still Ling Mo's zombie puppet, still listen to simple commands. Not to mention that as she regains some sanity, to Ling Mo's words, she can understand some simple tasks like disemboweling. This time Shana showed her zombie side. Her expression is very indifferent, no mood swings, as if the body she cut open is not a human. When the thick smell of the blood drifted out of the corpse into her nose, her eyes flashed a hint of carnage. Luckily, her eating habits are the same as mutated zombies, as she was not interested in the flesh of corpses, but rather that juicy brain matter. But after Shana is done, she somewhat looked at Ling Mo in a haze, apparently did not understand what he wanted to do. However, even if there is doubt, with Shana's current stumbled thought process, she could not sort these issues into a sentence, not to mention to open her mouth to ask. But even so, she quietly stood aside, closely watching Ling Mo's every move. This kind of dirty work naturally Ling Mo would not make Yi Lian to do, therefore he took out a knife, and then picked open this long wound. Ling Mo was sure to lower the curtains around the tea house before he turned on his flashlight to look into the corpse. The last thing he wanted to do was to serve as a lighthouse beacon to a hungry zombie as he performed surgery without a medical license. Even though Ling Mo was still far too inexperienced to understand human anatomy, his experience with eviscerating zombies after the apocalypse sure played in his favor when he realized this zombie's innards looked nothing like a normal human's. As Ling Mo stared at the viscera, he realized that the organs were covered with some kind of blood-red screen, glassy in appearance. This substance had the same meshwork consistency of the veins in the brain gels Ling Mo always used, suggesting that this tissue was thanks to the virus. Even though the screen looked thin, it appeared to be still pulsating and moving. No wonder, probably mutated zombies' tyrannical strength came from here. These viruses are sure enough transforming zombies' bodies. Most likely it also happens in ordinary zombies' bodies, but because the absorbed virus is too little, therefore it was not obvious, and this mutated zombie just swallowed numerous pieces of brain gel. At this time the virus is rapidly spreading throughout the body. Somehow, this zombie was still alive, and was beginning to struggle and twist around to try to get up. Ling Mo quickly commanded Yi Lian and Shana to pin the zombie back down, so that he could not move. But his body is still desperately struggling and twisting. At the same time, when blood gushed out, Ling Mo could not see anything. "Hey, rest assured, you'll soon be liberated." Ling Mo smiled at this crazy zombie, then used the short knife and went for the throat. Honestly, fresh human brain Ling Mo did not want to see it at all, but when this human brain was pulled out, he could not help but to glance, then showed a look of shock. Inside this newly minted mutated zombie's brain, the virus has not yet appeared in the state of gel, but his brain surface is filled with that red thread that were filled on the internal organs and blood vessels. Presumably, if he were given more time, these threads will gradually gather together and condensed into a focus at the back of the brain to become the much-desired viral gel. Gazed steadily at that group of brain for a while, Ling Mo suddenly slapped his thigh. "I understand. Normal zombie's brain also is full of these threads, but because the amount of virus gel is too little, low purity, therefore it is invisible to the naked eye. But this new mutated zombie absorbed large amount of virus as it feasted, so this threads then appeared visible to the naked eye. After the virus has taken hold, it begins to alter the zombie's mind to start going straight for the brains, instead of eating the flesh. As the viral gel condenses, it grows smaller and more pure. Maybe to a certain extent, it will become a very small one, and at that time, the zombie that has it will perhaps restore sanity. Shauna's special point was that, originally she has smaller volume of virus in her body, and before it was fully spread to the brain, she continued to swallow 2 viral gel, later swallowed a piece of extremely high purity gel. As a result, before her brain was completely eroded, the virus may have simply condensed into a small point in her brain, not being able to completely wipe out her conscious mind. Ling Mo does not know whether his thoughts are right, but to see from the current mutated zombie's condition, this is probably the closest answer. Sure enough, his direction is right. To the current Ling Mo, there is nothing else that could make him even happier than this discovery. He is not some doctor. This inference may have a lot of mistakes, but the results it is quite possible to actually be real. Prove that this hope does exist, and the probability is large, then the next thing to do is to make this guess become a reality as soon as possible. After a full 10 minutes of excitement, Ling Mo finally realized a hint of strangeness. In any case, a large living being himself in front of such disgusting corpse, smiling and carrying thoughts, is always a little weird. Throw it into the river. Well, tomorrow we'll have to find a new set of clothes. The smell of blood, unless zombies' noses all become rotten to not smell it. Why do you laugh? When Shauna helped to lift the body, she suddenly asked with puzzled tone. Not easy, silent for a long time, then she finally spitted out a whole sentence. Ling Mo blinked at her strangely, said, because I thought of one thing. That place on you really do feel good, just a little small. Chapter 47. Chapter 47 Collaboration. If possible, Ling Mo would love to bring Yilian and Shauna to find a secure shelter, then have a period of relative secure leisure life. But after witnessed the birth of a mutated zombie last night, Ling Mo really could no longer sit still. What is the population in this provincial city? Millions. A conservative estimate of the number of zombies is at least about a few millions. And what is the concept of millions of zombies? 20 zombies are enough to make fighting back pointless. And like Song Tion's survivor group, even though if they defend using geographical advantages, it won't take any more than 50 powered-up zombies to destroy them. Millions, Just thinking about it makes the scalp tingling. Fortunately, these zombies are undisciplined, they are scattered in various corners of the city, even among many buildings. But even so, it is sufficient to show that the city is perilous. Zombies to normal people are already very terrible, not to mention mutated zombies. If wasn't for the ability to control zombie puppets, Ling Mo would not dare to confront mutated zombies. It is simply seeking death. And something like last night, in this city, maybe it is happening at every moment. They will quickly grow into mutated zombies with horrible strength, and will continue to evolve. On the other hand, whether it is Yilian or Shauna, they all need to continue to eat, and their food source are mutated zombies. Therefore, no matter from which point of view, right now is not the time to take refuge, and as a survivor, Ling Mo have no choice but to shuttle throughout the city, hunting mutated zombies, in order to acquire more viral gels. They must evolve as their foes do the same. The next night, a few zombies appeared again on the square. They were all attracted by the smell of the blood. After eating, they just wandered on this square slowly. And on the ground are dry plasma, as well as scattered bones and clothes debris. After Ling Mo ripped Yilian's clothes apart, temporarily there is no available change of clothes. Fortunately, there is a clothing store on the square, as long as they get rid of these zombies. As soon as they opened the iron gate, when Ling Mo just appeared, he immediately attracted the attention of these few zombies. They frantically rushed over. Under the sunlight, their face was covered in blood plasma, all blood-stained hands, even could see clearly the ground meat within their nail. Gaps, not even right in front, an intense smell of blood on the nostrils instantly carried over, plus their extremely twisted hideous face, do serve the purpose of scaring people to death. These zombies did not blindly rush up to bite, their actions are very flexible, and with great strength, therefore as soon as they were before Ling Mo, they all flung their arms at Ling Mo. One of them even used rushing power to jump upward, and rushed towards Ling Mo through the mid-air. Attacked by several zombies at the same time, Ling Mo was basically in the situation where he could not avoid. But he was not nervous, when these zombies were about 5 meters away, he had already used his zombie puppet control ability and reigned in control over 2 of the attacking zombies. Without worrying of exposing his ability to any survivors, Ling Mo can finally show off the true power of his zombie puppet controlling ability. 2 zombies that were controlled by him at the first turned around and blocked the zombies in the back, and immediately attacked them. And that zombie who jumped midair although looked very ferocious, but with Ling Mo's current speed, to avoid is very easy. But he did not hide, but also jumped in midair with his hind legs, right arm swung. A coldness immediately slashed through this zombie's head. Ka! With the blade into the meat, this zombie immediately fell heavily onto the ground, but even though he was badly beaten, but not fatal. Zombie's sense of not afraid to die immediately played a role. At the same time when he landed on the ground, he jumped up and just rushed before Ling Mo, who just landed. Zombie's arm lashed across, even brought a coup sound of wind, and to get in contact with this zombie at such close distance, that strong smell of blood and rancid breath enveloped Ling Mo even more. But in the face of attacks, Ling Mo just slightly tilted his head. A sharp long knife stabbed out immediately, along with the zombie's arm that stretched, stabbed directly under his armpit, and then went clean through. Blood burst. This arm was immediately directly cut through. The tyrannical force even forced this zombie and triumphed him on the ground. Ling Mo did not hesitate and swung his wrist. Short knife blade went down, in the instant where this zombie just straightened up his body, pierced into his heart. And behind Ling Mo, exposed Shana's figure. To normal zombies, their own kind like Shana, they would not voluntarily to attack, except zombies like last night that has already stepped towards and becoming a mutated zombie. At the same time, those 2 zombies that were controlled by Ling Mo also showed good victories. They stopped 2 of the zombies and soon got rid of them. And Yi Lian strangulated the rest of the zombie easily. But it is useless to keep these 2 zombies, Ling Mo gently waved. These 2 zombies immediately grabbed each other's neck, and forced a twist at the same time. Zombie puppet controlling ability, with their own fighting strength, the collaboration between zombie puppets, even though not very collaborated yet, but Ling Mo was quite satisfied. Master was not trained in one day. Not to mention he does not control Shana, could only conduct mutual cooperation with him. After last night's evolution, Ling Mo could vaguely feel that between him and zombie puppets, there seemed to be countless threads connected. It was through these threads, zombie puppets could only receive commands from him. The thread between him and Yi Lian has already achieved to the state of real terms, but the thread between him and Shana are translucent. Looks like through these threads, it could also visually see their handling efforts to zombie puppets. Really a genuine zombie puppet controller. Just as the real puppet controller controlled dolls, used hands. I control zombies, use spiritual power. Instantly and easily got rid of these zombies. Ling Mo's mood is quite good, but corpses all over the ground is obviously not suitable to stay for too long. He immediately brought Yi Lian and Shana into that abandoned clothing store. This upscale boutiques, Ling Mo previously have never come before. Clothes that worth thousands of bucks is simply downright luxury. But in the end of the world, these clothes are just crooked hanging there, even some are been thrown to the ground, covered with blood, and most survivors would not even look at them. No matter how expensive the luxury items are, in the end of the world, they are not even worthy of a small cookie. Ling Mo casually put on a t-shirt, and then picked out a clean shirt from the shelf for Yi Lian. In this process he unavoidably observed Yi Lian's body shape up close, touched a little on that delicate skin. As for Shana, she actually learned from Ling Mo and started picking on the shelves, soon took out a bright red shirt. No wonder she is a zombie, likes blood red. This one is too conspicuous. Ling Mo instantly grabbed this one from her, then found a black lace top, then with a strange hint of smile, looked at Shana. But when he handed the cloth to Shana, she is actually again with a transive look, pushed the clothes back into Ling Mo's hand, and helplessly watched Ling Mo. After been sluggish for a while, Ling Mo suddenly react again. Shana's reason recovery is limited, and evidently seemed to be in the state of confusion. From her performance, it should be that she doesn't know how to change clothes. Anyways, he already pinched, let's change. Ling Mo actually does not have any psychological barriers, stripped her quickly, and then put this laced blouse on her. This should be regarded as the most sexy zombie, right? In that hollow transparent lace top, in addition of barely covering the doublet, the rest of the place, such as flat belly and waist, is all exposed. Chapter 48. Chapter 48. Entanglement is not a good habit. Ling Mo spent all night pondering where to go next, and decided upon X University, which is not too far from here. Even though it is not the only high-learning institution of X City, but is the most familiar one to Ling Mo, after all Yi Lian was a student there, and he had therefore been there countless times. Large area, complex environment, located in the downtown area, countless zombies, this is Ling Mo's guess to X City's current state. At this kind of place, it is simply a perfect place to hunt mutated zombies. As for potential crisis, risks and benefits always coexist, which to Ling Mo is very clear. But when he just stepped out of the clothing store, he suddenly froze for a moment, then suddenly recoiled, hiding within the shadow of the store. On the square, 3 figures appeared. What made Ling Mo feel even more incredulous was that he actually knew these 3 people, and they just saw each other, Wang Rin and Liu, and Wang Chang. How could Wang Chang walk with them? Even if he is flattered, the jump is a little bit too quick. Ling Mo almost at the first time thought of a possibility. Could it be that Wang Chang told Shauna's situations to Wang Rin? If it were that Liu Xin too goods for nothing, this possibility is very big, but a person like Wang Chang, he should know his place, know what to say, know what not to say. Plus he had no conflict with Ling Mo before, therefore Ling Mo did not have the thought of killing him. After all, even though Ling Mo has the ability of controlling puppets, but he is not some kind of killer. It is probably the first time out of their encampment. Liu constantly looked around, hand holding a sharpened iron bar, face is a bit nervous. And Wang Rin is carrying a machete ahead, Wang Chang is following close behind her. Ling Mo noticed at first glance, the iron bar in Liu's hands is hanging some fresh flesh, his body is also splashed with blood, and Wang Rin's machete is still dripping blood. It appears that both on the way here have been through bloody battle. Liu's combat ability is very good, his current appearance is not surprising, but with Wang Rin's delicate and sick body, she could actually kill zombies? As for whether or not there is fear, from her usual pale face, really do not see anything. The most critical thing is how did these 2 escape to here? Wang Rin walked straight up to the square, and the first thing she noticed was the bloodstains and debris on the ground. She gave a few glances over there, then turned to the buildings around the square. Seeing Wang Rin looking over, Ling Mo quietly stepped back, and Yi Lian under his control is also motionless. On the contrary, Shauna is appearing to be a bit restless behind Ling Mo, but soon rested under Ling Mo's appease through his eyes. Soon Wang Rin discovered the tea house hidden in the corner. She waved towards Liu, who was staying alert to the surroundings, then went first before the tea house. As soon as she sees those zombie corpses on the ground, Wang Rin's face immediately revealed a hint of proud smile, and Wang Chang, who was behind her, looked at her with a surprised look, then flattered and said, "Big Sister Rin, you are really amazing. Didn't you not also flatter that Ling to the sky?" Wang Rin snappily said. Wang Chang smiled awkwardly. "Big Sister Rin, you asked me about his strength, I did not dare to lie to you. Whether or not you lie to me, we will find out once we catch up to him. I already warned you when we went out, if you dare to flicker me, I will throw you to the outside, and let you fend for yourself." Wang Rin gave a cold cry, said. And Wang Chang suddenly felt cold sweat down. He somewhat looked at Wang Rin with a frustrated look, his mind is naturally shouting bad luck. If he had known, he wouldn't have took the initiative to open up his mouth. Originally seeing Wang Rin take the initiative to ask about Ling Mo's situations, Wang Chang then said a few more words voluntarily, hoped to befriend with this girl who was obviously with the higher status, but did not expect this girl to take him along, and be dragged out when he just got to the camp. Fortunately, this girl's strength is indeed very good, on the par with Shauna. On the way here he did not suffer any life-threatening situations. But the hell, the object she is looking for trouble is Ling Mo. Fought here, Wang Chang could not wait to turn around and run away, but with his strength, as soon as he turns tail he will be executed. Therefore, no matter how scared he is in the heart, he had to follow Wang Ring closely behind. Contrary, Liu Yuhao, who was silent with his mouth shut, escaped unharmed. OS asterisk asterisk asterisk. Li Yu, who rushed from behind, suddenly froze for a moment as soon as he saw the scene. How about it? I told you that he could not escape from my palm, right? You see the bodies on the ground, the blood is still flowing out. They were just dead. Wang Ring glanced at Li Yu, seemed to be very satisfied with each other's reaction. Li Yu walked in a circle around the corpses, could not help but to swallow saliva, but Big Sister Rin, we still have not fully caught up with them, it seems that they should have gone. Don't be afraid, anyway, I must catch up with them today. Wang Rin said with cold indifference. But... Li Yu hesitated, then he looked at the bodies on the ground, then said with determination, even if caught up, we can't beat him ah. After saying it, his heart immediately thumped, eyes did not dare to look at Wang Rin. And when Wang Rin heard these words, her face suddenly becomes somewhat ugly. Big Sister Rin, I followed you out secretly, will certainly be scolded by Big Boss Song when returned. Besides, you have already seen, this person's strength is great, all these bodies on the ground, all killed by him. Li Yu bit the bullet and continued spoke. Wang Rin stared at Li Yu somewhat angrily, said, you are stupid. How could he kill all these zombies by himself? Of course Shauna helped him. She would not fight with me, I would not believe if that thief could beat me one-on-one. Wang Chang originally wanted to say something, but when he looked at Wang Rin's unhappy face, he decided to bite his tongue. Li Yu was speechless for a time. After another silent moment, he curiously spoke, Rin's sister, could you tell me, how do you know which direction they went? Cannot tell you. Wang Rin gave a cold cry, turned to look at those shops, with a low voice inaudible to her, too bad cannot accurately sense, so annoyed. But he must be around here. Seeing Wang Rin and her people stopped for a moment downstairs of the tea house, and slowly walked away from another street, Ling Mo, who was hiding in the clothing store, suddenly sighed. This girl is obviously coming to find him, seems like she still did not give up on her short knife. But Ling Mo always felt that most likely seeking back the knife is only one reason, find back her face is the key. Of course you cannot judge a person's face, in Ling Mo's imagination she should be the gentle kind, soft-spoken types, not only did not expect to be pungent outrageous, and have a very bad habit, that is entanglement. It is already the end of the world, actually still acted stubborn and unforgiving and brought people out to find him. Just took a knife, did not took your virginity. But how did this little girl know where exactly to find him here? This really let Ling Mo feel baffled. After complained a few sentences more, he reckons they've gone far. Ling Mo then took Yi Lian and Shauna out from the clothing store, and then deliberately chose a direction opposite of Wang Rin and them. It really wasn't that he is scared of this chick, but because he still has Shauna besides him. The best solution is to directly bypass her, she cannot actually always follow him in the whole city, right? If she is really willingly to find, then go for it. In such a big city, full of zombies, let's see where you go find. While Ling Mo cursed, he turned into a side alley, but he did not know, just as he stepped into the alley, at the intersection of that street, appeared Wang Rin's presence again. Her face with a hint of sneer, seeing that Ling Mo walked into that alley, caught you. Dared to take my knife, and dared to blackmail Song Tian in broad daylight. Just walked less than 200 meters away in the small alley, Ling Mo suddenly stopped, and then looked back, his face suddenly became somewhat gloomy. Yi Lian was temporarily left in the small alley, and through Yi Lian's perspective, he clearly saw Wang Rin and these three people walked over from the other side of the square. Sure enough, she's got some tricks, this girl can know my position. Ling Mo gave a grunt, looked from left to right, then took Shauna into an internet cafe, and pulled back Yi Lian. There are at least a dozen zombies within the internet cafe with a rough estimate, but because of the terrain, the threat they bring to Ling Mo is not significant. Ling Mo one by one slaughtered all but 4 of the strongest zombies, which he took under his command, and took his makeshift squad up to the second floor. There are also several other zombie corpses killed by him on the street, plus with Wang Rin's characteristics like obstinacy, it's not hard to guess that he is hiding in this neighborhood. However, to find him in the second floor, the difficulty is great. Ling Mo knew that Wang Rin had a good idea of the general location of where he was, seeing how he left behind many zombie corpses on his way up the internet cafe. Just as Ling Mo was about to send Yi Lian out again to scout for her position, Wang Rin entered the internet cafe. Really lingered. Ling Mo angrily swore, then looked back at those 4 zombie puppets behind, suddenly revealing a hint of strange smile. Welcome, Wang Rin. Let's have some fun. Chapter 49. Chapter 49. There is road to heaven that you don't take. Wang Rin was full of pride that she has finally found where Ling Mo was hiding, and signaled her followers to stay back while she goes to confront him. Carefully, she glanced inside. Just as she extended her head out to face-check the room, she suddenly uttered a scream in shock. A bloody zombie rushed over from the side without a sound, and is holding an iron bar. Just as Wang Rin showed her head, that iron bar immediately slashed down across. Even though it slashed down along her cheek, but did not really hurt her, but Wang Rin is still completely scared less. She has not yet seen zombies that could conceal themselves and ambush attackers, much less zombies that know how to use weapons. But her reaction is still better than this zombie. Her machete cut down quickly. The target is the zombie's hand that is holding an iron bar. According to the habits of zombies who never flinched, at the same time when Wang Rin is cutting down, zombies is bound to raise the arms to continue to attack, straight into the trajectory of the machete. Wang Rin's combat experience told her that this is the easiest way to disable an attacking zombie. But she never expected that this zombie actually took a step backward, while escaped her blow at the same time. He again smashed over with his iron bar. What kind of zombie is it? Wang Rin suddenly stared with wide-open eyes, and Li Yu and Wang Cheng, who caught up, saw the movement, were also shocked. Seeing the iron bar going down, Wang Rin quickly dodged, but her body has excellent toughness. At the same while avoiding, her machete also slashed towards the iron bar in zombie's hand. Clang! A sound of metal clashing came immediately, and when Wang Rin hit the iron bar at the same time, her wrist immediately twisted. Machete chop changed to cut, straight down the right hand of the zombie. She moved quickly and the response was sufficient. With attack skills in place, this blow in her eyes is inevitable to come by. Even Li Yu, who was preparing to rush forward, also stopped his movement, secretly applauding Rin's knife skill in his heart. But all of them did not expect that. Just as these three's attention were attracted by this strange zombie, there suddenly appeared another zombie behind Wang Cheng, suddenly covered his mouth so that he couldn't scream, and quickly dragged him to the side. Wang Rin's knife did not fall. As the blood started to splatter, zombie's 3 fingers were chopped off. The iron bar in hand also fell on the ground. This injury is not effective in stopping zombies' action, and Wang Rin is also very clear on this point. After disarming the zombie's weapon, she moved her feet a step closer toward the zombie, once again slashed down with the machete in hand. From her experience, zombies do not care whether or not if they are injured. As long as their movements were not affected, their attacks will not stop. Therefore, when Wang Rin's knife slashed down, zombie should have just rushed under her knife. But the zombie didn't continue to attack. After this zombie lost his weapon, he actually suddenly turned around and rushed the inside of a building. He escaped. This zombie actually ran away. Wang Rin's face suddenly became extremely astonished, and behind her, Li Yu's mouth cannot be even closed. Know how to use tactics, know how to use weapon, and know how to escape. If it weren't seeing his pair of red blood eyes, and that twisted face, most likely they would have never believed that this is actually a zombie. And Wang Rin was almost slashed by this zombie. Seeing this zombie actually escaped, she suddenly emerged in a fit of rage. How are you still a zombie? I'm not going to take this kind of crap from a simple lowly zombie. Wang Rin, who was in shock, soon recovered, but just as she was about to keep up, then heard Li Yu suddenly uttered a scream. Where the F*** is Wang Cheng? Wang Cheng is gone. Just under their noses, quietly disappeared, and not even a drop of fresh blood at all on the ground. This unexpected situation immediately let Wang Rin's face become extremely frightened, and in Li Yu's eyes, is full of undisguised dismay. Wang Cheng does not have any combat ability, and almost all the way here he followed them closely. If saying that he would take the initiative to escape, both Li Yu and Wang Rin would not believe. But such as large living being, how could he disappear under their eyes? Must be that Ling Mo. Wang Rin's brow wrinkled suddenly. Maybe this Wang Cheng has already discovered Ling Mo, so he quietly slipped away to seek refuge with him. So, this Ling Mo is in this neighborhood. Wang Rin eyed several buildings around her, hordes with some drums, indicating she is not sure, and a little uncertain. Who knows if that kind of weird zombie is not the only, what if they run into him again? Otherwise, let's not care about that Wang Cheng, let's go. Li Yu somewhat cautiously proposed. That zombie a moment ago seemed like it has intelligence. This is really too strange. Wang Rin's mouth could not help but twitched a little, but she still nonchalantly gave a cold and angry cry. What to be afraid? That zombie still could not beat me? Maybe the same as mutated zombie, just a little different. Didn't you see that he could only escape? Besides, meeting this kind of special zombie, we should find out more about his situation, so when we go back, we can provide everyone some information, or else in the future when we encountered we will be at disadvantage. Speaking here, the shocking gradually disappeared in Wang Rin's eyes, replaced by excitement and emotion. Discovered a new breed of zombies. Did not expect that after chasing that thief, there is still such a pleasant surprise. Thinking now that zombie is not actually very scary, he even escaped when facing me. As for Wang Cheng, whether or not if he escaped by himself, or something happened to him, Wang Rin's heart does not care. To put it plainly, someone's lack of combat skills makes him a burden to her. You're still looking for that knife? Li Yu asked again. Find. Why not to find it? But cannot let him have the opportunity to run away. You stay out here guarding. Wang Rin said unquestionably. When Wang Rin separated with Li Yu, Ling Mo who was standing beside the window on second floor of the internet cafe suddenly revealing a hint of satisfied smile. Fight with me? You are nothing but a minor chick, although have a little skill, but this judgment may be enough to choke. One zombie puppet is enough to distract her attention. Right now you are not at Song Tian's camp. When Ling Mo started to use his ability, he doesn't have any scruples in his heart. Besides, who could have thought, he actually knows how to control zombies? As long as Yi Lian and Shana's identity are not exposed, most likely no one would think of it. Not to mention his purpose is to completely regulate this chick, and must figure out by what method did she able to track him. Whereabouts are mastered, but also lingers, it has touched Ling Mo's bottom line. Cannot seek survival by ourselves, must come to find trouble. This is the typical case where you don't walk the road to heaven, but must break into the doors of hell. Well now, I'm not afraid to importune you. The more you bite and hold, your end will be more miserable. Following that strange zombie's blood stain, Wang Rin followed it closely into that building, and Li Yu, although somewhat frightened, but had to bite the bullet and stayed in place. He would never have personally come to chase Ling Mo and his people. But Wang Rin's insistence left him with cold headache. Fortunately, there is her cousin Shana, should not have too much conflict. But the appearance of that zombie undoubtedly upset the plan. Originally only planned to find Ling Mo, now they have to distract their energy and to find that zombie. This is just great. It's no problem that Wang Cheng inexplicably went missing, the remaining two also forced to split up. When the entire alley is only left with him, Li Yu suddenly felt a burst of inexplicable heart palpitations. He took a deep breath, clenched the iron bar in his hands. Calm, although that zombie might sneak attack, but Wang Rin has already went chasing him. This kind of zombie should not be a lot, even if nearby. Be careful should be no problem. After all, just looking at the combat ability he is no different than ordinary zombies, even weaker than ordinary zombies. Normal zombies does not know how to escape. Liu encouraged himself in his heart, really felt a trace of courage, but just as he straightened up his spine, he suddenly heard a light sound behind him. Chapter 50. Chapter 50. Zombie is about to zaxo me. The sound is very slight, but in Liu's ears, it is no doubt like a clap of thunder. He almost turned around the first time, iron bar crossed to the front, nervously looked to the direction of where the sound came from. However, Liu only saw a pebble, rolling on the floor. Oh no! I was set up. Before Liu could turn around to confront his assailant, the zombie with a twisted face grasped his collar and started to drag him out of the building. If you don't want to come find me, then I will find you. Within the internet cafe, Ling Mo's eyes flashed a bit of malice. At the same time, that zombie who towed away Liu immediately brought him into a musty room, filled with rotten air, and threw him on the floor. Under Ling Mo's manipulation, this zombie quickly shut and barred the door and came back into the street, and then got into the building where Wang Rin went in. When Ling Mo got rid of Liu, another zombie puppet also dragged a person behind him. With the bang muffled sound, that zombie then hurled Wang Cheng from onto the ground. But Wang Cheng, whose eyes are closed tightly, lying at the foot of a zombie, but he did not respond at all, apparently fainted. Even in a coma, his body also shivered involuntarily. But zombie did not cause his coma. This zombie did not have the time to put his hands on him. Wang Cheng has already fainted from fear. But Ling Mo did not just find a place to leave him, but let his zombie puppet brought him here. But now is not the time to deal with Wang Cheng. Ling Mo still have to manipulate those two zombies, and manufacture a surprise for Wang Rin, who's now all alone. Ling Mo was too excited over the prospect of toying with these intruders to feel the mental burden of controlling so many zombies at the same time, not noticing the beads of sweat rolling down his face. Two zombie puppets skulked into the building one after another, silently surrounded Wang Rin in the middle. But Wang Rin did not know her escape route has been cut off. She was holding the machete, warily walking on the corridor of the third floor. This was originally a small hotel room, all rooms on both sides of the corridor. Some rooms are tightly closed, but some fully. Even if walked close to the door, it's not possible to see inside the room clearly. She has carefully gone through the second floor, but found nothing. But her mind is clear. This building only have 3 floors. That zombie that sneak attacked her must be waiting in here. To search for that zombie under this environment, Wang Rin's mental pressure is still very large, but the machete in her hands made her feel much more at ease. That Ling Mo, mostly hiding around here. When I get rid of this zombie, hump. Wang Rin, somewhat depressed, frowned her eyebrow, then stalked towards one of the closest door, gently pushed it open with the machete. No one home. But the tightly closed bathroom door made Wang Rin weary. This kind of zombie know how to sneak attack, escape, maybe it also know how to close door? Wang Rin began to laugh at how absurd this situation is. What are zombies? Monsters without any IQ. Even though today's zombie's performance extremely surprised her, and made her very concerned, but she also did not think that this zombie would shut himself in the bathroom, quietly hiding. Just as when Wang Rin is ready to go to the next room, she picked up a very light, but clearly audible sound from the bathroom. She was surprised for a moment, then her mouth revealed a hint of sneer. Play with me. Clenching tightly the machete in hand, Wang Rin slowly walked close to that tightly shut bathroom, then held out her left hand, grasping the door handle. As she slowly twisted the door handle, at the same time, behind her suddenly came a muffled slam. Bang! Wang Rin subconsciously snapped her head back, but found with dismay that the door was shut. She found herself to be shut in a room with a zombie, which immediately started to rush towards her. At the same time, the bathroom door in front her also suddenly exploded open. A pitch-black figure suddenly rushed from the inside out. Even though Wang Rin has good knife skills, but this strange situation has totally confused her. She could not even react, and was directly pressed on the ground by this figure. But Wang Rin, who was thrown onto the ground, has a fierce reaction time. Through her panic, she twirled up her knee at the zombie and reached for her blade, ready to strike. But the zombie that threw her down immediately skipped to the side, making her completely miss her attack. Not to wait for her to get up, the zombie from the hall rushed over and grabbed the wrist that is holding the knife. Wang Rin's face suddenly became pale. As she tried to use her knee to kick the zombie away, the other one crawled over and pinned her to the ground, its rotten face approaching hers. Faced with two coordinated zombies, Wang Rin has completely lost the ability to think. She now only have one thought in mind. I am going to die. I am going to be eaten by them. Seeing this zombie's mouth getting closer, faster, that pair of blood-red eyes firmly fixed on her, but no matter how desperately she wriggled, she could not free herself. Wang Rin's heart for the first time emerged extreme fear. Even when the end of the world just broke out, although she was frightened, but not like this fear. This zombie is approaching her very slowly. While normal zombies would have went for the throat and started to go to town, this one is seemingly enjoying its kill. Her mind went blank, even the struggling body also froze, whole body seemed to have lost strength. Inside Internet Cafe, Ling Mo's eyes appeared to be quite satisfied, and under his control, this zombie did not open his mouth to bite Wang Rin, but instead hoisted her by her arm, kicking her machete to the ground. Seeing Wang Rin's eyes lax, apparently lost the will to fight, Ling Mo immediately controlled zombie puppets, grabbed her other hand, and two zombie puppets used strength together and pulled her up from the ground. This sudden turn of events made Wang Rin's eyes suddenly appear a glimmer of concern. What is happening? Do they not want to eat? Zombies in her heart are no more than human eating machines. But these two zombies are obviously exceptions, because after they pulled her up, they didn't try to dismember her, but did something extremely lewd. That zombie with two full hands, after freeing her of her machete, actually freed a hand, in her very rounded buttocks, forced a slap. Pa! The pain conveyed from the butt, and this crispy slapping sound, completely let Wang Rin collapse. Spanking, she was spanked by a zombie. Wang Rin never dreamed that one day she would be spanked, and it was actually a zombie that did it. Ling Mo is very satisfied in his heart after seeing Wang Rin's mortified reaction. The spanking thing is just the beginning of her education. In fact, if it wasn't for Wang Rin's stubbornness at trying to get the knife back, Ling Mo would have never bothered to toy with her that much. In fact, Ling Mo have to admit, Wang Rin is very strong indeed. Her skills with a knife is on par with Shauna. Unfortunately, she is after all just a girl. Encountering this kind of zombie that defied normal behavior, she obviously didn't stand a chance. Pa pa pa. 3 consecutive spanks all accurately shot on Wang Rin's butt, and then she finally reacted, but when she just uttered a shameful scream, then felt her arms been gripped by pincers. With the power of zombies, to tie the hands of little weak girl like Wang Rin, it can be described as extremely easy. Filled with anger and shock, but without the machete, she is like a sick cat that lost its paw. Even if she constantly pedaling the legs, but did not have any impact on zombies who was immune to pain. Therefore, when that zombie in the back tied behind her hands, and forced her to straighten the body, Wang Rin only knew, what kind of nightmare is she going to face? For all normal girls, I'm afraid they could not accept a distorted face, exuding strong blood stench zombie slowly leaned over toward, and the purpose is, kiss. Under Ling Mo's manipulation, the other zombie cupped Wang Rin's face, pursed that foul mouth, wide open blood-red eyes, and leaned toward Wang Rin. Such obvious move, how could Wang Rin not guess this zombie's intent? Her mind almost the first time shout out an idea, zombie is about to OXX me. Under the situation where she could not resist, the terrified Wang Rin could not withstand this tremendous mental stress, screamed shrilly, and fainted. And the zombie manipulated by Ling Mo stopped at about 10 centimeters distance before Wang Rin. As manipulators, Ling Mo can completely receive zombies' perspective, so from his point of view, it felt like he was the one who was going to kiss Wang Rin. Should he really kiss? Well, the one who get the benefit is not him. Seeing Wang Rin fainted so quickly, Ling Mo could not help but to feel somewhat bored, but also feel a little funny. A girl so arrogant, could not even stand up to be scared. Chapter 51. Chapter 51. Sister-in-law needs some teaching. Hey, wake up. Ling Mo extended his hand and pinched Wang Rin's cheek, bringing her face in front of him. After hearing the cry, Wang Rin slowly opened her eyes, awakening from her slumber, then suddenly struggled up, mouth in horror shouting, "Do not touch me! Do not touch me! Calm down!" Ling Yamo quickly caught Wang Rin, said in a low voice, and held her tightly as she calmed down. Wang Rin became fully awake and asked, "Why are you here?" "Ah! Zombie, where are those two zombies?" Just as she said, she immediately nervously looks down at her clothes. Seeing her like this, where could you even see the shadow of prior arrogance? Ling Yamo suddenly cold sneered. After scared Wang Rin to faint, he brought Shana and Yi Lian over, as well as Wang Chang. After all, his intention is not to simply teach Wang Rin a lesson, but to figure out how did she find him. Seeing Wang Rin is still having some aftershock, Ling Yamo quietly raised his brow, pointed to the door, "Over there." Wang Rin looked towards the direction of Ling Mo's finger, suddenly sighed in relief. Those two zombies' corpses were laid across the door, beside Shana and Yi Lian outside the door. "You?" Wang Rin turned to look at Ling Mo, somewhat surprised, and asked, "Did you actually save me? This is the effect I want." She would have never guessed that I was directing the zombies to do my bidding. And Wang Rin for sure did not thought of it, in fact until now she thought, that is a new type zombie, and is the pervert among zombies. Ling Mo laughed loudly, "Your screams are too loud." Wang Rin was surprised for a moment, then face suddenly reddened. She opened her mouth, wanted to protest, but the thought of that he just saved her, had to shut her mouth depressingly, uttered a muffled hum from her nose. "What, I saved you, you did not even thank me?" Ling Mo rolled his eyes, "This chick is really not likable." Wang Rin's face suddenly became a little embarrassed, but just came into contact with Ling Mo's playful eyes. She opened her mouth and spoke with indifference, "No big deal, that knife is a gift for you." After this outburst, Ling Mo was suddenly a bit annoyed. "So your life only worth a knife, eh?" Ling Mo gave a cold sneer, just stood up, "Just to make it clear, this knife is already mine, you do not need to give it to me." "You!" Wang Rin is somewhat angry, but seeing Ling Mo's disdained expression, she could not help but feel somewhat guilty. Seeing Ling Mo was not intending to pull her up, Wang Rin clenched her teeth and slowly got up, leaning from the wall. "Then what do you want?" "I have nothing else to give to you." "Ah, right, my machete." She circled on the ground to find it, but did not find anything. Suddenly, heart surprised, turned to look at Ling Mo. Sure enough, Ling Mo took that machete from back of his waist pocket, playing with it in his hand. Seeing Wang Rin want to grab it, he not only did not intend to give it back to her, but showed a hint of sneer. "Don't go too far. I already gave you the knife, you still want to take this one from me?" Though Wang Rin is still somewhat weak in hands and feet, but she still rushed over with tons of fury. But Ling Mo's skill is not worse than her, just twisted the body to the side, and let her rush aside. Wang Rin suddenly became frantic. She sees that she could not rob it from Ling Mo, actually turned to shout to Shana, "Shana! Anyhow, I am your cousin, how can you help outsiders to bully me?" Hearing her roar, Shana actually looked at her, and then turned around emotionlessly. This action completely angered Wang Rin, but when she just stepped out, Ling Mo raised his hands and stopped her. "Stop!" His eyes suddenly become somewhat sharp. "Who are you calling an outsider?" "I'm talking to Shana, don't interrupt." "With your attitude to Shana, what right do you have to complain about her? Let me tell you, when you relied on Song Tian settlement, Shana on her own fed dozens of people. Do you have this credential? No matter from which side, she can burst you in 8th Street. Indicating she is far more skillful than her. Wang Rin froze for a moment, then her face suddenly sank down, pulling a little pout. "Do not think that you saved me, so you can." "Pa!" One crispy sound, let Wang Rin suddenly stared, whole body is stunned. She holds her side cheek, looked at Ling Mo as if she was a deer caught in headlights. "You actually dared to slap me." But not finished, a chill suddenly jumped up from her feet. Ling Mo looked at her with extremely chill eyes. No one has ever stared at her like that. "Hit you?" "Hit you is light. If you weren't Shana's cousin, on the count as my half-sister-in-law, you would have already been torn apart by zombies. How dare you hit me? Just as Wang Rin rushed forward a step, another slap mercilessly struck her in the face, sending her back down to the ground. For I am better than you. This slap made Wang Rin's face pale, and Ling Mo stepped closer with a cold face. And right now the world talks in strength. You? Under Ling Mo's contempt, Wang Rin, whose both cheeks are burning hot with pain, finally felt a trace of fear. She could not help but to step back 2 steps, somewhat frantically said, "Didn't you say I'm your sister-in-law?" "That depends if I was willing to help you." "Didn't you just said that I am an outsider?" "I will give you one chance to take your words back." Ling Mo raised his hand. This action frightened Wang Rin in a cold shiver. Even her eyes could not help but cringe a little, but Ling Mo just patted her face. With cold smile, "Listen, I am not a heinous person, but when someone put their lives on the line to give me trouble, I will not be able to guarantee if they get to keep their lives afterwards." "What are you trying to do? Shauna will not let you mess." Wang Rin's face suddenly became very pale. Ling Mo's look could not help her to think of that zombie's movement. Is Ling Mo going to OXX her? Thought of this, her mood suddenly went out of control. "No. Don't rape me. I am Shauna's cousin, you can't do this to me." Ling Mo stiffened for a moment, then with a teasing smile, "Rape? You think too highly about yourself. Girls like you do not excite me at all. Besides, you are wrong about one thing, Shauna is mine, whether or not you count as her cousin, I have the final say, understand?" "Not interested? Nice try?" A strong sense of humiliation made Wang Rin's whole body trembling slightly, but Ling Mo's cold and chill eyes a moment ago, and that 2 merciless slaps completely destroyed Wang Rin's courage. "I have a question, you better answer it honestly, or else I will leave you here to fend for yourself." Seeing Wang Rin nodded in terror, Ling Mo's tone suddenly became severe. Right hand at the same time grabbed Wang Rin's chin, mouth almost posted on her lips. "Tell me, how did you get here?" "You are hurting me. Do not tell me about special scientific and technological gadgets. I checked on my body, there are nothing." Ling Mo's face revealed a faint hint of impatience. "Look. I cannot say." Ling Mo's face suddenly became somewhat strange. He suddenly leaned down beside her ears, and said, "Do you know what I saw when I came in? That kind of taste, do you still want to try again?" Wang Rin's face suddenly became very pale, her eyes flashing at Ling Mo, suddenly said with strangely, "You won't believe me even if I said it." "To believe it or not is my problem, you say it first." "What if I tell you that I have supernatural power?" Wang Rin gritted her teeth and said. After much talking, she then stared hard at Ling Mo, "Want to see something from his face?" Seeing Ling Mo not speaking, she suddenly tensed up. "I knew it that you won't believe me, but what I say is true." In fact, Ling Mo's mind is indeed very shocked. On the other hand, he has to believe this statement, because he has special abilities too. So it seems that he really is not the only one with superpowers in this world. He firmly fixed his eyes on Wang Rin for a while, until her scalp is tingling, and eyes started to dodge. Ling Mo then opened and asked, "What is your ability? Does it relate to tracking me? You believe me?" Ling Mo's reaction is far beyond expectations, but under Ling Mo's firm look, she had to speak. Induction ability. Sure enough, is totally unrelated to his zombie puppet ability. Under careful inquiry, Ling Mo grasped a more comprehensive understanding of Wang Rin's induction ability. Her ability is like his zombie puppet ability, all rely on spiritual power to cast. But unlike Ling Mo, her power does not help her in battle one bit. The so-called induction sounds like turning herself into a radar receiver, but before she can start tracking, she must have physical contact with the target. As Wang Rin continued to describe her power's limitations, Ling Mo immediately thought of the punch she gave him when they were parting. With physical contact, she is equivalent in installing an invisible tracking device, and then through telepathy, she could probably be aware of the approximate location of Ling Mo. In fact, after when Ling Mo left camp, she had been sensing his orientation. Originally she worried that Ling Mo would be going far away, then the spiritual connection between her and the tracker will automatically disconnect. Fortunately Ling Mo is seemingly aimlessly going in circles around the camp, meaning they were never too far at all. Aware that Ling Mo stopped moving, at the crack of dawn, she immediately took Liu and Wang Cheng towards his direction. Moreover, this kind of tracking time can only last 12 hours, after time past it will also fail. But she never expected she would encounter that kind of strange zombies here, and was nearly raped. From Wang Rin's eyes, Ling Mo is sure that what she said is true. She has been completely scared to death. Talking about supernatural ability, how could the effect be this useless? Ling Mo still felt somewhat unbelievable. The zombie puppet ability he has been going through continuous upgrade, how come Wang Rin's ability is not much use? Wang Rin shook her head, I don't know either, no matter how much I used it there is no upgrade. I have said everything, let me go. Wang Rin looked up at Ling Mo, carefully asked, after she asked, she then nervously and immediately added, I will never come to find you trouble again. Really? I guess you would never do it again. Such a thought. Ling Mo showed a hint of joking smile, you can try to beg me. Beg? Wang Rin's eyes once again widened. In her life she ever begged people, right now she has to beg for mercy? But looking at Ling Mo's smile, Wang Rin's heart is extremely terrified. She did not doubt Ling Mo, if she doesn't listen to him, he will for sure turn those threats into reality. Wang Rin bites her lips, wanna cry but scared to do it. Besides Ling Mo, she was never hit by people before, and of course was never threatened. She is really scared. When Ling Mo looks at her with those eyes as if looking at a dead person, Wang Rin viscerally felt a chill. Brother-in-law, I was wrong. These few words were almost burst out from between her teeth. When she finished, suddenly feel her body is about to collapse, seems the whole body strength to be pumped out of her. You just need someone to teach you a lesson. Ling Mo smiled and patted Wang Rin's cheeks, seeing her eyes emerges out of layer of water vapor, suddenly felt a wave of pleasure. Considering that you are somewhat stupid, Ling Mo very seriously come up with an adjective, so I am going to warn you again, sister-in-law, never do stupid thing like this again. Wang Rin bit her teeth, slowly lowered her head, I know. Louder, I cannot hear. Got it. Chapter 52. Chapter 52 Sisters' saliva function like sports drink. Wang Rin was actually a biotic. This news somewhat surprised Ling Mo. In fact, when he discovered that he had the zombie puppet ability, he had this speculation. During the end of the world, there should be more than one biotic, right? Even Ling Mo could not tell how this ability appeared in his body. When he first started to run for his life, everything was too chaotic. Thinking back then, besides being scared each day, he couldn't even get a whole night's sleep. This ability appeared suddenly. It was more like a kind of instinct that had just awakened at the right time. But what Ling Mo cared more about was how he could use this special ability to increase his odds of survival. But compared to the zombie puppet control ability, Wang Rin's ability was totally useless. There was no use, therefore what she relied on was her own knife skills. It would appear that the supernatural ability also had different degrees of strength. Each person's ability to grasp their skills should also be completely different. However, he didn't know how many Protoss there were, like himself. For some reason, Ling Mo had this vivid feeling that there seemed to be some similarities between people who had supernatural abilities and mutated zombies. If one treated supernatural abilities as a type of evolution, then the human Protoss were equivalent to the mutated zombies among zombies. Mutated zombies might continue to evolve, so would Protoss also continuously evolve? He could only experience it himself to find the answer. When the Ling Mo trio left, Wang Rin suddenly gasped. After waking up from that feeling of humiliation, her eyes suddenly became red, at the same time her knees went soft, and she kneeled on the ground. The sentence said by Ling Mo when he left had echoed in her mind. Remember, do not do anything that will make me unhappy, there is no next time. When he said this sentence, Ling Mo's pair of icy eyes caused Wang Rin to feel coldness in her heart. After going downstairs, Shauna, who was following tightly after Ling Mo, suddenly asked with a quiet whisper, "You didn't kill her, why?" Shauna then said, "I could feel that, you wanted to kill." Ling Mo's face suddenly changed. He did have the thought of killing Wang Rin, but considering that she was after all Shauna's cousin, as well as most likely being Shauna's only relative in this world, he dispelled that idea right away. She not only brought people to find trouble for him, but from the outcome of it, she not only did not bring him any losses, but learned a harsh lesson, and took the last weapon away. But to Ling Mo's surprise, Shauna, who seemingly stumbled, was actually secretly observing carefully, and also seriously thinking. "She is your cousin, with your blood. I won't kill her." Ling Mo smiled and said, "I don't quite understand." Shauna nodded her head, "But if you killed her, for some reason, maybe I would feel uncomfortable." "Yes, after all, you are related by blood." Just as when Ling Mo was about to bring her and leave, when he suddenly noticed that Shauna's neck had something on it. He pulled her curiously, and opened his hand to move the scattered hair on her chest. Shauna's eyes flashed with a hint of a struggle. "Don't squeeze." "I did not want to squeeze your chest. Am I that kind of person?" Ling Mo stared at Shauna with righteousness, and then dug out the object on Shauna's neck. It was a miniature jade knife that was incredibly sharp. Although Ling Mo did not know much about jade, he could feel this piece of jade was extremely valuable. It was finely carved, cold and smooth. On the handle was also engraved a seal, Wang. Before, when Ling Mo helped Shauna with the sponge bath, he had not seen this piece of jade. When did this? Right when they left, Shauna walked behind him. Obviously Wang Rin seized this opportunity and gave the jade to Shauna. This caused Ling Mo to suddenly freeze for a moment. He involuntarily looked back behind, at the hotel. Wang Rin's attitude to Shauna was indeed very different than in her heart, means that she acts differently than what she thinks. Did she especially come to not only get back her knife, but also to send this thing to Shauna? Leaving aside her purpose, her movements and intentions were a bit too clumsy and offensive. After this time, she should have been taught a lesson. This counts as a Wang family heirloom, right? Ling Mo sighed, then put the jade back inside Shauna's neckline. At this moment, he suddenly came to a realization. His face contorted into a bizarre look. "Shauna, you should have recognized Wang Rin, right? Or else you would not have allowed her to approach you, not to mention allowing her to put this piece of jade onto your neck." Shauna was silent for a while, seeming like she was organizing her words. Ling Mo was eagerly looking at her. "I know her, she is my sister." Shauna finally nodded affirmatively, then pointed to her head. "I thought a lot, very messy." "It's okay, no hurry, think slowly, for sure you will remember everything. By that time, you will return to the Shauna from before." Ling Mo revealed a satisfied smile, and pinched Shauna's cheek. However, Shauna's next words allowed Ling Mo to be suddenly stunned. "I don't want to return to the old Shauna. I am the same as Yi Lian. So, I don't want to remember." To be able to think up to this level, Shauna's reasoning had indeed recovered a lot. Ling Mo stared at Shauna, his heart becoming bitter. That's right, whether or not Shauna would restore her reason completely, her zombie identity would never change. Even with the constant evolution, either Shauna or Yi Lian, they would be far away from ordinary people. Even if they eventually restored their sanity, no one would treat them as human beings. And their relation with other humans would be like wolves with sheep. Ling Mo suddenly felt that he should have realized this point much sooner. Although Shauna restored some consciousness, when she was facing strangers, she still was hostile. Even if she recognized Wang Rin, her attitude towards her was also very cold. Most likely because the memory section regarding her family had awakened, therefore she blurted out those words a moment ago. But this feeling was the memory, but not the feelings belonging to the current Shauna. These were her instincts as a zombie. Although their diet had turned into viral gels, and was no longer as vigorous as cannibalism, as zombies, they would still not act friendly towards living beings. Shauna still had the appearance of old Shauna, but inside, she had completely changed. And Yi Lian should also be the same. Seeing Ling Mo silent, Shauna seemed to detect the conflict in Ling Mo's mind through a spiritual connection. She suddenly extended her hand, gently pinched Ling Mo's cheek. "You are not the same as me, but, compared to others, you are also not the same." Ling Mo's felt a wave of warmth in her heart. With the spiritual connection deepening, she could feel that within the consciousness of Shauna and Yi Lian, they were becoming closer and closer to him. Indeed, as long as they treated him differently than others, wouldn't that be enough already? Ling Mo made a self-depreciating smile. "Remember, only I can pinch your cheek, but you cannot pinch me. In the future, if you want to express your friendship, use a kiss." Shauna just had a confused look. Her mouth was gently pecked by Ling Mo. "Remember? N. Do it once for me, I am here to help you, you know? N, okay, again. This time deeper, tongue out, N. In order to not show favoritism, after a fierce kissing with Shauna, Ling Mo also fiercely kissed Yi Lian. He did not expect that after he released Yi Lian, he suddenly felt as if his blood was boiling up, his heartbeat suddenly being amplified. Bang! 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 His heartbeat sounded like drums in his ears, his body's blood flow quickly accelerated and a wave of hot air jumped through the abdomen, instantly flow through the whole body. Ling Mo's look suddenly changed drastically. This feeling had appeared when he first kissed Yi Lian. But just after, he did not experience a mutation. Ling Mo classified this feeling as a psychological effect, but appearing once again could completely prove that either before or now, this feeling was real. Obviously, this feeling was not a prelude to mutation. But why would such a response occur after taking their saliva? Could it be that apart from blood, the other fluids in their bodies also contained viruses? But if it was a virus, how come he did not mutate? Too bad these guesses could not be verified. Last time, this abnormal sensation lasted for more than 20 minutes, this time the duration was much shorter. After about 2 or 3 minutes, Ling Mo had returned to normal. Ling Mo suddenly found something very shocking. After that drunk-like feeling receded, his mind was actually unprecedentedly clear and bright, even all the physical consumption seemed to have come back to him. Probably something like bee and snake venom, depending on method and concentration, could not only be harmless to human bodies, but also beneficial. The originally terrible zombie virus, after the zombies' purification, mixed into their saliva, or juice, had turned into an edible stimulant. Ling Mo's eyes suddenly lit up. "You are my zombie sisters, your whole bodies are full of treasures. This sister's saliva is a treasure, but I did not know that the other sister's saliva would also be something good." Chapter 53. Chapter 53. Sleep with the ground, sleeping together? Wang Rin was thrown back into the hotel. Presumably when she regained her conscience, she will naturally leave. As for whether or not she could find Liu, it depends on their luck. As for Wang Cheng's treatment, Ling Mo was a little hesitant. For Wang Cheng, who had some heart and a vicious character, Ling Mo did not have any friendly intentions towards. Originally Ling Mo thought that when he arrived at the survivors' camp, he will settle down, and did not expect him to suck up to Wang Rin. With him at the camp, most likely Liu Yuhao did not have much chance of showing his ability, because the two of them were classmates. And he knew way too much about Ling Mo. Though you could tell from Wang Rin's actions that Wang Cheng did not speak out about Shauna being a zombie, there is still no guarantee that he would not bring any more trouble in the future. This counts as doing a good deed. Ling Mo thought in his heart, eyes slightly closed. When he opened eyes again, the spiritual connection between him and that zombie puppet has been completely disconnected. A zombie out of control, a live human being that had not yet awakened. What was going to happen next? There is no need to think about it. Probably affected by that violent atmosphere, Ling Mo did not feel alarmed when he killed for the first time. But this did not mean that he would become a killer. Therefore, when he disconnected the connection, Ling Mo still slightly hesitated a little. But this slight hint of hesitation was forcibly thrown to the back of his head the instant he closed his eyes. During the end of the world, if you are not cold-hearted, you will be treated as a soft persimmon, easy to bully. Ling Mo's group carefully walked for half a day, killed a lot of zombies along the way and finally found a residential building. Ling Mo decided to settle down there tonight. His destination was originally X-City University, but was delayed by Wang Rin. It would be impossible to reach X-City University today. Fortunately, the current location was not too far away from X-City University. There was a waste site near the residential building. The yard became a parking lot and the surrounding environment looked very gloomy. Fortunately, there were not many zombies around, so Ling Mo's group used the advantage of the cars to cover their whereabouts and carefully crept inside the residential building. There weren't many zombies inside the building, and most of the doors were wide open. Besides some broken furniture inside, the rooms were mostly empty. It seemed like during construction, it was treated as a dormitory for the workers. As for the original residents, they most likely already relocated. With Yi Lian and Shana's sharp sense towards zombies, and their lethality, the building was soon clean of zombies. They collected all of the bodies inside one room, and then closed tightly windows and doors. This way, the smell of blood would not easily attract zombies. Ling Mo even wanted to find some lime to completely seal the doors. Ling Mo judged this area to be very suitable for hiding. Outside, 100 meters away was a street. The surrounding area was all densely populated by zombies. It just happened that this place was under construction, so there were less zombies around. When Yilian and Shana were cleaning zombies, Ling Mo was seriously looking for a suitable room to settle for 3 people. Fortunately, one of the residential rooms among the 3rd floor of this residential building had some buckets of pure water, some gas tank and pans. It was rare that these were not splashed with blood, just some dust. Not only that, he even found half a box of instant noodles, and some instant bubble tea. The construction site really had some good stuff. Ling Mo excitingly cleaned the few spring beds, then started to prepare a pot of instant noodles. This place was very remote, so it was harder to attract zombies' attention than densely populated areas. As long as you were careful, there would be no problem. And right now it was still early, fire would not attract zombies. After eating dry food for a long time, Ling Mo was really tired of it. It was rare to eat a hot meal. He was indeed happy from the bottom of his heart. Too bad Yilian and Shana were zombies. They were not interested in normal food, or else he would love for them to try some. Smells so good. Before and after the end of the world, Ling Mo always had instant noodles, but after the end of the world, he almost always ate them dry. Such food with a strong fragrance, he had not smelled it for a long time. The most common and cheap food before the end of the world, now made Ling Mo really hungry, with his mouth watering. Even Shana and Yi Lian were attracted by this smell of food, and looked at it a few times. As soon as the noodles loosened, Ling Mo could not wait and used the chopsticks to stir up the inside the pot, and blew out a breath in joy. He slurped the noodles inside his mouth instantly. Ah, cool. To be able to eat a bowl of hot noodles during the end of the world, this was a very luxurious thing for all survivors. This was really ironic when thought about. The things needed to be considered before the end of the world when eating instant noodles, like nutrition and taste, took away from the enjoyment of eating these instant noodles. On the contrary, in a place like the end of the world, where dangers were everywhere, you could become excited with only a bowl of instant noodles. Survival is the only thing all survivors were considering. To Ling Mo, another matter that was more important than living was to help Yi Lian regain her sanity, and let Shana slowly recover and become normal. After finished the noodles, he simply cleaned up the pots and pans. Ling Mo then sat down next to Yi Lian. Though they went out and rushed around all day, no matter if it was Yi Lian or Shauna, they did not show any fatigue. This was not hard to understand. When zombies are not fighting, their physical exertion was very small, and though Yi Lian and Shauna fought a lot along the way, most of the times it was Ling Mo who controlled the others using his zombie puppet ability. This eased the exertion on the two girls as they killed the defenseless zombies. This day, Shauna's performance particularly surprised Ling Mo. Before he could only maintain the spiritual connection between him and Shauna, and could not manipulate her movements. This had troubled Ling Mo a lot. But to his surprise, Shauna might have restored part of her sanity, and therefore could actually understand to collaborate during battles. Plus she had very good knife skills, as if it was instinctively part of her body. After regaining part of her sanity, her combat ability immediately improved and her knife advantage also gradually revealed itself. There existed a spiritual connection between the two, therefore they coordinated very well. It was not much less than the coordination between him and Yi Lian. This was a pleasant surprise. But seeing the look of how Shauna used her long knife, Ling Mo no longer wanted Yi Lian to continue to use her hands. Though her attack speed was very fast, and her 10 fingers were also very strong, among Ling Mo's heart, he always felt that pair of seemingly slender and soft hands were not to used for doing something bloody and violent. Originally he wanted to give Yi Lian his own dagger, but this dagger was indeed somewhat short, with limited lethality. It would only work during normal days, but would appear useless during combat. Normal weapons would not suit Yi Lian. Not only would they not help her, but would lower her combat ability. And Wang Rin's appearance actually solved this problem very well. This chick was really delivering gifts during a crisis. Thinking about this, Ling Mo could not help but laugh a little. He took out the machete from the back of his waist. This machete, from the first look, appeared to be well suited for females. The handle was not too long, and somewhat small. It had a crescent-shaped blade, and was very light. Just looking with your naked eyes, you could see the sharpness. Although it was still a whole other level below his own short knife, it was enough to kill zombies. Although this Wang Rin was arrogant, but from the knives she made, she did have the skill to be proud. Mastering knife crafting at such a young age, she would most likely have been favored the family. Plus she also had good knife skills in combat. How could she have put Ling Mo in her eye? But after this lesson, surely she would of course be wary of Ling Mo, and will remember him firmly in mind. Handing the machete to Yi Lian's, and then manipulating her to swing it a few times, he felt it was very smooth. This time finally, Yi Lian did not have to use her hands, because no matter how strong the fingers were, it would be incomparable to knife tools. Before the sky went dark, Ling Mo did not waste his time. He carefully went to the construction site and did some searching around, found some lime, and spread it outside the room where all the zombie bodies were. Not only this, he went and found a steel pipe, and barred the residential gate. This was much useful than putting a lock. After taking care of these businesses, the sky had already went dark. The city again had become the world of zombies. Most likely, all the survivors have returned to their hiding place. Within the room, Yi Lian had already put together 2 fairly complete spring beds under Ling Mo's manipulation, then turned all the batting surface to the other side, and laid it over the top. Tonight we can finally sleep in peace. Chapter 54. Chapter 54, Searching Places. Just when the first light appeared over the horizon, Ling Mo was already awake. He had too many things that needed to be done today: hunting mutated zombies, refilling the viral gels that were running out, and stocking up on food. The food he collected before was running out, but he had found half a box of instant noodles the night before. However, in the long run, it was far from enough. Spending most of his time fighting, and walking, and using his spiritual energy had made Ling Mo's appetite even more scary. Of course the majority of this hunger was because the food he collected were mostly not nutritious. It would not have refilled his energy no matter how much he ate. To just fill the stomach was far from enough. Before going out, Ling Mo would always be well prepared. When he got up from bed, he immediately started to pack his backpack. His destination was X City University. This place right now was already close. While on the way here, Ling Mo already discovered that to move through the downtown area was very difficult. With a complicated terrain, numerous buildings, and an amazing number of zombies, all these factors mixed together had resulted in this area becoming extremely dangerous. Compared to head diving into X University with unknown situations, Ling Mo was much more willingly to use this building as his base while getting to know the surrounding area, then planning again. Of course, during the process of searching areas, you could also collect materials. If you were lucky, most likely you could find some places with possible mutated zombies. Considering the fact that the number of zombies in this area was double the number near the third high school, Ling Mo decided to leave behind some things he would need to use to reduce his weight. The on-site parking lot and construction site all had zombies wandering around. Even if there were survivors coming through, they would most likely not have thought that the residential building was occupied. Thus, there was no chance of theft. A knife and a dagger were tied to the waist, and the last few chocolate bars were also stuffed into his shirt pocket. Lastly, he also dug out a military canteen and filled the pot with mineral water. The rest of the stuff was poured out from the backpack and piled together with the instant noodles. For a long time, he had not carried an empty backpack. Although assignments were arduous, Ling Mo still could not help but feel much more light-weighted. To be precautious, before taking Shana and Yilian out, Ling Mo had specially hidden all the things in the room under the bed, then messed up the bed, disguised it as if it was uninhabited. He then opened the door widely, then reassured himself and gone out. As part of the downtown area, although this place was not part of the main streets, the number of zombies was already outrageous, and the extent of damage to surrounding shops had also increased significantly. Just the amount of abandoned cars, and the residual trace of explosions already made people feel frightened, not to mention after the plasma coagulation that gave the floor a layer of red carpet. As soon as he walked onto the street, Ling Mo's expression had become serious. Although he had Yi Lian and Shana, these two mutated zombies here, to collect and hunt in such dangerous places, the pressure was still very huge. As long as they made the tiniest movement, they would most likely attract a large crowd of zombies. The method of using cell phone music to attract zombies would be impossible here. This place not only had no cover to protect them from attracting zombies, but also had very deadly terrain. Characteristics: there were accessible roads and surrounding alleys. As soon as the music started, surrounding zombies would flock over, even if he used the zombie puppet control ability to make sure not to drown among the zombie crowds, but he will be trapped for sure. This type of digging his own grave, Ling Mo would not do it. The safest and the simplest way was to kill a few zombies as far away as possible, so as to not attract the zombies' attention. Although these zombies still had their 5 senses, they also had their weakness. When they don't have any prey, they would only be swinging slowly around, moving within a small area. Therefore, although there were a lot of zombies on the road, they were not tightly squeezing together. As long as he used the space between them, he could do it. This kind of thing was hard to ordinary people, but Ling Mo had the ability of zombie puppet control, and it was not hard to implement it. At first he quietly dug behind an abandoned vehicle under the cover of Shana, then manipulated Yi Lian and walked towards the closest zombie crowd. In order to avoid attracting distant zombies with blood, Ling Mo did not let Yi Lian use the machete, but used a more violent way, wringing their necks. With Yi Lian's power, there came the sound of the kucha the instant she covered the other's head using both of her arms, then he slowly put down that zombie body onto the ground. But even such a light sound still immediately attracted the rest of the zombies. But normal zombies that were not berserk would not attack their kind, therefore they only turned their heads, but did not attack Yi Lian. At this time, Ling Mo stretched his neck out from behind the car. The instant when these zombies discovered him, he immediately used the zombie control ability. But Ling Mo also noticed at this time, after an upgrade, his zombie puppet control ability also seemed to have changed. Before, he could only control the zombies when he used both eyes to look at them, but when he was very focused, two of the zombie that slightly turned their heads slower and were not even looking at him also fell under his control. But now was not the time to think. With his zombie puppet control ability slowly being casted out, countless invisible threads immediately controlled these zombies tightly. After successfully controlling these zombies at the same time, Ling Mo's mouth also twitched with a hint of ugly grinning. After these zombie puppets fell under his control, they immediately started to kill each other, and under Ling Mo's deliberate control, they all died very cleanly. Thanks to this prudent method of combat, Ling Mo soon broke through to the door of a small supermarket. Although this supermarket was small-scaled, it also had a lot of remaining food. This was not very difficult to understand. After all, not all survivors had the opportunity to search for food in this place. After leaving Shana at the door to guard, Ling Mo and Yi Lian immediately started their search within the supermarket. With the backpack soon crammed with a lot of food, Ling Mo's mood also lightened up a little. During the end of the world, it really was the bigger the risks you took, the bigger the harvest there was. Chapter 55. Chapter 55. My target is really Tentacles monster. Using this method, Ling Mo swept through two small supermarkets, collecting all the goods. In the process, he thoroughly tested his zombie puppet control ability, and found that it had indeed improved. Before, when he could not see the invisible threads, he could only see the zombie puppet's spiritual ball when he made eye contact with them. But right now the invisible threads were becoming more clear, so much so, that the limit on his zombie puppet control ability was greatly reduced. To establish links between zombie puppets, he only needed to wrap that invisible thread around the zombie's empty spiritual ball. But to become able to manipulate them, he must bury the threads deep into the ball. For example, the connection between him and Shana were only kept of using the threads wrapping around the spiritual ball, but between him and Yi Lian, he had to completely integrate the threads with her spiritual ball, thus becoming able to naturally control her. And Ling Mo gave this kind of thread a very appropriate name, spiritual threads, and for short, tentacles. Seeing the countless threads spreading out from him, and connecting Shana and Yi Lian tightly together with him, Ling Mo's mouth could not help but break out with a hint of an evil smile. If these tentacles could really turn into a tangible substance. Not to go any further, Ling Mo immediately gave a self-deprecating laugh. It's only a spiritual ability. Even if they could turn into a real substance, wouldn't I become a monster of tentacles? On the other hand, he also found out a very important thing while battling. Being zombie puppets, Yi Lian and Shana worked well in harmony, and were not as aggressive as their own kind. But the two of them did not know how to work together, especially when Ling Mo reduced his control on Yi Lian and allowed her to fight based on her instincts. This disadvantage was particularly obvious. They fight by themselves, plus both of them were mutated zombies, only knowing how to attack. It was easy to attract a lot of trouble in this densely populated zombie area. But if Ling Mo was the core, and those two girls were the supporting force, this problem would be easily solved. No matter Yi Lian or Shana, they all cooperated with Ling Mo's movements, which made the fight suddenly become extremely efficient. It seems that without me it would not do. These two mutated zombies only knew how to work with Ling Mo. This was also another big challenge for Ling Mo himself. Fortunately, after his body upgraded, although the power of the body did not improve, his speed was much faster. Not only could he follow up with Yi Lian's attacking speed, he could also guide Shana to attack quickly. This combination of one human and two zombies could be described as good teamwork, coupled with careful propulsion. No one was injured on the way, and they were able to eliminate a lot of zombies. Feeling as if his stock of food has been sufficiently replenished after 2 to 3 hours, Ling Mo then turned his attention to hunting zombies. Continuing to use the zombie puppet ability, but also maintaining spiritual connection between the two female zombies, no matter how strong Ling Mo's spiritual tentacles were, right now they had become softer. Instead of enhancing body strength, it should have been the tentacles. No, improving spiritual power was much more important. Viral gel was really urgently needed goods, and the greater the number the better. But ordinary zombies filled the streets. It was rather difficult to find mutated zombies. Therefore, in advancing through the streets, Ling Mo was also observing. New Times Square Shopping Mall. A far distance apart, Ling Mo saw a large mall. He recalled that the New Times Shopping Mall was the biggest mall around this area. The daily flow of people was amazing before the end of the world. In such a place, there must be mutated zombies. But after reaching the mall, Ling Mo did not enter in a hurry. He went to the corner to slow down a moment, along with observing the situations inside the mall. A shopping mall located downtown, the number of zombies inside was beyond imagination. Looking ahead, inside a huge shopping mall, almost everywhere was full of zombies. But compared to a huge number of zombies, the exit of this mall seemed way too narrow, and too obscure. Originally Ling Mo worried that there had been survivors appearing and attracted all the zombies out, but after getting closer, he found that he worried too much. Big shopping malls like this, survivors all seemed to stay as far away as possible. The things they sold in here were all not related to food. Besides survivors like Ling Mo who had a special purpose, why would other people approach here? But without survivors approaching, it did not mean there were no traces of killing. On the contrary, the gate near the shopping mall was almost completely covered in bloodstains. Layers of plasma and flesh coagulated together and seemed to have covered the ground with a layer of an extremely rancid, bloody carpet. Tattered clothes everywhere, and scattered human bones. You could imagine, this place once had a disgusting feast of human flesh. And the inside of the shopping malls had no trace of clean space. Even Ling Mo could not help but frown at this strong odor, but Shanna and Yi Lian, these two female zombies, were rather excited. Even Shanna's eyes were becoming slightly red. In that regard, she was not as calm as Yi Lian. Therefore Ling Mo vividly thought that though Shanna gained her sanity much faster, in terms of the evolution of body and nature, Yi Lian still had a higher degree of improvement. In any case, the smell of blood was a very strong stimulant to zombies. But with this thick smell of blood, he did not have to worry about being discovered as a human being by the zombies through their noses. As long as he was careful with not making any sounds and hiding his whereabouts, this shopping mall that seems like a meat grinder could also be broken through. Ling Mo had gone to this shopping mall before. He knew that the higher you go, the higher end the shops were, with naturally less people. Besides, during the outbreak of the disaster, most likely all the people were rushing downwards. Therefore, although there were great numbers of zombies on the first and second floors, maybe the upstairs were empty. In the worst case, Ling Mo had enough confidence that he could get out safely using the few staircases inside the shopping mall. After making up his mind, Ling Mo then ramped his breath quietly along the periphery of the mall and walked through, before finally going in through the side channel used by employees. As for Yi Lian and Shanna, although these two could have completely free access to the zombie population, but looking at the large number of zombies wandering around the inside of the mall, Ling Mo was feeling that something was not normal. Therefore, he made these two mutated zombies follow him, and did not make them force their way through the main entrance. Going in through the employee road, it was a semi-enclosed space. He could see the inside of the shopping mall and was able to quietly creep up using the stairs through the half-open doors. Although he did not have direct contact with the large crowd of zombies inside the shopping mall, but to go so in-depth to the zombie crowd still made people feel very nervous. Chapter 56. Chapter 56 Zombie Concentration Camp. As soon as the three entered the door, they encountered two zombies, but the instant they rushed up, they were controlled by Ling Mo. Shanna and Yi Lian quickly wrung their necks and laid them on the ground. Sure enough, when these two female zombies collaborate with him, they could work very well as a team. As Ling Mo guessed, the first floor of the New Times shopping mall gathered a large number of zombies, but upstairs revealed to be a bit empty. Within 9-foot shopping malls, there should be a large amount of mutated zombies. Ling Mo could be considered to be very knowing about the habits of mutated zombies. After all, he had a real female mutated zombie besides him, Yi Lian. Under the circumstances of being hungry, Yi Lian would attack ordinary zombies, but after she fulfilled her desire to attack ordinary zombies obviously declined. But there was one exception, and that was when there were mutated zombies nearby. Yilian would immediately break out with a strong desire. Between these mutated zombies, there seemed to exist a certain resonance. Most likely because they all had those condensed viral gels. Compared to ordinary zombies, mutated zombie bodies contained much purer viruses, and would provoke Yilian's hostility. Other mutated zombies were also like this. For example, the few mutated zombies Ling Mo met before, their priority target were all their own kind, such as Yi Lian, and not Ling Mo. But to Ling Mo's curiosity, after Yi Lian and Shana entered here, they did not exhibit any response. And when no movements came from those zombies, the whole shopping mall seemingly appeared to be filled with zombies, but it seemed to be quiet and horrifying. This place could no longer be called a shopping mall, but more of a zombie concentration camp. This strange quietness made Ling Mo grip his knife even more tightly. There were such a large number of zombies gathered here, there must be births of mutated zombies. Would it be possible that those zombies all left? Or killed each other and died off? Different kinds of speculation and guesses flashed through his mind, but that faint sense of unease was growing strongly. It seems that I am still not experienced enough to calm down. So what if there are more zombies? What am I scared of? Ling Mo secretly cursed himself. Nervousness in his heart slowly receded a little. Although he had the ability, his strength was too weak to face that group of terrifying zombies. Venturing deeper into the enemy's lair, even if there existed huge potential benefits before, it was also inevitable to feel nervous and scared. But on the other hand, it also brought a strange stimulus to Ling Mo. He even felt that his spirit was focused unlike before. Every nerve seemed to tense up. Sure enough, there will be power if there is pressure, and also more likely to invoke his potential. And the focus of the spiritual power brought Ling Mo great observant ability and stronger zombie puppet control. Although he had not yet attacked zombies, Ling Mo already discovered that the contact between himself and Shana seemed to have some breakthroughs because of this opportunity. Before, his tentacles seemed to just stay on the surface of Shana's spiritual ball, but now they seemed to have forcibly broken into it. As for the sense of obstruction that came deeply within Shana's spiritual power, it did not seem to be a great obstacle to Ling Mo like before. This was quite some unexpected fortune. Ling Mo was secretly delighted, although this level was not enough to control Shana, but when Ling Mo looked at Shana, he clearly saw that at first, Shana looked at him with a confused look, but then revealed a hint of a friendlier look. Sure enough, strengthening the links, he could make Shana become even closer to him like Yilian. Is this not favorability? Ling Mo's mind suddenly flashed with this kind of thought. When favorability reached a certain level, he could successfully conquer that charming body. There were much less zombies inside the safe passage than outside, but in order to not disturb those zombies at the hall, Ling Mo still spent a lot of time. The closer you were to the prosperous place, the harder it was to survive. Ling Mo experienced this firsthand. A big shopping mall like this could be said as being very crowded in the past, but right now, it had become an off-limit area. If it wasn't for employee safe passage, even Ling Mo would not dare to come in. After all, adventure and death were two entirely different concepts. Right now Ling Mo and his trio had entered the third floor. Obviously the number of zombies were greatly reduced here, as a result their movements became bolder. But to Ling Mo's annoyance, Shana and Yilian did not sense the existence of any mutated zombies. Yet that feeling of uneasiness has been shrouding over Ling Mo's mind, and even made him feel a little irritated. Could it there really are no mutated zombies? Oh no, we might return empty-handed. The more they went up, the less the number of zombies. Ling Mo already had no hope. He did not think that while taking the risks of entering this shopping mall, he did not even touch a hair of mutated zombies. This was really bad luck. Would he just return like this? Ling Mo did not want to retreat. He thought a little more and decided to walk further inside. The third floor were mostly jewelry stores, and the other half of the store had been designed into a supermarket, but all were selling goods such as home appliances, not worth collecting. There were less zombies wandering here, and most of them were sandwiched in the middle. Plus, there were a lot of obstruction in between, therefore as long as you don't exhibit any sounds, it would not be easy to attract their attention. To avoid falling within the zombies' encirclement, Ling Mo deliberately walked slowly inside against the wall. His goal was the washroom ahead, and that was right at the middle of the third floor. He thought very clearly, if he walked there, and still Yi Lian and Shana exhibited no response, then he could only admit his own defeat and return. Fortunately, this was the downtown area. Even if there were no mutated zombies in this shopping mall, there were always other places to search for. But as they got closer to the washroom, Ling Mo was becoming more disappointed. It seemed like he really would return home empty-handed. But to Ling Mo's expectation, the moment when he stopped walking and the instant he was about to return, Shana suddenly stopped, spoke in a low voice, I feel bad. Just as she finished her sentence, a shadow suddenly jumped out from the bathroom, and right under Ling Mo's eyes, directly dragged Shana back into the washroom. FML. Ling Mo's heart suddenly stopped. That black shadow just passed with him. He did not even have the time to recognize the appearance. After an upgrade, Ling Mo thought that his speed was already very fast, but this shadow of course seemed to be even faster, and faster than Yi Lian. If his goal was not Shana, but him. But no matter what the identity of this black shadow, Ling Mo only knew that he was on fire. Grabbing people right under his eye, and he didn't even have the chance of stopping him. At the same time when Shana was dragged away, Ling Mo has already followed over. And Yi Lian under his control, also followed him tightly like an agile cheetah. Chapter 57. Chapter 57. Big Sister Zombie, your underwear fell off. It was a blink of an eye from the moment when the shadow appeared to the moment when Shana was dragged away. But when Ling Mo and Yi Lian rushed in one after another, the black shadow had completely dragged Shana into the female washroom. The door of this female washroom had already been broken down. The original clean inside looked just like a ripped zombie belly. Walls, floors, and even the ceiling all were covered in dark brown blood. The dazzling sun shone through the open window, but did not bring the slightest warmth. Instead, it made it even more eerie. Right now Shana was pressed to the floor by the shadow, but after being attacked, her zombie instinct has also completely activated, eyes becoming bloody red. That long knife has already been used to withstand the shadow. But looking at Shana's shaking arm, you knew that she could not compete with the shadow's strength. She simply could not take it for too long. Speed, extremely tyrannical power. Ling Mo quickly made a judgment on the black shadow when he saw the scene. No need for Ling Mo to manipulate Yi Lian, she had already rushed forward under her zombie instincts. Her eyes were also covered with a layer of bloody redness. The instant she approached the shadow, the scimitar in hand also raised high, slashing across. But to Ling Mo's surprise, Yi Lian's fierce attack actually came down to nothing. The black shadow had such a fast reaction speed, movements also hardly seen by the naked eye. When Yi Lian's scimitar was slashing down, the shadow actually immediately dodged, sliding to the corner. A zombie that knew how to dodge. Even mutated zombies would not know how to dodge any attack. That was zombies' nature. Could it be this shadow was not an ordinary mutated zombie? After being shocked, seeing Shana finally breaking free, Ling Mo immediately dragged her over, at the same time also manipulated Yi Lian to step backwards, and put on a defensive posture. This was not a simple zombie. He could not let Yi Lian attack crazily, or else she will suffer greatly. Right now Ling Mo finally understood why he had this uneasy feeling the moment he stepped into the shopping mall. The source was mostly like this zombie. His mental strength was much stronger than ordinary people, senses have also become rather sharp, and that kind of uneasy feeling should be the instinctive intuition when he got close to a strong enemy. Connecting to the fact there were no other mutated zombies in this big shopping mall, Ling Mo had already faintly guessed this zombie's roots. A zombie that hunted down all mutated zombies in this shopping mall, at last turned into this kind of terrible monster. Much stronger than mutated zombies. With more intelligence. Completely on another level. Understand how to hide, sneak attack, and to dodge when attacked. This was an advanced zombie. This advanced zombie not only was much smarter than ordinary zombies, but had upgraded to the level of obtaining a reasonable amount of senses. The flashing bloody red eyes under that hair, from Ling Mo's perspective, was no longer showing off the thirst for blood. He vaguely saw a trace of viciousness. That's right, viciousness. This was the first time Ling Mo was seeing some other kind of emotional movements besides being violent and crazy. Under Ling Mo's gaze, this advanced zombie maintained a very strange posture. Body lowered down, knees slightly bent, just like a hungry wolf that could attack any time. After a few seconds of confrontation, the advanced zombie started to be restless. As this advanced zombie slowly stepped forward from the corner, Ling Mo finally got a clear look of her. A messy big wavy curls, traces of heavy makeup from the heavily blood-stained face, wearing a dress that had long been torn up revealing naked buttocks and thighs. But what made Ling Mo's eyes jump was that there hung a pair of colorless underwear on the female zombie's left ankle. Seems that during the outbreak of the disaster, this female zombie did not have the chance to put on underwear, and mutated. Ling Mo glanced at the female zombie's black forest part, then revealed a sneer. Right now he felt a great deal of pressure from this naked female zombie, but he actually calmed down because of it. Though she was strong, and had a trace of sanity, but after all, was not unbeatable, just much trickier than ordinary mutated zombies. If it wasn't for Ling Mo's unwillingness of letting Yi Lian and Shana get hurt, he could have let these two mutated zombies rush up. Within such small space, this zombie will die for sure. But this was a method of sacrifice, Ling Mo would never use it. But there were no other zombies to be used inside this bathroom, or else just by using the numbers of zombie puppets, Ling Mo could still kill her. Taking advantage of the fact that this zombie was still moving forward slowly tentatively, Ling Mo's pupils suddenly shrink, invisible tentacles formed by spiritual power immediately swept towards her. But just as the tentacles touched her spiritual bulb, a strong rebound came immediately. The tentacles were shocked away. Ling Mo instantly felt a throbbing pain from his head, and he could not help but change his expression. Sure enough, this mutated zombie regained much more sanity than Yi Lian. With his current level of zombie puppet control, it's impossible for him to control her. Ling Mo's action angered this female zombie not wearing underwear. Her throat issued a low hoarse giggle sound, her feet slightly stepped back, then suddenly rushed forward, targeting Ling Mo. Shoot! Ling Mo only felt an impact, although he dodged to the side on time, and at the same controlled Yi Lian to block using her machete, and even Shana grabbed her knife slashed forward towards Ling Mo's direction, but this female zombie's reaction speed was significantly much faster than him. Both Yi Lian and Shana's movement were one step too slow, and just Ling Mo went sideways. He felt a strong force came. This female zombie actually opened her legs, hands pressed his shoulder and pressed him down straight to the floor. Heavily landing, Ling Mo immediately felt a wave in his stomach, his inner organs seemed to be shattered. Plus, with his head hitting the hard ground, he could not help but to feel dizzy. Even his dagger fell through his hand to the floor. However, at the brink of life and death, Ling Mo suddenly unleashed a lot of willpower. He forced himself to restrain the urge to vomit, hands smacking the neck of this female zombie, and defending himself from being bitten immediately. At the same time when he forcefully blocked the female zombie, Yi Lian and Shana also rushed up, the two flashing coldness at the same time as they cut towards the female zombie. This female zombie had a sharp intuition towards danger, but how could Ling Mo let her dodge easily when she almost killed Ling Mo? Although both arms seemed to be broken, Ling Mo did not have the intention of letting her go. Not only that, Ling Mo also bit his teeth and freed one hand, using all his power, and suddenly punched the face of the female zombie. Bang! With the female zombie's head involuntarily offset a bit by Ling Mo's powerful punch, a foul bloody spray flew out from her mouth which contained a few teeth. But even so, that kind of gravity still pressed down on him. The intense pain immediately came through. Ling Mo even heard the sound of caca from his shoulder. At the same time, his arms could not help but soften down. This female zombie seized this gap and suddenly jumped over his head. That naked white but passed from his eyes, and she escaped the two blades of coldness. The pain coming from his almost broken bones made Ling Mo's eyes flash across burst of blackness, but he still bit his teeth and grabbed the distant knife. But just as he got up, Ling Mo saw Shauna rushed past from his side. Flashing with a trace of bloodiness in her eyes, the long knife in her hand suddenly pushed forward, and at the same time, her slender waist used this torque, actually turned around along the female zombie's body using a very elegant and graceful posture. This was the time that reflected the importance of technique. In the case of close distance, although female zombies had fast speed, but did not have diverse attacks, and Shauna used her excellent methods, not only dodged the attack from the female zombie, but also got in a strike with her knife. But the long knife that was supposedly to tear her heart, wiped past through her left armpit when the female zombie dodged on time. Although it brought her a deep wound with blood flowing, it did not hurt her enough. Most importantly, Shauna's reaction speed was far from this female zombie. When her footsteps were not yet firm, that female zombie was completely disregarding her own wound, and immediately turned around when the attack fell off, arm waving back casually. Bang! Shauna was suddenly knocked away like a broken kite, but as a mutated zombie, she already adjusted her posture in midair, lightly falling on the ground, seeming like she did not get hurt. But to be able to knock away Shauna, this meant this mutated zombie was indeed very powerful. Seeing Shauna being sent flying, Ling Mo rushed forward at Yi Lian, taking the advantage that the female zombie had used all her strength and was slower due to the wound, both waving blades to cut her. With 2 streams of blood flowing out, this female zombie's body was almost cut open. But before her corpse fell on the ground, Yi Lian has already walked behind her, used the machete in her hands and took out her brain viral gel with a thorough, clean cut. Bang! As the body landed, a large volume of blood immediately sprayed out. Let's go! With no time to care for his shoulder pain, Ling Mo immediately returned using the way they came from. Just as they rushed into the safe passage, all zombies on the 3rd floor has been alarmed, all flapping towards the bathroom. These zombies that were just ghostly a moment ago, soon filled up the bathroom, and crazily biting the corpse of the female zombie, at a time flesh and blood flying, blood scattered. Chapter 58. Chapter 58. Not just zombie puppet control. Just looking at the advanced zombie's single combat ability, she was much stronger than the other mutated zombies. The most obvious difference was that this advanced zombie had already developed consciousness. Mutated zombies like Yi Lian could only be considered to have developed simple consciousness. However, that big sister zombie that wasn't wearing underwear obviously had a trace of real self-consciousness. It may not have been complete, but compared to zombies who relied on instinctual movements, it was a qualitative leap. You can imagine that if she had the opportunity to continuously evolve, in the future she could become a terrible killing machine. Lurking in the mall, she would have a large food source for a long period of time. Mutated zombies would continue to emerge as her evolutionary nourishment. However, the intrusion of Ling Mo and his crew ruined her life. This was the first time since Ling Mo had mastered his zombie puppet control ability that he was injured by zombies, and the first time he was almost killed. To say he had no fear was false. In fact, until he ran out all the way, Ling Mo's heart was still beating heavily. Too cruel. I did not expect there were already monsters much stronger than mutated zombies. Ling Mo's face was somewhat ugly, but his mood slowly calmed down. Obviously, advanced zombies like this kind was only a minority. In this large city where millions of zombies were gathered, there may be some more advanced zombies like her. But these zombies all slowly evolved on their own, and Ling Mo could use his own ability, as soon as possible to get Yi Lian and Shauna to level up. One advanced zombie is this strong, what is he as with 2 advanced zombies? Ling Mo even begun to guess how it would appear like with the existence stronger than advanced zombies. Ling Mo's eyes suddenly become hot, as Shauna had said before, she did not want to return to the past. This meant that Yi Lian was the same. Since they cannot return to the human group, they must be strong enough to survive in this world, or else other zombies will later kill them. The incident in which Shauna was attacked today alarmed Ling Mo. And the presence of advanced zombies showing basic consciousness also showed that the zombies' evolution was indeed a double upgrade of physical and mental abilities. This and his initial desire did not contradict themselves. The thought of himself bringing two of the most powerful zombies and moving freely in this city filled with dead zombies, how cool would that be? See, at this time the pain of his shoulder immediately broke Ling Mo's beautiful dream. He covered his shoulder with a pained look and sat down at a fairly quiet corner. Taking off his clothes, Ling Mo's eyes could not help but twitch a bit. The strength of that upgraded zombie was too strong. Not only did it leave 5 bruised fingerprints on his shoulder, and also made his entire shoulder slightly swollen. Danger was everywhere in the end of the world. Even if he had special abilities and 2 strong mutated zombies at his side, there was always the risk of death anytime. If it were other people, they would try to avoid danger, but Ling Mo chose not to. Fantasizing was good, but to achieve it was not an easy task. To upgrade Yi Lian and Shana means it would require a lot of virus gel. On the other hand, after this battle, Ling Mo also found his own shortcomings. Encountering enemies, such as advanced zombie, his zombie puppet control ability was useless, and close combat was his weakness as well. His current fighting ability only had an advantage when he was facing ordinary zombies. And in the face of advanced zombies, it was simply vulnerable to it. If this continues, he will begin dragging down Yi Lian and Shana's. Being under their protection was absolutely unacceptable to Ling Mo. Ling Mo could feel that his zombie puppet control ability had a lot of room for development. After the battle today with advanced zombies, it had completely awoken Ling Mo. Relying on the control of zombies was not enough, he must find out the secrets to further develop the potential of his special ability. Besides his current special ability, could he find a way to improve his combat effectiveness? Of course, this exploration process would not be so easy. What are you afraid of? Compared to those survivors who have nothing, he at least had the capability to struggle and the inspiration to live. Ling Mo secretly despised himself. Since he had the ability, he should play out the full advantage of it as soon as possible. No matter how difficult it may be. After all, compared to ordinary people, he had been very lucky. Ordinary survivors, besides of joining camps like Wang Rin's, and to use their collective power to survive, there was almost no other way for them to avoid being killed. For those with thick skin, they could also rely on the strong. There were always some people that were willing to accept borers in the world. The example was Shana, who turned into a mutated zombie but was a silly girl before. Most of the survivors, in this dangerous and terrifying environment, likely lost their old life goals. The new purpose of their life was to continue to live. But Ling Mo was different because he had a much more important purpose now. Therefore, he had the power and courage to go in and out of dangerous situations, and also had more reasons to continue to take risks to get stronger. He thought, while raising his arm and pressing the shoulder. Hiss. Fortunately I didn't fracture the bones. Shana, help me out. Ling Mo pulled out a tube of ointment from his pocket, which was the analgesic liniment he collected from the previous pharmacy. A $10 ordinary ointment like this was a very precious object in the present times. After all they had been fighting among zombies all day, it was inevitable to avoid injury. Usually some of the minor injuries could avoid treatment, but the trauma on the hands and feet all could bring very fatal danger. Like Ling Mo now, he had difficulty in raising his hands, let alone fighting. But when Ling Mo handed the cream to Shana, he suddenly revealed a wry smile. Probably because she was sneak attacked by advanced zombies, and after hit flying, Shana right now still had red eyes after a bitter battle. Under the condition of being a mutated zombie, though she could still understand his words, but to let the full aggressive Shana help him to put on medicine. Looking at Shana with her murderous eyes, lips slightly peristaltic staring at him, Ling Mo swallowed mouth saliva, silently turned to Yi Lian. Although controlled by him, but still Yi Lian personally handled it. Under the touching by Yi Lian's cold hands, despite Ling Mo convulsing under the pain, he still embraced the pain entirely. When Ling Mo again put on his clothes, his forehead had emerged a layer of cold sweat. However, even if he put on a layer of ointment, it will still take a few days to completely recover. In the end of the world, to have medicine to put on was already extremely luxurious. The rest will have to rely on their own body's regeneration abilities. If it's zombies, this level of injury will not bring any impact, and recovery is swift. Mutated zombies like Shauna, even if she was sent off flying, it did not cause her any harm. Slowly after a breath, Ling Mo pulled out a plastic bag and from the hands of Yilian he took the viral gel. Even through the plastic bag, he could see the difference of this viral gel. Its volume was smaller than the mutated zombie's gel, but the whole gel was almost blood red. Before his eyes, he could see a crystal clear ruby. Although Ling Mo was full of resentment towards that advanced zombie, he had to admit that this piece of viral gel looked very magnificent. And the longer you stared at it, the more you couldn't move away your eyes. If nobody said anything, who would know that it was pulled out from a zombie's brain? Chapter 59. Chapter 59, as expected, tentacle monsters are still part of the future. An unimaginable look was written on Ling Mo's face when he woke up. After staring blankly at the viral gel for a while, Ling Mo's lips moved slightly. He slowly brought his nose closer to it before taking in a deep breath. 2 seconds passed as he stared at it. His expression turned a little odd and said, "Why do I find this thing appealing as well?" This was an extremely grave and rather important issue. As a normal human being, Ling Mo was very amazed at this strange turn of events. Why would he find a viral gel that was pulled from a zombie's brain appetizing? Previously, just one whiff of it would be enough to make his stomach turn. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that another 2 sniffs of it would be enough to knock him out. Only the 2 zombie sisters, Yilian and Shauna, would consider such a thing a delicacy. Ling Mo had on many occasions thought that this smell would have been acceptable if it wasn't so pungent, but he never thought that the day would come where he'd find it appetizing. This was a treat for zombies, not humans. Ling Mo stared dumbfoundedly at the piece of gel for quite a while before he suddenly stuffed it into his pocket, the look on his face turning extremely complicated. No, this was all an illusion. I haven't turned into a mutated zombie. Could his sense of smell have been affected due to his daily exposure to the zombie sisters? Although Yilian and Shauna were mutated zombies, they didn't reek of blood. Ling Mo himself could vouch that they were cleaner than a majority of the survivors. He'd always give the 2 zombie sisters a bath as long as he could find some surplus water. Of course, this wasn't because he wanted to admire the impressive bodies of these 2 sisters. The only way for him to be influenced by Shauna and Yilian was through their spiritual connections with him. Ling Mo became increasingly suspicious the more he thought about it. Whenever his puppets fought or received an upgrade, he himself would experience a feeling of rage, as if he himself had turned into a zombie. The only difference was the extent of his control. There were no problems as long as he was able to restrain himself. Support the translators by reading My Girlfriend is a Zombie first at Go Create Me Translations as soon as the chapters come out. Make sure to bookmark us. The only time he'd ever lost control was when he was in the tea house at the square. There, he allowed Yilian to swallow the piece of high-purity viral gel and undergo her evolution. But Ling Mo paid it no mind. At that time he thought that it was caused by his lack of willpower, causing him to be affected so severely. However, after giving it more thought, he realized that his body's reaction towards the gel's pungent aroma had changed after that incident. At the time he was gripped with apprehension at the thought of possibly being infected, so he didn't notice this particular detail. If that wasn't the cause, then how was he able to continuously improve his spiritual strength through his spiritual connections? Although there were no changes to his outer appearance and reasoning, but both his spirit and his 5 senses seemed to be continuously undergoing minute changes. Would Ling Mo's zombie puppetry ability slowly turn him into a human zombie? His heart unexpectedly skipped a beat at the thought of that. No, that shouldn't be the case, Ling Mo furrowed his brows as he thought. He had this vague feeling that he'd chanced upon an important point. The greatest change that Ling Mo's experienced as a result of his spiritual connection with zombies was most likely the improvement of his spiritual strength, followed by the changes to his physical body. To Ling Mo, spiritual strength was a collective term for one's ability to concentrate, their powers of observation and their level of determination. If the feeling of rage Ling Mo experienced could be termed as an influence on his willpower, then the level of difficulty he faced when trying to control zombies should be affected by his ability to concentrate. But what about one's sense of smell? Could it have something to do with one's powers of observation? Ling Mo, who was filled with misgivings, pulled out the piece of gel once again and brought it in front of his eyes for closer observation. At this moment, an idea suddenly flashed through Ling Mo's mind. Would it be possible for him to use his spiritual power to observe this piece of gel in the same manner he did for a zombie's spiritual orb? With this thought in mind, Ling Mo was filled with vigor. But the viral gel in front of him remained the same as time ticked on. Suddenly, Ling Mo realized that his spiritual tentacles were covered in a faint layer of blood-red color. Could this be the reason why his body no longer rejected the viral gel? After all, his spiritual power grew by controlling zombies. Maintaining his spiritual contact with them would also cause his spiritual power to be infected. Weren't the spiritual orbs of mutated zombies like Yilian all red? Following this line of thought, the rage he felt in his body's reaction towards the viral gel all seemed to be related to his spiritual powers being infected. Indeed, although Ling Mo was still a human, his spiritual powers had been influenced by zombies. But Ling Mo's sanity still remained. Such an influence, when compared to the formidable spiritual power he got in exchange, didn't really amount to anything. Ling Mo very quickly rationalized this point. How could he expect to get anything without paying a certain price? Ling Mo was able to share in the 5 cents of his zombie puppets even while he was deep in thought. This could be due to his spiritual power and a zombie's spiritual orb having become the same thing. However, his spiritual powers were too feeble in the past, which is why they couldn't display their abilities. Otherwise, he might have already had his spiritual tentacles, but was just unable to perceive them. Although he realized this point, Ling Mo was unable to make any headway in his efforts to control the viral gel. Just as Ling Mo was slowly losing faith and was about to label himself as a quack, a sharp stab of pain suddenly appeared in his mind. Following which, the piece of viral gel in front of his eyes suddenly began to change. Ling Mo's eyes went wide. A spiritual tentacle extended out towards the viral gel and wrapped itself around it, immediately giving Ling Mo a strange feeling. This piece of gel was alive. The sudden realization caused Ling Mo to leap in fright, almost tossing it away. The gel, no, more precisely, the virus within it, was still living. Its host had already died, but the virus itself was still alive. What formidable vitality! It's no wonder that it was so infectious. Following Ling Mo's abrupt reaction, a trace of a smile suddenly surfaced on Ling Mo's face. As expected. Sure enough, there was more to Ling Mo's zombie puppeteer ability than meets the eye. His previous way of thinking was far too narrow-minded, causing him to miss out on this line of thought. What did his puppeteer ability rely on? Spiritual power. He was able to control zombies because he transformed his spiritual power into spiritual tentacles and invaded their spiritual realm, seizing control from within. If he could invade the spiritual realm of others, then wouldn't he be able to use his tentacles to come in contact with other living things? The viral gel was one such candidate, whose main body was the living virus. Ling Mo's spiritual tentacles would definitely able to come in contact with it. Taking it a step further, living organisms were also a type of substance. Since he was able to come in contact with living things, by extension, he might even be able to contact other substances. However, would he be able to control them after coming into contact with them? Either way, Ling Mo wasn't able to hurry onward with his journey, he needed to rest for a while. Therefore, Ling Yamo was full of excitement as he decided that he might as well try controlling the virus instead. With Yi Lian and Shana keeping watch of the surroundings, safety wasn't an issue for the time being. The virus and zombies were different. Although zombies had no awareness, it was a bit of a stretch to say that they had absolutely no emotions at all. The virus on the other hand had absolutely no spiritual power, so Ling Mo's tentacles didn't face the least bit of obstruction when they entered. One could even go as far as to say that he was infusing this piece of viral gel with spiritual power. Ling Mo's tentacles entered unhindered. But even after entering, there were no particular changes to the viral gel. Movement? Impossible, the virus obviously wasn't to move. Ling Yamo felt a little dispirited with his findings. But Ling Yamo very quickly sensed that something was off. Ling Mo's spiritual tentacles clearly held a great amount of strength when it came to the volume this piece of viral gel had and its characteristic complete lack of spiritual power. After such an overwhelming display of power, Ling Yamo felt the viral gel stir when he was slowly withdrawing his tentacles. This definitely wasn't an illusion. While his eyes might have made a mistake, his tentacles hadn't completely left the gel, and the response from his spiritual power definitely wouldn't be wrong. Although he couldn't control the viral gel, he was still able to elicit a reaction from it with his tentacles. After overcoming his shock, Ling Yamo immediately revealed a look of pleasant surprise. It turned out that the tentacles created from his spiritual power possessed another function. While he wasn't able to control it, his tentacles were still able to influence the actions of the other party. Who knows, he might even be able to influence the other party's senses and distort their judgment. This was the true method of utilizing his zombie puppeteer ability. He wasn't just limited to controlling zombies, it even extended to his own spiritual powers. As expected, my future still seems to be developing in the direction of a tentacle monster? Ling Mo's expression suddenly turned somewhat complicated. Chapter 60. Chapter 60, Once a zombie, always a zombie. Translator, Sigil. Ling Yamo spent the past 1 hour of rest finding out how to obtain a greater freedom of control over his ability to manipulate his spiritual power. In other words, he was discovering how to go about making his tentacles even more lethal. With Yi Lian and Shana taking turns to be his sparring partner, Ling Yamo very quickly caught onto a trick. Soon after that he turned his attention to using his spiritual power to control objects. But Ling Mo's experience was only limited to controlling living creatures. Suddenly changing his target to objects had dumbfounded him for a while. Of course it might be due to Ling Mo's spiritual tentacles lacking strength, resulting in multiple failures. The closest Ling Yamo came to succeeding was when he managed to make a piece of leaf move a little. But just that bit of movement nearly made Ling Mo's brain explode. Although this was a little out of Ling Mo's expectations, the process of finding other uses for his puppeteer ability was one he had to take a step at a time. The previous result already made him feel very happy. Presumably, attempting such a procedure once again after his spiritual power had risen would lead to a much higher rate of success. To Ling Yamo, the spiritual power that his puppeteer ability consumed was excessive. He was forced to stop after over an hour of experimentation. Continuing would only render him breathless. After finding that his shoulder had gotten a lot better, Ling Yamo immediately set out once again with Yi Lian and Shana. However, their journey was met with torrential rain, causing Ling Yamo to feel depressed. But Ling Yamo decided to hurry on despite the pouring rain so that they could get back to the construction site before it got dark. Although zombies weren't afraid of getting caught in the rain, how could Ling Yamo allow Yi Lian and Shana to get drenched? Therefore he specially went to a roadside shop and got them some raincoats. 3 figures wearing deep blue raincoats made their way through the rain. These 3 were probably the only figures within the city at present. This was the first thunderstorm after the world had ended. Bean-sized droplets of rain hit the ground, washing away the bloodstains that had seemingly coagulated into paste. The rain on the ground converged into a reddish-black brook, gripping the hearts of those who looked at it. No one knew how many people had to die before it took on such an appearance. With Yi Lian and Shana clearing the way, their pace was brisk in spite of the rain. They managed to reach the construction site before dusk gave way to night. After doing some simple sorting of the items he'd gathered and cooking himself a nice meal, Ling Mo took out the advanced zombies viral gel. Ling Mo originally intended to share this piece of gel equally amongst Yi Lian and Shana, however Shana showed some hesitation when he gave it to her. She then proceeded to further split her share, leaving roughly a third of it in her hand. Seeing Ling Mo look at her suspiciously, Shana haltingly said, "There's too much, it's too pure." Ling Mo came to the sudden realization that Shana's physical evolution was far from Yi Lian's. Her body wouldn't be able to handle such an excessive amount. For the sake of safety, Ling Mo made Shana and Yi Lian take turns to consume the viral gel. Their current evolutionary progress was probably what allowed them to take in such an incomparably pure piece of viral gel without passing out. It only resulted in their eyes rapidly turning red, awakening their zombie instincts. In such a situation, they were making an effort to brace themselves for the next step of their transformation that the virus would bring them. But even Ling Mo hadn't expected this time's upgrade to take whole 3 days. During this time, although Shana and Yi Lian didn't lose consciousness, they had no awareness of their surroundings at all. Even Ling Mo didn't dare to use his tentacles to penetrate their spiritual orbs and check on their condition, because both the insides of their bodies and their spiritual realms felt as if gigantic waves were roiling about. Ling Mo could feel his body being improved as well. However, similar to the previous time, the changes his body experienced didn't last for long. He only felt a modest increase to his strength and speed. On the other hand, the improvement to his spiritual strength was comparatively large. His spiritual tentacles had become even more flexible and they took on a shade of red that was even closer to that of blood. Ling Mo was very satisfied with these changes. After finding out the true use of his puppeteer ability, having greater spiritual strength would naturally be desirable. Shana, who was the first to take in the viral gel and was also the first to wake up. She looked somewhat perplexed as she stared at Ling Mo before her gaze gradually filled with clarity and said, "I feel like I've remembered many things." Ling Mo was stunned upon hearing Shana's manner of speech before he revealed an expression of extreme happiness. Her manner of speech was far too similar to Shana before she'd turned into a zombie. Although it still sounded a little indifferent and lacking in emotion, it was extremely close to how she was in the past. If she were sat beside someone who didn't know the truth, they probably wouldn't be able to notice any abnormalities, let alone guess that she was, in fact, a zombie. "What did you remember?" Ling Mo was filled with excitement as he asked. Shana stared seriously at Ling Mo as she spoke every word, "I remember you." Ling Mo's expression immediately turned very embarrassed. "You used giving me a bath as an excuse to feel me up." Ling Mo's expression continued to grow more complicated as Shana continued on. "What kind of situation was this? Shouldn't the very first thing Shana do after regaining her sanity be to lament her life as she looked back on it, after which, shouldn't she thank Ling Mo for all the effort that he put in? Even if she wasn't planning on devoting herself to him for life, at the very least, giving him a kiss wasn't asking for too much, right?" Ling Mo had fantasized countless times about how the scene when Shana and Yi Lian regained their sanity would be like. It might be a touching moment, or it might be one filled with blazing emotions. But he never expected such a situation to occur. Shana's tone of voice sounded very calm, to the point where it felt like she had no emotions. If one were to neglect the content of her speech, she almost sounded the same as she did 3 days ago. Although Shana remembered what had happened while she was a zombie, she never bothered to mention them before. In her mind she probably felt that such matters weren't worth bringing up. Could Shana's have recovered her sanity? At this moment, Shana suddenly indifferently added, "This is probably what you humans call molesting, right?" "Eh, you humans?" Ling Mo couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. Once her words sank in, the look in Ling Mo's eyes suddenly turned a little complicated. Shauna had previously said that she was no longer a human, and that she had no intention of turning back into one. She was even less inclined to remember anything related to her past. Who would have thought that her way of thinking would still remain the same even after regaining her sanity? But this was normal. It'd be disastrous if she really did think of herself as a human. Not to mention anything else, just the memory of her eating viral gels alone would be enough to cause her to fall apart. After her mutation, Shauna had already turned into a different race, a zombie. She recovered her memories, but not her personality. Based on her nature, she was still a zombie, regardless of how much of her sanity she recovered. Regardless of the number of human memories she recalled, the present Shauna would use a zombie's way of thinking to look at things. Chapter 61. Translator, Sigil. Then, did you recover all of your previous memories as well? Ling Mo hurriedly seized the opportunity to change the subject and asked. No, I only feel as if there's a lot more things in my head. Shauna's eyes revealed yet another perplexed look and said, a lot of things, but they all feel very hazy. It was hard to blame her. Although her memories had probably come pouring in over the past 3 days, the enormous amount of information would take longer than that to process. In fact, she might be even more muddle-headed than before. After every evolution, some of her previously repressed memories by the virus would be set free. She was even regaining bits of her sanity even while she continuously observed and pondered over things. But even if that set some of the foundation, suddenly thinking about many things at once would be rather difficult to recover from in such a short period of time. Being able to speak so fluently after just waking up could already be considered an impressive achievement. This was especially so after looking at Shauna's expression. She seemed rather indifferent towards these memories. This was probably due to her mentality as a zombie. She had absolutely no interest in her past as a human. Even after waking up, the very first things she thought of were events that had happened after turning into a zombie, such as the shameless things that had happened between her and Ling Mo. Ling Mo vaguely felt that Shauna might have been intentionally avoiding her past memories. Upon seeing the strange look in Ling Mo's eyes as he looked at her, Shauna shook her head and said, I feel that, the way things are right now is good, so you don't have to look at me in such a way. It looked like Shauna had indeed recovered by a lot. She even knew how to read a person's body language. Ling Mo suddenly let out a bitter laugh. In truth, he couldn't quite describe how he was feeling at the moment. He had originally hoped that Yi Lian and Shauna would be able to completely recover. Even if their bodies were still that of zombies, Ling Mo would be happy as long as their minds reverted to that of humans. After all, Ling Mo always subconsciously felt that despite Yi Lian and Shauna's status as zombies, a day would surely come where they'd be able to completely regain their sanity as humans. This was especially so for Yi Lian. She was already a zombie when found her, and Ling Mo placed the most hope on her turning back into a human. After all, the majority of his relationship with Shauna was built after she had turned into a zombie, while his relationship with Yi Lian was one that was built solely while she was still human. But from the looks of things, such a way of thinking wasn't going to come true. Once one turned into a zombie, their nature would be completely changed. Aside from their appearance, they bore no other connections with humans. As a zombie, one would treated humans as prey. How could anyone hope for them to harbor any emotions towards their prey? As for Yi Lian and Shauna, the only person they'd treat differently would be Ling Mo. This was due to their inseparably close spiritual bond. On the other hand, Ling Mo might be the same as them due to that very same link. Could he be considered as half of the same race? You don't look very happy. Shauna stared firmly into Ling Mo's eyes, before she suddenly moved forward, her cool lips gently making contact with Ling Mo's own as she said, Will this make you happy? You seem to like doing it. Shauna's kiss left Ling Mo dumbstruck. But it only lasted for a moment before he quickly broke out of his confusion. True, Shauna and Yi Lian would probably never be able to turn back into normal humans ever again, but so what? Ling Mo couldn't help but secretly curse himself in his heart. He'd previously never thought of how Yi Lian and Shauna would regard their own zombie bodies after regaining their sanity. To them, the best-case scenario would be ending up like how Shauna currently was. While Ling Mo shared many memories with Yi Lian, could he really say that the memories he formed with her after she turned into a zombie weren't precious? Fighting side by side and depending on one another, these emotions, when compared to his previous memories with her, were definitely not inferior. Thinking up to this point, Ling Mo let out a laugh and held Shauna in his arms. He suddenly asked, "How about you tell me, do you like being flirted with?" This was most definitely a milestone question. Chances are, not many men got the chance to face a younger girl and ask such a question, let alone pose the same question to a younger zombie girl. Ling Mo was probably the only one who had the chance and the guts to ask such a question. In reality, Ling Mo had inadvertently blurted those words out, but after asking, he was filled with expectation as he looked toward Shauna. "Kneading my chest is painful, I don't like it." Although she was a zombie, Shauna's words indicated that she was only lacking when it came to making judgments. At the very least, she was clearly able to discern between what was and wasn't painful. Ling Mo suddenly felt a little nervous. Admittedly, kneading her chest was painful, but her first time was going to be even more painful. Shauna wouldn't reject him when the time came, right? In the off chance that her zombie nature violently surfaced, would he still do the deed? Speaking of which, Shauna always showed signs of turning back into a zombie whenever she felt pain. But when he saw Shauna's furrowed brows, as if her unending stream of memories were giving her a headache, Ling Mo felt that he shouldn't have brought up such matters so soon. After all, what he had was time and multiple opportunities. "Don't worry about it for now, get some rest," Ling Mo said with some heartache. Yi Lian awoke a few hours after Shauna. Ling Mo's heart skipped a bit when she suddenly turned her head to look at him. Shauna's evolution was vastly different from that of Yi Lian's. She'd never truly lost all of her sanity from the beginning. And her spirit benefited the most from her subsequent evolutions. Yi Lian, on the other hand, was different. She was a zombie through and through, and her evolutionary process was the same as that of a regular zombies. In truth, Ling Mo had already braced his heart after looking at the advanced zombie. Compared to Shauna, Yi Lian's evolution was, unfortunately, leaning towards the development of her body. Her mental faculties would probably be like that of the advanced zombies, going from a mindless beast to that of one with a certain level of intellect. But wanting her to have human-like emotions as soon as possible would prove to be a difficult task. The moment Yi Lian woke up, Ling Mo immediately felt that Yi Lian was different from how she was a few days ago. Her eyes were gradually returning to their usual color, but her body was exuded a terrifying aura, enough to make one think that they were facing a ferocious animal. There wasn't much difference when he compared her to the advanced zombie they'd met earlier. After consuming roughly 2/3 of the viral gel, the evolution that Yi Lian obtained turned out to be extremely terrifying. Ling Mo faintly felt that she was at the verge of becoming an advanced zombie. All she needed was another round of advancement before she could truly become one. But Ling Mo found that she was different from an advanced zombie after manipulating her and moving her around for a bit. The advanced zombie that they encountered was extremely quick, but it clearly excelled in strength. But Yi Lian's strength was lacking. Instead, her agility saw a meteoric improvement. After her most recent evolution, Yi Lian's speed was now comparable to that of a cheetah. It looked like each zombie's evolutionary path was different. On the other hand, Yi Lian's budding consciousness had finally shown traces of having a true consciousness. Ling Mo could even feel her spiritual realm becoming more active. Chapter 62. Chapter 62, Visual Distortion. In the following days, Ling Mo scouted the periphery of X City University, continuously going in and out of this exceedingly flourishing city center. Apart from scouting the area, he gathered a fair bit of supplies. Of special note were medication that he was severely lacking in some high-energy food. After Yi Lian and Shana's evolution, their newly found strength allowed them to hunt mutated zombies with even greater ease. However, Ling Mo didn't allow them to take action most of the time. Rather, he seized these precious opportunities to train his puppeteer ability. After all, Ling Mo had only just started making use of his tentacles. His skill in smoothly manipulating them was still lacking. Bang! A mutated zombie jumped out from behind a counter. Ling Mo had no choice but to dodge by rolling away on the ground, using the shelf behind him to temporarily obstruct the zombie. His spiritual tentacles were warded off by it, only giving this tall and burly mutated zombie a brief moment of pause. Ling Mo, who was feeling depressed at the sight of this, simultaneously used the surrounding obstacles to hinder this extremely strong zombie while pondering over the best way to use his tentacles at the same time. The sound of the shelves behind him being continuously trampled and overturned made it seem as if the entire shop was about to be torn down by this mutated zombie. Ling Mo had no choice but to brace himself as he turned around and rushed towards the zombie. As he did, formless spiritual tentacles madly rolled towards his opponent. In reality, facing this kind of mutated zombie made it very difficult for Ling Mo's puppeteer ability to have much of an effect at all. This was especially so when his opponent was attacking so relentlessly. With the two of being so close to one another, Ling Mo might have been torn to pieces right then and there if his attempts at domination had failed like it previously did. Even Shana, who was keeping watch nearby, showed a trace of hesitation, unsure of whether she should jump in to provide assistance. Yi Lian's reaction, on the other hand, was even more direct. Her eyes suddenly turned red and her knees bent slightly, as if she were ready to rush at a moment's notice. If it weren't for Ling Mo pacifying her, she might have lost control and dashed out. Yi Lian finally obtained a sense of awareness after her previous advancement. Her aggressiveness had grown as well, becoming more than 10 times stronger than it was before. Although Ling Mo's control over her didn't decrease, he rarely forcibly took control of her, attaching importance to guiding her and pacifying her instincts instead. 10 meters, 5 meters, 3 meters. Ling Mo's spiritual tentacles twisted around the mutated zombie's spiritual orb, briefly dazing it. But it quickly broke free from its mental shackles and directed its sharp claws filled with various dubious substances towards Ling Mo. However, at this time, something strange happened. The zombie's target was clearly Ling Mo, but its pair of hands went for a location that was a meter away from Ling Mo instead. It looked as if the zombie had sprained its ankle during its attack, causing its body to shift to the side and its attack to go wide. Visual distortion. Although Ling Mo's tentacles couldn't immediately control this zombie, they could still influence the zombie's movements in a very short period of time, affecting any subsequent judgment. Looking at the mutated zombie's attack that veered off course, a trace of a smile immediately surfaced on Ling Mo's face. As they brushed past one another, Ling Mo thrust the short saber in his hand into the mutated zombie's ribs, followed by a forceful twist. Fresh blood gushed out. The mutated zombie staggered forward for a few steps before falling to the ground with a loud bang. It was only then that Yi Lian's restless desire to attack calmed down, and Shana's eyes returned to their usual color. She walked over with brisk steps, and with precise technique, took out the viral gel from the back of the mutated zombie's head. Phew, that nearly gave me a heart attack. Spiritual power is versatile and its effects are very strong, but it really is difficult to flexibly use them. At this point, Ling Mo's legs went soft. If it wasn't for him leaning against Shana in time, he might have fallen on top of the zombie's corpse. His forehead was filled with sweat and his head was throbbing, but his heart was filled with delight. This zombie was his cleanest kill he'd gotten while using his puppeteer ability over the past few days. Although his use of the ability wasn't very flexible as of yet, the puppeteer ability's true power was beginning to show itself. Ling Mo took the viral gel from Shana and said, "I can't go on any longer. We'll stop here for today, let's head back." Training spiritual power was just like training one's body. There'd be adverse effects if one overdid it. This was especially so since he had to maintain his spiritual connection with Yi Lian and Shauna. Shauna looked at him curiously before nodding her head. Soon after, she couldn't help but say, "Your way of fighting is very strange." "It's strange?" Ling Mo doubtfully replied with his own question before coming to a realization. His spiritual tentacles were something that only he could see. What Shauna probably saw was him miserably fleeing and being forced to face his opponent. In the end, he took advantage of the mutated zombie's bad luck to strike when it sprained its ankle, earning his fluke of a victory. Ling Mo still wasn't proficient in his use of his spiritual tentacles. It was difficult for him to avoid cutting a sorry figure in battle. But Ling Mo felt that he'd managed to get an idea of how to go about using them. Things likely wouldn't turn out the same way when he used them next time. He still needed a lot of practice though. The pitter-patter of raindrops could be heard within X City over the last few days. From the looks of things, autumn was about to arrive. Following the gradual drop in temperature, an even harsher challenge drew closer for humans. Zombies weren't afraid of the cold, but humans were. The past few days of rain had scrubbed away most of the thick smell of rot that pervaded the streets. However, the smell of blood that clung in the air had surprisingly grown thicker. They happened to pass by a clothes shop along the way. Since it was convenient, Ling Mo found a few sets of relatively thick pieces of outerwear for Yi Lian and Shauna to change into. Ling Mo on the other hand got himself a black windbreaker. However, under Ling Mo's request and malicious guidance, Yi Lian and Shauna wore extremely erotic underwear. After changing their clothes, Shauna actually displayed a strong interest in the hollowed-out parts of her clothes. Seeing her unexpected reaction, Ling Mo couldn't help but think how fitting she'd look if she wore some hollowed-out underwear as well. Their range of operations within the vicinity had gradually increased over the past few days. If a person didn't have a strong physique, they might not be able to make it back to the construction site before it got dark. But Ling Mo suddenly stopped when they were around 100 meters away from the residential building, the look on his face turning extremely ugly. The zombies he'd intentionally left behind at the construction site were gone. A trace of unease flowed through him. Using the rain as cover, Ling Mo immediately ran towards the residential building with Yi Lian and Shauna. And sure enough, he found a freshly slain zombie's corpse beside an abandoned car. Luckily, no zombies were attracted for the time being because of the past few days of rain. This zombie dying here meant that not only did someone pass by, they even entered the parking lot and killed it. Ling Mo immediately knitted his brows and drew the short saber from his waist. He squatted down and used the tip of his saber to pry open the zombie's rain and blood-soaked clothes. Badly mutilated wounds could be seen on the zombie's chest and abdomen. After being cleansed by the rain, Ling Mo found that the zombie's deathly pale skin had been turned inside out, revealing a terrifying wound that was half a finger deep. Wounds like that shouldn't have been inflicted by a normal weapon. Based on Ling Mo's observation, this person might have used an exceedingly heavy weapon. A person who could wield such a heavy weapon would definitely have a certain amount of strength. After standing back up, Ling Mo cast his gaze on the nearby residential building. Chapter 63. Chapter 63, Kitchen Knife. Regardless of this person's reasons, he definitely wouldn't come over and clear out the zombies out of altruism. The only thing of worth within this construction site was the residential building. It was also where Ling Mo hid his supplies. The other party's objective was likely that as well. Encountering a survivor after the world ended wasn't necessarily a good thing. Ling Mo cautiously approached the residential building and quietly entered after noticing that there were no abnormalities with it. Ling Mo heard a person's laughter upon reaching the second floor. That was good. Based on the sound, this person had only entered the second floor, likely to take shelter from the rain. This meant that the supplies Ling Mo hid on the third floor wouldn't be discovered. But this person's laughter was exceptionally ear-piercing. Ha ha ha. Boss, you're not planning to finish her off, right? Don't toy with her till she dies, our brothers still haven't had their fun. After taking a breather, a man's slightly coarse and heavy voice resounded, "What's the rush? With me around, women will throw themselves at you and beg you to fuck them. Damn, this woman is even better than that brat from before." After he spoke, the man's voice suddenly started to reverberate. A woman's tragic cries could be heard in the midst of the men's laughter. Her mouth was more or less covered, muffling her cries. But in spite of that, one could still hear the pain in her voice. "Shut up! What are you crying about? Your father, knows that women like you used to look down on us last time. But now you'd better make sure you make your father feel good, or else I'll slice you up and feed you to the zombies." Boss, you almost scared her to death. Make sure you don't kill her, finding a woman nowadays is hard. What's there to be afraid of? It's hard for us to get a chance like this to have fun. It's raining and the zombies can't hear us. Ha ha ha. Ling Mo's expression turned a little unsightly, but his legs didn't stop moving. He slowly went along the stairs as he approached the second level. Ling Mo originally planned to chase these people out, but the grip on his short saber tightened after hearing them insult the woman, his eyes flashing with a trace of murderous intent. Sure enough, a majority of the female populace could be considered as a disadvantaged group once the world ended. And in this world without order, people with power naturally possessed the qualifications to have greater resources. Of course, women who were willing to stick to people like these for the sake of survival were included as well. Support the translators by reading My Girlfriend is a Zombie first at Go Create Me Translations as soon as the chapters come out. Make sure to bookmark us. But Ling Mo felt disgust from the bottom of his heart towards people like this group who insulted women. Societal restraints didn't exist anymore, but that didn't mean that people could act like animals. What the hell, you guys still haven't finished even after playing around for so long? The voice came from a man who stood near the third floor's staircase. A thin wooden stick hung from his lips and he held a kitchen knife in his hand. He looked a little fidgety. A large tent had been pitched at his crotch after hearing the sounds from inside. He turned his head towards the corridor as he bellowed. "Hurry up and send someone over to swap out with your father. Fuck, I'm the only one standing out here being blueballed. The rain's so huge that you wouldn't even be able to see the hair on a zombie. What are they so scared of?" In the moment his head was turned, a silhouette suddenly rushed out from the corner of the staircase and pierced his throat with a short saber, pinning him to the wall. All four of the man's limbs went limp and the kitchen knife in his hands fell out, but Ling Mo deftly caught it in his hands. Seeing the man's eyes that went wide with frightened despair, Ling Mo swiftly withdrew his short saber from the wall while holding onto his arms at the same time, laying him on the floor in one smooth motion. Fresh blood leaked out from his mouth. A puddle of blood also flowed out from the stab wound at the back of his head. His body continued twitching even though it had already breathed its last. The entire process could be said to have been done noiselessly. None of the others were alerted. A filthy scene was currently playing out in a dirty room on the second floor. There were another 4 men within the room who were excitedly cheering on their bald leader. When Ling Mo appeared, the bald man had just finished and another man had impatiently walked up. "That idiot has been shouting his head off. One of you go and switch with him, let him have some fun as well," the bald said while pulled up his pants. However, he saw a slim figure appear at the room's entrance when he turned his head. Whoosh! A cold glint of metal brought along a severe gale as it shot towards the man that had just walked over. He was completely unaware of the abnormality behind him. He was preparing to have fun when he suddenly felt a sharp pain from his buttocks, causing him to fall face first onto the ground after issuing a cry of pain. This sudden turn of events caused everyone in the room to be momentarily dumbstruck. That brightly shining kitchen knife had nearly split the man's buttocks in half. The strength used was so great that it was enough to render others speechless. Although the improvements to Ling Mo's body from repeated upgrades weren't all that obvious, he was still much stronger than a normal person. The man still continued to draw breath even after having his chrysanthemum buttock sliced, but that incident had left him twitching uncontrollably on the ground as he let out mournful screams. The bald man was the first to recover. He grabbed the shaft of an axe beside him and locked his rage-filled gaze on Ling Mo, who'd appeared at the entrance. Ling Mo appeared to be an ordinary youth, but his aggressive methods and the unbridled murderous intent in his eyes made the bald man feel absolutely terrified. What kind of person is that? The bald man didn't bat an eyelid as he took half a step back, widening the gap between Ling Mo and him. What the fuck is your problem? Why the hell are you killing my people? From his expression, it seemed as if he didn't realize that Ling Mo had taken action because of the woman's humiliation. The reason was simple. To him, women were meant to be used for venting his emotions. This was so much so that it was a given in the eyes of the men gathered here. But Ling Mo didn't think that way, especially since he had two girls by his side. Ling Mo didn't reply after hearing the bald man's furious roar. He only coldly swept his gaze across the room before finally resting it on the woman's body. Ling Mo immediately clenched his teeth upon seeing the state that the woman was in. Her face was filthy and it was hard to make out her appearance, but she didn't seem to be that old. However, she appeared to be at death's door thanks to the torment inflicted by this group of men. They probably did it for the fun of it, but the woman's body was filled with numerous cuts, dyeing her body blood red. Both her hands were bound together and all 10 of her fingernails had been stripped as blood continuously poured out of her fingertips. Even her mouth had been stuffed with a dubiously colored smelly sock. Although she was still able to utter cries of grief, it was clear from her voice that she lacked the strength to do anything else. She might even be letting out more air than she took in. Screw you. Who the hell do you think you are? The bald man vaguely felt that the youthful man in front of him was trouble. But as the boss of this group of people, he had no choice but to bite the bullet and bellow out. Sure enough, his chi-infused roar of fury had immediately broken the other 3 men out of their stupor. They weren't idiots, their expressions turned vigilant upon seeing the blood-stained short saber in Ling Mo's hands as they grabbed their weapons that had been tossed to the side. Ling Mo acted as if he was turning a blind eye to their actions, but not only did that not set the bald man's mind at ease, it even made him feel a chill from the bottom of his heart. Chapter 64. Chapter 64, A Fierce Battle.